Ladies and gents, boys and girls, this is the module that we are going to be diving into. What is the new era business model? Of course, you've probably seen ads on this. You've probably seen my content. What the fuck does this thing even mean? What are we even talking about here? New era business model. Why is, what you're doing not going to get you to the goals that you want to achieve? We're going to break this down in this short module, and the succeeding module is going to go into can anyone do this, why you can and cannot do this in your business, and then what is not your problem in business. 'Cause these are very, very big, I want to say like mental blocks for a lot of barbers, and why they think you might be a part of them like they're thinking, oh man, charging $100, $200, I can't do that in my area. Well, I'm here to tell you, what? If you think that, you're probably right. But not for the reasons that you believe so, right? It's not because that you don't have clients that'll pay that for you. It's really because you're fucking yourself. And at the end of the day, with that mentality, at the end of the day, you can grow the business to that level. But what you're doing inside the business is not going to work. And it will map out why that isn't a possibility. So let's go into what the model is. So basically, it's just generating higher paying clients to charge more and make more income without scaling your workload. You look out in the barber industry today, and you see what everybody means, or what everybody's talking about in terms of like how to make more money, cut hair faster, cut more heads per day, do more services, add more to your service. All it circles around is like doing more fucking work. I'm sorry. Do you want to do any more fucking work to make more money? Absolutely not. That's not how business is ran. That's how a slave in a workforce is ran, right? That's how like a machine is ran. You are not a machine for one, and like for damn sure, like you didn't get in this damn thing just to be a blue collar worker, right? And at the end of the day, you will have a limit on how much hard work you can do before you start seeing diminishing returns. What I mean by that is, you could work for 12 hours out of the day, maybe 2-3 weeks at a time. But at some point in time, your quality is going to dip down, and you're not going to be able to hold up the same quality of cuts. And you're not going to be able to like work as long as day. And your quality of life is going to suck afterwards, right? We'll dive into this. Now just think about this for me real quick, because every barber I talk to at first, especially about this, they're like, huh, 20K, I could probably do that right now. I'm like, well, what are you charging? I'm charging like $50 a cut. I'm like, man, you definitely have not thought this fucking through. And let's be honest, us as barbers, we're not the smartest motherfuckers around the block. We didn't go to college. I know for myself, I barely passed high school, right? And I've dropped out of college myself. And a lot of us go into barbering just kind of having we have high, I don't want to say egos, but we have high belief in ourselves, but we don't think things through logically whatsoever. There's no logic behind this. So stay with me here, okay? Because we're going to walk this through piece by piece to make it make sense to you. So let's say you do charge $50 a cut, okay? So how many cuts would you have to do at $50 in order to make $20K a month, right? At $50 a cut, you have to do 320 cuts. That equals $16K a month. Plus, let's say your average tip at $50 is $10. That's a pretty fair tip, right? Everybody typically charges around $10 at $50. It's fair, right? Over 320 cuts, that equals $19,200 a month. Now, you might be thinking, hey, that's $20K a month, damn near. That doesn't sound bad. I could probably push that. Let's break it down a little bit, okay? 320 cuts a month over 4 weeks is 80 cuts per week. You might be like, hey, that's not bad. I could probably do that. 80 cuts over 5 days of work is 16 cuts a day. Hey, you know what? I might be able to do that. 8 to 16 hours of work per day with no lunch breaks, depending on how fast you cut hair. Now, your upside is, of course, you make 19.2K. Here's the downside. You have no fucking life. You have to be at work 5 days out of the week for at least 8 to 16 hours straight. Every single fucking day. You basically cut hair till your arm falls off. It's honestly not sustainable. How is doing that year after year sustainable? Like, again, too, in business, the person who wins is the individual who can sustain that over a long period of time, right? That's why you see a lot of barbers who, yes, they can push their business up higher, but they'll settle a little bit lower in terms of their income. Like, they might be able to make, let's say, $8K a month. But at $8K a month, it's totally unlivable because their quality of life diminishes. They have no life. They're always fucking tired. They're always at the shop. They're always cutting hair. And basically they just cut hair to make money, and that's it. They don't even have time to utilize the money for fun or investments. And this is their life basically, right? And they end up hating life, and work becomes basically work. Now, again too, yes, could you make this in 1 month? But who fucking cares if you only make it in 1 month? Honestly. Because what we want to do is have something that can be repeatable month after month, simple, and doesn't require us to sell our souls to 320 cuts every single fucking month. Yes, okay, is this feasible? Yeah, but like, who wants to work this fucking much? If you're still like, oh man, I'll do it, try it. First of all, try to get that many clients in. Second of all, then keep that up for at least 3 to 5 years. Tell me how you feel. I'm willing to bet you're going to become a depressed little fuck. This right here looks like a hellhole. And if you're trying to convince yourself, just get the fuck out, honestly. Like, you're one of those like dumb barbers that like is like, oh no, I'll do this, and then ends up hating their life but never admits it, and like never is kind of like too prideful. We don't have time for that bullshit. Let's honestly call a spade a spade. This shit sucks and this shit's whack as fuck. Nobody got into a business to run it this way, right? Now, how many cuts would you have to do at $200 in order to make $20K a month? At $200, you only have to do 80 cuts a month to equal $16K. At $16K, and this is very generous, typically we see anywhere between a $75, almost closer to $90 tip at the $200 price point. Because again, too, these are people who are paying a higher price tag. So let's just say $50 average tip over 80 cuts. This equals us to $20K per month, right? 80 cuts over 4 weeks is 20 cuts a week. 20 cuts divided by 5 days of work is 4 cuts a day. This will equal maybe 6 hours tops per day of work. After that, you have time to work on other business ventures. Upside, you make $20K a month. You have less work. You have more income. It's sustainable. You create a time freedom hack, which enables you to now allocate time to other business ventures to create even more time. And essentially, when we get into running a business, this is what we're all going for, right? We're going for this time to money hack and this time freedom hack. We escape a 9 to 5. We don't work a 9 to 5. We don't work a regular job because we understand we don't want to trade our time for money. You're trading your time for money right here. You did not escape this whatsoever. 320 cuts, 8 to 16 hours of work just to make this. I don't care what this number is. This is hellacious. This is much better. I would trade 4 to 5 hours every day to make $20K a month over trading 16 hours a day to make $19K a month. All day. And hopefully you start seeing, once you start seeing the numbers pan out the way they do, this starts making more sense of okay, this old model, and this is what every barber pushes in terms of go up price every $5-10, keep prices competitive, make sure you can cut everybody, cut kids, make sure your prices are reasonable. All this is pushing you towards this type of business. And yet this is why the whole industry doesn't have the $20K per month business, but they have a top 6 to 8K, because this is what this is optimized for. About 6 to 8K per month. This is pretty decent. But nobody has this business settled, right? And we choose barbering as our time freedom hack. That's our vehicle to get the time freedom. That's what we chose. We didn't go to college. We weren't smart enough to create a software business, and we didn't get into coding or anything like that. But the old model of what we know and what the OGs teach us and what barber school teaches is not optimized for the type of growth needed in order to make this reality, because again, they didn't do that. Again, understand, the barbers before us were not that fucking smart either. They really weren't. Think about it. You look back at barber school, some of those people are really questionable individuals. You kind of question their decision making. You're like, oh, I wouldn't, you fucking own a barber school and you're smoking weed with students and shit like that. And why are you even doing, even some of the business practices is kind of questionable. Just think about these things, right? It's all in front of you. And you can't trust a lot of these individuals of what they have to say. If they're pushing towards a business like this, run. Now, this old model relies on you working all damn day just to make money, right? And at the end of the day, that's not what we're trying to do this for. We're trying to create, more freedom in our lives while we can still generate more money. That's the hack. And it took me a while to come up with this thing and actually make this thing work. Not only my business, but also other barbers as well, too. Now, here's the one downside. I would say the majority of you, if not all of you, don't know how to get $200 clients. That's the one downside. Legit. If it has all this upside, but there's one downside of you just don't know how to get $200 clients. But here's the beautiful thing. If you just solve this, you can get this business, right? Because honestly, you can't solve this. You can't solve not having, unless you just take some ashwagandha and just numb yourself all day long. But be like a robot to where you have no emotions, which is impossible. You're human, right? Like, so let's figure out how to figure out the actual problem that is the easiest to solve, which in my opinion is this, right? And here's the key. Business success comes down to how well you can solve problems. Problems are inevitable no matter what direction you turn in. The key is choosing the easiest problem to solve to give you the highest probability of success and allows us to have success long term. So again, what's easier to solve and can be done for a long time? The problem of the old model, which is trying to find enough energy to will your way through the rest of your career for cutting 16 heads every day, day after day, year after year, or just solve the problem and learn how to generate clients $200. I would gladly take my hack at this all day, every day, then try to take my hack at this. Because even if I solve this problem, I'm miserable as fuck. If I solve this problem, I'm happy as fuck. And a lot of barbers don't think about these things. They allow all of their beliefs about business, their insecurities, and their let's say their lack of belief in self to really rule over their decision making on this. Because again, too, if you're like, oh, clients won't pay me, I should never have clients pay me that price point. It's like, you're a fucking business. Come on now, right? End of the day, you think Versace or Gucci really care if they're charging, or Louis Vuitton care about if they're charging you those prices, or Nike? No, it's a business. They're like, well, somebody's going to pay for this, right? We used to make a product that solves a problem, and they'll see the value and they'll pay it for us. Again, that's what we have to do for this. So you should not do that. If anything, if you are saying those things or have those beliefs, that is not because you are self-righteous and think you're better than anything else. That is a clear indication that you have an insecurity about self and about money, and have a false belief about how value is traded for money, and know that you have no fucking clue how to scale a business up, which is why we're here. Again, this is why I created this overall program for you to go ahead and get you the best chance at success in scaling your business up. And maybe one day you want to become one of our private clients that can scale to $20K a month. That would be the ultimate goal. Okay. Now, what we'll go over next, again, too, we kind of went over what this model is. I want to make these a little bit more shorter. I don't want to make this elongated. We'll go over, can anyone do this, and maybe why you can or cannot do this in your business, and then what is and what is not your problem in business, and how to solve that. All right, how to solve these issues overall. So with that, I'll see you in the next module. Now, the next question obviously that comes up to play is well, can anyone do this, right? I mean, can anyone charge and make $20K a month? Can I really make $100 a cut, Daniel? Or are you just talking out your ass? Well, let me go ahead and explain this in this section. The reason why we're taking so long on we're not implementing what to implement first is because look, I know barbers, man. I know you guys. I was a barber myself too, okay? And until I can understand why I'm doing something, you're probably not going to do it the way it needs to be done. So I can give you everything of what you need to be doing for client conversion, taxes, financials, and all that stuff, which we have in here later modules. You need to understand why this is important. That way you take it seriously, and that way it's okay, cool. For me, it's you have to understand and believe first, yes, this is possible. So you implement it to the T, and then you can get the result. Let's say if you just never thought, again, too, let's say if you never thought you could build muscle, or get, you just say build muscle, you're probably not going to be in the gym going as hard as you possibly can, because your belief's well, what's the point? This is kind of useless, right? Versus if you're I can add as much muscle as I humanly can, you're going to go as hard as fuck trying to get as much muscle as possible onto your body. And so it's again, too, for a lot of us barbers, this is kind of for a lot of you, it's a new world, it's a new way of thinking, and there's a lot of education that has to happen on the front end for you to be able to actually get the back end of 20K per month. It's a lot of rethinking. So bear with me here. If you need to watch these modules, I would go through these modules multiple times, 2x speed these things, all right? There's no reason why you should be listen to this 1x. I 2x speed everything. You can still hear me fine. You can understand everything. You could double time your output on this, all right? So can anyone do this? To be honest, no. Most barbers will be very closed off on this way of running a business because they just don't know how business works. I mean, a lot of barbers think that charging more is wrong. They're like, man, I'll be on call, man, I can't charge my clients more. What do you mean? You're not charging them more, right? You're charging more for a service, and it's up to them if they want to continue being in your business. You're not holding a gun to their head and telling them, you better pay me this price, right? Yet barbers, for some reason, have this thing backwards. It's like, look, end of the day, you have to set your price and then understand how to generate clients at that price point. The reason why you have fear is because you don't know how to get the clients at the higher price point. A lot of barbers also think that making more money is wrong. What is wrong about, like, again, money is a tool at the end of the day. I love saying this analogy because it's so true, right? Money is a tool. Money allows you to build things. Would you throw stones at, like, let's say your dad or your uncle for wanting more tools in his shed to be able to build a house? No, you'd be like, oh, no, he wants more tools to be able to build things faster, more efficiently, and build the things he wants to build, like a house or a mansion, whatever. It's the same thing with money. If you want to be able to make more money, it's because you want to be able to build a life for yourself and your family that you truly desire. Money is a tool. Money is not something that's evil. And I think a lot of barbers, they associate that money thing with evil. I made a great post the other day on my Instagram. Let me just bring this up because I think it's like a great segue point to this as well too. That, look, thinking or wanting or desiring money is bad. And like, look, I know what you're thinking. All rich people are corrupt. You just got to stop it. You're hating on which that you don't have. You think anyone who has money is a narcissist or a piece of shit. Sure, you're also a tad bit jealous and trying to validate the fact that you are broke as fuck. But deep down, you don't want to be a broke barber anymore because that shit sucks. But what do you correlate having money to? Of course, being a dick or being a narcissist like you thought. You'll trick yourself into thinking what you don't want or need money in order to validate why you don't have it and others do. You sneaky little fucking bastard, right? And this is like a open letter to myself. But also to avoid this made up thing that you'll become evil once you have money. It's self-sabotage and a broke way of thinking. And until you pull your head out of your ass, you'll be stressed day after day because guess what? You don't make enough money to pay the bills or even build a life you want to have deep down and are miserable. And I hate to break it to you, dude. Like, you made the decision to become a business and you dropped out of junior college to become a barber. And a business cannot survive unless it makes more money. And then can you see how this way of thinking like really decides to fuck you up? So, and this is again to listen to me. Sadly, the entire barber industry thinks like this. All the barbers you see on Instagram, stage educators have this small crabs in the bucket mentality. Follow your passion, do it for love bullshit. They aren't even living the life that you want, so why the fuck would you listen to them? Here's a great piece of advice to start. Instead of throwing hate comments at any person who has money, start praising them for the work it took for them to get to where they're at. Simple, I know. But this is where this will start to reinforce good thinking when it comes to those who will make money. And soon you'll be on the path to build the business you want. Again, most barbers, they just have a terrible idea of like, oh, no, I can't make more money. Like, it's so bad and evil. No. You just want to be able to build a life you want to get. And that's what you have to do. You can't build a life you want from, I don't know, Legos. It's not a currency, right? Another bad belief is that no one would pay for that amount for a haircut. It's like, okay, look. The way you're getting clients right now, yeah, nobody's going to pay that. If you truly believe to your core that no one, I have barber say this, I couldn't imagine why somebody would ever pay that for a haircut. You're basically calling, like, it's a mirror effect. Like, you're basically showing me that you don't value higher price things, right? I pay $70K for a 12-month mastermind program. $70,000 for 12 months, right? You'll be like, oh my God, that's so much. Why would you ever pay that? It's because I see the value in that, right? I pay $200 just to get my beard done. I see the value in that. If you don't, like, I always love to ask this about people. When was the last time you spent like $500 on a dinner for yourself? It gets real quiet. They're like, never. What's the most important, like, what's the biggest, like, purchase you ever made? I'm like, oh, some, like, like some, what's it called? Jordans. I'm like, well, how much you spend? Oh, about $300. I'm like, that's like a typical price point for a Jordan. Like, if you spend like 5K, 10K on Jordans, then it's like, okay, cool. Now you start seeing value in something else, right? So you have to start seeing, like, if you don't feel like people would pay that amount for a haircut, it's because you yourself are not the individual that will pay for value in itself as well too. You're kind of a cheap fuck at the end of the day. And you cannot be a business and be a cheap fuck in everybody else's business. You have to be thinking in abundance. You can't be in scarcity thinking. Again, nothing is more obvious than the fact that this person is cheap in their own life and has terrible views on how business works. Think about this. Why would it ever be bad to charge more? Why would it be bad to charge more? Oh man, because like, oh man, I'm stealing from my clients. You're not stealing from them. Like I said before, you're not holding the gun to their head and forcing them to pay you. You're simply saying, this is my price. I can get clients at this price point. You can choose to be a part of this business or not. You're not forcing anybody. And the real thing comes into play when like barbers, a lot of barbers say that to kind of like hide the fact that they're insecure about their own business and they're insecure about their own abilities to generate new clients in their business and how to effectively run a business at that level because they don't know how to. So they come up with this like excuse. It's not validated, right? Now, think about this. Why would it be bad to make more money? Would it be bad to not be stressed out over bills? No, of course not. Would it be bad to be able to provide more for your family, for your kids, for your parents, for yourself? No. So why do you feel like it's so bad to make more money in your business? Like, just ask yourself, like, it doesn't make logical sense. A lot of this comes from like very irrational thinking. And a lot of barbers have this very irrational thinking that like they get emotionally invested into like, the stories they tell themselves and like their lack of self-belief and really low self-belief, as well as like their overall they just don't think about business correctly, and they don't see business as like, okay, if I provide this service, it's actually a net positive and I'm not taking from people. Like, again, you're not taking anything away from people. People are choosing to give their money to you. You're not forcing people to pay you at all. I think this is like, I keep on harping on this, but a lot of barbers think that you're forcing people. They don't want to pay you. They're just not going to pay you, right? Now, why do you think that no one would pay that much for a haircut? Again, too, just think about it. Why do you think that? People pay $1,000, right? People who are billionaires don't pay that much for a haircut. People who aren't billionaires do pay that much for a haircut. Why? Right? Why do you think that? It's because, again, your belief, your own personal belief of how you interact with the world, you don't personally see the value in that. If you don't see the value in that and you're a business owner, how dare you? Right? You better start changing up your ways, because as a business owner, you better start investing in your own business. You better start seeing the value of money. You better start seeing, if I give this, it is worth this value, right? $200 haircut, I get this different type of quality versus charging $25. You should not be like, oh, I can get the same thing around the block for $25. How dare you? You're just going to keep on getting the same people in your business, right? All fucking day long. And here's the truth. People trade money for value. And value is created by solving problems. And most barbers do not solve problems. They just do a clean fade and a quick, sharp lineup. But that doesn't solve a problem for a client. They can get that anywhere. And what's worse, they think that they need to take care of their clients, or that it would be bad to charge their clients more. And they have this feeling like it's stealing. You're not stealing. They are choosing to be a part of your business. You have to be able to be the business owner that can run the business at that high of a level. And here's the reality. Like I said before, if clients want to pay you $200, they just flat out won't pay you, right? You're not stealing or anything like that. They just flat out won't pay you. You won't be stealing or overcharging, because they simply will go to a cheaper barber. And you're not mommy or daddy to your clients. In fact, you're trying to be that role, or trying to take care of your clients. I always hear barbers say, well, I just want to be there and take care of my clients. Well, that's led you down a path where you are not financially in a good position. You're not making the money. You need to be able to put yourself and your family in a better and more financial space. So that's not even serving you at all by trying to take care of them. It's like this martyr figure thing that you're trying to play out. You're like, well, if I just like keep myself and my standards low, if I make my life shitty, eventually somebody's going to reward me for this. It's like, that's not how life works. Nobody's going to come save you, unfortunately. You got to wake the fuck up to the real world, okay? Nobody's going to come save you. Nobody's feeling bad for you. The world is just going to continue to take advantage of you until you start standing up for yourself and running your business like an actual business. And barbers get this so fucking wrong, because everybody in their family, everybody they've ever been around has this same broke mentality. This is a broke way of thinking, okay? And basically, you are fucking yourself by not taking your business more seriously and creating these made-up stories and situations. So the question is, can you do this in your business scale $20K a month? Well, it depends on a few things, right? What is the problem in your business? You have to be able to identify what the problem is, because if you don't know what the problem is, well, then what the fuck are we even? What are we even doing? Right? I'll be on calls where I was like, cool. So what's the main challenge in your business right now? Oh, there's no challenge. I'm like, then why aren't you at $20K a month? Right? If there's no challenge, then you should be at $20K per month. If there's no challenge, you should be at $200 a haircut. There is a challenge for the fact that you are not here. If you're not here, there is a problem. Because there was no problem, you would already be here. Does that make sense? Then once we understand that problem, what is the problem? What is the problem in your business? Now, once we understand what the problem is, what is the solution to that problem? So a lot of barbers will be like, well, oh man, like my problem is like, oh, I just can't get new clients. Well, what's the solution? Oh, I just got to pass out business cards and shake hands and like wait time. It's like, we just literally debunked that that's not going to happen right up here, right? This is literally like, keeping your prices low. This is literally not going to happen. So how is that a solution overall, right? So again, if you don't have the correct solution, you're not going to get the outcome you want. And did you choose the right problem to solve is always number one. Because after that, and is the solution the best solution, right? So then you have to audit these things. Here's an example. You are a 400-pound fat fuck that wants to lose weight. You think your problem is that you were born with a deformity that can't allow you to get a six-pack. Therefore, you don't do a single thing since you don't believe there's a solution. However, the problem is that this fat fuck is their diet consists of ice cream, cake, and Twinkies, and they eat about 8,000 calories every single day. Now, this is an exact replica of a barber situation who thinks that their location is the problem and they are doomed to charge low prices due to their city. However, we've gotten a barber in a population of 7,000 people to charge $75 and going on to $100 very soon, fully booked out. I'm here to tell you it is not your location. It is how you're running your business. I'm here to tell you, you fat fuck, it is not the fact that you have what's it called? You're born with a deformity that can't get you a six-pack. It's the fact you're eating 8,000 calories worth of ice cream, cake, and Twinkies every single day, and you're just blind to the fact that's the real problem, right? Now, just like the fat fuck thing is genetics, it's not your location, but how you are getting new clients the issue. Because the way you're getting clients is by taking walk-ins, posting on social media, and referrals, and all this leads to cheap fucks in your business. Hopefully this makes sense. Now, the reason why most barbers can't do this really boils down to the inability to understand what holds their business back. If we can identify the problem and we can identify the correct solution, we can get the outcome we want, right? Here's an example of identifying the right problem, but identifying and coming up with the wrong solution. So I'm a fat fuck eating 8,000 calories a day of cake and ice cream, and I know that my diet is terrible. So I'm going to switch to eating whole foods with chicken and rice, but I'm still going to eat 8,000 calories. From this, I still won't lose weight due to the fact that I'm not being in a caloric deficit, because at the end of the day, weight loss just comes down to calories in, calories out. So yes, you identified the problem. Your diet of being a fat fuck is not suiting you. You somewhat are on the right path of you need to eat better food, but because you still are just intaking 8,000 calories, you're not going to lose the weight. In fact, you probably will gain weight because you're going to start gaining some muscle on top of that too, because now you're eating some whole foods that will actually give your body more nutrients, right? So hopefully that makes a little bit more sense to you. Next, we're going to go over what is not your problem in business. What is not your problem in business overall? Hopefully this makes a little bit more sense to you. Again, too, what you need to understand is that you need to identify the correct problem. Most of you have no clue what the correct problem is, which we'll go over next. We're going to go over every single example of what barbers think their problem is and what this actually is, and kind of give you a little more better idea. That way you have an idea of what solution you need to come down to when you're entering this thing. Hopefully it starts to make sense because of why I'm building out this way. Because if I just gave you this from the get-go, you've been so confused and so oh no, that's not the problem. This is it. No. We have to really break it down step by step. So next one, we're going to go into the problems and then the solutions for those problems as well too. That way you can get the best implementation pathway for yourself. That way, once you go into the future modules later in the classroom, you'll be able to implement everything down to the T and have a more of a customized plan and customized route for you moving forward. So with that, I'll see you in the next module. All right, so let's go ahead and dive into what is not your problem in business and really what is your problem. Again, too, I want to run through this because, again, before we dive into any financials or marketing or generating clients in the business for you through the later process that we have in here, you got to be thinking straight on this. Otherwise, you're not going to be doing this A1. And honestly, even if you have your preconceived notions of what you think business is, you're still not going to get the result, unfortunately. So let's go ahead and dive into this. So a lot of barbers think it's their location, their city, their skill level, or even their broke clients that hold them back. I mean, hell, even you probably thought about this when we had a call, maybe even prior to this, you still probably have the inclination, no, I still can't do it because it's on my city, or, oh, no, my clients are broke, or, no, my skill level is not there. It's none of this stuff. And we're going to break it down with step by step why none of this is the issue, and kind of give you a reason, at least why, and kind of give you an understanding, again, too, this way of thinking also doesn't serve you as a business. It's been holding you back and will always hold you back. Again, you could choose to continue to think this way, but you're not going to get any, what's the benefit of thinking this way? Holding your business back? Why would you even think like that then, right? When you come down to that, like, what does this even serve? Why does insecurity or thought even do to you? It doesn't help you at all, right? So in reality, none of these are true because are the true cause of not being able to charge $200 a cut. As crazy that sounds right now. And let's break this down each one, because if I don't, you'll go through this with the belief that one of these is your real problem. You're like, yeah, that's fine, but I still can't do that because of this. And you'll make excuses, right? It's always like the little fucking kid that like, you tell them like, oh no, all you gotta do is go and talk to her. Yeah, but like, she might not like me, or she might have a boyfriend. It's like, dude, just go up and fucking talk to her, right? And it's kind of like the same mentality. A lot of the barbers that they're even going through this are in here, man. A lot of you act like little kids, and you guys got to step the fuck up and grow the fuck up. All right. So let's start off with, I can't charge that because it'll cause a conflict in my shop. Now, let's say for whatever reason, like, first of all, like before we dive into maybe if it does, majority of you are not going to have this conflict, right? Majority of you who are in a booth rent shop, have the ability to charge whatever you want to charge. It's kind of just made up in your mind that like, if I charge more, it'll upset the owner. Let's start with that. It'll upset the owner because he's been cutting hair longer than me. There's no fucking rule in this industry that you have to cut for so damn long, or like you can't one up the owner and he'll get pissed off at you. If you do, that's his fucking fault for not taking care of his business and being a fucking lazy ass. Honestly. So why are you going to hold yourself and your business back because some dumbass has been lazy for the last 14 years, right? And now is going to try and talk down to you like, you can't do that, and try to gatekeep your own business and your own life? That doesn't make fucking sense. If that's the truth, tell him to fuck off. And be like, hey, this dude Deluxe told me to tell you to fuck off. And you can tell him that straight up. I don't give a fuck, right? I'll take that blame. Fuck off, dude. Like, how dare somebody be in this industry and like not take care of their shit and then hold other people back because they didn't take care of their shit, right? Now that's the owner standpoint. And honestly, it doesn't make sense at all. And honestly, if that is the case, then just move to a different shop. It's easy as that. And you're like, but man, I love the shop. Well, what do you want to do? Do you want to like literally be like held down because of some asshole? Or do you actually want to grow business, and the reason why you got in this damn thing is to like make more money? Come on now, right? Now, let's say if you think that like you can't charge, like it'll start conflict of other barbers in the shop. Again, who gives a fuck? Like if they get pissed off and emotional because now you're starting to take care of your own shit, that's not your problem. That's their problem, right? And let's say if it does create a big problem, the shop owner gets pissed off. I mean, honestly, let's think logically. Somebody who's not on top of their shit is getting pissed at you for being on top of your shit. And the owner is now siding with the person who isn't on top of their shit. Is that an environment you want to be in? Fuck no. Get the fuck out of there, right? Now, let's say, for instance, the shop owner doesn't allow you to charge more and like controls your pricing. Let's say you're in a commission shop, whatever. Again, you should just get the fuck out of there. But I love the shop. Again, it comes back to, then why the fuck are you in business? Then don't complain. Then stay where you're at and like don't complain and then just stay comfortable. Like don't mind the fact that you're going to struggle with bills. You like understand and come to grips that you're going to honestly you're going to have financial hardships. You're not going to be well off. You're going to have a limit on yourself. And that's the decision you're making by staying like a little, honestly, like we want to call a spade, by staying a scared little bitch with your business instead of taking the reins by the horn, bull by the horn, and actually taking control of this damn thing of your life and moving things forward. It's not your responsibility to make sure other people aren't fucking like, what's it called? Like, feeling lower than themselves because just because you're taking care of your shit doesn't mean that it should affect them negatively. That's honestly on them. It's a dumb way of thinking if you really just like think about it logically, right? So this is just honestly comes down to like being around poor-minded people and crabs in the bucket people just is a clear indication you should remove yourself or just don't give a fuck about it, honestly, because it's not going to help you in the long run. And if you stay in here, that's your own damn fault at the end of the day, okay? Now, I lack the experience to start charging more. Okay, here's the thing I want to really get clear. This is like a made-up problem. There's no such thing as like once I get my experience level of like how much I've been cutting hair for, like let's say I've been cutting for X amount of years, I can charge this much. There is no rule behind that. Equally, there is nothing that says like once you get your skill level or your hair quality this level, you are now able to charge this much. That's not true. The only truth that there is in business is if you can get clients that will come in and pay you at X price point, you can charge that. You get me? And experience or skill has nothing to correlate with that. Honestly, there were thousands of barbers who cut better than me, but I charged more and made more money every single month because I knew how to generate clients in my own business. Equally, you probably cut better hair better off than thousands of barbers than you, but you charge less and make way less. And a lot of our private clients don't cut hair as good as you. And let's say you've been only cutting for like 1 year. Like you could even go the flip side of things, like, well, I've been only cutting for a year. Okay. Well, if this was like a diet thing and you've been saying, well, I've been dieting for a year, I would be like, then why aren't you in shape? If you've been in business for a year, then why aren't you making more money? Oh, wait, because it's not an experience thing. It's about how you run the business. So you don't know how to run the fucking business to make more money. So you don't need more experience. You don't need to get a better skill level. You need to understand how to make more money in your business to be able to make more money in your business. Wow, what a concept, right? So again, too, it's not the lack of experience in order to start charging more. It's the fact you have lack of understanding how to run your business like a business. There's no way around it, right? And if any of these, like, you're like, oh man, no, I can't be that. Look, end of the day, here's the facts. We've produced more barbers who are making $20K per month than you can even imagine. More barbers who are charging over $100 than you can imagine in places outside of the U.S., inside of the U.S., right? At some point in time, you have to understand your logic is probably flawed because you've only gotten to a certain point. Our logic is probably like there's some backing to it because it's gotten the results. It's like at the end of the day, if you want to continue believing the earth is flat, even though I'm telling you and giving you every example, the world is round, but you still want to believe the world is flat, be a flat earther with your tinfoil hat. You look like one of those crazy fucks. Be my guest. I'm just trying to make sure you can think correctly on this. So you can actually, if you actually want to make more money and get a better financial situation for yourself and your family, you can. And it's because you're thinking very poorly on this, okay? So it's not the fact that you lack experience to start charging more. This is completely made up nonsense bullshit that honestly a lot of insecure OG barbers say because they're like, oh no, you got to put in your time before you start charging that. No. You want them to put in time because you don't want a younger barber surpassing the OG barber who I'm talking about. The OG barber doesn't want to get surpassed by a younger barber because they haven't been on their shit. So they're going to make up this rule. Nah, man. They're going to make up this rule for all the insecurities they have. Nah, man, you got to put in the time. You got to put in the work. Bullshit. I was in and out in 5 years. I retired in 5 years, right? Come on now. We've had a guy who's charging what, $85 now, $75 for a haircut. I think $95 for a haircut and beard. Who's only been cutting, like when he started working with us, he was only cutting for around 11 to 12 months. There's no rule on this thing. Show me the rule. If you could show me the rule, like in the textbook or by law, fine. But there is no rule. Just same thing with like college, like barber college. You don't need to go to barber college just to charge more. It's a piece of paper. It's just like how college is. It's a piece of paper for barber school that says, I know how to sanitize my clippers. It's not a piece of paper that says, I can now charge this. It legit does not say that. I don't know why barbers always think, but I got to go to barber school first. No, you don't. South Bay Chris was already charging $100 a cut, making well over $15K a month from his parents' garage way before he even got his barber's license. Way before that. It doesn't make sense. You're just holding yourself back at the end of the day. You're making excuses for why and your insecurities as to why. And it's all because like these OG barbers have been like telling, and honestly, I don't even think the OG barbers say this. It's like this made up thing that you like, I don't know, somewhat believe. I don't know where it comes from, but it's not facts. Like, and here's the thing. If it was facts, then we wouldn't have the results we would because we go against the grain with everything that we have with our private clients. So it can't be facts, right? Here's another one. No one charges that in my city or location. Okay. So the fact that you need somebody else to charge that before you charge that, what sense does that make? That makes you a follower. That doesn't make you a leader. That makes you like, honestly, again, if we're going to call a spade, a scared little bitch that needs somebody else to do the work for them before they can be like, okay, cool, I can do that now. Because guess what? Nobody was charging $100 in Sacramento before I was. The only reason why nobody else was doing it before me is because nobody knew how to run their business at all. Simple fact. No, like the reason why nobody in your city or in your location or barbershop is charging those prices is because everybody's running the same business. Nobody knows how to run their business at that level. That's why they are not able to charge that or make that type of money. Again, if you want to go back to it, how are they all getting clients? What service are they offering? What are they charging? How much money are they making per month? I'm willing to bet it's all in the same amount or in the same income bracket, right? Sure, you might have like one or two people that are the, like maybe like they just work fucking like till their teeth are grinded down, like they work 20 hours a day. Sure, do we really want to do that? Fuck no, okay? But again, too, you want to think about this, like, why do you need to get it validated by somebody else? Why don't you validate it for yourself by doing the work that we have been teaching other barbers how to do and have gotten other barbers to spearhead in their own cities, like populations of 7,000 people in a small city in North Carolina? Who the fuck would think in a small town in North Carolina, a barber would be charging booked out at $75, about to go to 100? That barber didn't. He was like, I don't know if I could do that. He was charging $30 a time. I'm like, watch, give me 12 months. We did it. Same thing in Omaha, Nebraska. Same thing everywhere else that we've been able to help barbers with. So again, too, you want to think of this like the 4-minute mile. I don't remember the exact story of like the names and stuff. Let's call him like Brad, right? So let's say back in the 1800s, I don't know the exact date. Before then, it's running a sub 4-minute mile. Everybody's like, oh, it's not possible. You can't do that. Like, nobody can run a sub 4-minute mile. Then comes this guy named Brad, right? Again, too, made up name. I don't know the exact name. Brad comes around, is like, you know what? I'm just going to do it. Brad does it right after thousands of years of nobody being able to do it. And then 12 months after Brad did it, I think it was like 16 or 20 plus people did the same thing because they saw somebody else do it. Like, oh, okay, well, it must be able to be done, right? And then you know what's crazy? Now in today's world, a sub 4-minute mile is the standard for all track and field. Meaning if you run longer than a sub 4-minute mile, you're actually looked at as slow, below average. Whereas before it was like, that's impossible. It's the same thing of what we're doing with charging with barbers, of what we're doing with our private clients. Making $20K a month, charging $100, $200 a haircut. You don't need to have other people validate it for you. What you need to do is learn how to do this in your business. Okay? Again, too, it's more of like, again, why do you need somebody to validate it for you to be able to and get this shit done? You don't. You just need to know what to do and execute it. And know that you can do it at the end of the day, honestly. None of my clients will pay that price. No one in my city will pay that. Great idea. I mean, a great thought that a lot of people have, a lot of barbers have. Again, people in your city will pay that price. However, who you are getting in your business right now, those people won't pay that price, right? Again, let's say you go to a bar, okay? And all the chicks in your guy, and you want to date some women, but all the women at the bar are like 3s and 4s, right? Generous at 3 and 4, right? Maybe at best 3s and 4s. You're like, man, there's just no hot chicks here. There's just no hot chicks in my location. My location's all fucked, right? It's like you go to the same bar every single time, hoping to find a dime. Every single time you turn up, it's always 3s and 4s, right? Well, you could say, well, there's no bad girl, if you want to call it. There's no bad bitches in my location, right? They're all 3s and 4s. Well, the bad bitches are actually hanging out at the different bar, the higher profile bar, because they don't want to hang around scumbags like you at these lower tier bars, right? Obviously. It was the same thing of like when I was like charging $16, like, oh, nobody's going to charge me nobody would pay me $30 for a haircut. I can barely get people to charge me $16. And then $100 is like, holy fuck, where the fuck were you guys at this whole time? They're like, well, we've always been here. Where have you been at this whole time, right? Those clients are where you're at, but the way you're generating their clients right now, you're not on the same wavelength, right? They're up here. You're talking down here. You need to get on the same wavelength and understanding how to generate these clients, how to get in front of these people in order to get them into your business. No, this does not mean you need to go out and market. Does not mean you need to go out and network. No, this does not mean you need to go in high profile places. We will get into what you need to do later on. But people in your city or around in surrounding cities up to 3, 5, 10 hours away from you will want to come and get a haircut from you. I had clients that were coming that were flying from Tampa Bay, Florida, just to get a haircut from me. We had a client who lives in Memphis, Tennessee, who had a client fly in from New York just to get a haircut from him. I used to have clients drive 2 to 3 plus hours away, 4 hours away every 2 weeks just to get haircuts from me at $100 a haircut. The fact that you don't know how to run your business, get these clients in, is the problem. It is not the fact that these people will not come to you. The problem is that your whole awareness is that you only think that the only bitches in your town are 3s and 4s. When there are dime pieces out there, you're just not in those areas the dime pieces are at. Okay? Another terrible belief is adding new services and doing house calls in order to charge more. Number one, you do not need to do add services or do house calls. Adding services is going to add more work onto your plate, which is going to, why would you add more work in order to charge more? Because at the end of the day, if that's the game you're going to play, you're going to end up giving your client a Gok 3000 with a twister wizard, right? Or you're going to go ahead and start giving feet massages and all that shit just to get paid more. And what are you going to do after that? What are you going to offer after that? You're going to start adding more? It's irrational, right? You just need to offer a haircut and beard. Simple, nothing else. What you need to do is understand how to generate clients for that service and solve a problem. That's it. You don't need to add anything else. Adding everything else is you avoiding the problem of the fact that you don't know how to get clients in your business. Doing house calls in order to charge more. A lot of barbers will think like, well, nobody's going to want to come. I could charge more if I just do house calls. Great. You could do that. Now you're still avoiding the problem. One, you can start doing that, start doing a couple house calls. Now you limit yourself every single day of how many haircuts you can do. You start adding onto your cost of gas, transportation, and time of your breakdown and setup time. So again, you're cutting into your overall bottom line of like what you could make every single day and every single month. So you're actually making less than what you would if you just stayed in a single location, because of the fact you're avoiding that you don't know how to get new clients from a single location to come to you and pay you 100, 150, 200 bucks a haircut. You are avoiding, barbers will come up with every reason to avoid the main issue, that they don't know how to run their business. They will come up with every reason why I don't know how to run my business, but I'm going to avoid that fact and I'm going to hide that fact. I'm just going to do something else. You don't need to do SMP. You don't need to do house calls. You don't need to do adding more services. You need to understand and be a better business owner and run the business properly. Hopefully this makes sense, okay? So that's just a few things. I might add more to this, honestly, later on as we go forward. If you have anything else, like questions-wise or anything more in-depth, please put it down below or ask questions. Now, what is your problem in business? Because we just went through what isn't, a few examples, right? Again, too, if you have more of like reasons of like, well, I just think it's this. Daniel, I heard you out right here, but I think it's this still is my problem. Put it down and I'll make a video on like, again, too, why this is probably not your problem in business. What is your problem in business? The way you're marketing your business, and why it won't work. Again, the way you're getting clients and the way you're marketing yourself again, passing out business cards, shaking hands, taking walk-ins, relying on referrals. All of these are not like, how long have you been doing this for? Right? Sometimes I'll just ask barbers, they'll be like, oh man, I'm doing all this. I just got to wait my time. How long have you been doing this for? 5 years. How long have you been going, how much are you making right now? 4K. So it took you five years to make 4K. So another 5 years, we'll be at 8K. And how much do you have in the bank account? $500. So another 5 years, we'll be finally at $1,000 in the bank account at the pace we're going at. At some point in time, you got to realize the shit's not working in your favor whatsoever, and something's got to change, right? The way you're running your business is flawed, right? The way you're marketing your business is flawed. It will not work, right? Passing out business cards, how many business cards are you going to pass out till you get a fully booked a clientele at $100? How many people are you going to get referrals for? Like, the thing with referrals, cool, you can get referrals. That's fine, right? The thing with referrals is the barber becomes a little bitch when it comes to raising their prices, because at the end of the day, if you're depending on referrals to get clients or get new clients in, you will not want to raise prices, because when you raise prices, your current client flow will dip down. If your current client flow dips down, that's the only way you get new clients, from your current client flow referring people out. Now you just cut into your new client flow, which would then take you even longer to fill up your current business, which then restricts you on how frequently and how fast you can scale the business up. It's very flawed. Yes, referrals are great, but you should not bet your whole business on that, because you're fucked at the end of the day. If you want to go off of, again, to like networking, how are you going to network to get to, please go ahead and network. Until somebody can beat our stats out of getting a guy from making 6K a month to 29K a month in 8 months. If you can do that from networking, please let me know. Please let me know. If you do that from passing out business cards, please let me know. If you could do that from taking walk-ins, please let me know. If you could do that, and this is, again, sustainable with this model, not fucking cutting 1 million heads per month, not just doing this 1 month, but doing sustainably month after month, okay? Please let me know. Because it just will not, it is a flawed way of thinking. Now, generating new, what is your problem is generating new higher paying clients and the lack of ability to do this. I think we went over this very extensively right here. Again, the reason why you are charging $30, the reason why you're charging $50, the reason why you're charging $40 right now is because you know you can get clients at that price point. Let's say if you're charging $50, the reason why you're not charging $20 right now anymore is because you know you can get clients at $50 to pay you that price point. Correct? Otherwise, that's why you charge that price, because you know you can get it. Why aren't you charging $200 right now? because you lack the ability to get those clients at $200. Because if you could get clients and knew you could generate clients at $200 price point, there would be nothing holding you back. This is the biggest problem. And until you are just like completely let go of your ego and pride, which all barbers have, let go of your ego and pride, let that shit go and understand I need to fix this in my business because I'm a poor business owner right now. You will stay at the level you're at. You will not increase your income. You will be stuck here forever in the barber abyss. This is not a good place to be in. Okay. Now, thinking that all you have to do is wait more time to play out. Holy fuck. I hear this all the time from younger barbers, older barbers. It's like, okay, cool. We can go this again. Let's take an older barber example, for example, right? Older barber, you're charging $40, been cutting for 7 years. All right. So how long you been charging? How long you been cutting hair for? 7 years. So it took you 7 years to get to $40. Okay, cool. So at that pace, it'll take us 14 years into our career to charge $80. And how much you making per month? Let's say $40, say $6K. Awesome. So 14 years in, we'll be able to make $12K a month, right? Cool. And then how much do you have in your bank account? $1,000. Awesome. So in 14 years of hard work, we will finally have $2,000 to our name. What sense does this make logically? Makes zero sense. There is something completely flawed with how you're running your business. And just thinking that all you have to do is let time to play it out, all you're doing is wasting time. Right? All you're doing is wasting time on a flawed thing that has never worked for your business, and you're just like hoping and praying at that time. You're fucked. Now let's take it from a younger barber standpoint, right? Let's say you're brand new in the game, you're young, you're like, oh, well, I have all the time in the world, right? You really don't. Because again, as a barber, once you get a foundational business, 10 years can go by very quickly. And I realize that. 2 years, 3 years went by very, very quickly. Of the redundant cut hair, wake up, cut hair, go to sleep, wake up, cut hair, go to sleep. And again, too, you can just go into this redundant cycle of like not paying attention to your business and really fuck things up. If you think you want to wait it out and play out time, look at the OGs around you. Look at the guys who've been cutting hair for 10, 15, 20 plus years. Are they making $20K a month? No. Do they have 100, 300, 500K in the bank account? No. If time and waiting and having to play it out was a thing, we would see and this was a fact, every single barber who cuts more than 10 plus years in the industry should have way more than $500,000 into their name. Let's take this. So I'm gonna break out like a calculator real quick, right? Let's say a barber who's been cutting for 10 years, on average, every single month has been making $6K a month. So $6,000 times 12 is $72,000 a year. Multiply that over 10 years. That's $720,000 that they have made in their career. Now you ask a barber who's been cutting for 10 years, making around 6K a month every single month, how much they've made. Because I've talked to a plethora of them, and a plethora of them have less than 2K in the bank, have less than 1K in the bank. And yet they've made this much. My question is how? What happened? Maybe you're one of those barbers. Hell, you can even do this right now. I remember talking to a barber who was even young. He was doing all right. He was making 10K a month. 10K for the last, let's say 3 years, right? So 10K times 12, 120,000 times 3. And I was like, awesome. How much money do you have in the bank currently right now? And he told me $700. I'm like, really interesting, because over the last 3 years in your career, you've made $360,000, and you only have less than $1,000 to show for it. Where'd all that money go? And he was like, holy fuck, I'm fucking up. I'm like, yes, you are. Waiting it out and continuing doing what you're doing is not going to fix this at all. In fact, waiting it out is probably the worst thing to do, because again, inflation is always fucking us. Right now in the middle of 2023, we're in March 2023, March 3rd, the day I'm recording this, inflation is continuing to go up. Groceries are going up. Cost of living is going up. For you just to wait things out and let it play out, you are allowing yourself to get fucked by everything. You're allowing yourself to get passed by those who are pushing the business forward actively. Things don't come to those who wait. Great things come and success come to those who push and actually do something to get to success in their business. Just waiting it out and staying cool and staying calm, cool, collected, and doing the same thing over and over again will not get you the result. Because if it did, Every single barber, because every single barber does this, every single barber who has done that, which is literally every single barber you know, would be financially free and be a millionaire, but they're not. There's a clear gap in this industry. There's a clear hellhole and an abyss that all barbers sink down to. And the reason why they still have to cut hair is because they financially cannot get themselves out of it. And if you are a young barber, I cannot stress it enough. You cannot allow yourself to succumb to that future. You could not allow yourself to be that way. You have to avoid that right now. And right now is the most important time. You have to view this as your time to invest in your time and in yourself and in your business. That way you avoid that in the long run. Either you take the short-term gratification of letting it play out, not being on the forefront of your business, not pushing things forward, and in the long run, you suffer the consequences of every OG barber of having to wake up and cut hair just to live a life that you hate living because you have to make the bills because you didn't take care of shit in the front end. Or you invest your time, your energy, your money into your business right now. Do the work right now that's required to build a business up. That way in the long run, 3 to 5 years from now, you're actually out of the industry, have your 500K, 200K, 300K saved up in the bank, and you can move on to your next business. Your choice though. I'm trying to show you how to do that and avoid the prior or the first, right? So like overall, it comes down to your choice overall. I can't tell you what to choose. I can just show you like what I've seen in the industry, what has worked for us and our barbers, and what doesn't work for the majority of the industry. Now, the mindset of being a martyr figure, this is a huge one. A lot of barbers think if I just suck this up for long enough, if I help my clients out long enough, if I just suck it up and work hard enough, I will be rewarded. I'm here to tell you right now, that's not how life works. Life will fuck you. Life will take advantage of these people. There is nobody coming to save you. You are a martyr figure to your own business. And every single barber wants to take care of their community, wants to be a community like activist, wants to help people, wants to be for the people, helping people. But guess what? Nobody's here to come and save that person. Nobody's coming here to save you. It is all on you to improve your life and save yourself and put yourself into a better position. Nobody's going to reward you for being some self-righteous fuck. I hate to tell you, there is nobody rewarding you for that at all. In the game of business, you have to go ahead and get what's yours. Nobody's going to go ahead and reward you for being a good person. Nobody's going to reward you for sucking it up and being like, wow, you know what? I see what you're doing. You're such a good person. Here's this. That's not how the real world works at all, right? So being the martyr figure, not going to serve you. If you continue that, it hasn't served you this far. If you've been in this mindset, look at your bank account. If you've been in this mindset, look at your business. If you've been in this position, look at where your financial status is at. You're not where you want to be at. So why would you continue this? It's not served you so far. Now, what is your problem? Lack of education and seeking education. Your pride and ego thinking that you know it all. This is a big, huge problem for you right now. Because again, you lack the education of generating new clients. You lack the education of how to run your business. You lack seeking the education. You've obviously opted in to like see more into this, but I've talked to a lot of you. A lot of you are like, I'm just checking this out. I think I'm doing all right. I'm like, all right. I'm willing to bet if we pull up your bank account right now, you probably have $500 in your bank account. You probably have less than 5K in the bank. You probably have less than 10K. I'm willing to bet 100% of you have less than 50K in the bank account, right? And it's your pride and ego thinking you know it all, thinking, oh, it'll just be fine. You got to let it go. You got to be like, your head's on fire. I was so, I wouldn't say insecure, but I was so frightened over the fact that I wasn't where I wanted to be at financially, that I was seeking every person I could to get education and get help with running my business because I could not stay where I was at. I could not understand people who were just like, you know what? I'll just figure it out. How has that worked for you in the last like 3 years? Obviously, you have zero track record of that, right? How? You have this. Your problem is that you lack the education and seeking the education. This is why you're here. Implement it. You have such an awesome free gift in this. Implement it and use it. The last thing is fear of taking the next step in business. This is a huge problem for barbers. Oh, but I'm just afraid what's going to happen. Like, what are my clients going to think of me? They're going to think of you of like somebody who's finally taking a stance in their business and doing what's best in their best interest instead of being a little bitch and getting walked all over, taken advantage of. They're not going to think of you as some, and if anybody does think of you as some, the only people who think of you as like, oh man, this guy all he cares about is money, is the cheap people or the individuals that are like, you don't even want to fuck with in business regardless. I look at my comments and I talk about money and shit all day long on my content or on my Instagram. All of the people that are like, oh, this guy cares about his money is all the people I would never work with as a barber. They're all the fuck-minded people who make up excuses why they can't make money. Why the government is like, why it's the government's fault why they're not making money. Why it's Jeff Bezos' fault why they're not making money. Why it's Donald Trump's fault why their business is suffering. Why the government should have given them $50,000 of COVID relief instead of the fact that when business was actually good prior to COVID, you probably should have taken care of your goddamn shit. You probably should have pushed your business forward and saved some money and prepared for that because those situations will happen and will continue to happen. If you're fearful of taking the next step in business, you are setting yourself up for the next pandemic or the next thing to happen, whether it be the economy shifting or whatever, to be on the losing end of that. End of the day, either you are going to head and take the short-term sacrifice of, okay, cool, I'm going to suck up this fear and push the business forward. That way, in the long term, I can live comfortably. Or you're going to take the short-term comfort of not really doing anything out of your comfort zone and taking the long-term, failure and long-term consequences that come with that. Again, if you stay comfortable in your business right now, shit, let's say the economy just shifts overall and just completely fucks everybody. You probably don't have that much savings to live off of. You definitely don't have money to invest in businesses that are going under to get ahead in life. Because again, too, every time there's an economy shift or let's say inflation happens too much, economy shifts, like there's like a world, I don't know, I want to say pandemic. Businesses things go out of business, things become cheaper because people don't have that much money. Guess who wins in those situations? People who have taken advantage of when times are good, saved money, stacked money, and now use that money to buy businesses when they're at their cheapest. That way, when the economy catches back up and is back up to strength, it's like the stock market. That business rises, their income skyrockets again because they bought low, the business rises back up again. That's the name of the game. That's what you have to get. That's what you have to get in the game for. That's what I'm in the game for. And if your fear of taking the next step is holding you back from actually getting the freedom that you want, you are going to stay here and you're going to stay at this level. And honestly, you just have to look at your family. What has your family always done? Your parents, your cousins, your aunts, your uncles. What's the quality of life they always had? And that's what you're going to succumb to. And I remember looking at my family, I said, I hated every single one of their situations. I would hate myself if I did that to myself. Do not be like your family. Be that individual that claws out of that generational broke-mindedness. This is the beginning for you. You have to take that next step in your business. And this program right here is going to be that first step for you. So with that, I'll see you in the next module. All right, boys and girls, on today's episode of Why We Are Not Making Money. No, this is going to be the section in here that's going to be going over more financial stuff. Really, what I want to cover in this is really going to more dive into. We're going to dive into more of not theory stuff, but again, too, understanding the why so you can see the pathway. Then we're going to understand what actions we need to take in order to get the results that we want to get. So again, these first few modules going to explain a little bit of why you might not be making the money you want to make. Why, honestly, a lot of you have very poor ideas of money. Doubling down on that again. And then we'll get into some tracking sheets later on, exactly what you can implement. I'm actually going to give you plug and play sheets that you can utilize, show you how to use them. And I would highly recommend not only doing these sheets every day, like I said, but even going through these modules multiple times, because just because you watch this one time doesn't mean you're going to be changed man and a changed business. It's not like you see this video one time and oh my God, it changed my life. You gotta work on these things. I've been working on my mental approach to business and finances and money for years. And I'm still working on it too, right? Because in order to get to the level I want to get to in terms of $1 billion, right? I can't even fathom that right now. And I know that's true. Right. And I'm constantly having to work on myself with why, something like this. Why it's my mission to make more money. It is truly your mission. And a lot of you, I know there's a lot of barbers out there in the industry, and maybe some of you are like this. We're like, oh no, that's, what a terrible thing to say. And what a greedful, shut the fuck up. First of all, right. I'm willing to bet overall, we can take a look at your bank account and it'll be clear as day as why you're insecure about money. Right. And we can look at what you make, and we can look at your living situation. We can look at your apartment, the car that you drive. Those things don't matter. In America, they do. They're your results, right? I could fucking look at, I mean, just like again too, how you wash yourself and take care of yourself, right? I mean, my nails don't look the best right now. I get a manicure and pedicure all the time. I make sure I'm well groomed. I know right now, I mean, I was sick the last week with the stomach virus, so I couldn't get my beard lined up. But I like making sure, like, these are my results, and I want to make sure I look up and tight and right, because I want to show up and be a net positive to the world. Most barbers, most people in general, do not take care of themselves, do not take care of their mental approaches, do not take care of their bodies. Fuck, even just, let alone take care of their goddamn business. All right. A little bit of a rant to start this one off, per usual, but this is what we're going to get into. Really, why it's your mission to make more money. So, without further ado, you really want to start off with thinking like, think of everything that you want out of life. Think about, you might want peace. Some people want more peace in their life. They want to be comfortable. Some people want freedom. Some people want status. There's nothing wrong with either one of these. Any of these are good to have, in my opinion, right? Any of these are, and I think at some core root value, everybody's going after this. You can't really say happiness, because happiness is just like, what is happiness? It's like a very fleeting feeling. But freedom is like, there's something you can be solidified. Status is something solidified. Peace is something that you can solidify. Comfort is something peace and comfort, you can probably throw in the same one, honestly. Like, I might have fucked that one up, but I digress. So, ultimately, you can be like, oh man, I want all these things, and I gotta meditate, or I gotta do this, or I gotta do that. Well, hate to tell you, you can't fucking sit there and meditate for 24 hours a day. Because you might be able to do that for, let's say, a couple days, but rent's going to be due at the first of the month. There's bills to be paid. There's power that you're in, like they're utilizing. There's running water you're utilizing. Somebody has to get paid for you to live, right? Unless you're just going to be a homeless person on the side of the road, dirty as fuck, you have to be able to, all these things right here, they're tied to money, man. End of the day, right? And you can't have peace being stressed over bills and rent that you're behind on for months on end. You just can't have that. It's impossible, right? If you're really chasing peace, you kind of need to have money to be able to pay off your bills and be also in a good financial situation to where that's not even a worry of yours. It's not even a thought. It's like, I don't know. It's like, again, you dropped a penny type of thing. Oh, I dropped a penny. I'm not going to worry about it. Like, that's the type of peace you need to have about your bills and rent. You can't have comfort if you're living below your means, meaning like, you're penny pinching every single month trying to budget in a rundown apartment with less than $1,000 in your bank account, stressing over how you are going to send your kids to college or support your family or your future family or kids. Like, I was in this situation myself. You can't fucking operate like this. You can't be comfortable. Like, you can't even say that you're even happy, even living this life. You're just lying to yourself. I used to lie to myself all the time until I woke the fuck up. I'm like, all right, it's like AA meetings, right? Hey, I'm Daniel. I'm an alcoholic. Hey, I'm Daniel, and I'm not comfortable with the money I make. You kind of have to go through that with yourself, honestly, until you can find out the truth. Like, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm really not happy with the money to make. I need to be making more money. I need to make a mission to make money. You can't have freedom if you are the only way you are able to live is bad grammar, apologies, right? You really can't have freedom if the only way you're able to live is by working 12 plus hours day after day after day just to pay bills and rent and have money to feed yourself. Because at that point in time, you really don't have any freedom. You are legit a slave to the workforce just to be living and breathing and operating on a day-to-day basis. You were just working to live. That's it. You're just working to survive another day. What's freedom about that? Oh, but but I'm free mentally. Shut the fuck up. You can't, if you can take off a whole year of working and not be phased at all, and you still can live a fucking life of a millionaire that you always want to dream, yes. Okay, cool, you got freedom. I'm not saying like you go backpacking and no, I'm saying like you live exactly how you want to live with all the things you want to buy, all the luxuries you want to have in your life. You're not you don't even have to say no to anything. Oh, but I want to be a yogi and just I can say all these material things. We live in the United States. We live in a world where this doesn't make sense, right? If you want to do that, be homeless. Don't run a business. I don't even know why the fuck you'd be in a program like this then, right? And I don't think anybody would, but I'm just making fun of those weirdos, right? Because they're weird people, man. And there are barbers out there like that. You probably know barbers like that, and you're probably this guy's motherfucking right, because I've seen it myself, right? Now. You can't have a status in life without accomplishing something of substantial worth. Meaning, you kind of have to have money to have status, right? Think of anybody who has status. They like, especially in today's day and age, they have some type of money tied to that, or they're going to have some money tied to that as well too, right? Like nothing's worse than being famous on social media and broke. And that's what most of the barbers are doing. They're famous on social media and broke as fuck. It's the saddest fucking thing. Right? You look at any other social media stars, especially early on, they were always just like making videos for no reason. And like, yeah, they started off hot, but like, you know, because they realized, well, I'm not really getting paid, they fizzled out. It wasn't because, oh, I just found a better life. No, you weren't making money and you weren't progressing in your life and you had to go find something else to be more responsible so you could actually feed your goddamn self instead of dancing on TikTok. Right? Easy as that. I mean, we shouldn't say dance on TikTok because a lot of those people were smart and actually pivoted to YouTube or actually made some money off that, right? Let's just say people who like, I don't know, they were early days and whatever, and like they just didn't know how to make, make a good transition. Now, what do all these things have in common? They all require you to make more money and improve your financial situation. No duh. Right? However, most barbers rarely ever give any time or thought toward the amount of money they want to make, how much they would need to make, or have any type of financial planning in general. Honestly, just ask yourself, when was the last time you even thought about how much money you want to make in a month? How much money have you thought about that you need to make and desire to make? Not just like, oh, if I just make 4K, I'll be good on bills. Now, how much do you actually want to make? No, I'm not talking about just to live and pay bills. I'm actually talking about how much do you want to make? 15K, 20K, 25K? And how much have you actually thought about this as a reality? Like, oh man, that would be cool. No, what about, man, I can get this done? Probably you've never had that conversation. And my thing is like, how do you expect to get what you never wanted, right? Now, what do all these things have in common? Did I already read that? Yes, I already read that. They all require you to improve your sexual finance. However, most barbers really give. Okay, I already said that too. Sorry, lost my space. That's why it's important for me to like pay attention, not go on rants. Now, ask yourself and think: when was the last time you sat down to think about how much money you wanted to make per month? Again, I'm just going to reiterate the same question. The third time now. When was the last time you really just sat down and thought, not have to make because I have to make bills, not it would be cool and it would get me by better, but want to make? Like truly desire to make. Like I want to make this. This is what I want because it is going to give me the lifestyle I want. Not it's going to make me survive in my current lifestyle. What is the money that I want to make that will make me thrive in the lifestyle that I truly desire? That is the question. And I am willing to bet you've never asked yourself that question and you've never been honest. And you have to be honest because as most of you will never, most likely never have thought about this ever before, right? You never answer this question in your life. And too many barbers never think about money. Yet they are I'm a businessman. I'm an entrepreneur. Really? What entrepreneur doesn't think about money? What entrepreneur thinks money is bad? What entrepreneur thinks that making money is bad or making money is not their mission? Probably just barbers, to be quite honest with you, or just broke people that call themselves entrepreneurs. Now, this is where most barbers struggle to make money or make any financial progress in their business and in their business life. And their life in general, right? Now think of why should you make more money? Why should you make more money? Why do you deserve to make more money? Why should you make more money? And who do you need to make more money for? Not just yourself, but who besides you do you need to make more money for? Because too many barbers act as these martyr figures, bullshit, right? And say shit like, oh, I'm fine. I don't need money. I'm better than money. Really? Because I remember talking to you on the phone, you were stressed the fuck out about bills. You were stressed the fuck out about $100 electricity bill that you didn't even know if you could make. You don't seem like you're too good for money. Seems like a bunch of bullshit that you're trying to put up a front for. Let's not put up fronts now. Let's call a spade. All right? Now, and the thing about this, what about people you want to take care of? Not just even yourself. Like, again, too. Oh, I'm fine. I don't need money. Well, what about the people you want to take care of? What about your loved ones? What about those who are actually depending on you to make more money? Right? This could be your parents. It might not be right now, but one day their health will wither away and they will need to be looked after. And will you be able to look after them, or will you just shove them into a fucking nursing home because you'll have to work all damn day and can't take the time off? Will you step up to the plate because you took care of your shit early on as a businessman that you say that you are, or did you bullshit, smoke weed all day, kind of kick the shit, be cool, be chill as a barber, and then have to end up in this shitty ass situation and be like, oh, why is nobody helping me? Because you didn't fucking help yourself. Now, what about your siblings who never grew up with anything? You might have not ever grown up with anything in life. What about your siblings? What if your younger siblings? What if you're the oldest one? What about your older siblings? What about you? What about if you were the only one in your family's history everybody in your family's history is depending on you to change the direction in the pathway of your family and the financial status of your family? What if it all depends on you and you're dropping the ball right now because you want to smoke weed or because you want to wear a tinfoil hat and say, nah, the man's out to get us. So that's how they control you with money. Motherfucker, we live in the United States of America, right? It's capitalistic society. You have to make money. At some point in time, you are going to learn how to play the game. It is like you are playing basketball, but you want to play by the rules of soccer. Oh, no, you can't touch the ball with your hands. You got to touch it with your feet. Motherfucker, you get a foul if you touch basketball with your feet. What? You're not even playing the game right. Of course you're losing, right? Now, what about your future kids or your kids right now? Would you want them to have the same or less that you had growing up? Or would you want them to have more than you ever had growing up? Do you want to provide more for them, a better life for them? Or do you just want to be like, you have the same life as me, man. You have something worse. Come on now, man. Because guess what? This is going to happen one day. Your parents' situation, going to happen one day. Hate to tell you. If you don't wear a condom, which again, too, most people don't wear condoms, you're probably going to have a kid one day, right? Especially if you're in a relationship. So you might as well start planning for this thing and get your shit into gear. Now think about more than just yourself. Hang on, this is like terrible. Like I probably should have proofread. More isn't a selfish thing unless you are a selfish person, right? Wanting more money is not a selfish thing unless you're a selfish person. Now think, why have you held yourself back from making the money you need to make in order to take care of these people? What bullshit stories have you made up in your head that get you to let go of what would you tell yourself to make you not? God damn, man! I wish I would have proofread this. What bullshit stories have you made up in your head that you have to let go of? That you would tell yourself that made you not hungry to improve your business and make more money, and instead have you making up excuses? What are the bullshit stories you tell yourself? Oh man, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't make money. Or oh man, you know what? Nah, I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. Inflation, motherfucker. There's always going to be. You have to go to the next level. Why have you been so selfish in not making more money? Why did you make up a lie that making more money is selfish when it's more selfish to stay in the same place and not improve your financial status, and instead you chose to be a lazy fuck or have some type of ego and pride thinking that you were doing what you were doing would work when it clearly hasn't for the last 5 weeks, 5 months, 5 years, 5 decades of acting and thinking like this, you little child. Let's grow the fuck up. It's big boy time. All right? Now, understand this. In order to truly live the life you want, to be able to make and take care of the ones you love and give them the life they deserve, you need to make it your mission to make more money. Let's agree on this. If we don't agree on anything, after everything that we just said, I'm pretty sure we can all agree on this. It is now your mission, and hopefully you can see this clearly, it is your mission that you have to make more money. It is up to you to make more money. Nobody else is going to save the family. No outside force is going to save you. It is dependent on you. You are the franchise right now. All right? Literally, like, if the world or your family is the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones just handed Dak Prescott, the $100 million contract, right? This is all on you, big boy. Let's see what you got for us. It's all on your hands. Take us to Super Bowl, right? I'm not a Cowboys fan, but everybody knows the Cowboys, right? Now, you have to think of this like, cool, this is now my mission. This is now my responsibility. And when you start taking it as such, you start dropping your nuts a little bit and taking shit more seriously instead of acting like a little child. Because honestly, little kids don't care about money. Little kids care about having fun. Little kids care about just chilling. Grown men, they care about taking care of their loved ones, giving and providing more. How do you give and provide more? Money, financially, protection that way. Not by just, oh man, I want to stay comfortable. No, bullshit. Time to grow up, all right? I don't care if you're 18. I don't care if you're 84. Time to grow the fuck up, especially as a barber. We have too many grown kids in the barber industry who honestly, they just want to go ahead and act like kids. Act like they don't know how the real world works in terms of making more money. Now, does this mean you'll become a bad person because you want to make more money and because now it's your mission to make more money? No. There's bad people who are poor. There's bad people who are middle class. And there's bad people who are rich. Bad people are bad people, okay? Not money makes people bad at all. Now, there are a few things holding you back from your mission that we're going to fix in the following modules. Hopefully, now that it's clear to you, you have to make making money your mission. And hopefully you embody that. Now, first, you have no idea how much money you want to make at all. And we have to figure that out, right? How do you expect to get what you never wanted? How do you expect to make more money if you never thought about how much money do I want to make? Not need to make, want to make. Oh man, if I'm making 4K, I want to make, I don't know, I would want to make 6K. Bullshit. Nothing less than like triple. If you're a small minded motherfucker, nothing less than like 3xing what your current income is. Okay? So if you're making 4K, nothing less than 12K. Does that make sense? You must have a clear idea on a goal outcome of what you want to make. Get clear on this. Second, stop bleeding the money you are already making. Most of you have made more than $100,000 as a barber so far since you first picked up the pair of clippers. Okay? If not, definitely over 50K. If not, you've made some type of money. All right? And it's been a lump sum much more than what you think it was. It could be 10K, could be 50K, could be 75K. But whatever the number is, look at your bank account and see what's left in there. Oh, wow. I made 100K over my career. And what's left? Oh, $500. I only have $1,000 in my bank account. And you are damn well all right with that. But guess what? My question is, where the fuck did that $100,000 go? Your broke mindset and broke habits allowed all of your hard work to go to waste. Congratulations. You did it. You fucked up, right? And maybe, look, it's time to get out your head. Maybe it's time you need to move back with parents. That's fine. I'm all for that. Whatever's going to get you into gear and take one step back to take 5 steps forward, I'm for that right now. Maybe you need to trade in that new car that you were kind of a dumbass that you wanted to flex around when you damn well knew you couldn't afford. Maybe you need to stop being a fucking dumbass and smoking weed all day with less than 50K in the bank account as a business owner over the age of 21. Smoking weed all day long and chilling is for kids in high school who want to ditch high school. If you're anybody old than that and just still chilling, you're a fucking loser at the end of the day. Especially if you have a business not doing a goddamn thing. You're just a fucking loser and a dweeb. All right? Finally, you must start increasing the money that you keep. And we're going to go over this in later modules. So, we got a little bit more. Now, you need to stop making money the enemy or the bad guy. Because honestly, that shit hasn't helped you. And it hasn't helped you improve your financial life or situation at all. Again, like if you want to say, oh, but I don't want to overcharge you're not overcharging your clients. Your clients will go to the person who they want to spend their money with. You are not doing anything. You're not stealing from them. You are running a business and people who want to be a part of that business will be a part of it. All right. Money and making money is not an evil thing. Your idea is honestly holding you back and honestly making you look like a dumbass and making you look more like an evil person more than anything else because you're holding your family back right now. Ultimately, I'm trying to tell you, stop being a little tinfoil hat geek and get with how the real world works and operates in business because guess what? You are in business and most barbers have no fucking clue what they're doing in business. All right. So that's what we're going to do with at least this section right now. Next section, we're going to identifying how much you want to make as a barber and get really clear on this. So I'll see you on the next section. Boys and girls, we are now going to get into identify what you want to make as a barber. Now, it's going to be a great module. I want you to revisit multiple times as well as like multiple other videos that we have in here in the modules. And by the end of this, you will understand why I want you to revisit this, and it will take you time to build out. All right. Now, I want you to watch this in one sitting, but like the exercises and things we're going to be going through, I want you to take your time and actually do them to the T because the benefits of identifying what you actually want to make as a barber are going to be crucial to actually what you're able to do in your career. You want to think about it. This is like laying the foundation for your kingdom. What would you want to lay it on? Concrete or a sinkhole full of sand or whatever, like if you just want to think of foundational wise, you probably wanted the rock solid hard concrete. So you want to take this as serious as possible, because right now, if you're not where you want to be at, haven't seen the growth, don't have a good relationship with money, think money was bad, have no clue how to run a business, and don't have a clue on how business actually works, your foundation mentally for yourself has been built on sand. So that's what we're trying to fix right now overall, before we get into more of like the actionable steps. Let's go. So, as simple as this sounds, this is something that most barbers fail to do at all, or if they do it, they make the number that they want to make way too fucking low. Now, for shits and giggles, humor me right now, what we're going to do, take a timeout, write down on a piece of paper, or just think of a number of, like, before we dive into the exercise, how much do you want to make as a barber? Just right now. Just think of it right now. Give me like 5 seconds, maybe 10 seconds right now. Just think. Because before we get into this, we're going to get pretty deep, and you have the number, we'll see later on. But like, just think of a number. How much you want to make as a barber per month? Got it? Awesome. Cool. Let's go for a ride. Now, what most people will do is think really hard about this number, like, oh, what is the number? And then be like, yes, that sounds good. That number on the screen lights me up, right? What happens is they just end up with just that, a number that has no meaning behind it, that they have no value to it, except that's it. All it is. It's just a number. Do you have any relationship with a number? No. You might have a favorite number, but does that 2 to 3, did that excite you? Did that get you going? Did that light your balls on fire? Probably not, right? What it did was like, oh, okay, that was cool. What do you think? Just think about a number is going to do. Okay, that's cool. I'm make 4K, 5K. Exactly. All right. So since the number has no meaning, they don't do a damn thing to change their day-to-day goal. The numbers don't do a damn thing to change your day-to-day goal or change day-to-day action habits in order to get the goal. And that leaves you never ending up actually achieving the goal you set out to do, whatever that number was. Because again, there's no emotional meaning behind it. So what do I do, Daniel? I'm glad you asked. You ready? This is what you're going to do. So you really want to start with, how do you want to live day-to-day and overall life? And now, before we dive into this really deep, I don't want you to just think when we're asking these questions, I would just like want this or want that. Like, what do you feel like you deserve? If money wasn't an issue, if like money all aside, there wasn't like, I don't have that money for that. Release all those thoughts. That's broke-mindedness. All right. What would you want? And we'll take you through this exercise. So, I mean, do you, like, real easy, do you want to wake up early and have to rush to work? Like, let's say 5 a.m. Oh, all right, cool. Got to get up, shower real quick and have to stress and rush to work. Or do you want to barely get any sleep day after day because of how many hours you work? Maybe you're just working all damn day and you're like, oh man, I'm like sluggish and tired. Is that the life you want to live? Or maybe you want to wake up well rested without an alarm every day and have 3 hours to yourself prior to having to do any work whatsoever, right? Which one do you feel like you would want and deserve? Not like, this one makes me busy, this one makes you so. No, which, like, money aside, like, if you could make the same amount of money from each and every single one of these, which one would you want? Which one? Right? I think it's pretty simple. Now, real quick, what type of house or apartment would you want to, how would you want to drive? What type of house or apartment would you want to live in, or car to drive? Again, don't think to yourself, I don't need the Bugatti. I don't need the BMW. I don't need the Mercedes. I don't need that, like, McLaren, right? I don't need it. Money's not a thing to me. No. I'm not telling you to think like this, all right? I'm going to bash you over the head a couple times so I really drive this point home. If you want the damn car, right? If you want to go fast, you really want a Toyota Corolla or McLaren. You probably want to go into a McLaren, right? You're like, I kind of want to go in that thing. Not like, no, that materialistic, fuck all that shit. All right? Allow yourself to want those things. Don't fight it. Because the reason why most barbers don't allow themselves to want to make more money, because they don't allow themselves, they think it's bad, or like, oh man, it's like this vice, or it's like, it's not. This is actually a very useful and necessary emotion in goal setting, right? Like, if you want to make 20K a month or whatever, and like tying to that is like, you have a real big desire to one day drive a Bugatti, right? Be a top G, like, but you never allow, you're like, oh man, the Andrew Tate guy, I don't know if I like him. I'm not going to go ahead and like, no, I don't want I like a Toyota Corolla, or a Prius is good too. It's like, come on now. Like, you're restricting yourself. It's like It's like the fucking virgin. It's like a 20, 40-year-old virgin restricting himself from sex. Oh no, sex is bad. Oh, it's like, dude, come on now. Like, let's grow up, right? If you want it, fucking like, you can have it. Like, let's take out all this other bullshit. Nobody's gonna judge you. In fact, I would probably judge you more if you try to be some self-righteous prick. And I'll call you out on your bullshit more than be like, yeah, exactly, you want that, right? It's not bad to want something. All right, let's get that clear. Now that we have that cleared out, I want to bash you over the head a couple times just so that you get your thinking clear that you're not out of this dumbass state. What about the quality clothes you want to wear? What about your style? You know, are you just buying clothes off of like ASOS for like $10? Or are you going to like Rodeo Drive out here in LA? Where are you getting your clothes from, right? What about your style? Is it high end? Is it classy? How much are you like overall like how much are your clothes? And are you even worried about how much they are? Like, are you looking at the price tags when you look at these things? Or do you just look at them like, I really want this? And the price tag doesn't even worry. Like, you don't even give it a second thought. Even when they bring up the total, it's like, they just say the total and you just hand them the card. You're not like, oh, fuck, hold on. Do I have that? Oh, actually, can you remove that? Right? How do you want to, like, live? And what about your home care products? Are they high-end, top-of-the-line stuff? Or, you know, just got stuff that you got from Walmart. Like, what would you rather have? Right? And how do you smell on a daily basis? Like your fragrance, right? Do you want to smell cheap or do you want to smell like, oh, that's a $500 piece of cologne? That's a well-made piece of cologne. What about your shoes, right? Are they worn down, kind of like old, you know, kind of like some beaters? Or are they like, you know, like some couple $500 pair of shoes? It's nice, real nice. It's not like your day-to-days, right? And, you know, your nicest shoes are up in the thousands. Like, what are you kind of wearing? What city would you want to live in, regardless of price or anything? Again, this is regardless of price. I want you to think, what do I deserve? What am I worth? And again, this is very key. If you're still answering this stuff like, oh, no, Walmart. So you're worth Walmart quality. That's what you're telling me. You're not worth top-end quality, high-end products. We have some bigger issues going on here with yourself if you think that. Okay? Let's make that clear. Like, where you grade yourself on this scale, like, again, if you're like, I don't need a Bugatti, maybe like a, you know, maybe like a, I think I would just be good with like a, I don't know, man, maybe like an Audi, like a, you know, just a regular Audi or maybe just like a nice, like a Honda or something. It's like, okay, let's think about this on the scale. If I'm a man and I want to find a partner, right, in my life, a woman, and I can go ahead and have the potential of bagging a 10 all the way around, not just looks, all the way around. But I'm like, you know what? I think I'll just go for a 6. I think that's good. I'm basically saying my worth is tied. I mean, everybody's worth is tied to their spouse. That's a number one thing. It's a clear indication of how a man or how a woman views themselves is how they view is the quality of their spouse. Okay. So if I'm saying I don't want the Bugatti, right? I'm basically saying to myself, I'm not worthy of that. I'm not worth that. I'm only worth maybe like Toyota Corolla. And you're like, well, that's better than like the beat down car. At least have something. This is like an exercise where like legit, you're just saying what you think you're worth. All right? You are legit saying you're not worth top end. You're worth midline, average. That's what you're saying. Are you legit going to like settle like for the fact that you believe that you're worth average? Come on now, right? What about your shoes? Are they average? Are they top of the line stuff? What about the city you live in, right? Regardless of price or anything, what city would you live in? Now, but I don't like the traffic in LA, or I don't like no. Where do you want to live? What about would you want a personal chef cooking your meals for you so you can focus on work and more important things? Or would you want to do all the cooking and cleaning and buying the groceries yourself? What about a housekeeper to clean your space? Or do you just want to like, you know, do what every average person does is clean all their space up? You know, what do you feel like you're worth? What do you feel like you deserve? Where do you eat at if money wasn't an issue? Like do you still eat at like, you know, the all you can eat buffets because it's like, you know, you can get a lot of food for cheap? Or do you go to like the expensive restaurants where the food is tiny and stuff like that, but you don't really look at the price tag because you want to be able to experience that high quality food? Where do you eat at? What accessories would you wear on a daily basis? Would you want to be fit like a king? Or would you want to be like a peasant? Which one? What are the people you're around? Do you want them to be regular 9-to-5ers? What about millionaires? What about billionaires? Because guess what? Regular 9-to-5ers do not hang out with millionaires. Millionaires do not hang out with regular 9-to-5ers because these people do not get along. Equally, billionaires do not really not hang around millionaires because, again, too, like they're going to get too annoying. Billionaires definitely don't hang around 9-to-5ers. It's the same thing of like if you're an experienced barber, fuck, you don't want to hang around a brand new barber. They're going to be fucking annoying. You want to hang around barbers who are same experience as you. The same thing in these dynamics. What type of people do you want to be around? Because I'm willing to bet you're around these motherfuckers right now. How do you want people to treat you and view you? Are they awe-inspired by the business you built? Do they want to learn from you? Are you someone of high influence? Again, too, what do you feel like you deserve to be? Not what do you, what do you deserve in life? Okay? What are you stressed about? Are you stressed over the electricity bill by being behind again? Or are you stressed over the fact that your watch dealer won't bring down that new AP price to your counter offer of $150,000? What stresses are you going to choose? And yes, hear me out. You can choose what you are stressed over in life. You can select, just like the life of like how you want to live, what your stressors will be as well too, right? And because so far you have made the unconscious choice to stress over money. Let me say that again. You can choose what you stress over in life. People stress over bills, while other people are stressed over the fact that their watch dealer is not bringing down the price to $150,000 and stress the same fact over this person's stress. You can choose which one you want to be stressed over. You up to this point, you've made the unconscious choice to stress over the first one, to stress over money. It's time to change that. What about your self-care? Again, to your skincare, top of the line. Are you getting a manicure and pedicure? And yes, I get a manicure and pedicure myself. I want to make sure I'm top of the line, well taken care of. What about a fresh haircut weekly? What about or do you have to wait out a month, right? Or are you sloppy, sluggish, and messy? Are your clothes always like not that good? Are they not new? Are they kind of like a couple years old? Are they kind of like dingy, right? How do you want to show up in the world? What about your living space? Is it clean with up-to-date gadgets, or is it full of old stuff you bought at garage sales for $5 because it was affordable and at least it works? These are all choices that we get to make from the life that we want to live. Most importantly, what do you deserve to have, and how do you deserve to live on a day-to-day basis? Again, too, what do you deserve to have as a living and breathing human? Because everybody else that has these things is no different than you, a living and breathing human. So if you say, oh no, I'm not worth that much, you are now devaluing yourself against the same type of human being that bleeds the same blood, breathes the same air as you. You're saying, I'm lower on the totem pole. You are basically back in the dark ages when there were kings that were above everybody else and peasants. And the peasants thought, well, this is how my life's always going to be. And the kings were always up here. And they're like, well, I'm not going to do anything because I can't do anything because there were no opportunities. Those days are no longer. It is open opportunity. Now we have the choice to do things and get the life that we want to live. But people have forgotten that you have the goddamn choice to begin with. Okay? Now, when you fly and travel, do you still board economy or do you fly first class? And when you board the plane, do you have the same backpack you wore in high school, or is your luggage Louis V and Goyard? Or maybe, do you even fly? Like, do you not even fly commercially and have your own private fucking jet? What do you deserve? Anybody who has a private jet is no different than me, no different than you. What do you deserve? What about the glasses you wear after a long night to get onto the flight? Are they some cheap $5 gas station glasses? Are they some Balenciagas? What about your significant other? Is he or she just some hometown girl or guy, nice little respectable 5 to 6? Or are they a 12 out of 10 that everyone would want and is envious of the fact that you have them? And not just in looks, but the whole package all the way around, okay? Now, where do you shop for your groceries at? Walmart? Whole Foods? Do you not shop because you have your private chef do it for you while you use your time to scale your 7-figure business to 10 figures? Again, what do you deserve? What city and state do you live in? Do you have to worry about how much rent is, or do you just pick the place where money doesn't matter as long as, it doesn't matter if it's like a 10K penthouse or a 25K per month penthouse, as long as the sun rises on the side of the bedroom overlooking the city with that nice little window opening right there, right? It needs that one thing. I don't really care if it's going to be the 10K or if it's the 10K to 25K difference. I'll take it, right? How many houses or homes do you own? Where are they at? Are they in different countries? How much are they worth? How does your family view you? Are you just a barber that enjoys cutting hair? Do they see you as such? Or were you the one who was responsible for changing the trajectory of everyone's life and giving them everything they never imagined possible? Which one do you deserve? Which life do you think you deserve? And here's a great one. How do you want to feel if the world was to go into a recession, a major recession? Would you be worried because of money? What about a lockdown again because of a new pandemic that stopped work from happening? Would you want to be stressed because you're getting behind on bills again because of all this stuff? Or would you want to be stressed because now you might have to cancel your summer trip to St. Tropez when you've been priming your summer body for that flex on the pics on the water that you can share on Instagram? Which stresses do you want to have? You could choose whichever ones. You've just been choosing the wrong ones the whole entire fucking time. Now, I can keep going, but you should think of everything and anything you deserve to have. Everything out there possible, okay? And something that helped me on this was thinking, if it's made and it's real, why would I not be worthy enough? Why would I not think I'm worthy enough to have and experience it myself? If other people, if other humans the same as me have it, why would I not think I'm worthy enough of having this thing? There is something wrong up here with how I see myself in the world. This needs to change, right? I should be able to experience it. And if I can't, I can't experience it if I work to improve my financial status to gain entry to have that. I am the only thing stopping me from living a life and the only one who is holding me in this current one. I am the only one who is and the only thing that is stopping me from living that life and the only one who is holding me in this current one. Marinate on that. Okay? Now, the reason I start with this before, again, I'll just think of a number, is again, too, we start with what our true wants and desires are. No one desires a number on a screen. Nobody, if you said 6K a month, if I wrote 6K, you wouldn't be like, oh, that is what it is. But all these things, you emotionally thought of a feeling. Oh, man, that would be so fucking, oh, I wish I could do that. You didn't have that feeling when you thought of 6K. Not at all, right? Because we desire the life that number allows us to live. We don't desire the number. We only desire what that number allows us to do and live. Okay, so there's something that's tied to that number. Now, if that's true, then we need to start with the life we truly want to live at our highest level and work backward to find the number we want to see on the screen. Then it becomes like a video game to play to get that number on the screen instead of having to grueling let me figure it out, or have a low number and you get it, you're like, oh, my life hasn't changed, I don't feel amazing. That's why a lot of barbers, they'll make money and like, oh, I just don't feel like I've made it all. It's like, yeah, no fucking duh, because it was just a number. You didn't do this thing. You didn't build out your life, right? And then come up with the number you need to have in order to have that life. You just came up with a fucking number. Now, I would advise take a few hours, step away, and take time by yourself to think about this. Write it down in a notepad or a piece of paper. Legit. This is not something I want you to do or have an answer to in the next 5 minutes. But for the sake of the video, I'll continue what the next steps are. So again, that's why I told you to redo this. I want you to go through every single one and answer every single one on your own and add to that list too. Please do. This is not limited to that. I was just going on for an hour or so just writing all these things down. I probably could have gone for more hours writing more stuff down. I'm like, fuck, this video is going to take way too long. This just get you started, okay? Now, after you get all that figured out, now it's time to get an idea of how much money you would need to make. Now, I'll run you through an example really quick of what this is going to look like, right? So, let's just take a few of these things, okay? Let's take this one. This is a good one. So how do you want to feel if the world was to go into recession, right? Well, I wouldn't want to feel fucking worried. I would be like, God damn it. I got my summer body ready. I'm peeled. I was going to take the flex pics. I was going to have the fucking time of my life. And now the government wants to do this bullshit. I don't want to be like, oh my God, how am I going to pay rent? Oh, I'm going to be so fucked out. I thought I was going to finally get ahead. And oh my God, I'm barely going to scrape. I don't want to feel that. All right. Well, what else do I want to find? Or what else do I want to have? Well, how many houses or homes do I want to own? Fuck. Let me just, I don't know. But I definitely want to have at least 3 homes. I want to have, one here in LA, one in Miami. So I have one on East Coast, West Coast. And then I would like a place in Dubai as well too. And that's, to be honest, I want a place in Dubai. I want to live in Dubai. And maybe maybe 2 or 3 more, maybe like one in London, because I love the UK. But I also want to have like these things, like, how much are they worth? I want these places to be upwards of like 10 million a pop. I'm not just trying to have like a little baby house. I want to have something that's nice, right? Nice, like in the city, right? A nice like overviewing apartment, probably a penthouse. That's what I want to have, right? Okay, well, what is that, like 4? Let's say 5, 10 million right there. Well, it's at least 50 million I have to have just to get that, and that's just like to pay off for that. Okay, and then also after I can't just have the 50 million, because then now I have to have like this peace of mind. Let's say maybe that's another 50 million, right? So I'm at the 100 million. Okay, so I'm at 100 million right now. Like let's take one more. Let me see. Do I even fly commercially or a private jet? What the fuck? I don't even want to fly commercial. I want that private jet. How much is a private jet? Oh, 34 million. Okay, so I need so I need about like 100. So it's already 100 million. Need 150 million, but like I know each even running the jet anywhere I want to is going to run me quite a bit. So I might have to go up to like 500 million, right? 500 million. Okay, cool. So now I have to have that, but of course, like I'm gonna have like a lifestyle that I want to have like on top of that too. And I might have to be pushing I might be pushing well over like closer to $1 billion at that point in time. Maybe just double that, like closer to $1 billion, because I'm gonna answer each and every single one. Each and every single one's gonna keep on going up and up. That's just 3 questions. We're at 500 million, right? All right. Well, let's just say $1 billion just to be safe, right? $1 billion. So, and again, do you do this for every single one? Let's just take the example. Okay, $1 billion. Now, if you do this correctly, again, what you're going to realize, making 20K as a barber will not get you that life that you want whatsoever. And that's the fucking point. That's the fucking point. I need $1 billion to have the life I want to have. 20K per month as a barber, it's not going to get me to $1 billion whatsoever. But you have to understand how things work in order to work in order and work in like the succession of themselves, right? You can't have a $100 billion lifestyle without first accomplishing the $1 billion lifestyle or even the $100 million lifestyle, right? And you can't have that $100 million lifestyle without first accomplishing the 1 million per month lifestyle, right? Meaning you make $1 million per month. And you can't have a $1 million per month lifestyle until you accomplish the $100,000 per month lifestyle. And you can't have the 100K per month lifestyle until you accomplish a 20K per month lifestyle. Everything is built on this foundation that you are embarking on as a barber. Does that make sense? So, just because this is like so big, you should tailor this all the way back down of like, this is the foundational, that starting point where I get to go ahead and start my ascent. I get to go ahead and start my climb, but it starts with what I'm doing as a barber first. I have to get this, and then I can move on to this. Once I get this, then I move on to this. Once I get this, then I move on to this. Once I get this, then I can move on to this in succession, right? Remember that number we start off. Remember that number that we start off with at first? I think I said like 6K a month, right? Oh man, I want to make 6K a month. Random number. Yeah, the thing is never going to get you where you want to go, right? Hopefully that makes sense. Even because this right here is not going to get us where we want to go, but it's the foundation. Now we're like, well, I got to make this I got to get 6K before I get 20K. No. You need to max things out first before leveling up. So I need to max this out to get into the next business model that's going to get me to this. And I need to max that business model out. Maybe this can take me all the way up to hit this. And this is the maxed out level. And then this, and once I get that, I need to switch to a different vehicle, meaning vehicle-wise. So like one vehicle is a barber. Next vehicle might take me all the way from like 100 to 1 million per month. And then I have to switch to a different vehicle, a different business to get me $100 million. And then I have to switch that vehicle up to get the $100 billion lifestyle. So it's like boom, 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 right? It's not like, well, because I could easily say, well, then I need to make 21 before I can get this. And then I need to make 22 before I get, no. Just think of these big chunks, okay? It'll help you. Don't be a little bitch with this thing. So, you need to max out things for leveling up. And you need to think the things in like, what's the max level that this can go to? That's what I need to take this to. And then once I get there, I move on to the next thing. So now, how much you need to make in order to, as a barber, just in order to get to the next level up, that will get you to your ultimate life that we just built out. Or again, too, if you will build out if you haven't already, because again, too, it's a 25-minute video. You should not only take 25 minutes on this. Now, once you have that number, write it down. What you need to make as a barber. After you've gone through the whole exercise, write that number down of what you need to make as a barber, because next we're going to come up with a plan of attack on how to get this done step by step. Now, what I don't want you to do is like, well, I'm just going to take your example, Daniel. I'm just going to say 20K a month and skip all of this, because this won't work. Because guess what? It's still just the number on the fucking screen. Don't be a lazy ass. Create this whole thing. You're probably still going to come up to around 20, 30K a month as a barber. That's fine. But you need to have a reason why and need to make your own. The reason why I only pick 3 questions, because I've done this with like barbers and EM too, by the way. And they'll just take my whole vision and then like, oh, I can't seem to get my goals. It's like, yeah, because it's not your fucking goals. You legit just copy and paste what I said I wanted, which gets me alive. And now you're going to go ahead and fucking like, you know, like think that's going to make you alive? No, you have to come up with this shit on yourself, right? So get this done. Come up with your ultimate life. Figure out how much you need. Dial that all the way back down to what you need to be doing as a barber. And then right after this, in this next module, we're going to come up with a plan of attack on how to achieve that goal. Boys and girls, we are going to try and get through this before it gets too dark. Sun's going down, so it might get really fucking dark on screen right here. So I'm going to try and whiz through this while giving you a good module overall. It's going to be fucking phenomenal, though, okay? So it's going to be coming up with a plan of attack. Now, we should have identified what we need to make as a barber, obviously, in the last video, right? Let's just use the example, hypothetically, 20K a month, okay? Just for this example, that way you can play it out. And whatever example you have, obviously, you can play it out with that as well, too. Now, we got to have a logical plan to get there. And I mean logical, because most barbers come up with a plan of what they like, which is more like a hope and pray method of, well, I gotta get more clients, pay me more, and then go up my prices, and then, you know, I'll have 20K months. Easy. Yeah. All right, fucker. Right? Like, come on now. Well, let's really think about this logically and have a sound plan all the way from the foundation. And I'll show you how this thinking goes. Let's think. That's the very first thing. Let's actually think. You probably don't want to be working hard as fuck doing, I don't know, 140 hours of work per month just to make 20K a month, right? Let's use the example that we did prior, 80 cuts a month in order to make 20K a month, right? So now we have how much time we want to work, ideally. 20 cuts a week, 5 days of work, 4 cuts a day, about 4 to 5 hours of work per day. But now we need to figure out what we need to charge. Now, ideally, we'd want to charge, 80 people, $200 a cut. That gives us bare minimum 16K, right? The average tip is going to be about $50 across 80 clients is an additional 4K. Now, understand this. If you charge $200, you're going to be making way more. If you're cutting 80 people, you're going to be making way more than 20K, because we would have a secondary service in this, like a haircut and beard, which would be $250, which again, too, $50 to $75 on top of that. Now we're pushing $300, $325 ticket price, which is obviously going to boost up our overall income. But for this, because people are like, oh, no, what? That wouldn't be good. We're just humor me for this, all right? These are very low numbers. So now 16 plus 4 is 20. I think my math's correct. Now, we should have a structure of what we need to get the business to, but now we need how to figure out how to get it there. Now, again, let's think again, right? Do you know how to generate clients at $200 a cut to get into your business to cut 80 people? Most likely no. Otherwise, you would already be there. So, you will need to learn that. Learning only happens 2 ways. You can either do trial and error, where, again, you could do it on your own. It takes a fuck ton more time. You have a fuck ton more pitfalls. You make a shit ton more mistakes. And overall, you have a less likely chance of achieving the actual goal, because, let's be honest, you have no fucking clue what you're doing. Or you can just get a mentor that has done this to help you do that. I know a guy. Obviously, like, no pun intended, this is what we help barbers do in the Elevated Mentorship Program. This is why I also have this installed prior to the program, because I know there's a lot of barbers who want to work with us. Obviously, we would want to work with as many barbers as possible to help scale up 20K a month, but a lot of your businesses are not where they need to be at in order for us to scale up to, okay? So, this is where you need to think like an investor, okay? Which path would allow me to reach the goal in the fastest time frame with the highest probability of achieving that goal? Right? Is it going to be trial and error, or just getting a mentor to help you out and do this damn thing? Now, Now we know that we're going to like pay and like hire a mentor. Why don't we pay them now and get this started? Like, again, why would you wait? If that's the obvious choice of like, well, we're going to get the mentor because I don't want to do the fucking trial and error. Well, there's two reasons. Maybe you don't have the funds to invest in a mentor right now. Totally fine. Honest. It's understandable. Or here's what other people go down. Maybe you're just afraid of the risk and not taking what you think is a risk, which really isn't. It's just you have to do these things and invest in your business. Any investment, becoming a barber is a risk. Fucking walking outside is a risk if you want to really break it down, right? Not taking a risk in business is the biggest risk you can take because you're going to get what you always got. Now, if this is you, know that you're basically holding you and your family back from the life that you built, that you just built out and truly want, because it's not a money thing; it's a fear thing. I can't help you with that, right? And if it's because you don't have the funds, this is actually an easier and better option to fix, because all we have to do is now make the money to come up with that fee or that investment, right? Now let's think again. Logically, why don't we have the funds to do this right now? There's only two reasons. Now, hopefully you can see what I'm like. I always pose a question and like, well, there's only really two things: this or this. Which one, right? One, you don't make enough money to have a savings, or two, you spend all your damn money. It's probably a combination of both, but it's definitely this one because you at least make some type of money and you probably have poor spending habits. So we're going to tackle both of these right now, all right? Both can be addressed in these three areas: expenses, income, profits. Now, if we can manage and control these three variables, we can improve our current financial state. Amazing. So let's start off with expenses. We need to take into account what is leaving our accounts, for like bank accounts, daily. The only way we lose money is because we spend it. It doesn't just magically fly out of there, right? You physically spend it. You make the choice to spend that money. You make decisions to let that money go. This can also turn into a downward spiral if we aren't looking over things and auditing our habits and decisions daily. Now think. When was the last time you looked and audited your expenses and decision-making on your finances every day for 30 days straight? I'll wait. And that, my friends, that's exactly why you're in the position that you are in. So we must start there to stop the bleeding of our poor spending habits. That way we cut down our expenses, stop the dumb decisions, and we can have more money at the end of the month. Second thing, income. Alongside that, we need feedback loops that show us how much we are actually making per day, week, and month. Because if you saw how much you really made in a day in and day out, after a long, hard day at work, you will think twice about any stupid spending that we are fixing in the expenses area above. You're like, man, I'm really only making, because you'd be like, now I'm making about $400 a day. I can spend 400 right here and be good, when you're really only making $250, right? So when you get clear on this, you get clarity, you're like, I can't spend that. You'll start hedging your bets on this. We kill two birds with one stone type of idea here, so this needs to be fixed, tracked, and looked over. It will also give you a great reality check of the fact that you really aren't making that much and need to get on top of your shit instead of just coasting by or just relaxing or like chilling out and like being comfortable in your business. Now, I do this even with my weight daily, so I have a feedback loop, like my physical weight. And if I see the scale going down, obviously I'm in a cut, I want to be able to see like I don't want to see day-to-day weights. You're going to have fluctuations, but over a week period, I average it out. I want to be seeing it decrease by about a pound or so. I know I'm doing good work and will keep me motivated to work even harder the next week. But if I see the scale not move, and I'm trying to lose weight, it's a great feedback loop for me to get on my ass and step it up another notch so I don't feel shame every single morning like, oh man, I ain't on top of my shit. Like, you have to do these self-audits. Yes, they suck, but they suck because you suck right now. They won't suck when you get momentum going, okay? Now, last thing is going to be profits. This is the final piece that shows us how much we are actually keeping at the end of the month. Our goal is to get a baseline in month one. What are we doing a month in and month out? And continue to increase that number by improving our expenses and incomes tracked and making better decisions, auditing our decisions and financial habits, which will result in us keeping more money. If we do all of this, we should hit our goal. So let's recap the plan of attack that we have from the ground up, right? First, we're going to fix our expenses, income, and profits on our current business to save more money. Once we have more money saved, we can invest into a mentor that'll help us scale up to our goal of 200 a cut and make 20K a month. Okay. Once we invest in the mentor, it's time to execute everything they have for me and watch the business grow with their guidance. Once I get 20K a month as a barber, I will stack my money until I have about 100K plus saved up in the bank, and then move on to the next vehicle that will get me to 100K per month goal on my way to getting to the level of income I need in order to live the life that I want. We're going back up the ladder that we just built. We build the ladder from the top down. The bottom is exactly where we're at right now, and we just have to work our way all the way back up. Now, that's clarity and having a plan of attack from the foundation upwards that is aligned with what you actually truly want. If you did the goal, if you did what we did in the last section, which is identify what you want to make as a barber. Now tell me, who would you bet money on to get to 20K a month cutting hair? Some barber who just randomly thought of that number, or a barber that has done this entire exercise? You get my fucking point, right? So now that we have our plan of attack, it's time to go to work on these expenses, incomes, and profits on the business, which we'll all get into in the next module. Okay. So, the following modules will actually this is kind of done with like more of the theory and like giving you a clear eye of seeing. The next is going to be implementation of what you need to be doing on a day-to-day basis. So with that, I'll see you on the next module. All right, so we're going to go ahead and dive right into this for everyone. So this is going to be the expense tracking sheet, where this is going to be very straightforward and straight to the point video. We're not going to go into a bunch of like in-depth ideas. I think everybody knows tracking your expenses. And if you've been watching my content, expense tracking and financial tracking is super important. If you're not doing this as a business, shame on you, and you should be in a fucked up position because you deserve to be. Take full accountability for this. Again, I have no sympathy for those who do not do this every single day. This is something I do every single day in my business. Every morning, I wake up and do these exact same sheets for my business of the New Era Barbering. And so I want to make sure you guys have these as well too. So if you kind of see, this is what we're going to be looking at in terms of, it looks a little bit aggressive. It's a tracking sheet. You have all expenses. And then down here, you have it's spread out in per months. Okay. And we're going to go through everything on what this entails. So of course, let's say, how do you use this tracking sheet in the first place? So what you're going to do every single morning, you're going to wake up, open up your computer with this Google Doc on one screen. In another tab, you're going to open up your bank account info, okay? So in your bank account, that's where all your transactions should be at. So from this moment forward, you should not be spending any hard cash, because it's going to get fucking hard to track this thing later on down the road. And you want to have full transparency. And if you're not going to be disciplined on this, good luck trying to even run this business at a higher level. So number one, all transactions come out of the bank account, out of your card, okay? Number two, you're going to open up your bank account, because now all transactions are only funneling through that one card that you have. Everything should just be coming out through here. So what you're going to be doing, let's say if I look on my bank account, I have an expense. What's today's date? Today's December 5th. So let's say December 4th, yesterday, I had an expense for, I don't know, let's say I went out to eat, right? I went to go grab a bite, and it cost me like $25. And that's the exact expense. So I would put right here, date, I'll put 12/04. Press enter. The date enters in right here. Nothing crazy, nothing scientific, right? Magic. Expense wise, all you have to do for this bad boy, name the expense. What was it? For this, you don't just want to write out food, right? Be a little bit more descriptive. I might be like Whole Foods, right? I love Whole Foods overall. So I might write that. The amount that I spent, all you have to do in here is put, I don't know, the amount that you actually spent, $27. Bam. Automatic comes in here. You also see your total expenses pops up right here. What do you know? Now, you have a couple category things, and needed and then notes. So category, what this is based off of is you can drop down this and you can write in here what the category was for what this expense was. Like for right here, it's food. Bam. Cool. If it's needed and not needed, this is an important note to take as well too. Was this a necessary expense or was it unnecessary? This is where you're going to start thinking about the decision that you made to buy this. Was this a correct decision or was it not? If it wasn't, let's say if I was already a fat fuck and I didn't need more any food and I just kind of bought some like candy for no fucking reason, absolutely fucking not. It was not needed at all, right? So put a no. That way you can start seeing how bad of a decision-making process you have, and you can start cleaning this thing up month after month. And if it was a no, if it wasn't needed, what I like to do is I like to write down notes. Why did I even buy this in the first place? Poor discipline. Was a fat fuck. Need to not be a fat fuck. Boom. Now that makes me realize Cool. How do I make a better decision based on this? That's what I love the notes section for, right? And you can continue down here. Let's say again, I had 1204. Let's say then I don't know. Let's say I went to Target, right? Bought like some shoes or something. I don't know. Let's say I spent like $64. And this was a there's nothing here. Maybe blowing money. I'll just put or miscellaneous, not a miscellaneous. Maybe blowing money, right? Was it needed? No, I didn't need new shoes. I don't know why I didn't pick Target. Maybe Target I thought there was something fly. Was dumb with this one. I wouldn't be so like negative on yourself on this. I'm just being like sarcastic, honestly. And you want to write out every single morning. You're only gonna have like a few of these transactions, maybe hopefully like less than like one or two. Some days, hopefully you won't have any, right? And the game is like make sure you have the less and less amount of transactions month after month. And you also get a very great awareness level on this. Now, this is on the total view, right, of the year. You see your total expenses on the year, which is really good. You get to see how much money you fucking spent and wasted, right? On top of that, if we come into December now, let's say December, boom, what do you know? Man, this thing's fucking handy, isn't it? It already went ahead and updated. So do not, I cannot say this in depth. Do not come to the months and enter in anything. I already know there's going to be a dumb fuck in here that's going to be like, oh, let me go and enter it in. No, you enter in all expenses. Put the date, expense, amount, category, all this in all expenses. The tracking sheet algorithm that we created will go ahead and then pull it into the correct date if you select the date properly right here. Do not fuck up anything anywhere else. All you have to do is fill in these. I know there's going to be somebody who's going to fuck something up. If you're complaining about you like if the tracking sheet's not working, it's because you fucked something up. Download a new tracking sheet, okay? Now, let's say for category-wise, right? You come into here and you can't find a category that to select. And you have a lot of shit in here that you don't even utilize. Well, you can come over here all the way down at the inputs section, right? Past December, at the inputs, click on this. You have categories. You can add more if you want to, or remove and replace some if you don't have, like, you don't have kids, obviously not going to spend on kids. If you don't go on date nights, then don't, you can place that. Maybe you don't have a phone. Maybe you don't I was going to say you don't eat food, but everybody eats food. Maybe you don't have rent, whatever it may be, right? You don't touch these. Yes, no, we're not sure in terms of the inputs right here. But the category wise of like what the category is for this, you can always change to make it different. So let's say let's say I didn't have rent. Like, let's say I've said mom's bills, right? For whatever reason. I come back here. Remember the first one said rent? Look at that. It already changed. So you change what it needs to say based right here. I'm just going to put rent because I'm pretty sure most of you have rent overall. Again, too, what you don't want to do is you don't want to come into here and be messing with fucking shit in here. Because if you mess with stuff in here, it's going to be totally fucked. At the end of the month, you will see how much you did per month and expense wise. Again, if I come into here and let's say I said, okay, let me say like September 09, 11th, I spent, I don't know, I spent tickets on a flight. Some like dark humor. I spent money on a flight. And I spent $300 on a flight, right? Fun blowing money. Was it needed? No, right? We go to December. Look at that. It wasn't in here. Well, what about like September? This thing, there we go. September. Boom, look at that. It already automatically populated in there. Now, let's say you made a mistake, like, oh, fuck, I didn't mean to make that. This is supposed to be for December 11th. All you have to do is change the date, 12/12. Boom, come back September. It's already removed. Boom, it's already in December. I don't know if this automatically puts it in order too. So let's say if you go 12/01, and let's say you say food for $1, right? I don't know. Will this be put in order? No, yeah. So it's put in the order that you make it. So always try to get these in chronological order. Again, if you're keeping on top of this stuff, it will be in chronological order. Try to make sure everything's all nice and peachy with this. Now, here's one last thing I want to go ahead and at least go over before we wrap up this video. That you will not be able to edit this sheet. I'm going to say this again because everybody who was going to ask a question on this did not watch it to 8 minutes, right? And that tells me you're not doing the fucking work. And that tells me everything it needs to know about your business. If you're not doing the work all the way to this level, shame on you. You're not even having some fucking discipline for watching an 8-minute explanation video on how to track your finances, okay? So if you need it, you cannot use this sheet because this is the master sheet, okay? This is the imagine if all of you try to edit this one sheet. Nobody would be able to use anything, right? So what you do, you can't edit this. You can't download it. What you do is in here, you come to File. Click on File. You click on make a copy. You then, if you want to use copy, or you can name it my copy, whatever, Daniel's copy, whatever, copy to your drive, and you want to click make a copy. Boom. Make sure you press make a copy. When you make a copy, the sheet that is made a copy right here, this one you can edit. This one you cannot edit. This one's no bueno. Your copy that you make off of that, you're good to go on that. That's your copy. No one else can see that thing, okay? And that's with any and all sheets that I give you inside of here. You will not be able to edit the master one. That's the master doc. You have to go through file, make a copy, physically make yourself a copy, and use that copy, okay? If you don't, if you're not able to edit yours, you probably didn't watch this fucking video. And if somebody says that in the fuck, it's plus, trust me, if you're somebody who went ahead and like watched all the way, good for you. I'm glad that you're actually taking this seriously. If you see a dumb fuck in here that's like, hey, because I know there's gonna be a barber in here like that. We all know barbers are gonna be like half-ass and bullshit. If they go ahead and say, why can't I download this thing? Be like, you didn't watch the fucking video, dumbass, right? And I give you my full permission to rip into them. Because again, too, you got to understand, you got to start living at a different standard. The standard you're living at right now is not getting you to the goals that you want to get to. You have to start operating yourself and your business at a higher level and a higher standard. It's hygiene, right? It's like fucking taking a shower. And some people don't even fucking take a shower every single day. So again, with that, hopefully that explains everything. If you guys have questions on this, let me know down below in the module. Other than that, make sure you're doing this this needs to be every day. Every day I wake up 6 a.m. First thing I do, of course, I go to the bathroom, weigh myself. I come to my desktop computer, open up my tracking sheets, and I do my tracking first thing in the morning. This needs to be habitually done. Cannot stress it enough. When you do this, whatever you measure gets managed. Because you have not been probably measuring your expenses. They have not ever been managed, and that's why you're in the financial position you are at right now. Start managing it every fucking day. Make it a habit. Make it a non-negotiable. All right. All right, so similar to the expense sheet, the income sheet is also very similar. Different sheet, however, because in here we want to be tracking total amounts of cut and then just the amount total overall. And then any notes that you have per day on the day. All right, so again, too, we're going to have total income and total cuts counted as well, too. Same thing. All you're going to be doing on this one is, again, to like today or tomorrow is going to be 12/06. Enter the date. Boom, December pops up. How many total cuts you do? You did 8. How much did you make overall? Let's say, I don't know, let's say 200, bam. We have the total amount, pop it up, how many cuts you did in total. And then we come over to December, bam, has that in there as well too. Of course, you don't have anything in terms of, what's it called? Anything that you have to do input wise on this one. Again, do not worry. I mean, like, do not worry about messing up anything or editing. Do not edit anything on here. If something's messed up on December, don't come in here and fiddle with it. Just come back to all expenses because it's probably something you messed up here and get that done and completed as well too. You'll also see in terms of income and total cuts, like I said before. For right now, I just have like on this one, this version at least, just total cut, just total amount of what you made. We'll also have the total cuts as well too up here. Again, as usual for all any and all spreadsheets that we have. Make sure you go ahead and file, make a copy, make your own copy of this because you will not be able to edit this. Now, I want you to stay on top of this every fucking day because again, too, just like our expenses, we should be keeping up on track of how much money we're making each and every single day. Because again, too, a lot of barbers have zero or low motivation or complacent because they just look at the number at the end of the month instead of looking at the day-by-day numbers and looking at the fluctuations, how unstable their business is. Again, they just kind of look at the numbers overall and like, oh, okay, I don't really care. I'm going to make it back. I'm going to be all good. But when you see how inefficient or how inefficient your business is overall on a day-to-day basis, or where the highs and lows are at, it makes you realize how bad your business is overall. Again, just keeping daily health of this every single fucking day. Again, every single day is going to come to here. All your expenses. So even if we go in January, February, March, everything's going to get tallied right here. And then everything else is going to get, it's going to go, the algorithm is going to go ahead and split this off into its separate months overall. So again, too, if you have any questions, leave it down below. Please do not fuck this up. Very straightforward. Again, too, if you understand, if you already watched the expense tracking sheet, you already know exactly how to make this work. Again, just for income now. Okay. All right. So in this video, we're going to be going over the profit per cut tracking sheet. Now, this one is going to be utilizing not only the income tracking sheet, but as well as the expense tracking sheet to help build this out. And this is why it's super important to help or to stay on top of this every single day. So you want to do these 3 tracking sheets updated every day because it makes life so much easier and gives you full transparency on actually what the fuck is going on inside of your business day in and day out. So if you look at this, we have this in a per month view. And we have it broken down to haircut services, monthly income, and monthly expenses. And that's it, right? Super simple. You get a lot of good data from this. So haircut services, you should already be tracking every single day in your income tracking sheet right here, your total cuts. So let's say again, it's December. Boom. We just want to come to December. Boom. Right here. It's already uploaded for us. We don't have to count all these up. They're already going to be updated right here. So our total amount of cuts is going to be 14. So you can put 14 right here. Boom. What's our monthly income? Well, we also have that right here. Total 350. Boom. 350. And then we have monthly expenses, right? Cool. We can even come to our expense sheet. Come to December. What's our total expenses right here? 500. And again, if you're staying on top of this, that's all you have to do. And then from there, you could see, holy fuck, okay, and I get to just one day, but you could see our monthly profit so far, I've profited negative 150. My profit per haircut, I'm actually losing money every haircut that I do, and I'm actually a negative 42% of my profit margins. Let's take some numbers that might look more realistic for a business. So let's say you do 134 cuts. Let's say your monthly income is 4732. Your monthly expenses are, let's say, 3574. Boom. Right? Cool. Now to most people, a lot of barbers, they'll see this, but oh man, I'm doing a lot of haircuts. I'm making 4K, almost 5K a month. I'm doing pretty fucking good. Right? But what they don't know is, again, because they don't track their expenses or see this. What they don't understand is their monthly profit is about $1,000. Their profit, so every haircut that they do, you're not making, let's say you're charging, I don't know, 40, 50 bucks a cut. You're not making 40, 50 bucks a cut. You're actually making only $9 a haircut. That's only every haircut you're doing is only $9. And you're profiting overall your business profitability is at least 24%, which is complete dog shit, right? And that makes very clear to you what the problem is. You need to cut down on expenses as much as possible. You need to look at the sheet and go back into it extensively. What the fuck is going on this month? What do I need to cut out? Where do I have some bad decision-making process at? Also, too, where am I getting lazy at in the income and increasing this, right? So if we decrease this, increase this, we also increase profits, which also gets us closer to a better profit per cut number, which makes you more money. Is this going to get you 20K a month? Absolutely not. Is this going to get you on the right path to actually understanding how to run a better business than what you are doing right now? Absolutely. These 3 sheets need to be done every fucking day if you want to get yourself in a better financial position. Hopefully that helps. Again, too, as always with all tracking sheets, all you need to do is come to here, file, make a copy, click make a copy to make your own, because you will not be able to edit this on your own. And again, too, what's great about this is you can just make a copy of this every single year. So you can have every single year, you could see month by month how everything's going out, and you have a total yearly of how the business was overall, which is also cool because maybe you've been keeping track of these numbers in a weird space. They've all been in random places. You can look over the last 12 months, however many months of data you have, and look at this number and get a clear understanding of why the fuck your business is not where it needs to be at, or why the income in your bank is not going up overall. So here is the profit per cut tracking sheet. If you have any questions, let me know. And make sure you get on top of this every fucking day. I thought about putting this in here inside of the business playbook. Is it super necessary? No, but I know a lot of you fucks are going to be like, oh my God, taxes. Every barber is too fucking lazy to understand this damn thing. And everybody freaks the fuck out. Look, straight up, the IRS does not give a fuck about you. The IRS gives a fuck about people who are making 1 to 3, maybe 5 million a year, and doing more tax fraud they can generate more money off of, because honestly, they know damn well if they try to catch you on a little couple $5,000 tax fraud of hiding your cash, they ain't getting that shit because you ain't got that much money, right? So it's a waste of their fucking time. But I do think taxes, so that's number one. Don't give a fuck about messing this up or doing oh my God, freaking out. Because it doesn't really that matter. Think about the big game of things. It doesn't matter that fucking much, right? What does matter is your future and what you're going to be able to invest in later on down the road if you create a paper trail. That's probably the biggest plus side to this, not making sure you don't get fucking put in jail. Now, Taxes, very, very simplified version of it. You pay taxes as a business on the profits you make from the business. All right, depending on what state you live in and what laws what laws are inside of that state for businesses. Some are more pro business, some are not so pro business. Right. Because it's going to be so dynamic, and as well as many of you are not even, some of you living inside U.S., outside U.S., it's why I don't really touch on it ever. But this is what I'm going to tell you at least to get set up. Okay. Again, because all you're doing is paying you're paying a taxation, you're getting taxed on the profits of the business. You should already know from your profit cut tracking sheet how much profit you're making per year. Awesome. On top of that, you should also know your expenses every single month in, month out, and also if it's a business expense or not. Oh my goodness. Isn't this so fucking amazing that I just gave this to you? You should know if this is a barber tool expense, a miscellaneous, or if it's going to be like random food, or is it going to be rent or fund blowing money? Obviously, fund blowing money, you will get taxed on the profits based on that, because you can't remove that from the business. But a business expense is booth rent, right? So again, even though with this we say profit tracking sheet, even off of this, your profits are going to be much higher because it's going to be the profits made on. So it's all the income minus all business expenses. Is you having a fun night out on the town, drinking and fucking buying weed a business expense? Fuck no. So you're still going to be at a loss. And this is why people kind of fuck themselves overall. Okay. But you should be A-okay because you're tracking everything. Now, what do you need? LLC, obviously a tax CPA, because you don't want to do taxes on your own, right? Everybody freaks the fuck out about LLC. The easiest thing, the most simplest thing anyone can fucking do. Literally, you go to LegalZoom. I've said this so many fucking times on every fucking video that I've ever done on financials. You can come to LegalZoom. You can literally talk to their salespeople, and they can literally walk you through setting up an LLC. You could literally come down here, start my business, and I want to start an LLC. Oh my God, I'm going to start this thing up now. And then you go ahead and do this. Or you could literally call this number, talk to somebody, and be like, hi, I'm a barber. I would like to get an LLC. Can you walk me through this process? And they will literally walk you through what you should and should not do. If you feel so much more of worried about, oh my God, if you just get a simple LLC, you're straight. Okay. Setting up different LLCs and setting up different structures of how you want to do your taxes. That's where you bring a tax CPA in. But if you want an LLC at least, so you can do your tax, so you can be a little more legit doing your taxes, obviously do that. You're an independent contractor, so you do not, for majority, you do not need even have a, what's it called? A barber's license to pay taxes. The government's not gonna be like, no, don't pay us taxes. You don't have a barber's license. Just think about this shit logically. Some of the stuff that barbers come up with is hilarious, in my opinion. Again, too, this is a simple, I literally went on Yelp and I went tax accountant, or you can go tax CPA, tax accountant CPA, literally near me. I live of course in Los Angeles. Boom. All right, cool. And I have all of these places, and I can legit just go sponsor this, sponsored. Where is this is different on the phone. I'm really used to it on the phone. So I guess this is not sponsored. Boom. A True Heart that's home care services. Financial services. Awesome. Professional. Tax preparation. Same. Blah, blah. Awesome. I could easily just reach out this person. Fast tax. Awesome. Reach out this. You could legit come into here. Go to their website. You can legit call them. Go to their website. Set up an appointment. You literally just say, hey, I'm a barber. I don't do my taxes. Can you help me do my taxes? He'll be like, yes, I can do your taxes for you. And you just pay him. And then you don't have to worry about this. And be like, hey, I don't know what should I do for my LLC and set that up. Oh, you should probably do this, this, and this. And then bam, you come back over here, get this, this, and this set up. It's literally one of the most simplest things. It's just you have to get it set up, do the damn thing. The majority of you just have to focus on, I don't know why this thing's all the way up here. Majority of you, let me go back here if I can. Majority of you just have to focus on making some more fucking money in the business, saving more money, and also learning how to scale upwards. So don't freak the fuck out. IRS does not really give that much of a fuck about you, but it's super important to do because, again, you cannot make future moves without doing this properly. Okay? And again, if you get help with it, just like anything else, some of you are a little bit more of a stuck up and prideful and a little bit of hard ass when it comes to getting help. You gotta get help from people like that know more than you at the end of the day, right? I don't know taxes that well. I hire a CPA. They do all my taxes and I meet with them. I don't know health. I hire a health coach. Anything I don't know about, it's you can do one of two things. Learn how to do it on your own, take all that fucking time and energy to learn it, or hire somebody who knows how to do it and just have them help you do it. I need to be specialized in one thing. And then I just need to be, even in that, even in my business, I've hired mentors, coaches, work with people in programs. It's the same mindset. You need to hire, and you need to also work with people who, again, know more than you and know how to do things, because that's how you learn things. Because trial and error, most of you have done that so far. And it has gotten you into a free fucking program, right? A free business playbook, because because you're not in a position to be able to work with us as a private client as of yet. So that should be a wake up call to a lot of you. Okay. So get onto this. Don't waste time, and start taking your business more fucking seriously. It's a different standard. And again, too, I know I come off very harsh, but this is I'm tired of the bullshit of barbers, man. This shit is unacceptable. We need to be at a different level, and it starts with you. It starts with how you take care of your business, how you take care of yourself. All right. So get this thing done, get this thing locked in, and then I'll see you in the next modules. Boys and girls, I got a dashingly amazing shadow on my face, and hopefully I can get this thing done before the sun goes down. I'm pretty sure I will get put through this module. The next one, we might be in a little bit of the darkness, but we're going to push through. So on this one, we're going to talk about client conversion. Obviously, the section on client conversion. We're going to start off why all your problems come back to getting new fucking clients. Oh my gosh, Daniel, why would you say such a thing? You'll find out exactly why. Now, we can literally trace all of your problems in business and in your life back to one thing: your inability of getting new clients at higher price points. You want to watch some amazing fucking shit happen? Let's take a look, okay? Now, this is not only, limited to this, but these are the most common things I always hear barbers complain about. And I always take them through this simple, thinking process, and they're like, oh yeah, I guess, man, that makes so much sense. So let's go through these one by one. You are stressed over bills and every month living month to month. Honestly, you're just not making enough money, and either your business is not at full capacity, or you are at full capacity and can't raise prices further because you'll lose clients, or you fear losing clients, and you'll end up making less money. And again, if you're stressed over bills month to month, you can't make less money. You're barely scraping by with the shit you got right now. So what's the solution? You got to learn how to generate new clients at your current price point to fill the business up if you're not filled up right now. Or if you are filled up, learn how to get clients at a higher price points in order to scale your prices and continue growing further. If you just did that, you could always grow for until you didn't want to cut hair anymore. This wouldn't even be a problem. You wouldn't even be stressed over bills because money wouldn't be a problem anymore. Ta-da! Right? Let's say lack of purpose in life, drive, motivation, or the love for cutting. You could also put depression here. There's a lot of barbers who are just you fall out of love of barbering, that you lose the drive, you lose the motivation. Honestly, it's really because the redundantness in the business for cutting the same clients, making the same money, and you have no direction or path to move in or a mission to set your soul on fire. You're just doing the same shit over and over again. I went through this for 2 years and I was almost on my way out, but until I was you know what, I need to get, I'm not even applying myself the way I need to in barbering. Let me take it seriously. What's my problem? Identify the problem, get new clients, fix the problem, scale, bam, 3 years retired, scale the business up to 150 a cut. This all comes down to, because again, all this is just a byproduct of how the business is, and you're just being it's fine to be an emotional reactive mode to your business, because it's your life, man, right? If you're hitting a ceiling on what you make every single month, who wants to hit a ceiling on that? And hitting a ceiling on what you can make, I don't think I spelled that right, on what you can charge for a haircut is the reason why you hit a ceiling on what you can charge, so you hit a ceiling on what you can make. And you're really trying a bunch of other shit like other services or cutting hair faster, up against the same result. You can't charge more and you can't make more. Even though you do all this shit, you still don't make more every single month, and it doesn't add up. And it comes back down to your lack of ability. You're going after the wrong problem. To your lack of ability to generate more new clients, to be able to scale up in your prices, to make more money, see growth, and have new high potential reach, to give yourself a purpose each and every single day of, wow, now I feel a drive. Now I feel motivation. Now I see a result, or I see this thing growing. I'm putting effort and I'm seeing it growing. Imagine you're a fat fuck 400-pound person and you're trying to go on a diet and you are doing everything to the T. yet you are not losing a damn pound. You'd be like, yeah, you would lose motivation. That's what you're doing in this barber business. If you are hitting a limit, you are working harder every single day, trying to make more, and you can't, it's going to be demotivating. You're going to lose purpose, drive, motivation, or even love for doing it. Versus if you legit do something to lose weight and you're a fat fuck and you see the weight coming off, you see results, that fires you the fuck up. We're humans at the end of the day, right? We need to see that feedback loop. We need to see progress. Same thing if you're a skinny fuck, right? If you're eating all this food, working out, putting your body under a bunch of stress and it hurts, you see no progress, you're not building muscle, you're not gaining weight, you're like, what the fuck? Fuck this. I don't want to do this shit no more. There's no purpose in this, right? But if you do all that shit and you start looking like C-bum, start putting on some mass, you're like, fuck yeah, I'm going to keep this shit going, right? How far can I go? You see where this comes down to? This, it's not the barbering thing. It's your ability to run it as a business owner. You don't know how to do it. Let's say, oh, this is a good one. Relationship, spouse, marriage issues, right? Let's start off with there's two issues with this: money or lack of time spent together. We're getting into both. So relationship, spouse, and marriage issues are centered around money. I mean, it's going to be fairly easy, man. Money is the issue. It is a issue with either bills, rent, or you're just not living the lifestyle you or her, or both of you, want to be living, and it's putting stress over you and your relationship. Like you're at each other's throats, like, I'm not making enough money. Well, it's because you don't work. Well, it's because you're doing the barber thing. It's coming at everybody's throat. And either your business, again, too, is not full capacity, and you're not making the money you want because you're not busy. You don't understand how to get like full out at capacity, or you are and can't raise prices. You are at full capacity and can't raise your prices further because, again, the fear of losing clients and end up making less. And you can't make less because even what you're doing right now is putting financial stress on your relationship. If you make less, holy fuck, is this thing going to get really rocky? Solution, don't dump the bitch, right? What you got to do, learn how to get new clients at the current price point to fill the biz up, or to fill the business up so you make more money, and then you can go to higher price points. Or if you're already filled up, get to a higher price point to scale and continue growing. Happy wife, happy life, my motherfucker, right? Very simple. Now, lack of time spent together. Again, maybe in a relationship, you're working all damn day. You spend all damn day behind their chair, cutting hair to make money, just enough to get by on bills and support a growing family, or for your future, yet significant others upset because you were never around. You're never home. You're never at family events. My family always asks for you. Where are you at? You're at the barbershop trying to do the damn thing. It sucks, but you got to do it, right? And you have to cut all day because that's the only way you make decent money. It's the only way to support everybody. And you can't work less because you'll make less. If you make less, you can't support everybody. And you hit a ceiling on what you can make every single month. And hitting a ceiling on what you can make every month, what you can charge for a haircut. So if you hit a ceiling on what you want to charge for a haircut, you're going to hit a ceiling on what you can make per month. If you hit a ceiling on what you make per month, shit's going to go haywire after a while, right? And really, again, too, you're trying a bunch of other shit frantically, other extra services, cutting hair faster, but you're coming up against the same result. And it all comes back down to, it's not the fact that barbering isn't the thing. It isn't the fact that you need to find a new job. It isn't the fact that you need to add more services. It's the fact that you do not know and you have a lack of ability to generate more new clients, to be able to scale up at higher price points, to make more money, see growth, and have a higher income with less work, allowing you to spend more time with the spouse and saving/making the money you guys need. Now, next one, questioning if barbering is even the thing you want to do. I did this as well too, because again, too, hit a limit on what you can make. You're not having fun in business. Business is a drag, and business becomes more of a slave work than it is a passion. And it just really becomes down to, look, you're overworking day after day, week after week, but can't work less due to having to make money to pay bills and afford a lifestyle, slave to the chair. Or you just don't know what else to fucking do, and you're like, I'm kind of lost. And I don't like seeing no progress. We need to see progress as humans in something. We can't just do a bunch of work. Otherwise, you left that type of lifestyle of, again, too, doing work without seeing progress in like your income at the 9 to 5. That's why you became a business, to see the growth. And now you're not seeing it. Of course you're depressed, right? And you can't raise prices due to fear of driving away clients and not making money once you go up. And this, again, too, comes back down to lack of ability to generate new clients at higher price points to fill the business up. Otherwise, if you did know how to do that, you would already be at $200. So I don't want to hear, oh, no, that's not my problem. Really? Then why are you not making $20K a month and charge $200? Oh, because I can't get new clients, or my clients would never pay that. Cool. So you need to figure out how you can do that so you can do that, right? Ba-ba-da-ba. Now, getting discouraged from being a barber, it's the same thing as above, right? You're not having fun again, too. You're getting discouraged, like, oh, is this the right thing? You're not seeing progress overall in your life. You're not seeing the growth. Like, everything just kind of stopped. And in the beginning, when you first start to that peak that you hit, it was fun until you hit that peak. And then once you hit that peak and just got redundant, it's not fun anymore. It fucking sucks, right? Again, you can't raise prices due to the fear of driving away clients, the lack of ability to get new clients. Wonder. So let's say you are a fat fuck. You have poor health and overweight. You're spending all day and night in the shop, leading you to miss the gym or even just working out in general. You're eating out every day and eating bad food, making bad decisions, and just, again, become a fat fuck. Your glycogen levels are through the roof. Your blood glucose levels are through the roof. You legit have your insulin sensitivity is non-existent, and you can't take less days off work because you can't lose out on making money due to bills in life. And you can't raise prices due to fear of drive away clients and not making money once you go up. And it all comes back down to, what do you know? Lack of ability to generate new clients at higher price points to fill the business. Otherwise, you'd be at $200, motherfucker. All right. Missing family events, parties, and get-togethers. A lot of us do this all the goddamn time because you can't take Saturday off of work because those days are busy days and how you make the majority of your money for the week. And you can't lose out on money because financially you don't have $100K saved in the bank and are not well off. And you aren't well off because you've been making the same amount a month after month for years, and it's only been barely getting you by. You've been making the same amount because you can't raise prices due to fear of driving away clients and not making the money once you go up. And what do you know? It's because of lack of ability to generate new clients at higher price points to fill the business up. Otherwise, you would be at $200, motherfucker, making $20K a month. Missing out on kids and kids events, it's the same damn thing. You have no time. You can't take off work because you got to make money. You can't lose out on money because financially you're not financially well off having 100K, 300K saved in the bank, so you have to do this every fucking day. You aren't financially well off. I think you guys get the fucking point, okay? Do it for the fucking kids, right? Now, this is an interesting one, right? Things always break down, need repairs at wrong time, or you're like, man, I just have the worst luck with things, right? Things are always due. Things always, you save up some money. It's like, oh man, now I got to pay this. Oh man, now I got to do this. Guess what shit doesn't break? New shit, and the best quality shit. Unfortunately, you can't afford new shit or even the best quality shit because you don't make enough to afford that shit, right? You don't make enough because either your business is not full capacity or you are at full capacity, can't raise prices further because you end up losing clients. Solution: learn how to get new clients at a higher price point, fill the business up at a higher price point, continue to scale and grow. So you can afford the nicest shit that will not break down on you. You can always get new updated shit instead of hand-me-down bullshit you buy at garage sales because it was a good deal because you're a cheap fuck. You're a cheap fuck because you don't make enough money. Sucks to suck, and the cold hard truth sucks as well too. Maybe you might be like, but Daniel, I'm always around broke-minded people. That's my problem. I'm just around all these broke-minded people. Bruh, you are one too, right? If you're around broke-minded people all day, guess what you are? If you're around millionaires all day, guess what you probably are? Because not only are you broke-minded, you are also broke. Because guess what? Millionaires only hang around millionaires, not brokies. Guess who brokies hang around? Brokies. So if you're hanging around brokies, it says a lot about who you are. If you're hanging around millionaires all day, not just like, oh man, they invited me. No. Like, and not, oh, they get cut by me. No. These are the people you legit just kick it with, like in your free time. And they're all like everybody's a millionaire, right? And you're broke because either your business is not full capacity or you are full capacity, can't raise prices further because you'll lose clients, end up making less, blah, blah, blah. Solution: learn how to get new clients. Hopefully this makes sense. Now, you might be like, but Daniel, none of these are my problem. Let's think about this real quick. Let's put on our thinking hats, motherfuckers. If you were making $20K a month, only working 4 to 5 hours a day, for 4 to 5 days out of the week, freeing up more time and saving more money each month, would the problem still be the problem? I'm almost 99% sure it would be a no. Maybe the one random yes, but oh yeah, it would still be a problem. And don't be a fucking little dick about it. Be like, no, money wouldn't say. Money doesn't mean. Yes, it's this right here. It's either time or money. One of the two. That's your problem. Why the thing is a problem is either time or money. That's all it comes down to. And both are associated with your lack of ability to get new clients. You solve that one thing, life gets better. So now, what should we do? We should focus on how we can start getting new clients in your business to fix your problems. Now, what we're going to go over next is, can you even get higher paying clients in your city? Because obviously the next question is, but Daniel, I can't get higher paying clients in my city. Motherfucker, it's a problem, right? This is a problem in the business. Like, you have to learn how to fix it. You can, but you don't know how to. Don't be a helpless little fuck, all right? And I'm going to walk you through this mental model of, again, why you can. And then after that, we'll get into what we need to get into, dirty, nitty gritty. So, see you guys in the next module. Boys and girls, we are back again with can you get higher paying clients in your city? Oh my God, Becky, look at her butt. In this module, what we're going to be doing, man, hate to break it to you, but a lot of you guys have a lot of fucked up mindsets about this still. I know there's still some doubts like, well, that's great. This is all great. You might be thinking, but Daniel, this is great information. It's just not like that where I live. This is not like, people are cheap. I hear what you're saying, but no one does that out here. You just got to come out here and see it for yourself. I live in a small town, but you wouldn't understand because you're not from here. Oh boy, motherfucker, right? Do I got some stuff to show you and results to show you overall, right? So let's take this bit by bit before we dive into the rest of the module. So again, to remember, can you get higher paying clients in your city? I don't know. Well, this is Luis. Luis lives in Clayton, is a Clayton barber in Clayton, North Carolina. He puts Clayton, North Carolina because that's actually a bigger city than what he lives in. He lives in Smithfield, North Carolina. So I'll bring up a map for you first. He lives right here, but he marks himself right here because it's the closest thing that's a bigger city than Smithfield. You're like, well, what the population? Smithfield is 11,000 people. Actually went up, used to be like 7K people overall. And in Clayton, what are we at? This is the bigger city we're talking about. 28,000 people. This guy charges $75 booked out clientele. We're going to get him to 100 fairly soon. But it's not like that. It's a small town. Okay, and your point? Like, in the day, it's not your town. It's you, mother. Like, look at this thing. This thing looks fucking like the old town days. He's charging $75 here. And you're complaining because I've never been there? I'm sorry, I should be complaining because of how honestly, how dumb you fucking sound. And like how lazy you fucking sound at this point in time. Okay, but hang on. It's one person, right? Okay, hang on. So we got, again, but it's not like that out here, man. Like, I don't live in the United States. I live in fucking, outside the United States. It's not like the U.S. Everybody fucking says that, first of all, right? Again, we got a guy named Henry Hong who lives in Australia, by the way. Australia. He got 84 new clients in the last 30 days. Charged $90, made just shy of $14K last month. Okay? Just raised his price to $90 a haircut. 84 new clients. By the way, you're like, okay, whatever. But but still, I can't charge that here. People are different. It's not like that. People won't pay that in the U.S. Like those prices. And you can enter any other broke mindset, like I said right here. It's just a broke mindset you have. Like, honestly, barbers outside the U.S. makes excuses that they can't charge more because clients won't pay. Yet we have guys like Henry Hong who are doing 84 new clients at higher price points, going up to $90, and guys like Alexi Michael in Canada who charge, it's above $100. I don't know if he's at 125. I know it's at least 100, but he's making well over 20K every single month. You just don't know how to run the fucking business. Your insecurities are screaming loud and clear to me. You can get new clients. You just don't know how to get them. Congrats. You know exactly what your problem is, but you're pointing the finger at everybody else and the surrounding cities instead of pointing the finger at yourself like, I don't know what I'm doing. Because that's exactly what it is. When I hear that, I'm like, you're just screaming to me that you don't know what you're doing, yet you're being the little kid blaming everybody else. Barbers inside the U.S. make excuses they can't charge more because clients won't pay that. I've heard people in like cities like Houston, Texas, populations of 2.28 million people saying, I can't charge that here, man. Like, you don't know clients out here. And we have guys like Michael DeJesus, who cuts his garage in fucking Houston, Texas, making $17K a month, charging $150 a cut, getting 20 new clients a month. It's you, end of the day, right? Again, we got guys like Henry charging $90, getting 84 new clients. Guys like Alexi Michael, $100 to making $20K. Guys like Luis charging $75 in small towns, right? Used to be $7K. I guess now it's like, they got busy during COVID, had like a few more babies out there. Here's another one of our guys, Paris. Okay, he just did a total of 19 cuts and made a little over 3.2K in just 2 days of work. Recently paid out $5K in debt. Congrats, Paris. Wow, congrats for him, right? Well, where does he live at? Gwyneth Barber. Again, he's another one of these situations where we try to market to a bigger audience, or like a town that's a little bit bigger, because he's actually located in Beaufort, Georgia. He's not in Atlanta. Atlanta's like an hour away. Well, how many people live in Beaufort, Georgia? Oh, and how much does he charge? $75. going up to 100. And he just made 3.2 and cutting 19 people in just 2 days of work during the week. It's not you. All right, you can get new clients. You don't know how to get new clients. I'm just going to hammer this into you until you get it. Okay, again, too, here's Buford. Where's Atlanta? All the way fucking down here. See this little tiny thing right here? This is where he's at. This is like an hour away. You can figure it out and do the math. I did this in Sacramento, California. How big is Sacramento, California? 500,000 people. Again, even I thought, like, even for me, this is still fairly smaller town. It's not like, again, Houston, Texas, where again, people are like, Houston, Texas is 4 times bigger than Sacramento, California. People are saying, I can't do that in Houston, Texas. All right, you're just making up dumbass excuses. Again, we'll take another one of our private clients, Jesse. He started working with me. He was at $35. He has $75 right now in Omaha, Nebraska. He actually moved when before he joined the program. I had a call with me and became one of our private clients. He was charging $35. Like, well, I'm just gonna move out to LA and like everything's gonna go good over there because I can do it on my own. Moved out to LA, stayed out there for 6 months. He couldn't even get past $35. Couldn't even get a booked out clientele. Moved back to Omaha, Nebraska. Started working with his private client. He's now up to $75. What's Omaha, Nebraska? Just shy of 500,000 people there. Again, people even think right here, oh, I can't do it. I hate to tell you guys, like, you can get this thing done. You just don't know what the fuck you're doing in business, right? And now after all of that proof, after everything you have watched in here, you still don't think you can get new clients where you're at. I'm sorry to tell you, you are legit choosing to have a broke mindset and you will never scale your business. You are such a closed-minded fuck at this point. And that's what I have to resort to get into your head. Because you've seen all this shit right here. If you've seen all this, right? All these case studies, all the success that we've had, and you're still going to hold on to this belief, at that point in time, you're just choosing to be a loser. And I'll be the first one to be straight up honest with you. You need to go ahead and retire and go back to a safe little 9 to 5. You need to go back to a job because business clearly isn't the thing you should be doing because you have honestly like a little bitch mindset. Because if you still are not open to the thought that you are the one that doesn't know how to operate their business, it is not. You're just playing the victim, honestly. And it gets me so worked up because you are a grown adult. So there are people who are younger than you. There are teenagers who are making $6K a week. We had a guy who was 16 years old in the program working with us as a private client. In 3 weeks, he made $6K. Well, some of you fucks, honestly, grown men with kids, grown men with wives, grown women as well too, want to bitch and complain all the goddamn time and play like these little victim mindset games, right? Oh, feel bad for me. I don't feel bad for you. You suck. Your life sucks. End of the day, you don't know what the fuck to do, but you're pointing and blaming everybody else except at the only person who is responsible for this, which is you. I hate to tell you, it's always been you, and until you realize that, your shit's gonna suck. Now, you should have a safe job where they pay you to show up because in business, you are paid to solve problems in your business. And congrats! You know the fucking obvious thing. You can't get new clients in your business with the way you're operating it. However, you are too dumb to see. And yes, I have no shame in calling a spade a spade. If you are being this dumb, I will call you straight up a dumb fuck, right? Just like if you're 400 pounds, you are a fat fuck, right? That just because you can't right now doesn't mean that you can't get new clients forever if you had the right tools and systems in place. But what you are doing right now, it will not work. And some of you are just so hard-headed. Some of you barbers choose to be stuck. You choose to suck at life. I have no other way of putting it. And you've been choosing this all your life. Your life, if you go back to all your life decisions, they've probably all been like around the same mental frame of like, oh man, small-minded. You got it from your parents, you got it from your friends, you got it from your social circles, and guess what? It's not serving you. You're not living the life you want to. So why the fuck do you keep on like at least hanging on to this thing? You might as well try something different. Fuck. Unless you just like living like this. If you like living like this, be my fucking guest, but don't complain. And we will get to you complainers who do want to live a different life, but complain about something different right now. I got something special for you, right? However, if you choose to be a dumb fuck, then please understand you won't see success at all, and you are a straight up loser. I will restate this. You are a loser. You have a loser's mindset, and you are what is wrong with the barber industry. And I have no wrong saying that because honestly, nobody else would be this bluntly and rudely honest with you. And until you wake the fuck up, we're just going to have grown kids in the barber industry. Because that's what it is. A bunch of grown kids Grown men kids. Grown women kids. Shut the fuck up. Understand that you can do something different about your business if you choose to. You just choose to stay in the same place. You have always chosen to stay here. You have not done a damn thing. You are a victim. You're waiting for somebody to save you. Nobody's coming to fucking save you. You have to make the decision to move forward in your business. I'm trying to at least give you the help too. Fuck. And I will restate this. You are a loser. You have a loser mindset. Yeah, but I already said that before. Okay. I got to say it again because obviously you're a loser. Now, until you stop being such a closed-minded individual, which, by the way, let me know how that's been working for you so far in your life. Again, you will not grow your business. And this is how this closed-minded thinking will get you. And this is some examples I've seen from dumb fuck barbers who are closed-minded, right? I've seen the barbershop owner who legit, they were on a call. They're like, well, what's your goals? Oh man, he kind of laughs. He's like, I have a goal of making $1 million. Like, that's weird to laugh about a goal that you have as if like it's not possible, right? But the guy was only making $4K a month. He's owning a shop, by the way. He has been charging $40 for the last 4 years, but yet does not want to overcharge his people. Should probably put it like this right here. Like, it doesn't make sense. You want to make $1 million, yet you feel bad for running a business and making money, and you want to keep prices low, and you've been charging this amount for 4 years, making $4K a month, and you're like, oh no, I can't charge people more. Well, don't have a goal of this then. No wonder why you're laughing. You don't even think you can. You obviously know you can't do it, but you're just too fucking dumb and blind to figure out that what you're doing right here ain't like it's not gonna line up to get to there, right? And until you let that shit go, and it's honestly just like you're trying to like. You're insecure about your business. You're insecure about like how your business and how your life's going as a grown man. This was a grown man like in his 40s, right? You're insecure about the way your life has gone so far because you're only making $4K a fucking month, which is sad after the age of 40, right? You own a shop that ain't doing too fucking well. And like, honestly, you haven't yet to make this money while there's younger kids than you who are doing way further than this in their business, not as barbers, but as other individuals. And you're kind of like dumb to the fact that like, look, are you going to make $1 million from just cutting hair? No. But guess what? Everything happens in vehicles, right? And to get to $1 billion, like we talked about, again, what did we say? We have to max things out right now as a barber in this vehicle. Because again, this guy was cutting hair for 10 years. Are you just going to throw 10 years out the window and start a brand new vehicle over again? No, we might as well take that momentum for the last 10 years, max out over these next 2 to 3 years, get that business in the position to make 20K a month, stack it up as much as possible, and then move on to the next vehicle. That's the smartest thing. Instead of starting all over again and having to take another 15 years to get back to where we're at right now. Doesn't make sense, right? It was another one. Barber kept coming up with every excuse of like, oh, it's my location. Oh, it's my shop. Oh, it's a shop owner. Every fucking time. I mean, she basically said it's the dog that walks outside the shop every day at 3:21 p.m. If you're just going to come up with every fucking excuse until you realize, like, again, too, it's you, you're just a dumb fuck. I have no, until you realize that, I am not going to move off my stance. Because it frustrates the hell out of me because you are playing the victim role. And like, look, I've ran a business as a barber. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, it's frustrating, but it kind of sucks to hear, but it is all up to you. And until you realize that, you will not be a good business owner. Because guess what? Thus far in your life, you have been a shitty fucking business owner with that mindset. So tell me, how is having that shitty fucking mindset as a terrible business owner all your life really going to start fixing things or turning things around? You better start thinking differently. Last one, barbershop owner wanted to be for the community, not overcharge them because he wanted to cut kids, yet to want a multi-million-dollar business. Very similar like the guy right here. Again, this is just this small thinking of like, again, you're hiding your insecurities because you don't know how to get new clients, and you just kind of like patch it up of like, oh, well, if I don't know how to get new clients, then I just can't get new high-paying clients. It's just, you're just an insecure individual that like, honestly, you just need to be a little bit more vulnerable to yourself. It's okay. Everybody sucks at first, and you have to go and find places to learn how to get new clients, right? You have to at least, this is a skill set you have to grow into. It's not like you're born with this. That's fine. Nobody's born with a good skill set, right? Nobody's born with a skill level of like business, but you have to put yourself out there and learn. You can't be this close-minded. If you're this close-minded, even after this, just fucking dip out. Like, don't even watch anything else after this. Like, trust me, you're lost. You're going to make the same money. Go back to your little shell. Probably should look for a 9-to-5 or even drive fucking Uber at that point in time. Again, I'll be brutally honest with you. Business is not for you. If, however, you realize, okay, I'm a dumb fuck. Honestly, like, it's a little bit harsh, but like, I'm Daniel, I'm a dumb fuck. But like, it's like an AA meeting or something. But like, look, at the end of the day, if you realize, okay, cool, my thinking's been wrong and need to start changing it up, awesome. You're on the pathway to start to actually running your business properly. right? This is like the inception moment. Again, too, what happens in AA? Hey, my name's Daniel. I'm an alcoholic. The first step is admittance. Because if you keep on ignoring it, like, no, I'm not an alcoholic, yeah, you're down in a bottle of Jack Daniels every night. It's like you're just avoiding the issue, which every barber is. You are like all this shit. This is legit. You are the alcoholic downing a bottle and saying you're not an alcoholic. You're a drug addict taking drugs every day, saying no, I'm not a drug addict. I can stop whenever I want to. It's dumb. So stop. All right. Can you get higher paying clients in your city? Absolutely fucking yes, you can. Unless you think like this dumb fuck still, okay? Now with that, the next modules we're going into what you can start doing to start upticking new clients into your business. Again, is he going to get clients at $100 a cut? No, but this will start making you some more money because we need to get an uptick in your income overall. So I'll see you in the next videos. All right, so this is going to be in terms of the new client conversion modules. So like, what we're going to be covering on in here, very simple. I think a majority of you already know at least how to set up your profile. Like this is like such beginner stuff, but it's like I'd be hard pressed if I didn't fucking like at least put this in here and we have people not following things correctly and like, nothing's working. And so let's just get this thing done properly. So inside of here, of course, you have your Instagram profile. Does your name matter? Absolutely fucking not. You can call yourself fucking doo-doo shithead, right? And you can get clients. Name does not matter. You don't have to have barber anything in here, cuts, fades. People always say that goddamn thing and like make an excuse. Nobody gives a fuck about your name at all. Trust me. Nobody fucking does, okay? The only things that matter are like, we really have three things, okay? First thing is going to be this name right here. So typically people will put like their regular name right here, right? Don't do that. All you want to do is put like, and Paco is one of the barbers we work with in the program, but all you need to put is your city. So Los Baños, Barber, and then you can put your name. And that's it. You don't have to put like that you speak Spanish at all, like Paco. Okay, you don't got to do that. So, for instance, I used to live in Sacramento, so I would put Sacramento Barber .Daniel or -Daniel, right? Whatever that may be for your city, just want to put that there. That allows, again, to if people are searching up your city location, you can put that there. Now, again, I already know people are going to get a lot of like, well, what should I put if I'm like, should I put in a bigger city than this? Just put in your fucking city, honestly. Like, all this stuff, you're not going to all of a sudden get, again, this is not going to, doing one thing right here is not going to get you $20K a month. Trust me. Will this get you like 40 new clients a month? Probably not either, right? But will it help generate a couple few clients? Yeah, probably a few. But this is not like going to be the end of the world. The hashtag thing as well too. It's not the fucking end of the world. People always think it's always the hashtags or like how you set up it's none of this bullshit, okay? But this thing has to at least be set up at least somewhat decently. So again, too, your city, I don't care if you live in like buttfuck nowhere, city, Barber. That's it, okay? Then all you really want to do inside the bio, the main thing with me is people like to blow out this bio too much. And on Instagram, they got to like press for like to see more, or they can't see the bio at all. The biggest thing that I just care about is that people just say, either they're a licensed professional or professional barber. This doesn't even matter that much. The biggest thing is just this right here. For appointments, click the link button down below. Boom. And then you have to have the link. So 3 things. Make sure you have your city with barber. Make sure you have a CTA being like, hey, for appointments, if you want to book an appointment, click the link down below. You don't have to say it like this. This looks weird. You don't have to, like, honestly, this looks completely wrong. You just literally type it out like for appointments, click the link down below. And that's it, right? And I just misspelled the fuck out of that, but it is what it is. They're spell checked. You don't need to do that to run a business, honestly. So again, too, make sure you just have that there and make sure it's not hidden. And then the biggest thing too is like, make sure you have a booking link. Now, the biggest thing with a lot of barbers, they'll be like, oh, I need a website. Oh, I need this. Oh, you don't need all that bull. Honestly, if you have a website, you're wasting your fucking money. You'd like, what about a portfolio? What the fuck is this thing, right? You don't need that shit. You're just wasting money. You're paying people for dumb shit that you don't really need at all. You can just get on Booksy, get on Squire. The main thing with this booking link, you need to make sure it's an open source booking link. What I mean by that is people who are on the Cut app, if I click on this, I will not go to be able to book with you. I will go to a page that says download the Cut app. If there's friction there for me to even book an appointment with you, I'm not going to book, right? So just make sure it's open sourced overall. Again, like Booksy solid. Squire solid, Squares like and like these things like they're not that big of a deal. Like people are like, well, what's the best one? It's not the end of the world. Okay, just like pick one that's open source, put it right here. You're solid. Now, honestly, that's all I care about. Don't worry about your name. You don't need to change the name. Nobody cares a fuck about the name. You just need location, Barber. This, don't get fucking crazy with it. All we really need is just like to make sure people know to book an appointment, click the link down here. And when they click the link, it takes them to the actual booking page. I was on somebody's like Instagram earlier. Like I'm sure if we go to the explore page, right? So we can probably scroll down and probably find some, I mean, obviously I'm into fitness, but like, let me see. Gabriel's Barbershop. Let's see. Come on. Like again, no clue where he's located at. Maybe Brazil, right? Now he's taking us to I don't even know where to fucking book an appointment at. I mean, obviously I don't speak this. I think this is Spanish, but like, then we go ahead and click in here. And you see how like, come on now, man. I mean, I don't think my internet's fucking up that bad, but like, this is what happens when you have websites. Like things are like shitty. Like I can't even fucking, there we go. Now it opens up, right? And now I'm like, where the fuck do I go to book an appointment at? Okay, it's Portuguese. How can I go to English? How can I book an appointment? Right? Like you can see where this thing gets fucked at. So let's go ahead and like find somebody else. Johnny B. So we'll go to Johnny B. Again, YouTube should do like, dude, we want to like have the congrats on 13K on YouTube, but like, man, come on now. And then to schedule, let's see, we go here. This is at least solid. And see, that was at least solid right there. That's all you have to do to schedule with me. Boom. That's it. Nice and simple. Now I would want this to at least be like, okay, you have to do the pop-up thing. That's what sucks. That's what I don't like about this. Cool. And then I can just obviously like book an appointment with them, right? Some people, what they'll have, I want to see if I can actually find somebody. I think he's going to be all right. See El Paso. But again, too, like you have the YouTube thing here. There's no fucking point in that, right? And I know he probably has like the book now button in there because obviously like I'm on the laptop, it's not going to show the book now button. He's not from America. He definitely doesn't have shit together. Yeah, it's probably not from America either. I don't have like American barbers, man. 360 GZ. I mean, he's probably not going to have his booking link. I think I already checked there. Another London barber, dude. We're just coming up shit out of luck on things. Vin, let's see. Again, like I like this. I just put like Birminghamton Barber. That's it, right? Nobody's gonna be looking up Birmingham NY Barber. Just but that thing. Like, do we have a website? We click on the website. Why do we need this? Dude, nobody gives a fuck about this, right? What's going on? I have to scroll all the way down just to book. Like, there's no reason for this. And let's see if I go here and book. Dude, just put the fucking Booksy thing in, right? And this is just overcomplicated. There's too many steps in here. So, again, like for me, on this thing, it's like keep it simple, keep it straightforward, keep it on par with things. Because if not, like it could get really dumb. Make it as simple as possible, and then we'll go ahead and these are like simple basics. Most of you should know this already, but again, too, I have to at least put this in here just so that like nobody's gonna be like, oh, I didn't know. So we have this in here. We'll get into terms of like what you should be doing in terms of generating clients next. All right, so this is going to be the module feeding the beast. Now, this is going to be going over kind of how we are going to be at least trying to help you get new clients into the business. Now, let me preface by saying this is not at all what we do inside of Elevated Mentorship. Again, like what we do inside Elevated Mentorship is much more, one, higher level, two, so much more dynamic that even giving it off in like something like this space, it wouldn't do you any justice because there's so much iteration and customization to your personal business that it actually be at a lesser help to you. But we can go ahead and give you at least a little bit of something to at least start getting uptick of clientele. And we have gotten people like inside that we worked with inside the program just by doing these small things, upwards of like, 5, 10, 15 new clients a month. Again, too, is going to get you to 20K a month and raise your prices. No, absolutely not. And I would highly not recommend on doing that. But this will be able to get you a good foundation to start actually generating some new clients in the business, start making some more money. Because again, too, right here, we figured out your income, expenses, profits, and we should have a good financial discipline of what's actually going on. Now we want to start at least upticking what we're doing in terms of business-wise. That way, again, too, if you're ever looking to become one of our private clients, we have a much better, we're already ahead of the curve to start getting you the best results possible, okay? So what we're going to be doing every single day is what I like to be calling a showcase reel. Now, what is a showcase reel? It's not like a full video of like, doing your haircut process or anything like that. Honestly, a lot of that's going to waste, for a lot of you, it's going to waste so much time. It's so unnecessary, and it's not even going to fucking work, even if you get numbers coming off it, all right? My idea with this is like give you the most simplified version of what you can do that will get you the most yield on your results. Now, what you can do, what is a showcase? A showcase is basically something that looks like this, where it's legit just the very end of the haircut. It is just showing off the haircut overall, right? Now, I'm going to give you an example of like what this looks like. This is Anthony. He's one of our CSMs and account managers inside the program. He's also been a barber in the program as well too. And this is what a showcase should look like. Nice overall view, nice and clean, right? Boom. Real quick. We're not dragging anything out. We're showing off the highlights of the haircut overall. Now, he has a few different showcase haircuts in here, but you can see a couple different angles of what stuff. You don't have to have lights in the background. You don't have to do anything crazy. The biggest parts of this I want to really emphasize. One, you want to weaponize your haircut and your skill set. Because what a lot of barbers will do is just show off the haircut like a barber. They'll hold up the fucking damn camera, the phone, up like this, and just press record and think that works, when that's not. We need to take a focal point of what is really the strong suit of this cut that not only we just absolutely killed, but we'll also get a new client here. For this, it's going to be the wave. Not only the wave pattern, but also the taper, also the lineup right here, a little bit of the lineup right here. Right here, it's more like the silhouette. Nice, sharp, clean lineup. Nice taper as well, too. Again, too, we're not focusing on the whole haircut. You don't got to show up the whole damn thing. I hate when barbers show up the whole fucking thing. There's no point in that. Clients don't need to see that. They need to see the thing that's going to be the selling point. What is going to be the selling point of this haircut overall, right? Anthony does a phenomenal job at this. And it's literally just this. Just like three or four different angles of maybe the same side of the cut, and then that's it. And then you post that. Now, what is the difference between that and like what most barbers post? Well, this is what most barbers post. And I just went to hashtag barber on Instagram, and this is what their showcases look like. You tell me. These kind of look, I mean, this is exactly what barbers do and expect to get clients off it. How are you expecting to get clients off that when you're going against somebody like this? Right? You're just going to get outplayed all fucking day long. So you want to be able to understand how am I weaponizing my skill level? Again, to something like this, why are we not like actually blow drying the hair? Like this looks like, what are we weaponizing? A fade and that's it? Maybe a C cup? Dude, like the fade is like subpar at best. Fade is subpar at best. Like what are we actually trying to like get somebody to come in and get a haircut from us on? What is the selling point of this? What the fuck is the selling point on this, right? So do you need to start thinking like a businessman? How is somebody going to like, why would somebody come in to and obviously get a haircut from me? Like, what is the point of this shit, right? What's the point of this? These are terrible, terrible, terrible overall. There's no strong points in this. So you need to be posting at least one of these showcase reels every single day. One thing that's super important as well too, on your iPhone, make sure you go to your settings. You can simply click the settings tab. You want to go to scroll down to camera. I'm going to do this on here too. You want to scroll down to camera. You want to click on camera, and you want to make sure record video is set on 4K 24 FPS. 24 FPS is going to be the smoothest rate. You don't want to do 60 FPS because it's not going to look as smooth. 24 FPS, it's going to look the smoothest on camera when you record this. Make sure your camera is set to that as well too. And of course, record on your iPhone. Make sure you have a ring light as well. These things all help as well. Everybody should have a ring light. It doesn't really matter what ring light you have. Just have a fucking ring light. You might need two, and then also have at least maybe an updated iPhone or like the latest version of an iPhone. That way you can have. That way everything's gonna look all nice and crisp. Is that gonna be, at least for where you're at right now, gonna dictate whether you get new clients or not? Probably not. Like the biggest thing is like, one, you got to take action on this. Two, you got to weaponize your skill level. Does it help? It does help, but it's not the main thing. Okay. Don't think all of a sudden because you get a new iPhone, everything is all of a sudden fixed, because that's not the case at all. Now, when you post these, what you want to be able to understand is that, like, look, you are going to be posting and you're going to be thinking, well, what about hashtags? And every barber overthinks the hashtag thing. Trust me, it's not the hashtags that's holding your business back. There's no random set. There's no hashtags that like make anything go or work better on Instagram. If anything, all you really need is about anywhere from like 7 to maybe 12 of your local hashtags, and that's it. Like legit for where you're at right now, just the 7 to 10 local hashtags. So for instance, if you live in Sacramento, you could legit just Google Sacramento, go to the map. And this is what I would do as well too. We're gonna have all the barbers do. Go to the map and then just look at like the cities or areas that are around you, right? So we have Davis, Woodland, Dixon, Laguna, Elk Grove. Shit. I hate that this thing's like so fucking I wouldn't put the Sacramento Zoo. West Sacramento, right? North Sac, East Sac, West Sac, South Sac, right? Meadowview, Pocket. Like you have all these little areas in here, Land Park. And you know, if you are also a barber like that who lives in your area, you know, like what are the bigger areas? You can just go again, hashtag Arden Arcade Barber, hashtag West Sacramento Barber, hashtag Sacramento Barber, hashtag Sac Barber, hashtag Downtown Sac Barber. And you just want to fill it with like 7 to 10 hashtags. Again, don't get too like crazy on this thing of like, oh my God, what am I check my hashtags? It doesn't matter that much. Just get the basis of this out there, because you need to be taking action more than overthinking, because hashtags ain't going to save you at all. In fact, I even think hashtags, not even like that grave your worry even right now, but I know some people are like asking questions, well, what about hashtags? And I'll just give this to you. But like, to be honest with you, like for where you are at right now, you just need to be able to like doing one showcase reel every single day and focusing on weaponizing your skill level. Now, again, too, if you don't have anything to weaponize, that should be a great feedback level for you that like, look, maybe you need to work on your strengths, improving something. Like who the hell is going to come in from a haircut for this? I can't even click it. Why would somebody book off this? No reason. Why would somebody book off this? No reason. No reason. Like this gives us a strong fucking reason. Great waves, great taper, great line, nice and clean details, right? And this is how you have to think about what you're doing in terms of on a media platform. Okay. So with that, again, too, you want to just only be posting one of these per day. And then we'll get into how you want to all of a sudden drive more traffic, to your page as well, too, to generate more new clients, through these, daily posts as well. Okay.
All right, boys and girls, so in this video module, I'm gonna be going over the basics of really lighting, as well as cover a little bit of what background should look like. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do, I'm also gonna show you a screen recording of what I'm seeing through my iPhone. So you could see this as well too. I'm also gonna have this on screen. That way you can also see where I'm positioning myself at. Now, in this room setup, this way directionally, I have a big giant window with lots of natural light coming in. And then of course, as you can see right here, I have a mirror set up. So that way you can kind of see the two things that are gonna be like colliding with each other, as well as a ring light. So first off, what I'm gonna go ahead and do, I'm gonna go ahead and first start up what this looks like on screen. So first thing that we're actually gonna go ahead and cover is going to be, if you're gonna be recording, let's say, into the directional point of the lighting so far, okay? So if I put my camera, let me just go ahead and move this a little bit, move this right here. So again, to pretend like this guy's sitting in the chair, and I'm facing the directional pathway of the window lighting. This is what you see on the screen is what will happen. Okay, so you're gonna see all of like this like blurriness on screen. You're gonna see some like lighting coming in, some like some fractal lighting come into place, and you're really not gonna see the head and the way it needs to be showcased on camera. Okay, and again too, if you remember from our little diagram that you put, we don't want any light coming in the direction of this phone screen. So like a good key point of this is wherever this screen is pointing, wherever this camera lens is pointing the direction of, you want no light coming directly into that, whether it be from a natural light source, whether it be from ring light, or whether it be from, let's say, coming and reflecting from a mirror, okay? So all I have to do is simply turn myself around, okay? And what you'll see on camera is if I turn myself around, this already looks a hell of a lot better right here, right? And again, too, it's a simple thing of like, you can just simply turn the chair around, right? And I get a lot of barbers that like kind of get mixed up around this. Now, as you can see on screen, even with this coming in, we see on the right side, like where my hands are like a little bit like shaking right here, you can kind of see where everything's lit up, but on the back end of the head, my body is blocking a little bit of that lighting, right? So all I'll do for that is to supplement for the lighting. I'll turn on the ring light and I'll bring it right here. And as you can see, now all of those shadows have disappeared, but now we have a little bit of darkness on the front end of the head. So this is where maybe even having a secondary ring light would come into play. I don't have a secondary ring light right here. I would always recommend having at least two. You don't have to have two, you can always have one. If you only have one and you can't have one set up, like let's say right here and right here, then what you want to do with your one ring light is set it up in a spacing and simply put your hand through it. Kind of like how I'm doing right here. And you can see on screen how much better all the lighting looks like on this thing already, right? Now, let's say for instance, I'm gonna go ahead and shift my body over so I'm in front of the mirror, okay? So let's say for instance, there is a mirror, right? I'm gonna go ahead and turn this bad boy off. If there is a mirror, right? Again, I have some lighting, even though it's not much, because it's like what, maybe 7 a.m. right now. I have some lighting coming in directionally this way. There we go. Now you can kind of see how the camera refocuses. See how it kind of gets a little bit blurry? If I focus it back here, somewhat, it'll kind of go back a little bit back and forth. The camera's pretty decent if I go ahead and focus it. All you really have to do to get a good focal point, again, is just tap the screen on your subject or on the barber or on your client overall to really refocus the camera. But we still have some of this lighting in the background, right? So how can we go ahead and get rid of this? Well, a simple way to do this, honestly, is simply just turn your body to a different angle, right? And now I know I'm facing the backwards of here, but I'm just showing you guys. Now you can see it looks a lot better overall. But I know for some of you, you might not have that. It might be a very tight spacing if you're working at a barbershop, multiple barbers overall. So this is where having let's say a backdrop comes into play. And all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and grab it's a reversible, so it's on one side, it's black, if I can turn this thing around. And on the other side, this thing, I'm knocking shit over. On the other side, it's a blank white canvas. We want something where it's just nice and blank and white, okay? Nothing else. And all I'm gonna do, you can simply prop this up anywhere, but I'm gonna show you the big difference, right? I'm just gonna prop it up literally right in front of my mirror, so that way I have no directional light coming inwards towards me. I'm gonna go ahead and set it up again. And now it looks a hell of a lot better. Much cleaner background overall. I'm gonna go ahead and, again, set up my ring light, right? And on screen, I really wanna like make this emphasis of how much difference a ring light can make. So this right here is without the ring light, it's not on, okay? So now all I'm gonna do, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn this bad boy on, turn it all the way up. And you could see, I'm gonna refocus it, you could see the difference on screen that this makes. Not only with the white backdrop, but also with the extra lighting inside of here. Now, this is just some of the basics overall, I would say, for lighting as well as backdrop. Now, everyone's gonna have a very different spacing to start off with, right? What I would recommend you do is you can either get a dummy head like this, or you could even just get a client or one of the barbers in the shop and set up in the chair, and all you have to do is set them up and just look at different angles that you're shooting at and see where the best natural lighting is at. And then once you find the best natural lighting with the best background, then you want to go ahead and set up your ring light. Again too, your ring light can either be set up right here, like a legit, look how close this ring light is, and where I'm putting my hand at. It's literally right in front of it, right? I see a lot of barbers when they're creating content, they'll set, let's say if they're having the ring light, they have the ring light while they're cutting all the way back here, and they're cutting hair, and they don't shift the ring light, right? So let's say this is the ring light back here. They don't shift the ring light to when you're recording, just literally put it right in front of your body, and you can either reach around or reach through, right? So you can either reach around like this, kind of hug it a little bit. You can even do this, and when we get into content creation, we'll even go into like what this looks like. You can even hold the camera right here, have your tool, and reach around, and just do a simple action right on your client. Or if you even have a tripod right here, this one has a tripod, you could simply set up the thing right in the middle of the tripod, get the thing centered, right? Have that set up, and you can either reach around right here, you can set up your body, record, and reach around right here, or set up, look at the camera, reach around right here. It is a little bit of a, body maneuverment thing, but these small little differences will make a hell of a difference on your video quality overall, okay? So, that is the basics overall of lighting. What I would recommend, again, too, make sure you understand and be awareness of, number one, where the natural lighting comes into play. Because you can't move that thing. It's very hard to block this thing out. Go with the natural lighting. Once you figure out where the natural lighting is at, then you want to figure out, go in the directional point of that. Make sure all the background is clean. There's no other lighting coming into your camera lens from there. If there is, and you can't find, let's say, a blank wall or blank canvas or blank background, simply buy it. These are like maybe 20, 30, 40 bucks on Amazon, just a pop-up white backdrop, and you can literally set it up and lean it on your mirror or on your station, and just have it like off to the side. And whenever you need to record content, just drag that bad boy out, set this up, press record, do your action, or again, too simple, since we're only going over showcases, create your showcase, again too, your showcase leaning from side to side, going over this thing, right? And you want to be aware, again, even when I'm moving side to side right here, you want to be aware of if your body gets in front of any lighting whatsoever. So you always want to be aware, where is your body at? This looks like, honestly, right here where the best lighting is at, where my body's not going to cross-reference this natural lighting and interfere with the image overall. So I would probably just come right here. If I'm getting, like, let's say the 5 gum lineup, come right here. I can barely see like half the screen, right? So I don't need to be looking at the whole screen. You can barely maybe see half the screen because the other half is being blocked by this thing. All I need to be able to do is look at the screen, tap on the client's head so it refocuses, and then just do a nice little movement side to side, right? Even right here, there is a little bit of like the camera is getting in the way a little bit, so I'll probably move this somewhere a little bit more directionally where I can have it placed better. But you want to play around with this overall. If you do this properly, your showcases will look so much better. And again, too, all it comes down to, understanding where the natural light's coming at, block out the background lighting, supplement any dark spots with the ring light. Understand that this wherever you place the ring light at is not where you're going to be placing it when you cut hair. Always reposition it when you're about to record a piece of content to get the best lighting for, as this thing like is messing up, always get the best lighting for the showcase. Because when you do that, this thing will look so much better. Your product will look so much better. And at the end of the day, if you have a better product that looks better on camera, especially on a social media platform, no matter how it looks in person, if it does not look up to par, even better on a social media platform, no clients will want to book with you. Because remember, the whole idea of this is everybody has a barber, right? You are taking someone else's client. If you want to take that mind frame, you are getting someone else's client to say, hey, you know what? I don't want to be with Bob the barber anymore. I want to be with Deluxe, or I want to be with Ivan, or I want to be with Greg. And because they have a so much superior product than what I see on social media, than what I'm getting in person. And that's the whole idea of this. Again, what we don't want to have is a superior product looks like on Instagram and have our product in person look like no bueno situato, okay? So always make sure your product looks always A1, no matter where you're at, but do these simple fixes, because the biggest thing I see is like a lot of barbers will have a good product in person, but online the product does not look good, and it really just comes down to lighting and the angles, which we kind of covered in the last module. So this is the basics of lighting and kind of like backdrop and background. We will get into a little bit more specifics on situations when we start recording content. But I think this is kind of like the base metrics of what you should be aware of when we're going ahead and going to be showcasing our work, especially again to try and generate new clients, what we got coming next. All right, boys and girls, so I actually wanted to give you a live demonstration before I went into the examples of kind of what I meant by the last module about specifically angles, and give you a couple keys when you are recording, let's say on your client, because I see a couple mistakes when I do see barbers creating showcases. So let's say this is my client overall. So what I do not want to go ahead and do is simply record like right here and have the phone right out center and have everything flat. Instead, I want to go ahead and bump the client down. Let's pretend he's in the chair, okay? I want to go ahead and bump the client down. So number one, I already am starting at a downward angle because I'm right here. But how to create a better downward angle is simply bring up the phone. You could raise either your arms up like how I am right here, and just peeking over to see this downward angle of the camera. Okay, now this is going to create a such better angle overall, and on top of that, if I need to, I can go ahead and angle, I don't want to break my guy's neck, but I can angle my client's head, because if he's sitting here like this, and I have this at a downward angle, well, we're going to create a lot of shadows on the side of the head, especially we have our light source coming this way overall. I want to go ahead and simply angle his head this way. That way, the angle of his head is also matching the angle of the camera, okay? Now, this is again to just like basic overall. Let's say I'm getting the fade or something on the beard overall. We're gonna go into a little more specifics of exactly how to create the best angles. I just wanna give you a visual representation of what this looks like, okay? So number one, again, too, instead of coming at it right here, and always, before I go into this as well too, another key thing, whenever you're recording a showcase, never have it on a tripod. If you are recording on a tripod, that's fine. But whenever we're recording a showcase, you want to take the iPhone off of the tripod, because we want to add movement into the showcase overall. We never want to have it just stagnant and being held very still. We want to be almost like loosey-goosey with this, all right? Now, I know we can't see my bottom half. I'm wearing some short shorts per usual, okay? But what I want to be able to do is on my feet wise, okay? I'm just pushing back and forth between my feet and having my body sway back and forth. So my body almost sways back. I'm not like trying to move my body with my upper body right here. I'm just pushing off my feet and keeping my torso very, very still. I'm almost just like leaning side to side. When you see barbers in their content and they're going ahead and making their showcases have some movement, that is what they're doing. So I'm gonna go ahead and place my feet kind of shoulder length apart. I'm gonna go ahead, not have the phone right here. I'm gonna bring the phone up to about eye level, angled downward. And even with this, you want to try and get as high as possible. Sometimes this might be a little bit too far away. I'm giving you an extreme example, right? But I definitely want to have it at like a downward angle and kind of peeking over right here. Now, we just don't want to go ahead and record any type of showcase and just press record right here and have it stagnant and just like hold this still. Okay, we want to add some movement. And what I talked about earlier, we're gonna have our feet side to side, and all we're gonna do, the first move we're gonna do is we're gonna hold it up here, and we're gonna sway side to side. Now, what you can tell by my upper body right here is this, it's almost like very locked in place. Okay, I'm not like trying to like move around anything like this. You can if need be, but I think it's like one of the most basic things that everyone can get, at least when you start off. So you want to have your hands up high, hold everything nice and still, and just, you want to rock back and forth very, very slowly. I'm not trying to do this like very fast, herky-jerky, because whenever we do a showcase, we want the viewer to be able to see our showcase and see all the details of this, okay? So whenever we're recording, we want to go ahead and ease into this. I almost like doing a 1, 2, 3 count, and then a 1, 2, 3 count the other way, right? If you want to, you can start on one side and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, what you might notice when I'm doing this overall, I'm not just going back and forth in a straight line like this, okay? So I'm not just going back and forth like this. What I am doing, and I don't know if I could kind of show you from my hand angle, I'm almost like curving it around like this, right? I'm going in a curvature motion. Now, I'm not gonna be going straight directly overhead, but at this angle, I'm kind of going around the circumference of the head. So I'm going around this way. You see how I'm kind of tilting this way, but keeping a nice angle on the phone. And I'm going around this way. If you want to think of the head right here, right? And we want to think of if you want to think about like, let's say planetary orbits, right? We have the sun, the earth, the moon, all this stuff, right? We want to think of this as the sun, and we orbit around this thing, okay? In the same direction. So if this is angled this way, all right, we're just not going to go side to side like this in a flat space. We want to go ahead, have our camera angle right here, and orbit around the head. Orbit around the head, almost as if we kept on going around, it would go in a perfect orbit, okay, around this diagonal angle. Now, That's going to be some basics overall when you are recording. That's number one. Now, what you can also do, you don't have to be super still and locked in. I prefer it because again, too, sometimes when you move your hands might twitch and this thing might get a little bit twitchy on you. If you'd like to have a little bit more movement in there, or you can control yourself, what you can do is you can also move your hands, but everything's going to be going in the orbit direction. Okay, we never just want to have this like go side by side like a slideshow. So never like this. Okay, we always want to be going around the circumference. So again, too, I might go boom. Now this might be a very like overall, let's say, exaggerated point. Okay, whenever I'm doing a showcasing, I'm never going to try and start the back of the head and get the back of the head and then try to get everything right here. Remember, we only want to have one focal point. So let's say, again, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but I'll give you an example of, let's say, if I'm doing the lineup. So if I'm doing the lineup, right, there's really two main angles I really love, and I'll show you in the next modules the angles I would recommend that you do overall. But let's say this is going to be the diagonal angle. Okay, so it's not going to be straight forward, but it's going to be the diagonal. Now with this diagonal, what I really want to focus on and harp on is going to be this, like we can call it the 5 gum line. So we have the line up here, we have the straight bar here, we have the edge up around the, what's it called? The hook right here. That creates that nice little 5 gum. That's going to be my focal point and my area of focus for the camera. Okay, and my idea of this is going to be, if I'm going to set his head up, right, I'll probably set him up. I'm not going to have him like straight up and down. What I will do is I'll angle his head slightly this way. Of course, you're probably not going to be that forceful with your client, hopefully. And that way, I'm going to have it come in at a downward angle. And whenever I start off, right, I want to start off again to make sure my lighting's all set up, and we'll go over lighting setup and everything. But I want to make sure that this focal point is focusing right on that 5 gum, and I'm staying right on this right on this point while I'm orbiting his head. I'm not, let's say, going all the way back here and then maybe giving a quick, like, 1 or less than a second flash point on this. This point of focus, this 5 gum area, needs to be the focus of the whole video, right? And that's where I need to be able to orbit this one little thing, and I'll go right in there. Now, we're never going to go like up and down. Typically, your showcases are always going to be this nice little orbit, and we're always going to have that one key focal point. So always understand where your key focal point is whenever you're showcasing. Orbit around that, make sure the head angle is proper, make sure again too, we're swaying either off our feet and have our torso nice and controlled, and then again too, we are playing with the angles. I'll even get a little bit closer. We are playing with the angles on the wrists to orbit. So I'm not keeping my wrists locked in trying to orbit it this way. What I'm doing is if I'm starting, like let's say, my point, let's say, is right here, or let's say, I'll bring my homie a little bit closer. Let's say my point of focus is going to be right here, okay? I'm going to use my wrists to be able to orbit around as well too, right? So I'm going to be able to, let's say, angle my torso, but also angle using this as a flexion point to be able to get around while still focusing on this one key focal point, okay? So again, if we want to highlight key points on this, number one, never have a flat camera. Always take this bad boy, don't slap your client. Always have this bad boy a little bit more lowered down. We want to go ahead, feet shoulder length apart, go balls of the feet, or overall sway side to side, keep the torso locked in. You can either move your hands or you keep everything nice and still, but you always want to be moving and flexing these wrists so we go around the client. Okay, and that is kind of like the basics how to showcase overall, just at a higher level. Once we get into more specifics of exactly, what weapon you're utilizing overall, whether it be the lineup, the beard lineup, or the overall style aesthetics, we'll get into what key points to really hone in on, what focal points to hone in on, and really keep in the image, and how to set things up, let's say with lighting, and where your body should be set up as well too. All right, boys and girls, so in this module, we'll be going over how to actually record showcases, meaning like like actually recording the showcase, kind of step by step through things. I know we kind of went over some basics overall. This is obviously like putting everything together. If you know, getting yourself ready to when you're gonna actually like what to do, how to record things, what actually to record, how many clips to record, what are the time sequences, all that jazz. Then in the next module, we'll be going over how to edit these, and then obviously how to post these as well too on your Instagram account. Now I do want to preface overall, when we are recording showcases, for right now, like even with this is good for every single one of you to be going through, because all of you need to understand how to actually record showcases, because every single video we post on social media needs to have a showcase on it. That way we can actually convert on new clients. But you know, when we're talking about like editing and posting showcases just as a showcase, I would say this. If you are someone who does not have a decent social media up and running, meaning like you're getting on average anywhere from like 5 to 10K views, right? Or you have no clue on what to post, this would be great for you. So if you're not getting 5 to 10K views on average per post, or you've never posted before, you're not that good on social media, these are really good ways to start getting some traction. We've had people get anywhere 10, 15, even 20 new clients just from posting showcases overall, if their work is dialed in exactly the way we need them to be. But obviously this is not an end all be all. This is a nice little starter thing to start the program with, but we always want to transfer that into obviously the content we're posting that we'll teach later on. But again too, this is still decent and good because again too, you'll be using this same structure in every single one of your videos that you'll be recording and posting regardless if you're only posting showcases or full haircut videos. So when we are recording showcases, we only need 3 to 5 clips of a showcased weapon, okay? So if you watch any video on social media, the worst things possible is like a barber, you know, creates like this long, elaborate video. It does super well, but there's like literally 1 second clip of a showcase at the very end, and then the video ends. It's like, how are people ever going to figure out if they want to book with you or any of that sort? Like the showcase in an edited video should be anywhere from like 5 to 7 seconds long. Excuse me. And these clips can be a little bit more elongated to not just like a 1 or 1.5 seconds like we'll show later on, but about to 2 to 3, maybe even sometimes 4 seconds long of an actual clip. So these can be a little bit more slower because again, we want the viewer to actually see our work and our weapon and take in all the details to be like, wow, yes, I want to book an appointment with you. So we only need about 3 to 5 clips of a showcase weapon, ideally to post on any one of our posts. Now, I want to emphasize this. We only need to record the weapon that we are recording, so not the whole haircut. So whenever you're posting showcases, whether it be right now, or whether it be for your actual haircut videos or your consultations, I don't want to see, you know, angle. Let me actually turn on this light. I don't want to see your showcases look like this. I don't want to see one showcase angle like this, and then the next clip it looks like this, and the next clip looks like this, and the next clip looks like this, and the next clip looks like this. We don't need any of that. I just need one angle, one showcase, and hitting this one angle of the weapon from multiple different types of pans, okay? And when we're talking about panning, that means you're panning in, you're panning to the side, you're panning out, boom, you're mixing it up that way to make it look, again, too, that we're only showing off this one thing. And even if people say, oh, why are you only showing off one side of the haircut? It's like, because it converts on clients that way, right? My job is not to showcase to you the whole haircut because, again, too, that's not what's going to bring in clients. What's going to bring in clients is one focus thing of marketing, one showcase to make someone say, yes, that is my barber. I'm going to them, okay? Now, these can be of the same angle, but switch up how you pan. So again, too, let's take, for instance, if you're going to be doing, let's just take, for instance, your job is like the beard, right? For whatever reason. Let's just say that's your weapon, you got the beard line overall, right? So of course we have like really maybe 1 or maybe 2 angles, but we can pan this thing in to make it look very, very different as we go through. So it could be like, again, too, it could be a pan inward, it can be a pan around, it can be a pan out, it can be a mixture of in and around a little bit. You can mix up however you feel like your little heart desires, honestly, right? So, again, too, this can be panned in, panned out to the side. You can twist the camera overall. This one right here, make sure they are all slow and steady, okay? We never want anything to be like this, like, whoom, right? Or whoom. I know I say this a lot, repeat it a lot, but you'd be so surprised how many barbers, they get so excited, like, I'm going to post, oh my God, to make my first post, let me get my showcase. It's like boom, 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 all this herky-jerky stuff. And it's like, slow down, cowboy, okay? I can't see a damn thing on there. Let's make sure, again, we have something that's just nice, slow, and steady. Again, control your breathing. It's almost like it's almost in my head too. Like as I'm doing this, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm almost doing like a 5 count. It's not like a hard rule. You can do a 3 count, a 7 count, 10 count, however long you want to. But it's like it kind of paces my energy down a little bit to just be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See how simple that was, right? Nice little 10 count. Now all I'm doing is all I'm trying to focus on, again, everything we're trying to focus on with the background, the lighting, make sure the hair looks all good. But I'm really just trying to make sure the spacing is nice and decent all the way through. I'm centering everything up. And then also too, that I'm nice, in between the transitions from each point, it's all nice and smooth. And it's where you need to get a little more flexible, but you want to make sure you're not jolting on each joint. It's kind of like a nice smooth transition this way, right? I know it's again too, even I'm doing it on here, I'm like, what the hell am I doing? But like, honestly, you should feel a little silly when you're recording any piece of content, especially showcases. And again too, like this is just like, I want to be able to show you guys, you do have to look a little bit silly when you're recording. Everybody does, but understand this. People will use that of like, oh, I'm going to look silly while doing this, so I'm not going to do it. And that's why they'll never grow their business. And it's giving you a wide open opportunity. It just be like, as long as you're fine looking that way, and honestly, it's not that bad. Nobody's really judging you. You'll grow the business. And in my opinion too, like more people who are looking at you, they're kind of like, man, what is he doing? They're more interested more than judging you. Okay. So you want to, again, to make sure everything's all nice and slow and steady. And you want to get the best of the best to get posted, not the ones that show the weapon, that show the weapon or cut at a suboptimal level. So again, you should already clear this up with like, okay, cool, where's my haircut look good at? Did I clean everything up? Whenever you're panning anywhere in here, you want, again, to understand you will get some angles that won't look the best. Don't like throw away the end of the showcase. Just keep rolling with the punches. And whenever you find like a really good angle, you almost want, like, let's say this was like my really good angle, and then let's say this was like my bad angle. I'm like, oop, no, let me go back over here. And I don't want to do anything too herky-jerky. Even if I see like a mistake, I'll kind of just ease my way back in here, because it'll make editing this thing way easier on my front overall, to kind of like, instead of like, I'm always stopping and starting. Again, you want a good, nice 5, 7, 10 seconds worth of like recording, and you want like 3 to 5 of those like 5 to 10 second recordings overall. Okay. So, for this, you can record long continuous clips or short 5 to 7 second clips. I prefer 2 to 3 long clips and pick my best one. So for this one, again, too, I probably should put short as like 2 to 3 seconds, right? You can do like short 2, like it'd be like 1, 2, and record. 1, 2, and record. In my opinion, it doesn't leave me enough room when I go to edit. I prefer, again, that 5 to 10 seconds long, because I can cut things up in the editing phase. You have to think like that. In the editing phase, I can cut things down and make them shorter and iterate things. And I have a lot more flexibility when I'm doing that. So I'll always, again, to start off, and I'll just kind of like, I'll come in. And again, too, I'm just going to be nice and easy all the way through, even though I'm talking. And again, too, I'm just going to continue recording for about 5 to 7 seconds, 5 to 10 seconds, maneuvering my way and using my body around this ring light. Boom. And again, too, just something very simple as that can work really, really well. Again, I prefer 2 to 3 long ones, again, to a 30, like 2 to 3 10-second clips, or even the 3 to 5 10-second clips overall. And you want to record 3 to 4 angles that are close and 3 to 4 angles that are farther away. So let's say my close angles, I'm going to be panning this way, right? So I'll kind of like pan this way, and I'll pan back and forth, and I'll hold it for like 10 seconds, right? I might come up a little bit more, I might come down a little bit more, right? You kind of just want to iterate it all the way through and kind of get a nice overall circumference. Even though that might not be the best angle, sometimes you will be surprised when you do get something good. But always make sure you get that first initial really good angle. That way we know we have something really good. And then you can kind of like start maneuvering your body around. Maybe in like, again, too, once you go to post-editing phase, you feel like, oh, wait a minute, this angle is so much better, looks so much better than the other one. I'm going to use that one. Again, too, you want to have like ammo and like things to work with. And also you want 3 to 4 farther away angles. So again, too, I'll probably like come back here, make sure everything's all nice and centered. Boom. And I'll kind of just like come nice and easily move myself back and forth. Boom. I might move in just a tad bit, move around here, not going too close overall, move myself back. And again, too, I'll get about 3 or 4 of those different recordings. record 5 to 10 different shots that to have variety with different pans. Again, you're panning in, you're moving this around, you're panning out, up, down, getting like a couple different angles in there just in case you get some variety in there. Again, too, I cannot stress this enough. I've said it before, do not spin the client or show off the rest of the haircut, only show off the weapon. This will ensure we convert as many new clients as humanly possible, okay? So that's how we're gonna go about recording showcases overall. In the next module, I'll show you about how to edit these inside of Instagram and or TikTok. Because again, too, we don't really need an editing app like CapCut or Video Leap right now, not at least for these, and plus it's much easier to do it on the actual native app to add music and add captions and such and what we wanna do. And then we'll also get into how to post these if, again, too, you have no clue, you don't have any prior social media experience or your current posts aren't doing that well. These are great options to get daily posts out, and they're very low effort overall. And you just pump these out like, again, if you're doing 10 haircuts a day, you know, pick your top 2, you post 1 tomorrow, you have another piece of content for the next day, and you record even more content the next day and start adding a stockpile to this. Again, this is not gonna be, you're not only gonna be posting showcases, this should probably only be the first 2 weeks. Yeah, you can post only showcases, but after that, we wanna get into other content as well too, okay? So with that, I will see you on the next module.
All right, so now we are in daily upkeep. So by now you should already be posting 1 showcase reel a day. Now this is where we're going to go ahead and even get a little bit more uptick on what we're doing, a little more throughput on the results we're getting so far. What you also want to be doing is posting 3 showcases to your story and tagging your clients every day. What this is going to allow us to do, again, with the story, is it's going to allow us to pick up on people who are already following us or land on our page, as well as people who we tag, our clients that we tag in our story. They will then repost to their story, which then can also generate new clients because other people will see like, oh shit, that's his barber. Let me go and get cut by them, right? Again, too, if we have the profile set up properly with the link right here, very easy for them to book, should be a piece of cake. Now, when I bring up Self-Made Chris's profile because he has a few examples on here, they're legit just the exact same things. Showcases. Showcase with like your if you have it, please put your tag your client there. That way they can repost that as well too. And you want 3 of these every single day. Now, again, too, what's going to come up for a lot of you is like, oh my God, that's going to be so much like of content I got to create. It's really not that much. And it's really just, again, it's a showcase at the very end of the haircut. What you should always be thinking with all these showcases, let's say you do 10 haircuts a day, you want to be doing like at least all 10, create a showcase reel on it, at least to get practice on like how, like weaponizing your skill level and everything like that. Let's say you don't. Let's say you only do 3 haircuts a day. Great. You have one of those you can post as a showcase reel, right? And then you can repost the 3 again, or those 3 just on your story. So you're going to do one post twice, once on your story, once on your reel. And then the other 2 are just going to be thrown up on your story. The good thing about this is when you don't have that many clients to cut, you can spend as long as you fucking want on each haircut. You can improve and make it look even better, which is phenomenal, right? Especially for showcases, because you can just keep on dialing in what it looks like on camera to ensure it looks the best of the best as possible. Now, one thing I did not mention in the last module, talking about in terms of posting, all you want to do in terms of like your caption, just click link in bio to book. Literally that simple. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. Just again, your hashtags, click link in bio. Now again, too, what this will do, now we have 4 pieces of content going out daily. We have 1 on your Instagram on feed, and then you have 3 that are going to be on your story every single day on weekends. Now, timing doesn't really matter for these, okay? It's just like you can throw it up first thing in the morning, you can throw it late at night, you can do midday. Timing does not matter for this because, again, too, for where most of you are at, that's not going to become a variable that's really going to have to get tracked at all. Just throw it up whenever you get to. The main thing you have to like stay on top of every single day. It has to be non-negotiable. And then again, you have to be creating it, or you have to be at least taking 3 different showcases every single day, at least 3 different showcases. But honestly, mandatory for most of you, you should be doing every single cut. That way you have a plethora of variety to choose from. You can choose the best 3 out of that every single day. So again, 3 showcases on your story every single day. Tag your clients so they can repost you. You should have everything all dialed in beyond that point as well. All right, so this is going to be called fattening the pig. So by now we already have like, sorry, my septum piercing is like tweaking out on me. By now we have you're posting something onto your feed every single day. You're doing daily story posting, which is phenomenal. But guess what? For most of you, that's still not going to work overall because again, you're not getting any new people seeing your page. And this is what most barbers forget about. Just because you're posting consistently, honestly, you can be posting consistently and put it your business is getting hit and seen by the same amount of people every single day, and you still won't be able to convert on people. I would never recommend to anybody as well. Don't waste money on boosting posts or ads. For a lot of you, that's not at all what you should be focused on whatsoever. Again, remember the idea of this is to give you some quick actionable things to get a good structure of a business. To again, if you want to be a private client of ours at some point in time, this gives us the correct foundation, then start working with you and start coming into elevated mentorship properly so we can scale you up as quickly as possible. Now, with the next thing, the final thing which you want to be focused on is getting new people onto your profile. Again, for a lot of you, like what's going to be happening with these reels, some of them will get good numbers, some of them will do trash. Majority of them will do, just average ass numbers. We're not looking to get like big videos with this. What we are looking for is one, weaponizing our skill level. Two, if you weaponize your skill level, you should also only be really posting majority of like the similar clientele base that you have. It shouldn't be like a wave client and then like a shear cut client and then like, a buzz cut client. Like you should like majority of your cuts should all look fairly similar, right? You should be specialized in something, right? It's not something I touched upon because it's not super important, but for majority that is going to be the case. So how do we get new people to the profile? Well, one way is simply to do it not the old fashioned way, but do it a little bit more ground and pound game. Okay. So on the laptop or on the desktop, Instagram is a little bit more restricted. But what you want to do, all I did is search up was like Los Angeles in here, right? On the iPhone, if I go to Instagram, you can go search. I'm going to search up Los Angeles, or you could simply look up like geotags. Like, let's say if there's I know there's in Los Angeles, there's this rooftop dinner spot I love to go to called Perch. So I can just search up Perch, and you can look up in terms of like dinner spots, locations, anything of that sort, and then just go to the places. So like if I'm in here on Instagram, you could see I searched up Perch, and then there's like top, and then all the way at the right, there's places. I want to go and touch on there, and then it looks like that's where we're at. Like there's rooftop bar at Perch and Perch. I'll click on that, and what should pop up is like the location and like everybody that's tagged that geotag. And guess what you have in there? You have like, especially if it's a popular dinner spot, you can have a lot of women posting pictures in here, right? Now, focus on business, boys. All right. The main thing of this is to understand. First of all, does this girl live in the town that you live in, right? So you want to go into a page. So I just picked Miss Kim Kong. She posted at Perch. So this is her profile. And then I want to tap on her profile. And then you just want to like see she's located in Miami. So this would not work. So I would like go dab back out. There's another one, Perch. You can just like search around the profile to see if they actually are living in the location. If you're not in a city like LA, it probably will be a little bit easier, especially with a popular restaurant like Perch. People are going to be posting like pictures they're coming out of town. But you can do anything like a steakhouse. You can do just something as simple as like, I don't know, like a baseball game or like just things where people are posting pictures on geotags at. And what you can do is simply go on there and see women who are posting and attractive women, and then go onto their pages. And then you want to go to their following, because guess what? They're probably going to have a lot of local guys. Like, think about this. Especially in 2023, mostly everybody has been on Tinder before. And mostly every attractive woman who's been on Tinder has at some point in time has been on Tinder and had their Instagram in their Tinder just for the sole focus of gaining a following. Like, that's the game, boys. You're not going to be on there trying to bag a girlfriend or a dime. You're just not, that's not where the dimes are going to be at. So what you want to do is you want to be like, okay, cool. If that's already been hashed out, let me go ahead and utilize that as like almost like a CRM to go ahead and have a plethora of guys who might not be posting as consistently, or I might not find in the area, and just go and find guys who are following that girl who are also located in your city. And this is the next vetting thing. So the girl has to be living in the city, has to go to her following, has to find guys who also live in your city. And then the last thing is, once you confirm that, what you should be doing is only reaching out in the DMs to the guys who have similar haircuts to what you're posting on your Instagram. So if you're only posting guys like me who are bald with big beards, it makes absolutely zero sense to hit up some guy to reach out to the, hey, I'm a barber, would love the opportunity to cut your hair if you ever have a chance, or if your barber is ever busy. If you reach out to one of those guys who is a waiver with no beard, makes zero sense, because all you're posting are guys like me, and he looks at your page, because guess what they're going to do? They're going to go to your page. If they have any interest, they'll go to your page and look at your work. And if they're like, wow, this guy can definitely cut my hair, there's a higher chance that they'll book with you. If they think immediately, this guy has no skill level in cutting my hair type, I'm not trusting him, it doesn't matter. You did all the work for nothing, right? So you want all these things to match up, and still at the end of the day, it's still a numbers game. You're not going to convert high on these things, but if you have everything lined up and you're doing a high volume of these, again, you can outbound DM maybe 30 people every single day. You don't want to go too crazy, because you can get and you want to do more than 30 every single day, because you will get your account locked out. But that is a way every single day you can get 30 new people onto your profile. And again, if you have 30 bullets, you want to make sure you fire off the correct bullet at the right person. So let's do the math real quick, right? Again, if you do 30 people a day for 7 days a week, that's 210 people a week. Multiply by 4, that's 840 new people, targeted people that you choose that are in your area and have the same haircut that you have, that you're posting a skill level on, that you are now weaponizing. How many of those people do you think would actually be able to book with you, right? Again, maybe even if you just take 1% of that, right? Times 1%. 1%, you have a 1% conversion rate, which is super low. You still get 8.4 new clients every single month. And that's just on you going in the DMs. That's not accounting for anybody that's also reposting your work, your clients that are reposting your work, or people that also randomly see maybe your work as well too, when they are searching up for hashtag local barber. Not your like if I'm in Los Angeles, hashtag Los Angeles barber, right? Hashtag Sacramento barber. So now we have everything covered on this plate. And then now what you need to do is it becomes a daily input. This does not happen one day and you get a direct relationship. This happens when you focus on this to do this for the next 90 days and expect zero things in return. Again, this is not to say you won't get anything back in return, but to say like you should not be getting discouraged after day 7. You should not be getting discouraged after day 14, because what you should be doing is really the only thing you should be doing, the two inputs that you can do to improve this. 1, take a better showcase. So make sure you weaponize your skill level correctly. 2nd, pick better prospects to DM, right? Meaning they have the exact hair type that you are posting. Very, very simple overall, right? And if you do that, majority of you have time to be able to invest in that. Again, 30 a day. If you come down to a point where it's like, oh my God, it's so hard to find the guys, and like, it's so weird to say, but it's so hard to find like people to DM. What I used to do is simply, in my free time outside of cutting hair and downtime, this is what I mean by you have to allocate time all to working towards the business. If I just had any downtime, it wasn't relaxing or playing video games. It was legit. Everything went into the business. To now, all I did in my free time was I would scour for more people to DM, but I wouldn't DM them. What I would do is I'd create a save file. So in Instagram, you can save somebody's post. So I would find a profile and then I would save their first post, and then I would create a collection that just said DM, right? And then you could save everything to that collection. That way, when it's time to go ahead for you to DM, you just go to that save file, open that bad boy up. You have hundreds of people already ready in there, and you just got to pump out 15, 20, 30 at a time, and then you're done for the day, right? And then every time you DM them, you remove the saved photo from the collection. That way it's like taken out of that inbox. And that's how you run the system overall with this event. Very simplified overall. It becomes a numbers game, and you have to understand that this is not going to get you, again, I cannot emphasize this enough, because again, I know people are going to be like, wow, this sucks. I'm not at 20K a month. I'm not raising my prices. This is not designed at all to get you that result. This is designed to, 1, get you financial discipline. 2, generate a little bit more money in your income so that you have a little more wiggle room. And 3, mentally get you prepared on how to run a business if you want to become a private client of ours. Okay. Again, getting to 20K a month is something that we do inside of Elevated Mentorship, but this right here is going to get you on the perfect path. So with that, again, it has to be a daily grind, day in and day out of these inputs. If you aren't seeing a result, that means something is broken in your process. That does not mean the process is broken. One, again, you're not weaponizing the skill level. Two, you're picking the wrong people to go ahead and actually input into this. Or even three, your work ethic and your effort level on this is dog shit doo-doo, which again is never going to help anybody else out. That should be always checked as well too every single fucking day. Do not go on autopilot on this, because most barbers, they'll just go on autopilot and drift around. So that completes, at least for the new client portion of this of the Barber playbook. Let's go and move on to the next section. What's up, y'all? Dale, newairabarbering.com. Welcome back to another module in Elevated Mentorship. On this module, we're going to be talking about foundations for domination. So let's get right into it. So this is what we're going to cover. We're going to cover the next 90 days. Step 1, basically hair falling off, 3-clip sequences, what to record, points optimization, planning for tomorrow, and ramping up the daily workflow. And again, these are not going to be in individual slides. Reason being, we have a shit ton to get through on this module. And I don't want to take like a lot of time. I really want to make sure that you get a lot of actionable steps. We get through this pretty quickly. That way you can go ahead and start implementing. I don't want to make this module too long, but we do have a shit ton to get through. So make sure you pay close attention. I would also rewatch this, because this module right here will be something you will be going over basically maybe for the next 2 to 3 weeks, depending on your workflow overall. And this is like literally, we cannot move to the next thing until what we master in this module is complete. So please stay focused. If we don't get this down routine, we can't move on to the next thing. Okay. So the next 90 days, basically it's going to be our 90-day outlook. So the next 9 days, of course, you're in this program to scale up to about 15, 20K, if not more per month. Basically, our main mission within the first 90 days of you being in the program is to get you to a $20 to $30 price raise successfully. And of course, that might seem like a little bit crazy based on like what you have been able to do in business maybe in the past 5 years. I know a lot of barbers in 5 years, they've only gone up like $5. We do things very differently, and we were able to scale up again too by running a proper business. And this is what we'll show you. We're going to really break it down. Really, so the next 90 days, you have a proper machine built of getting clients acquired, understand how to track, and also scale up from there as well too. Now, this does not mean in 9 days we raise prices just because we hit a 90-day mark. We're like, hey, let's go, 90 days, let's go. We're never going to do that in this program. I really want to make that clear. So please, if like you don't go like master what is in this even first like module right here, and you are still on this, I guess 90-day outlook or of this portion of it on the 90th day, something went terribly fucking wrong. We got to fix it. Okay. But again, too, we have to have the proper business in order to scale. And we're going to go over that in later modules in weeks 3 and weeks 4. Weeks 1 is all about implementing the base foundation of marketing and client conversion. It's the very first thing we want to get going on. Okay. So basically a proper business needs 3 things. Of course, we need traffic, tracking, which we talked about, we're going to learn in later weeks, and also refinement and scale, which we're going to learn in later weeks as well too. Now, all we're going to focus on week 1 is going to be traffic, especially, we're going to break traffic down into its constituent parts, and I'll explain what that means. So basically, what we want to be able to do to ramp up traffic, we use, of course, Instagram as our main traffic source using a simple formula. We post an Instagram video that then gets somebody to want to watch the video either through clicking on the Explore page, or somebody's already been following us. They then click on our profile. They then somewhere down the line click, because we have the what's it called, our booking app in the website link. So then we get a website click, and then from there we get a book customer. Now, this is not going to be like 100% accurate conversion rates. There are a lot of conversion rates that dip down. So basically, from this to this, there's a conversion rate. From this to this, there's a conversion rate. And from this to this, there's a conversion rate. We have the KPIs to understand what that needs to be in order to scale up. But right now, most of you don't even have this to begin with. So there's no use to even like worrying about this. Let's get this first, because if we have this, then we can move on to this, and then we can move on to this, and then we can move finally onto this beauty. Okay. Now, to get an Instagram video to convert into clients, we have to break it down into its 3 parts, or its constituent parts. If you Google what constituent parts is basically the breakup, or what the parts made up of the whole. So like, think of like, for an Instagram video, we have actions. You want to think satisfying. You want to think hair falling off. The second part is going to be editing. Okay. What to keep and what to remove, and keep viewers' attention throughout the whole entire video. Those 2 components right there is what we're going to focus on. And you can get through pretty quickly. The last one, covers, is a little bit different. It's a little bit more trickier. But once you really get that down, that's where we can start really ramping things up. And covers is obviously what would make someone want to click. And, we're only focusing on actions for now, because again, too, the way I've always ran business, not only for new era barbering, but even when I was cutting hair, you have to learn how to neglect things, understand order of operation, right? Like basically think like an engineer. What comes first, that will make everything else easier down the road. And basically, again, to actions is like the pillar of this thing. There's no use to us working on covers right now, because if our actions are shitty, we're not going to get somebody to watch all the way to the end of the video, right? If our editing is shitty, we have cool actions and cool covers, the video is not going to get somebody all the way to the end of the video. If our covers are shitty, even if the actions and editing are great, nobody's going to even want to watch the video outside of like what we're already getting targeting wise, and we're just not going to be able to get new clients. So this whole thing has to work, but we're always going to start off with focusing on this beaut right here, which is actions. So how we build a video in this program. Now, I know, a lot of barbers that come into this program, maybe a stylist, anybody else who does any type of service-based business that is also in this program, is probably really hyped, awesome. You want to start marketing full videos. You want to start posting right away. But the thing with that is that a lot of the stuff that you're going to be doing right now is going to be, for lack of better words, it's going to be dog shit, right? Like if you didn't watch that very first video, the welcome video, my stuff was complete ass, and I will make, like, you can look at somebody like Greg, who's been in the program, Crispy Cats, or even Paris, the iconic Paris. Both those guys have been working with for over, at least at the time of this recording, well over a year now. And both those guys will tell you when they first started this program, all their content was complete dog shit. And I told them that, right? I'm a little bit nicer nowadays, but it was just that, like, you have to understand when you start off something, it's just like cutting hair. The first haircut you did was probably really shitty compared to what you're doing now. And again, we only allow barbers who can actually cut hair into the program, but they're not beginners. And basically, like, to get good, think about like what you had to do. You take a shit ton of reps, right? Now think of this like this. Like if you started off cutting hair, and I know we're going off a tangent, but stay with me here. Imagine if you started cutting hair, but you only got to focus on maybe for the first like month, and you got to like do 10 haircuts a day, but all you had to focus on was the lineup, right? 10 haircuts a day for a month, only focus on the lineup. How good would you get? How good and like mastery level would you get with just the lineup? Because that's literally the only thing. You don't have to worry about anything else. Everybody else will take care of the rest haircut. You just worry about the lineup. And then once you master that, awesome. Now let's put in a fade guideline, right? Understand how to put in the fade guideline and how that affects the fade. Once you master that for another month, then so on and so forth. And imagine if you built it out step by step that way. It would make mastery so much easier. And honestly, that is how mastery goes. However, what most people do for mastery and like improving anything is they want to throw the kitchen sink at everything and do everything all at once. And this is why they have a shitty product and why they can't grow that fast. Now we break it down into 4 parts. All right. So we're going to break it down to 3 clip sequences for videos, at least. We're then going to go to full videos. We're then going to go to covers, and then we're going to collect 10 bangers. Now, you know when to move on to the next part by showing up to Q&A calls and showing me your work you have done so far. Basically, again, we're going to start you off at 3 clip sequences right now in this program. Do not record full videos. Do not go to covers. Do not start collecting 10 bangers, because even at the time we're probably saying this in the sequencing of the modules, you don't even know what bangers are yet. And the reason why, again, we want to do this is because we want to take the most amount of reps. 3 clip sequences allows us to not like extend our haircutting time, because like that is a big worry for a lot of barbers. Like, oh man, I'm gonna be recording full videos. What if I run late on my haircuts? It's like, look, if you get 1, 2, 3 like recording clips, and that's it, and then you can go back to the rest of the haircut. It's pretty simple. You can knock that out in maybe like 2-3 extra minutes if that. If you're doing a full video, sometimes it takes people an extra 30-45 minutes when they first start off, because they just don't know what they're doing. So 3 clip sequences help them out with that. So again, this process can take us as little as 2 weeks to perfect if you do everything to a T. So if we get 3 clip sequences and we do it exactly how I map it out in this module, step by step, we can knock this thing out maybe in the next 4 to 5 days. We can move on to full videos, knock that out in the next 2 to 3 days, move on to covers and knock that out in the next, again, 4 to 5 days, and then collect 10 bangers maybe the next 2 to 3 days after that, and then we'll start posting. But it's going to be completely dependent upon you and your input onto this, and how you choose to improve and utilize not only this platform, also your account manager, as well as the Q&A calls. You got to be doing all 3, okay? Now this module is focused on the first part. The following modules will focus on each succeeding step. So again, we're only focusing on 3 clip sequences, because that's the only thing you need to know. Again, I can be a little redundant on this. You're probably like, fuck, what the hell is he being so redundant on this for? It's because so many barbers that come in the program and like, you know what? Fuck this. I don't need to do this. I'm going to just jump to this right here. And then their first post and like their first thing they bring onto a Q&A call is literally like covers. I'm like, didn't you just get on like literally
30 minutes prior. I'm like, yeah, but like, you know, I'm ready for covers. I think I'm ready. I'm like, no. Show me 3 clip sequences. So no matter if you try to jump the sequencing, I'll always tell you on a Q&A call, if you bring me the work so we can review things and see where you're at and to progress you, I'll be like, nah, you can't move, go back to here, right? So use this in sequencing. Now your focus right now, again, really redundant, apologies, but again, I just want to make sure everybody knows. Sometimes I know a lot of people, they can be a little hard of hearing sometimes, or like a little distracted. So I really want to make this a point come across to you. So we're not making or posting full videos, especially we're not posting videos at all right now. Okay, do not gotta go out of order on this. Again, we first start out doing what I like to call 3 clip sequences. When you start it, it can be overwhelming. Create a full video from start to finish perfectly. Doing 3 clip sequence allows us to take reps every single client, improve our process, and get results faster if followed to a T. Now, 1 full video day, think of it like this. If you record 1 full video day, that's really only 1 hour of focus and work. And then you get behind on your work, and then you're all stressed out, and then all your clients are like, man, what the fuck, you were like falling behind. They're really not like that, but that's the story everybody goes through everybody's head. So then they like over worry and like, I'm never gonna record a video for the rest of the day. I can't do this shit, right? And that's not a recipe for success, because you get like 1-to-1 input, and you only get 1 hour of focus and brain. You only allow an hour of your brain to really work on this problem, right? Whereas a 3 clip sequence on every single haircut, let's say you do 10 haircuts out of the day, well, you're going to be focusing on that like throughout the whole entire haircut. It's not going to take that much time. It's like 1, 2, 3, and then you can like go back to the rest of it, but you're always going to be thinking about this, especially for the next client. Then you can get 10 hours of work and focus on this. Now, you tell me, somebody who gets 1 hour of focus and work on something versus somebody who gets 10 hours of work and focus on something, who is going to get the best and fastest result? It doesn't take a dumbass to know this, right? It's obviously the person who does the 10 hours of work and focus. Now, this doesn't mean you have to only be doing 10 haircuts a day. Obviously, whatever you're doing, I just use it as an example. But every single haircut should be done in a 3 clip sequence, at least for right now. Because again, the more repetitions you take, the better you will get. And we'll show you exactly what that is. Now, we will get into full videos, but again, just be patient, follow the process, and you will you'll be able to get better and fast results. Again, super redundant, but a lot of people want to jump the gun. Now, you also won't be able to move to the making full videos unless we give you the green light on a Q&A call. And I want to make sure we set you up for that for the best success. So let's start off with step 1, understanding hair falling off, right? So this is step 1, hair falling off. Hair falling off. So basically what most barbers do is like when they're recording, or like, you know, when they want to like start making marketing content, they just pick up their phone, press record, and record their step-by-step fading cut process. Like, man, everybody's gonna love seeing, you know, how my technique is. Everybody's gonna love seeing, oh, like, you know, how I flick my wrist. Oh, look how I set this like guideline. Like, nobody else does it like this. I'm the only one that can get it like this, right? But the only people who like watching step-by-step videos are barbers. And who are we not trying to market towards? Barbers. Who are we trying to market towards? Civilians. So what do civilians love? Satisfying videos. They do not give a fuck about your step-by-step. If anything, they're like, fuck, this looks like the same thing over and over again. Think in simple terms as if you're not a barber. If you're not a barber, you have no fucking clue what a 1.5 guard fading down does, right? You just have no fucking clue. You don't understand like what that does to the hair. You're like, well, he's moving his hand. I don't know. Like, they don't really see anything going on. Like, so what, right? This is kind of boring. And you like use 30 seconds of that same clip, like, oh man, this looks so good. No civilian cares about that, right? Where satisfying videos fall short at, typically on like the marketplace, is they don't have a product to sell at the very end of the video. If you look at like, you know, soap videos, they'll like be cutting soap and like looks really good, but you know, nobody's like, I mean, first of all, I don't think anybody wants to buy soap just to cut up, just for the purpose of it. They just want to watch the video. Or if you think about any other satisfying videos like the Goop or the, you know, anything like that, or ASMR, there's no product behind it, but people love them because they're so satisfying to watch and they get big views. A lot of people love seeing them, and they're only there for more views, which, hey, isn't bad. I don't knock them. Like, you can find your own lane with that, but like, you know, as a barber, we actually have a product to sell, and that's the end result of our haircut. Now, the more people can get through and stay to the end of the video, the more opportunities we have to sell our product, and the more opportunities we have people seeing our product to be like, wow, I need to get a haircut from this guy, right? And step-by-step process is not satisfying, and honestly, most people will not make it to the end of the video, which is why most barbers can't scale even if they post consistently. This is why I like harp on it every single damn time on like, whether it be social media, YouTube, podcasting. Like, look, don't worry about posting consistently. Like, you can be posting consistently the wrong shit every single day and not get progress and not scale. And that's why most people don't, because they don't understand what they're doing is not going to get them to the next level. So what is satisfying is watching the hair melt like butter, right? This will be very different than how you normally cut hair. Understand this. You got to stop thinking like a barber. When you cut hair, your focus is just to get the cut dialed in. Your main focus when you're looking at it is like, did the pass through, let's say whatever I just did, cut the hair as short as possible, right? You're looking at the skin, or you're looking at the guideline that just came through. You're not really worried about the hair that's actually cutting off. You're worried about if everything's nice and straight, right? You're worried about the outcome of things, right? And when we're creating marketing content, our focus is making the hair melt off and look good on video. So instead of focusing on what it looks like, and you can do this for yourself, like what are you actually looking at when you're cutting hair? You're probably mostly looking at like you're not even like really looking at the what's it called, your clipper or trimmer moving. You're looking at the result after it's gone through a pass through, right? To make sure, okay, everything's fine. Do I need to do a little bit here, a little bit there? And you kind of work up this repetition. Now I need you to shift your eyes to now looking at like what is happening to that hair that's falling off and how does it look? That's the shift, all right? Because that's not thinking like a barber anymore. That's thinking like a content creator. And if we can capture that in the video, we'll be fucking golden. Now this is a big shift because this will force you to stop thinking like a damn barber and instead think like a business who's marketing their product, all right? And again too, the more, like, think about it like this, the more people that we can keep on the video, the more people that we can get to the end of the video and see our product. How do we do that? Keep them entertained, or keep their attention on the video. Make as much hair fall off as possible. Make the edits nice and quick and snappy. That way we get them all the way to the end. They're like, holy fuck, I didn't even realize that was such a great video. And now I see the end product. This is such a great cut. How do I book an appointment, right? Now, avoid actions where you're moving the tool more than any difference of hair falling off can be seen. This can be like, like fading clips. Like fading clips are terrible to do because there's not a hell of a lot of hair falling. There's like micro hair falling off, right? And like, go like just fading down, fading up, opening the guideline, like open to close. That stuff's kind of boring. And it's really not needed, right? And again, we'll get into what you need to create. So let's take a look at some examples of like what hair falling off looks like. So we got one right here. I love showing this video because it's of a horse, because like it's of hair, but like it also switches up barbers from the understanding of like, stop thinking like a damn barber. Because if I just brought up a barber video for people at first, they would kind of just be like, all right, well, I don't really get it. You would just like connect what you do barbering wise in your brain to like what you're seeing and not really like understand like hair falling off. This is what we're looking at, right? The result of like what's right here is what most people are looking at. Like most barbers will be like, oh, this isn't like even. I need to go back over this, or I need to go back over this, or like, let me even this out. Instead, we need to be figuring out how can we make this stuff look as good as this does right here. This is exactly what we want with hair falling off. It's like melting like butter. Now, if you go to the shop and you start cutting hair, or you can even do this when you're on your next haircut. Just look at how the hair is actually falling off the clipper. It really doesn't look satisfying at all because you've never paid attention to it. Everybody's always paying attention to this thing. But when we're creating marketing content, this is the golden thing that we're after, right? Let's actually look at an example from Greg. Of course, I've been working with him for over a year. Really great results so far. We've gotten from 40 to 100 in about, I think it was 8 months. And looking to get them up to 150 pretty soon. So this is, we'll go through a couple videos of just examples of hair falling off. Again, the main thing I want you to understand when we watch some of these clips, this is not how he cuts hair, right? None of what he does is like how he cuts it cuts hair at all. And I would know because he actually came to LA and, of course I don't have a hair, but like, he lined up my beard and like faded my beard. I know he doesn't cut like that. And I also know, even if he didn't cut my hair, and came to LA, like I would already know that as well too, because it's what I did. I didn't do my haircut process, or like what I do typically when the camera's not recording, on camera, if that can make sense to you. Okay. So it's like you become a showman. You overemphasize your actions. And again, too, because you're focusing on the hair falling off, it's a very big difference. So let's take a look at this, right? So we have a video right here, hair falling off, big motions, hair falling off. We'll go to the next thing because it's about done. Boom. Again, none of what he does right here is like his haircut process. He does not cut hair like this at all. I'm willing to bet he doesn't even like whatever this like little drag thing on, like he does not like take product out like this. I don't think anybody in the right mind does, right? This is like crazy. Nobody like do like that little finger shift in there. Also, nobody applies stuff like this. Nobody's gonna like shave like this, like nobody's gonna like put in a guideline like this. Nobody's gonna have like the trimmer like going on top like that. I don't think anybody's gonna be doing that in their haircut process. And I'm willing to bet you, and again too, nobody's gonna be like doing a clip over comb like that. Nobody's gonna be using shears like this. Same thing with this, same thing like that. Everything is just for show to make it look good on camera. We can go again. Everything, again, too, looks good on camera. Is this how he cuts hair step by step? Absolutely not. I mean, like, even if you look at like the first couple actions, he used like a couple different tools. He used a clipper at first, then he went with the shears, and then he also went with like a detachable guard, and is basically doing the same things, taking the hair down. And this is, again, too, something you need to understand when you're doing actions. I know we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. It's a little nugget, right? When you are creating actions, don't just think like you can only do like one action on the hair. Like he had the same canvas, which is basically taking down the hair, and he's doing it again right here, right? Taking down the hair, and he did what? He did freehand, he did shears, he did guard. Now he's doing clip over comb, and then guess what he's gonna do? He's gonna go with the grain, which is actually what he does. And if you can understand this, it's like, holy shit, he did like, if he's really just gonna cut the hair how he typically does it, it's probably gonna be, I mean, I don't know what he did on top. Did he curl sponge this thing? If he curl sponge it, I mean, okay, cool. So he probably freehanded it on top, like, of course, like detached on the front hairline, but he would probably just go over like the sides and like go with the grain, right? To knock that thing down. But he did like what? 1, 2, or not that one, 2, 3 different actions, or he did 4 different actions that only required really this one action to do. So get really creative of like what is possible to achieve with hair falling off. Again, that's like typical. That's like, again, not following the step-by-step process to the T. So hopefully you understand that with hair falling off. Again, too, we have like pushing hair off. We'll look at this again, too. Nice hair melting off. Boom, boom. Everything is just always, you could see hair nice and falling off. He's not really worried about what the result is until the very end. It's just like, how does the hair melt off? So let's go back here. Now let's go ahead and go over our 3 clip sequences. So 3 clip sequences. Now every action should have hair falling off for now, right? Of course, like there are actions where, like, you know, you even saw Greg, he was like applying product, and you can do stuff like that. Those things are really great add-ons, but honestly, those are pretty easy to do, and they don't really take a big mental shift. The biggest mental shift I always see when somebody first comes in is working on the hair falling off. So that's what I want your focus to be on mostly right now. Once you get into full videos, we're actually creating a full video, add all that stuff in. But for right now, let's get one thing mastered. All right, and there's a certain structure that we like, that we want to follow. Okay, and the structure kind of goes like this. Every single clip needs a different action, a different motion, and needs to be on a different area of the head. And this is in a 3 clip sequence. Okay, so for one action needs to be different action, different motion, different area of the head of the second action, which needs to be a different action, different motion, different area of the head of the third action. Okay, let's break this down so this makes a little bit more sense, and we'll also give you some practical things to look at as well too, so you can actually get a visual representation of this. So different action. Simply, you don't have to have this, or actually you should not have the same action back-to-back clips. Honestly, it gets very boring, and it can make the video feel redundant and not progressing forward. And the whole idea of a video is to get someone to click, watch to the very end, and then book an appointment. So the faster and smoother we can get them there to the end, the better the chance they will book with us. Okay, so let's take examples of what this would look like, and what to do and what not to do. So go back to Greg's. So like, let's take, for example, let's go with this one, right? Let's take, for example, this first clip, right? Let's say every single time, like, let's say for like 3 or 4 clips. I've seen barbers do this, and you can like go on the marketplace, which is a marketplace is basically like explore page and just like what's out there on the market of Instagram. Barbers will do 1 clip, 2 clip, 3 clip, 4 clip. It'll be like the same action over and over again. And then they'll do the same thing with like, and I'll just use a different video. For the next action, they'll go like 1 clip, 2 clip, 3 clip, 4 clip of like the same action, maybe like different area of the head, but it's like so boring. Like even with that, you're like, fuck, just get on with the rest of the video, right? You don't want to see that. Instead, this is what it looks like when it progresses very well. 1 clip, 2 clip, 3 clip, 3 action, 4 action, 5th action, 6th action, 7th action, 8th action, and we really didn't have anything redundant. We did have like a little jump cut right here, whereas on the lineup, and that was just to speed it up. But overall, it's like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, then 1, right? And that other one was just make sure that we have a nice little jump cut. Again, too, we can look at this. One action is going to be shears. Second action is going to be clip over comb. Third action, I don't know, finger in the paste. I don't know what to call this. Third action. Fourth action, debulking, back lineup. 5th action, applying product. 6th action, okay, too, we got a little bit. That was a nice little jump cut. So it kind of worked out together. You want to make those like really quick. I wouldn't do those all the time. If you notice, it's not like back-to-back jump like clips. It's like maybe one throughout the whole entire video if it fits. But for the most part, always stick to like different action every single time. Again, that and that. That was all right too, again too, because we got a little bit closer. But again, try to not like keep it all the time like with multiple back-to-back clips, the same thing, and then boom, all the way through. And this is what it looks like in full version. Just pushes you like forward, and we're not getting stuck up at any part of the video, right? And this creates a very cinematic pull towards the end of the video, where like the viewer almost like once they click onto it, they forget they're watching, or you kind of like not lull them to sleep, but you honestly like kind of put them in a trance where it's so satisfying to watch, they want to keep watching more, right? But when you keep on doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, it's like, fuck, do something different. It's like if you ever watch like a sports, like let's say a football game, right? And the team, let's say one team runs the same play for like 5-6 plays straight. You're at some point in time like, fuck, do something different, right? Because it just gets boring to watch. So, make sure that and I think that's why people like, I'm a big baseball fan. I think it's why people like don't like baseball who don't ever play baseball, because they don't know the intricacies of the game and the strategy of the game. Because all they see is like a pitcher pick up his leg, throw the ball, maybe he hits it, maybe he doesn't, throws it back to the pitcher, and then it's the same thing over and over again. What they don't get is like, again, to like strategy wise, where they're setting up for the batter, where the defense is setting up at, where the pitcher's trying to locate the ball at, what's the hitter strategy in the count, what's the situation on base, what are they actually trying to do to move runners around, what's the situation with the game overall. All these things can affect like what's actually happening at that moment in time. But if you're just like a regular standby person watching the game, it's kind of boring. It's like, what the fuck, right? It's not like football or basketball. Same thing with this. So that's different action. Every single clip should have a different action, especially right for your 3-clip sequences. Do not do a 3-clip sequence with like debulking, or shear work. I mean, then be like, cool, I'm done with this client. Let me go on the next. You want to be able to do like 3 different actions, because it really pushes you, and it's going to help you like actually progress further on. So don't try to cheat this thing, right? Now, different motion. Not every clip we have will be a different action. It's important that we don't have the back-to-back clips be the same motion. Again, this drags the video out and makes it feel very redundant and boring, and we don't want boring, right? We want to have engaging and holding the viewer's attention. Different actions can have similar motions, so it's important to always be knowing what the last motion you did was, so not repeat. So let's look at some examples. Now, I don't have any examples exactly, especially on Greg's page, of like the same motions back to back. For instance, like you can have you can have the same action and it be a different motion. So let's say for like, here's a great one, right? So he has the same action but 2 different motions. He's like tapping, and then he goes like one long drag, right? So tap, drag, right? And it's like pop, pop, pop. And I like to think of music sense. If you ever think of like a beat or something like that, like boom, 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 or like, I mean, you can't like drag it, I guess, with that fucking knocking on wood. But like, just think of like, let's say like a guitar player hitting like a note, like on a chord, and they just do a quick strum or a quick pick of the chord, like bop, bop. But then they let one just like kind of draw out like bum, right? And those are that creates like a different cadence. So I probably should call that like not motion, but maybe different cadence of what you're doing motion wise. Because again, too, if you have everything that's like just like, I've seen barbers where they'll do the same, they'll just do a drag. So they'll do a drag right here, but drag. And then this one, let's say it's just like a one clip, like drag instead of like bop, bop. This will be like a drag. This will be like one little thing right there. This will be, I don't know, like just like their hand just like dragging through. This will be just like a drag right here. And again, you can kind of see like a drag up here. That you could kind of see like where this gets redundant. Again, one drag up here. It gets very boring, and it's almost like you're seeing the same thing but a different action, but it's like not engaging. So what we do want is like things that are different. So we can see like here, bop. It's like goes bop, bop, and then drag, and then drag. I guess that could be a drag, but then we go bop, 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 and then I don't know, like you can kind of make sounds. Like think of like you're making a nice like beat overall, right? And then you want to just switch up like the cadence of what every single motion is, and not repeat, and also not getting like into a rhythm of things, because it can kind of just like mess up the whole video. You can like honestly watch a lot of these like drag and then pop, 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 and you just like make a sound of what the action does, and you'll be able to pick up on each and every single tempo. Again, too, we don't want to have the same thing over and over again. So everything should have a different motion. Now, different area of the head. Also, last but most importantly, we don't want to have the video stuck at the same area of the head every single time. So we want to have something at like I've seen barbers do this. We'll do a different action, different motion, but it'll be on the side of the head every single time. So they'll do like a ball drag down on the side. Then they'll do a fade guideline on the same side of the head. Then they'll put the next fade guideline on the same side of the head. Then they'll do like clip over comb on the same side of the head. And then they'll do shear work on the same side of the head. And it's like, it's not cinematic and doesn't move around, right? And we want every single clip to cut to a different part of the head, every single clip, right? And this gives the video a very cinematic feel and holds the viewer's attention very well throughout the whole entire video and doesn't make it like drag at all. So let's go to Greg again. So again, we'll take an example. Let's say we'll go back to this banger, right? So we got top side of the head, a little bit more close up. And then we have the other side of the head a little bit farther away. Now these can work really well. You could be like, well, it's still the side of the head. Yes, but it's like at different lengths. So like one's like close, one's farther away, and they're also on the different side of the head. So there's enough variation in there to make it seem very different. It doesn't, if everything seems too similar, then it's like, man, this doesn't really work, right? And it's again too, it's like, you know, start getting like a little bit thinking outside the box. And what I mean by that also too, we'll go over like getting creative and thinking outside the box, because people might be like, I'm not creative. It's really just a lack of inputs. Again too, we'll go over that a little bit later in this module. Again, next thing is like, well, now we're going to paste right here. Now we're going to the back of the neck of the head, right? Now we're going to the top of the head. Now we're going to the top of the head, but now Greg's in a different area of the, his body's in a different area. So it makes it, so the dynamic of the clip just switched up. Then we go ahead and top of the head, but now we are on a different side and we have a different tool right here, right? And then again, maybe the same side, same thing, but now we're a little bit more dynamically closer. So it changes things up a tad bit. Then we go to the beard and then bam, we have the showcase, right? Really good overall. Go right here. We see like back of the head, a little bit, we have a little bit close up. Then boom, boom. A little bit farther away, a little bit different angle of it. Still the back of the head. Then we go on the side of the head, boom. Then we go top of the head, boom. Then we go side of the cheek, boom. Then we go paste thing again, boom. Then we go top of the head, boom. Then we go beard again, and then showcase, right? So hopefully that makes sense in terms of different action, different motion, different area of the head. Every single clip in your 3-clip sequence should have that, because again, to a 3-clip sequence, once we get to full videos, it's just 1 clip, 2 clip, 3 clip, 1 clip, 2 clip, 3 clip, 1 clip, 2 clip, 3 clip, showcase, right? And it's just 3 clips with another 3 clips with another 3 clips with another 3 clips, and you put those back to back to back with a good showcase. That's a full video, but again, too, it's going to take you too much time to do all that. Just only focus on 3-clip sequence. I know it's super redundant. All right. Now, biggest thing, again, do not think like a barber. Again, understand like the things that you're watching, like right now, this is not how he cuts hair. This is not how anything of like represents like his haircut process. This is just like to make the video look good and like keep it engaging. So what I mean by don't think like a barber, again, most of you will need to work on at first is your thinking. Currently you're programmed to think like a barber. Again, what this includes, what the barber thinks look good, what barbers think looks good, what would look interesting to a barber, and what barbers would want to see more of. And I see this all the time. Like I see sometimes like with action clips, like, oh, that looks so satisfying how he's like, you know, raking the hair right there. I've never seen that technique that looks so good. I'm like, okay, does a civilian really give a shit about this? Like, no, but it looks so good. To a barber, it does. But to a civilian, they're like, what the fuck is he doing that shit for to his head, right? Remember, your market is not barbers. Your market is civilians. We book civilians as clients. Now, you want to start thinking what looks satisfying to a civilian. And when you're cutting hair, think like a barber. Of course, like, you know, you want to like make sure that the product's really good. But when you are marketing and running your business, think about what would keep a civilian interested who knows nothing about hair and doesn't care about anything barber related. Again, you like as a barber or as the professional only care about the way this thing looks because you're biased towards that. But I don't know. Think about like UFC, and again too, I know UFC is popular. Some people don't like UFC though. I like UFC. So like I love when they go ahead and get the ground and pound game or doing jiu-jitsu stuff. Most of like the typical fan or like the, I guess, fan who doesn't watch MMA like that, they kind of get boring, like, oh fuck, let them get up. I want to fucking see them like, you know, kick and blow, and like I want to see them like knock out each other. But I love the tactical like game on the ground, right? And like the wrestling and the jiu-jitsu moves, and really just the mounts and like how people switch around, because that's very strategical. And think of it like that, like, you know, somebody can, like, even like with me with baseball, like I'm like so fanatic. I can literally watch a 9-inning game and just be glued, like locked in. Whereas like the typical fan will, especially like they'll get bored, especially if they're watching on TV. They'll like want to go and do something else. Like, oh, it's kind of boring. All right, switch the channel, right? But But when you actually know the intricate parts, you have a bias towards the thing. So you always want to think about like the person who knows nothing about this thing. How can we make them interested in this? It's always about satisfaction and satisfying clips. So now we got out of the way what to record, right? Because that was a lot of information. So now we got to figure out what do we actually need to record? Because you're probably like, all right, cool, I got it, hair falling off, but like, what are these actions that I have to record, right? So humans have never created anything new from scratch. We've always pulled inspiration from similar things to form a different thing or a new variation of that. You know, you want to think like the spaceship came from a plane, right? And a plane came from a car, and a car came from a horse, right? You want to reverse engineer like what all these things came from. Like, how do we make this thing more? How do we make the horse more efficient? Well, what if it wasn't a horse and was like something that ran on its own? Because like horses get tired, they got to sleep, they got to eat. What if this thing didn't need to sleep, eat, right? And then a car, well, fuck, like I like the car, but like if I want to travel, you know, from California to like New York, it's going to take me like a really long time to drive the car. It's going to take me a couple days, but I don't want to take a couple days. I only want to take like maybe 6 to 8 hours and then get there in the same day. And then also have time to like be doing things on that same day, right? Then it came the plane. Then it's like, well, cool. Well, like I like this planet. This is cool. But like, what about all the things up there? Like, what do we need to do? Oh, spaceship. All right, cool. Like let's take it from that, right? And you can kind of see how these things go from when nothing new is created. If you look at it from this standpoint, when you look from horse to car to plane to spaceship, sure, you can be like, wow, these are such different, such new ideas. But when you reverse engineer it, the spaceship came from the plane from the car came from the horse. It's like, you can kind of see the similarities of these things. Okay. Now, most of the time when you start, you will default to your normal barber patterns. And when you realize this, realize like this won't get you far. You might begin to think that you need to create something like new. I've heard like barbers all the time, like come on a Q&A call, be so frustrated. Like, I'm like, like, what's wrong? Well, what's the problem? I'm just like, I just don't know what to record. Like I'm trying to come up with a new thing. I just can't come up with anything new to record. Like, well, I just think my clients are bad. And they make all these bullshit excuses. And it's not really that. It comes down to there's no inputs. And to break this, we must start getting new ideas for what we can use and add to our arsenal, right? Again, it's just a lack of what you already know, or like, it's like, you want to go somewhere faster, like, but you don't know the horse exists, right? And you're just like, oh man, I don't know or I guess you can maybe like say the car exists, but you want to go to space, but there's no planes, there's no proof of concept that humans can even fly yet, right? So you need to have like at least some type of idea of what to do on the way. All right. So again, it's not your lack of creativity; it's that you lack the proper inputs to generate the output you want. And when you do this process, you won't ever get hit with I don't know what to record. Instead, you'll say, I need to go find who has done this already, and basically reverse engineer the understanding of how they did that, so I know what to do. So let's try this out. So below, I've actually attached a content input cheat sheet, which I'll pull up right here. You can see this right here. Now, again, for all the cheat sheets or anything that we give you that you want to have on your own, of course, you cannot, utilize this or write on this. What you want to do is you can click on this thing to go ahead and download it, or to open up a new doc. Or if you want to, go ahead and click File. When you're opening this thing up, open up File, go ahead and make a copy. And then you want to make this copy and of course, click Make a Copy. And you'll be able to edit that one, but you cannot edit any of these because, again, these are the master copies. I cannot tell you how many times throughout the day I'll look at my email and I'll have so many barbers requesting to edit the master sheet. I'm like, oh, wow, you didn't listen. So don't be one of those people, okay? I'll probably only see that a couple more times in week 1, and then good luck. So what's the purpose? To map out your first initial actions, give correct inputs, and get out of the barber mentality. And how to use this cheat sheet? So basically, you want to go to a barber's IG page. You want to find a video and start watching each clip. Add the link of the video at the top of each action of the sheet, and then identify the clips that have great hair falling off and reverse engineer below that. So if you're like, oh my God, I don't even know what barbers I should look at, like who's actually a good barber to look at, don't you worry, I got you. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All these have like their Instagram links, so you can even go like Alan Luna, bam, click that bad boy open, and it should take us to, bam, his page. Cool. And Luna's, of course, in the program. All these barbers are in the program I've worked with specifically. So you could at least have the peace of mind that exactly what we're at least giving out here. You can like kind of reverse engineer what they're doing. Again, you don't want to depend on them, but this is like a way to get the ball rolling, right? And you have to do this because again, you don't know what to do, to be quite honest. Because again, guess what you did when you didn't know how to cut hair? You watched YouTube. Right? Imagine if somebody was like, oh, YouTube, that's cheating. That's cheating on how to learn how to cut hair. You got to learn how to cut hair on your own with nobody else teaching you how. Like, that's stupid. And I've heard people like, think like, oh man, like isn't that like cheating? Like isn't that like stealing? Because no, it's stealing if you're doing the same damn video and basically like depending on them for your whole ideas. But like to get started off, you need to know what the hell to do, and it's like you just follow a framework. And once you get an idea of what the framework is, you could then start being creative and make your own thing and make it unique to yourself, which is really great. Because again, too, you have a different clientele, you have a different market, you have a different skill set than Greg does, and he does as well as you. So it doesn't make sense to copy exactly everything he does. So once you like, let's say you pick some of these barbers or you find some others, what you want to do is you want to find action 1. So of course you want to go ahead and let's go ahead and take it. We'll go with this one, right? You can go ahead and like copy the link, and then you can paste the link right here. I'm not going to paste it here just for purpose of this. And then you want to start basically describing, and this is action 1 in this video. So we have this action, 1 action, boom. That's the only one we're going to be focused on, just that bad boy right there, right? So first question is describe what is happening in the clip, what tools the barber using in the video, how is it affecting the hair falling off, how does the hair fall off? So I can basically say what tools the barber using in this video. Well, the barber is using some pretty lengthy shears. These look like these aren't like, you know, your little 5-inch shears. These look like 10-inch shears, right? The big long ones that are like kind of curved. So cool, write that down. Because like, again, too, a lot of people overlook what tool are they using, and because the tool can affect how the hair is falling off or how they're performing the action. You cannot get this, lots of hair like this coming off with like some 5-inch shears. Like you're just not going to have that much surface area that he has with these ones, right? Now, and again, too, it's a great point to make, because then you can be like, oh, that's how I'm fucking this up, or that's maybe the next tool I need to get to be able to do this action. Now, how is that affecting the hair falling off, right? So we can answer that question. Well, because they're so long, like 10 inches, they're not like some 5-inch dinky ones. You know, it's able to really get a good like long reach and like cut off a lot of hair and a lot of surface area of the hair at one point in time with one swipe, right? So that's how that is affecting the hair falling off, because again, the tool is really long, or the shears are really long, and it's able to have a lot of surface area and have a lot of hair chunks fall off. And how does the hair fall off? Well, it kind of falls off in chunks, right? He's not really like holding it with any, like, he's not holding with his hands. He kind of freehanding things, but it's like really just every single time that clip closes, you just see hair dropping, and you can visually see it dropping off, right? Awesome. We got that one done. Now, what did the client have to come in with in order to execute this action? What would restrict our ability to execute this action? Great question. All right. Well, if this guy had like a 2 on top, right? Of course, we can't do this action. Equally, if he was just like saying, well, I'm not going to cut off that much. I'm actually going to keep the curls. I'm going to grow it out. So just like trim off like that little bit. We can't do that on that action either, right? We need somebody who's actually like taking a little bit off top and like has some overgrowth on top overall. So again, too, we say this because, you know, what would restrict our ability? What would restrict our ability is if they have shorter hair, they're not like trimming off a ton of it, right? Because we can't really do this action with like lots of hair falling off. And that's important because the game doesn't really become like, okay, mimic this action. The game is always like, what actions can I do with what the client gives me in when they sit in my chair? So like, for example, like, you know, let's say they have like a lot of like, again, like a lot of overgrowth on their lineup, right? But they have a 2 on top. I'm not going to do like a debulking on top of the hair, right? Because there's really nothing there. But I am going to go hard on that lineup portion, right? Whether it be with a straight razor, and maybe a straight razor and a trimmer, and you know, whatever else I want to do. The easiest haircuts to do is honestly like when somebody hasn't cut their hair in like 8 months, because you have a full canvas. But just because you don't have that, I mean, you could have like literally have a client that comes in every single week and make a banger. We have Selena, she's in the program. This was one of her problems. She's like, well, I have a lot of weekly clients, right? Now nobody has like a lot of overgrowth that I can cut a lot of hair off. It's like, no problem. You just change the depth perception. We're still cutting hair off, but we need to get a little bit closer to be able to see clearly what's going on. Just because it's long, you know, when the hair is longer, we can go farther away, but when it's shorter, we got to really see this blade cutting through the hair. And again, too, you got to be thinking through this every single time. I will tell you right now, your default mode as a barber, you probably don't critically think at all. Okay. And you have to be able to like if you feel yourself getting like irritated with answering this question or want to half-ass it, stop yourself immediately. Sit down, answer this step by step, because this is the only way we're going to get progress. All right. So after you answer that one, what is different about about the movement of the clipper that the barber is doing than what you would typically do in your regular haircut process? Great question, right? So typically with shears, you're probably not going to open, like look how wide his hand is opening. Boom. Like you see that, like where was it? Pop. And see how wide this thing is opening up? Typically, you're not going to open up the shears that wide when you're typically cutting hair. And you're also not going to cut like that fast, like bop, bop, bop. Like where is it? Bop, bop. You see how like bop, bop. Typically people go like snap, snap, like be really careful. He's not like that at all. Pop, pop, pop. That gives you a clear indication of what you need to be able to do as well too, right? And that's typically different from what your haircut process is. And then what do you need to change and focus on with the movement in order to execute this perfectly? And then again, too, you can just reinforce that, like think of what you typically do and what you need to really focus on in order to get the closest potential of this result right here, right? And then once you do that, cool, go on to action 2. And then go on to action 3, and then go on to action 4. And you want to do this, and I've only put like, what do I have in here? Maybe like 6 different actions. Of course, you can like always like copy this. Where is this? Copy this. Boom. Command C, and then Command V. Ooh, that did not work out. Hang on. That was an epic fail. Boom. Let me go ahead and come back right here. Command C, Command V, bam, right? And then you can just change this as like action 7, and then you have another full thing to go ahead and go through. Boom, boom. Or you could just like, come back to this content sheet, and you could just do this for like maybe every single video if you really want to. You could use this however you want to overall. Just make sure you actually do this, especially when you're first starting out, to get an idea of like this. And again, remember, this is to help you get an idea of what to do to execute these actions and what to do, right? Because we're basically like looking at what somebody else who already has great results do, and then we're basically like reverse engineering it and like, all right, cool, I can do this, right? So now that you know what to record, let's get into points of optimization. This is huge, okay? Again, too, I know this is a little bit lengthier of a video, but a lot of information. You might want to go back over this multiple times, especially when you're first in the program, because this is the only video that probably is going to matter to you for at least the first like week, okay? So points of optimization. Every pro athlete has a feedback loop, right? Tom Brady watched game film on his bad plays to see what mistakes he made. Tiger Woods would record and review his swing to catch minute details and mistakes. Leonardo DiCaprio makes multiple takes and rewatches his act. Drake and Kanye re-listen to the bar they just record over and over again, and also like do interjections on the whatever they're I guess like recording on, and all of these create a point of awareness and allows the person to now be the teacher and the student to self-audit themselves, because they can literally like look at what they just did action-wise and know exactly, oh, that doesn't look exactly what, or it doesn't sound like, let's say Drake and Kanye, this doesn't sound how it needs to sound. I thought I was doing it this way, but I actually need to like change up what I'm saying. Tiger Woods, oh, I felt that it was on par, but now I'm looking at, I actually need to like shift my left foot in. Or Tom Brady, I thought my eyes were like on the opposite end of the field but like at the last minute, my eyes started dragging across the field, and that's how the safety picked it up early on, right? This is how we're able to like get really good. And this again too becomes, you have to be like, first of all, have a very high standard for what you'll allow, and also know what to do. Again, too, kind of like what we just went through of like knowing what the action is of what somebody else does, and then also objectively looking at what you did, right, and finding the difference in that. So this is how most people live their life. I swear, all they do is they take an action, they get a result, and then that feeds back into a belief. And then that belief feeds back into action, which then feeds back into a result, which feeds back into a belief. And this is what most barbers do. Belief. I live in a small city and nobody pays high prices. Action. They cut hair, keep prices low, and just focus on getting booked up clientele. Result. Damn. You know what? I make about 4K, maybe 8K per month. Pretty booked out, pretty tired. But nobody else would pay that price point of like $100. That's not possible. Belief feeds right back into it. Man, you know what? I just need, this is exactly what I need to keep doing, right? I just need to keep on like cutting hair, low prices. Maybe not, you know what? Maybe I need to start adding another business in, because barbering isn't, right? Action. Then they start branching off to another business while they have barbering, and they try to start something up. Result, now their focus is split up. Their barber business is like not doing the best. They kind of like stagnated in that thing. Their other business isn't doing that well, because like, guess what? They don't have full focus on that. And so now like the belief is like, well, you know what? I don't think this other business is actually working out. I probably just need to stick with barbering. I should probably just stick with that. So then the belief turns back to action. They only stick to barbering, only stay at 6 to 8K per month, or 4K, whatever it is. And they stay complacent. The result, they never grow. And the belief, again, too, it's not possible. And this is how this actually works. If you see it, like, you look on any of my posts on social media when I'm talking about this, so many barbers like, oh no, impossible. This can't be happening. No barber can do that. This is such terrible advice. I've seen somebody like today, this like said L advice, right? Like basically like calling me an L, like, but this is what it is, right? There's no feedback loop, and it's just like it's a self-fulfilling reflexive cycle that like pushes people down in mentally a bad route. And this is how it actually works, right? So people have a belief, right? Let's say again too, I can't charge higher prices in my area, right? And the action is just like, okay, cool. Maybe same action, getting 4 to 8K, or like doing whatever, getting booked out, working on haircuts. That's the result, making like 6 to 8K. Feedback is like, you know what? I think this is possible. Like, I think I can get this thing done. I think I can make more. Iteration, all right, let me try something different, and then the belief feeds back into belief. Like, once they come up with a different idea, belief's like, okay, I think this is going to work. The action happens. Maybe the result doesn't change, but the feedback is like, I still think this is possible, right? And then eventually over time, like, somebody's going to actually come in and maybe like, okay, cool, maybe then start getting help, or they're going to be much more open-minded, right? Again, this can even happen with content, right? The belief is like, oh man, my content's not that good. They take action. It's obviously not good. The result isn't that good, but they get feedback, right? And then from the feedback, they collect a data point and they iterate on that. So they know what to change. And then what they change, their belief changes to like, okay, I think I can do this. I just need to change it up and I can get the different result. They take an action and the result's actually improved. It's not the exact result they want, but it's an improved result. And then that result feeds back into feedback. I'm like, okay, I'm on the right path, but it's still not there. Let me change things up with another iteration. And that's going to feed back into the belief. I think this is going to be it, right? They take another action, get a result. It gets a little bit closer. Feedback. Awesome. I'm on the right track, right? And this thing is a positive feedback loop. Again, we can even say it like this: action, record shitty piece of content, result, looks shitty, belief, I make shitty content, I can't do this. Goes back in the action, I don't know if I should record content, this Instagram thing's stupid. Result, obviously they're not marketing, can't get new clients. Belief, oh man, the Instagram things, that's stupid. I want to play real. People always say this, I live in real life, I don't live in Instagram stuff. I'm like, well, it's where business is headed right now, dude. So you can play that way if you want to. So just like a little, visualization for what to come for you. Now, our feedback loop is a little bit different. Your content will not be good at first, like I said prior. We can, however, progress this very quickly in the next 2 weeks by following these 3 steps. Number 1, you want to create a 3-clip sequence every client that sits in your chair every single day. And I say every single client, a 3-clip sequence, right? First client of the day sits in your chair, figure out what 1, 2, 3 clips need to be done. Boom, get to the rest of the haircut. Next client sits in your chair, get your 1, 2, 3 clips done. Boom, get it done the rest of the haircut. Do this thing every single day. Do different actions every single client as well too. You want to take action at the end of the day and optimize for improvement of hair falling off. And then you want to pre-plan tomorrow's content day. So, of course, we already covered the 3-clip sequences. We're going to be covering the optimizing part now, and then at the very end, we're going to be going over the pre-planning to content tomorrow afterwards, okay? So, optimizing. So, once you have all of your 3-clip sequences at the end of the day, you want to go to Instagram and find a point of optimization for each action. And this must be the exact action on the same area of the head that is executed better than what you did. And note, the better the point of optimization, the better your results will be. So, pick the best of the best. Like, you don't want to have something that's half-assed or somebody who doesn't have a good result or somebody you're just biased to. Like, pick something like, that's actually like really good. Like, Tom Brady wants to emulate the greatest, right? It doesn't make sense as, let's say for a quarterback today, let's say some 12-year-old's growing up and wants to be an NFL quarterback. It does not make sense for that quarterback to emulate who was like a bust recently. Man, I'm blanking on this. Let's just say, I'm a Vikings fan. Christian Ponder, right? He was a terrible quarterback. Let's say it does not make sense for him to emulate Christian Ponder as an NFL quarterback versus Tom Brady. And even if you don't like football, you know who Tom Brady is, and you definitely don't know who Christian Ponder is. And that's my exact point, right? Don't optimize off of nobody. Optimize off the best of the best, right? Same thing. Like, somebody who wants to do pop music. I mean, fuck. Like, why would you do? I mean, I don't know any shitty pop artists. I mean, you could probably think of like a ton of like one-hit wonders, right? Versus like somebody like Michael Jackson or Drake, right? Those are probably like 2 like the top like in pop ever. And again, dude, I'm not gonna argue about anything. I'm like, people are like, oh my god, no, so and so is like the best. I don't really care, right? But you get my point. You want to go from the best of the best. And you want to start your first action on your first client. And once you have found a video with a similar action, you want to then break it down to the key difference. Remember, what we're looking for is why theirs was better than what we did and what we need to change. Here's some key questions for asking about optimization. I will also include this screenshot down below just so you can have these to look at as well too, because these are very key to be going through throughout your process. So key questions to ask when you're going through points optimization. Again, we will be going through this, showing you exactly what this looks like after I go through this, so be patient. Key questions to ask are like, why is the hair falling off in the video? On their video look better than mine? What is creating that? Is the amount of hair the client has? Is it the tool they're using? Are their clippers / trimmers modified? How fast or slow is the motion in their hand movement? What is the main difference from their client to mine? What angle are they holding the tool at? Have they applied a product to get the hair to fall off easier? Have they kept the hair dry? You want to ask all these questions of what is that difference point that they did, because that's all it is. If you did the same exact action as somebody else, but there's two different results, it's not that because they're better, they did something different. And you need to be able to ask the questions. This is how we critically think. You need to critically think and ask the question to figure out what that is. And it honestly, surprisingly, if you just ask the question, you will find the answer. So many barbers don't want to do this though, right? So from answering those questions, you should be able to dissect what you need to change in order to get the better result. So let's take a look at our graph again. So again, too, I don't know why I put this back in here, honestly. I think I was like trying to make some like really good point of like, oh, you know, now we're going to go like belief, action, blah, blah, blah. But this is where we really want to like the feedback and iteration point again, too, is just the most important thing overall. And that's where you want to be living at after you take action, after you see the result. Don't just go back into a belief. You want to then go ahead and get feedback. All right. So let's run through this and what this looks like. I don't really have an example up at this moment in time. I thought I'd probably just like maybe could do like a quick run through with this. And because I know we have some new barbers in the program at this moment in time. Brand new. Let's take a look at this. Well, first of all, this is not even like what we want at all. Sorry, Aaron, but nice try. This is not to call anybody else out either. It's just like, hey, it's the luck of the draw. So if somebody got in the program recently, they're going to get like a free breakdown, I guess. Here's a good one right here. Bam. And I love, by the way, I love Jonathan. He's actually fucking killing it, but he could like, this is an obvious, I guess, thing of like point optimization. Let's say like, we're doing this action right here. We don't see any hair falling off right here at all, right? You kind of just see, and this is like just trimmer moving. We don't see hair falling off whatsoever. Like the trimmer's blocking it, can't really see anything going on. So we're like, okay, cool. This is our first action. How do we optimize? So you don't watch the rest of the video. You don't go to the rest of the clips that you did. You just say, I'm looking for this one thing. Trimmer, side of the head, debulking. That's it. Then again, too, you can either do this in one of two ways. You can go to the marketplace, which is the explore page, and start scrolling through other barber videos, and then look through barber videos and find that one action, or just go to somebody who's actually getting good results and do the same thing. So that's the only action I'm looking for. And of course, I've already watched this video, but just for this purpose of like going you through this exercise of what you need to be doing, this is what it's going to look like. You're literally going to watch every single video, be like, is he doing the debulking? Even though this is debulking, I guess, this was not the same action we did at all, right? Nothing. Oh, no. Showcase. Cool. Didn't have anything there. Did we have it here? Nope. Already did the debalding. Nothing there. Right here. Again, we're only looking for that one action. Even though that was a debulk in the back of the neck, that wasn't the thing of what we're looking for. Again, didn't do it right there. It's on the side of the head, but it's a very different action, right? So we could say like, okay, cool. Like, and this is like a little bit higher. Like, it's not the same thing. Like, this is a little bit like lower on the head. This is like, you see how high this is, so you can push down the hair. I'm like, okay. And the thing with this as well too is that like you will start like learning just because of that like little simple thing. You'd be like, all right, whenever I'm doing like I don't know a burst fade, I could do like this push down thing. All right, cool. I know what I can do with this, right? Again, we're not going to have anything from that. Let's see if we can get this. Nothing. And again, too, the good thing with points optimization is because you're watching so much content all the way through and you're looking specifically at the actions, you're almost like kind of like downloading all of these into your brain, like into your subconscious, right? And when you do that, like weirdly enough, over a period of time, you kind of just develop the sixth sense of what to do action-wise. So the more that you can do this, the more optimizing you can do, the better you're going to get long-term. And honestly, you start coming up with ideas of actions that you're like, I don't even know where I saw this, but I know exactly what to do. And it's just like doing this every single day as an input. And I call this an input to get the output. You'll get the output of creativity and coming up with like very different action clips overall and not being redundant. Here we go. I was about to say, I probably should have had somebody else because Greg did not set me up well for this one, right? So Greg had like what? One, boom. Did we see hair falling off there? Kind of not really. What's the main difference with this though, right? Like, well, I think this is going to be the closest thing that we got. We're just going to run with it for this one. Main thing I would say is that like, well, it's the temp. Like, if I first want to be like, all right, well, how did the hair fall off a little bit better? Well, first he had a lot more hair, right? He has a lot of hair right here. Second thing is like the tempo of the clipper is like boom, boom, right? It's nice and smooth. It's not like stopping or like slow. If we look at like what this one was like, not that much hair, kind of slow and hesitation right there, as you can see. Like, can't really see hair falling off. And from that, we could be like, all right, cool. Well, if we change this, if we don't do this action on this client, but instead we have like a client with a lot of hair, and then we can do like move through this really quickly and make sure we have a lot of hair, because like around this ear, there's not a whole lot of hair to drag down and cut off. Maybe if we did it like right here and cut it off and drag down just a tad bit more, like what Greg did, it'd probably look a lot better. It's like, okay, cool. I know what to change now. Awesome. And then you can obviously like, figure out what needs to be different. I know I have a cheat sheet for this. I don't know. Oh no, that's on the next thing. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. So that's the first action, right? And then you want to go to your second action. Cool, clip over comb. Bam, great one, right? We're like, not too bad. Cool. Well, let's find a clip over comb action. I know Greg does a lot of clip over combs, so this is gonna be easy. So again, too, you do the same thing. You just go like, and I would just start from the same, like start from same starting point. Looking for only one action, clip over comb. I'm like, oh, there's my clip over comb. All right, what's different about that? So we have this. Well, it's not that much hair falling off, right? As we can see. All right, cool. Well, what did Greg do differently? If I can get this like perfectly. Boom. Well, there's a lot of hair falling off right there, right? He took a big chunk and just kind of pushed it off to like make it really fall off. It was kind of like what the other one was, kind of like little bits of it. Another thing I would say, the main thing that stands out to me, like a tool wise, we could clearly tell like the difference from the hair from the tool here, and also this what's it called, comb, right? If we look at what Jonathan did, like if you look back at right here, where are we at? Like, it gets very hard to see. Let me go back just a little bit more. You can barely see because of his dark complected hair and like the black comb. You can't really see how much hair is there. If he had a white comb here, this thing would stand out so much better. And then also with the clipper, if he didn't maybe have the black right here and maybe use a different clipper overall, like it would look a shit ton better. Again, too, that's just a point optimization. So you could be like, all right, cool, more hair. And again, too, he didn't really cut off everything. He probably could have gone a little bit closer, or even picked this out, take a little bit more chunk off. Or even if he maybe like did it before, he probably could have left a little bit more length right there, so we have a little bit more to work with on the clip over comb. But you know, easy optimization points, get a different color comb, and then make sure you have chopped more hair off, right? Then we go to the next one. Bam, we have that, which is like, I guess, putting in a fade guideline. And this will be the last one. Then we'll move on, because I think everybody kind of gets this. I'm just gonna do this last one just for bam, right there, right? Found it. So that was our putting in our fade guideline. Boom, boom, boom. Right. All right, cool. What's the main difference between what was right here and what Greg did? Well, first thing that's like, and you always like, don't overthink this. Just take the most noticeable thing, and you don't need to like sit there and be like, what else? I just know it like the back of my hand. But like for a lot of you, like just take what the most obvious thing is, and then change that. And then once you change that, take another action and then do the same process. Look at the same input, look at the same input or the same point optimization, and look at yours again, and then find what the most obvious thing that's still off about it. And every single time you do that, you get 1% better. But over a period of time, over 100 repetitions, you get 100% better, right? So, you know, always just be like working on that like one thing. Just find that one thing, improve it. If you can find more than one thing, phenomenal. The one thing that stands out to me is just like, look how slow this tempo is right here. It's like, like very, very slow. Whereas Greg's is like boom, 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 right? And it looks a lot better. All we're doing is like, why does this look a lot better? Boom, 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 boom. Nice and quick, right? So, and then again, too, we could be, all right, cool. So next time I just need bop, 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 bop. And then, you know, there's probably going to be another problem that pops up. All right, cool. I need to fix that. And then go on, so on and so forth. So that's how you do points optimization. And that's, even though we only did 3, let's say you did 10 haircuts that day. You recorded 3 clip sequence every single client. You have 30 actions. At the end of the day, guess what you got to do? All 30 of those actions have to be optimized. If you don't do that, you kind of waste it, because if you don't do that, if you don't take the point optimization, this is what you're doing. You're doing this feedback loop, action, result, belief, and we have no feedback or iteration. You need this, and this is what happens when we have the points optimization implemented in this, okay? So let's go planning for tomorrow. So now you need to write out exactly what your plan of what needs to change, right? And writing it or journaling can help improve memory and develop a development of a skill set and reinforce the lesson into your brain. You know, of course, over time, you might not need to do this daily, but at first, I don't know why this is art, but at first, every opportunity to improve daily, take it, okay? I've had a Google Doc for this, so let's go take a look at this. This is the pre-planned content. So again, too, make sure you go ahead and come here. Again, do not request access. Go to make a copy, make yourself a damn copy, boom, and then you'll be able to edit this thing. So what's the purpose? To plan out your content for tomorrow and reinforce everything you just learned the day prior, or that same day, I guess, right? And how to use. Take your 3-clip sequence on every client that you cut, optimize every clip, plan tomorrow's content on this sheet. So again, too, we can do number 1. What's the action? And you can add a link from this, or you could just like name it out, because again, too, like you're probably not going to post this up anywhere. So like for Jonathan, for instance, like he could say, putting in bald guideline on the left, on the right side of the head. He could probably take even a screenshot and put that screenshot right there. Oh, not this one, right? This one, and put that screenshot right here, right? Now, what's your point of optimization? Add Instagram post. I forgot what the Instagram post was. Let's just say it's this for shits and giggles, right? You can copy the link, post that link right here, just so you have the point optimization, then you're aware of it. And the biggest thing, what's the change you need to make in order to improve this action, hair falling off? And then everything that we just went over right there, make that right here, right? That as much detail as possible. That way you reinforce in your mind of like what needs to happen when you get this action again, or when you see this of like what, like maybe it's even something of like, well, like for instance, like this. Okay, when I have a client with short hair, I'm not going to do this action, but when they have longer hair, I can do it, but it has to be on the behind part of the ear, right? And I also have to make sure I speed up my tempo. Bam, that's locked in. And then you can make a little note, find a different action of debulking to do on shorter clients' hair. Now you kind of just fix 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Or kill 2 birds with 1 stone, not fix them, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Not only did you fix this action, but now you also understand, like when I with a client who comes in with hair like this, because this isn't the right client to do this on, what to do, or that you need to have a different action overall. And what you can do from that is like, cool. Well, like when somebody has shorter hair, what can I do? Well, let's go ahead and find out. Right? Let's see. That's longer hair. That's longer hair. Longer hair. This is, I don't know if he's going to get a fade. No, it's going to look like a taper. Did a fade, but not what I want to look for. And that's a taper. And you can just do the same thing. Now I'm looking for short hair, right? Somebody with short hair that is doing a debald or putting in a bald guideline. And what does that look like? Nope, that's a taper. Oh, Greg just doesn't want to give me anything today. Come on now. I mean, that's like semi-longer hair. Greg just doesn't want to... Oh, there we go. Bam, right there, right? I guess that's like shorter, right? Boom, boom. So you could like flip the clipper over and go pop, pop, pop downward. Would that work on this guy? Probably. We would have to find a very dense part of the hair to use this at, but like we could definitely do that, right? And so then again too, you find like, and again, an iteration of that as well too. You can make a little note of that as well too. Then bam, go on the second action. Do the same thing. Screenshot, point optimization, what needs to change. And you just do this at the very end of the day. Again, we only have 6 on here. You can like honestly like copy and paste as many as you need to. So you copy that, Control C, Control V at the very end. However many actions you want to do per day. You can even do this per day, so you can make this pre-planned content cheat sheet. What is today? For April, cannot spell, April 13th, right? Or whatever day you want to do. You can make that your own. Very, very useful overall. Make sure you do this every single day, because it's going to reinforce everything that you did from the day prior, okay? Now, ramping up with your daily workflow. So just to go over things, and I'm going to post a screenshot of this in the school portal below, so you see a link for just to like have this little pop-up, just so you can always remember what you should be focused on. You need to record a 3-clip sequence every client that sits in your chair. The more reps that you take, the faster you can scale. Remember that, okay? At the end of the day, you go through your points optimization process for every clip you record. If you don't do this, you're only cheating yourself. It's like if you go to the gym and you half-ass your reps, or you're not putting as much weight on the bars you need to. It's like, well, you're cheating yourself and your development overall. What's the point of this, right? Then you want to pre-plan for tomorrow's content. Obviously, what we just went through. These next 2 we didn't really go over on here, but you want to watch every feedback video posted daily in the community. So, what we have here, obviously, not that one, this one. I already actually went over Jonathan's post, and you can see I actually went ahead and did a little screen recording, and people actually do this. Like they'll post up their questions here, and I'll make a screen recording and give you my thoughts live on this thing of what needs to change or where they need to go to. I would watch every single one of these every single day, because again, too, if you're not taking repetitions or getting feedback, somebody else is, and guess what? That's a learning point. And if you're not taking advantage of learning every single day, what are you doing? And if you're not taking your business that serious, what are you doing? All right. So do this this is like almost like a cheat code, right? You can learn from everybody else's mistakes without having to make that same mistake yourself. And if you can learn from 10 other people that same day, that's like you 10x your result, and you got 10 times farther than what you would have before, right? And then lastly, get feedback and from daily clips from your account manager. By now you should have be set up with your account manager if you're all set up with everything from onboarding wise, and then make sure you're already set up with the WhatsApp. Make sure you're sending daily clips of like your 3-clip sequences so that your account manager can kind of give you feedback and also help you support you on this 90-day this roadmap overall. Okay. And then getting feedback. So again, too, feedback is huge in this program, not only from your account manager, but also myself on Q&A calls and the community. But many do this incorrectly, not only to me, but also your account manager as well too. So this is something I want to make sure I harp on before we kind of wrap this video. Now, you will not be able to get the best result without coming onto every Q&A call and have me look over your work and post updates in the community so I can look over your weekly progress. And I should have also added here, and talking to your account manager every single day, especially when you're first in here. You need to be sending them content every single day of what you're working on. Basically how this works, think of the Q&A calls as coming up with a strategy to move the needle forward by next call, right? And then posting on the community is slash updating your account manager daily allows us to see if you are on par or need to change things up or even expedite this to the next process before the next call. So think of it as like, these are benchmarks you want to hit each Q&A call. We set the next benchmark. Okay, cool. If we're here, if you do this, this, and this, you should be here. Okay, so let's update by then. And then in between each Q&A call, we want to make sure you're on par for that. So make sure you keep up to date with the account manager. And then you want to make sure you upload your videos to Vimeo, copy link, and paste the link in video link option. And this is on school, right? So again, to a lot of people, what they'll do, they'll come on to school, they'll post their first video, and I don't think there's a option of this, but you see how this is a playable video right here. They don't do this correctly. They just kind of like say they post it from like, let's say if I'm going to write something, they'll post it from like, they'll click on this and they'll just post it from like this attachment versus like posting it from a video attachment. Now on the laptop, you'll have this screen. So you actually on the laptop want to click from add video, and then you want to add the link. So you can actually add the link, let's say right there. I can link it right there and you see it have a playable video. From the phone, however, it will be on this clip. Okay, on the phone, which most of you will be on, it will be from this clip attachment. You click on that and it's going to say add a video link. It should just say like what file, just add video link, and then it'll then enter the link in there. Again, you want to go through Vimeo. Do not post it from your phone. If you post it from your phone, it's not going to work. You go to Vimeo, download the app first. You can use the free version. Then you want to upload the video from your phone to Vimeo on your phone in the app. And then once it's uploaded, take that same link, copy the Vimeo link, and then go here, write your title, write your question, add it as an attachment, select the video link attachment, and then it should have the video, the playable video. If it does not have the playable video pop up like this, you did something wrong, all right? So do not do that. Again, if it does not pop up the playable video, I will not give you feedback, and I'll actually tell you, you gotta post the correct one if you want feedback on this, okay? Now, do not do the following when posting in the community for feedback. So not only don't post a video that's not playable, also do not do this. And I actually made a post about this too. And if you do this, I will actually, you can see Paris has already been tagging people. I will actually tag you, and I will also put this on your post as well too, to let you know you kind of fucked up. So don't do this when posting in the community for feedback, right? Or for your account manager as well too. Don't just like do this thing. So feedback is a huge part of the community and daily check-ins. However, it is difficult to give feedback when everyone posts a video with 3 clips and just saying that in like the heading 3 clips or feedback, or let me know your thoughts only in the title and caption, because I have no idea what you are working on, what the problem is, what you're struggling with, and more importantly, what you are looking to get from my video. Because again too, with how many 279 barbers in the program, I need to make sure exactly what's going on, and sometimes I don't even remember what I told you to work on last time. So I need to kind of get a refresh on my memory. What's going on? What are you working on? What's the problem? How can I help? Right? So I also need to know what you have done to try and fix the problem, right? Because I need to know that you're not just coming to me and like being like, here, do this for me. I need to see that you're self-sufficient, because I'm not going to do things for you, okay? Now, most times I will find, or most times what you will find is a well thought out question will answer itself, allowing you to ramp up even quicker, because you're not going to have to wait on my reply or somebody else's reply, and you could, and you can give more in-depth feedback outside of basically me saying optimize, right? So from now on, if you do not specify the problem with what you're struggling with, or even why you are posting a video in a clearly thought out sentence, I will skip over your post with 0 feedback. This goes for covers, actions, lighting, which again, none of you should be doing right now in the process, just 3 sequences. Here's an example of this. Currently, I'm working on covers. The issue I'm coming up against is making them have more bite, like the examples I have next to the ones I did. Looking for one thing I can execute on to get closer to the desired cover. I have not done anything to optimize or taken 3 covers on every client, so I will now be doing this on every client no matter what, and pre-plan. See, you can be like, I've not done anything to optimize this or taken 3 covers every client, so I should, and you'd be like, well, you know what, I should probably actually do this, and this is what I need to pre-plan, because otherwise I'll be like, just do this, and then that would be my answer to you. But if you understand this is already taken care of, I can go a little bit deeper on my answer, like, all right, cool, do this, this, and this, and this, and this, because you are competent enough to understand this. Now, of course, for all cover posts, we'll do whatever. Again, do not put a word statement as a post. Put some actual thought into what you're looking for, so we can give you the best feedback for your growth. Again, I cannot tell you how frustrating it is when somebody just posts like a one-word thing and just expects me to understand exactly where they're at, what they're trying to get to, what their problem is, what they're struggling with. It's very frustrating. If you want to look at examples of this, you could probably just go into, I know, I think I did this to Vincent. Yeah. See, like, there's Q&A, working on optimal. I don't know exactly what this means. Sorry, Vince, for calling you out. But I just went ahead and posted this in here because I don't know exactly what I'm looking at or what I need to be doing, because it's just very confusing. It's just like, this is not exactly what I need. This is much better overall, like in terms of like, boom, right here. I know exactly what I'm looking at. Very well thought out. Again, very well thought out. Been part of the team for a week. Been making videos, hair falling off, and talking. He made me realize I was still thinking like a barber, so he understands that. Cool. Here's 2 videos. Made one, the other, another clicked. Let me know if you're on the right track. Even this, like, let me know if I'm on the right track. This is all right, but like, again, don't like just say, let me know if you're on the right track with things, because I will get pissed off. So make sure you just give some well thought out, critical think about this. Again, think about what question you actually have versus just like, oh, I just wanted to look at my stuff. Think about the problem you're actually running into, and then ask the question around that problem. That way I can help you, because if it's just like, hey, what do you think about this? I'll be like, looks good, and I'm not going to give you anything else. Okay. So I think that was it. So to wrap it up, again, what you need to be doing, daily workflow from here on out, like legit, this is all you need to start working. Because like, this is all, like, you don't really need to move on to the next module, because until like you're ready for full videos, right? And I'll let you know that if you hop on Q&A calls, and I'll look over your 3-clip sequence, because I'll look over and see if we have progression. Basically, also too, what I'm looking for in the progression from 3-clip sequences to make sure we move to full videos is that you understand how to optimize and improve something quickly. If you can do that and it actually looks good, I'll be like, dude, we don't need to be here anymore. Let's go to full videos. And then we'll start working and optimizing at what those constituent parts require us to do. But at least I know you have the mental model of how to operate the business and think actually, instead of like waiting on me or just coming to me for an answer. Because honestly, I'm not going to give you an answer if you come to me and ask me, hey, what should I do? I'd be like, I don't know. We'll figure it out, right? If you come to me with a question of like, hey, I'm having problems like doing this, I'll figure out like what your problem is, of like, maybe what are you not doing in your process? Where is it breaking down? Because I want you to be self-sufficient as a business owner. I don't need you sucking on my damn nipple all the damn time, all right? So with that, get started. You don't need to do anything else. Get started with this today. Your next day of haircutting, get started with this. Get acclimated with recording. Get into the motion of it. Do not give excuses. The biggest thing I hold people back is the damn excuse. So get this done. That way we can get to the next video. Actually, I believe the next video 4, is going to be what we can do to get new clients while we're working on 3-clip sequences, while we're not posting, and how to get new clients. That way we start like ramping things up, and then after that will be full video. So you can watch the next video. It should be like pretty quick overall. I don't know how quick as of yet. Should be a pretty quick video. You can watch that because you can simultaneously do that while you're working on this to generate new clients for yourself. So with that, I'll see you on the next video. What's up, y'all? Daniel New at barbering.com. Welcome back to another module. On this module, we're going to be going over how to put all of this together. So by now, you should already know everything of optimization, a little bit of like, of course, the Video Leap app, how to record, and also how to improve things. This is just going to be going a little more of the nuances of how to navigate inside of the Video Leap editing app, because I know a lot of people are like, very new to video editing overall. So just getting you familiar with how to utilize it, what it looks like inside the platform. We're just going to do like some simple rundowns of like things that, you know, like how to make a 3-clip sequence, how to export, and where to find everything at, right? So let's get right into it. We're just going to dive into trimming and recording video, or trimming recorded videos. So what we want to do really with this, we want the core action to be in the clip, right? We don't want to have like, a lot of time when you're recording, you'll find that the recorded clip is like, I don't know, maybe like a little bit longer than the split second. We only like really need a split second. It's gonna be like the recorded clip's gonna be like 4 or 5 seconds at most, but a lot of it's gonna be like this, what I like to call dead space. And the main idea of this is we want to remove dead space because we're not gonna have dead space in a video. Like the whole video is gonna be mostly everything of an action with hair falling off. And we want to, main idea, remove all the dead space. Now, don't overthink this. Again, main idea is just, does the video look good? I know a lot of people are like, oh my God, where's dead space at? And like, you want to dial it in as best as you can right now. I mean, like, especially when we get to full videos, we're going to be more, I guess, strict on this. But I mean, like right now, all you need to really worry about is getting this dialed in with the hair falling off. Editing isn't that big of a deal. I just want to get you to get familiar with using that platform of Video Leap. I'm not gonna be a stickler on like, does the edit look good? So don't worry about like how good your editing is. I just want you to, again, get the feeling of utilizing it, get comfortable utilizing it. That way, once we do start, getting a little more high level advanced with how we need to edit, it comes second nature to you. Okay. Now you can either do this right when you take the image or like, I guess, the video, which is recommended. So like right when you record the video, you can actually edit this down inside of your camera, and that way it saves space. Or you can do it in Video Leap, and of course, like you'll have a bigger file that's saved up in your photos, and it's also going to take a lot more time to upload to Video Leap. It actually takes a lot more time, a little more headache. So let's take a look at how this is done. So not only do I have my screen up on this page right here. Right now, we're going to go over like what it's going to look like when you do have dead space versus when you don't have dead space. So this is actually good. Like Jessica's in the program. This is actually brought up on last night's Q&A call, and I was like, wow, this is actually perfect to do this. So this is what I mean by like there's dead space in the video. So you can click on this one and we can watch the there's a lot of dead space in almost every single one of these clips. And what I mean by that is there's nothing going on, and we'll watch it through and then we'll identify what I mean by that. And then we'll also watch what a video looks like when it has no dead space. So cool. So I think that might have been about it. Like those very first three images, those very first three clips had dead space. So what you can see is this first one right from here. If you can look at the little box here to all the way about right there is where we have dead space at, because there's nothing going on at all that we can tell. Even like right here, we can't tell anything going on. So if we cut all of this out and just start the video literally right here, this is the start of the video, boom, and end it right there. Perfect, right? And then it kind of like dragged on the very end. Again, too, the same thing with this. You see how we have like that little hesitation where at the beginning of this, I'll go back here. There's a little hesitation. I'll try to get on like a good loop. Let me see. You see how there's just hesitation right before, right there. You see that thing? And then we can also go back here. If we just cut all of this stuff out in the editing and just keep the core of what we have, it's going to look so much better. Now, don't go too crazy with this, because then everybody's going to get too anal about this thing, and like all the videos are going to look like crack mode, which is like too fast paced, where it's like it's going to look like every video is going to look boom, and then that's it. And I'm like, no, that's not what we want to do. You want to have a nice steady pace. Think of it as like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. If you think about music, if you listen to any of like your favorite artists play or any of your favorite artist songs, there's always a tempo going, right? And if something's dragging or something's not on point, you're going to hear the difference. The same thing when I see a video like this, I could see the difference immediately, and it's like, this doesn't look good. It doesn't look smooth, right? Again, too, right there, you see how you can kind of see that look a little bit dead space right there before the action starts going. We want to cut that stuff out, and like you could just start the action right here, boom. Right? Looks so much better. So let's watch this one more time. And it probably stands out like clear as day when you're rewatching this. Now, Jessica as well too is like focusing mostly on like hair falling off, so I'm not really worried with her too much about these actions. We can go to somebody like Greg, and then we can just see like there's gonna be no dead space. So we'll watch like a couple of these videos, like a 3-clip sequence, and then we'll go back to Jessica's video. Let me actually start this over again. That way it's all nice and smooth. So we'll watch at least 3 of these. We'll go here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. See how there's nothing that's like dead space, and we come back here. You see how all that's just drag, even at the very end, it dragged out a little bit more. This is very easy to optimize. Again, too, when we get into editing, more high level stuff, you don't really need to worry about that so much. Let's actually pull this bad boy up right here. So This is actually on my phone. What we're going to be going over, of course, we have Video Leap and we have photos. So, like I said, this is like an older video of mine. So what you can see, we can kind of, and I'm using my fingers for this, obviously. If you pinch your fingers in and spread, like pinch them in and then pinch them out, like you can like go in and out to make the, you can see like the little frames per second. You see we have like a little 10 frame right there. We have 6 seconds, 5 frames, 10 frames, 15 frames, 20 frames. We can even get that in like a little bit more, all the way to like 10 frame, 10.5 frame, 11 frame. We can get this really dialed in. You can't really do, I mean, like on something like, let's say iMovie, you can't really get this level of detail, which is why I like Video Leap, because like, let's say if I want to like get all the way, I want to get it right, if you're watching the actual video, right? If I want to get right there, bam, that's where I want to cut it at, and I can easily cut that up. So let's zoom back out again. So this is like, hold on. This is not cooperating. There we go. Zoom it back out. So we have 3 clips that totals 30 seconds. Holy fuck. We do not need that much to be in here, especially for only 3 clips that should only take me like maybe 3 seconds. So we have almost 10x extra of what we need. If we watch this video, this is what a lot of your stuff is going to look like. It's going to look like slow. It's going to look like too dragged out. And it's gonna like 8 seconds worth of like, it's gonna be shaky. You see how like there's so much dead space. Now all we need to do is just clear that dead space out. What you can do for it is simply, you can either do one of 2 things. You can actually like drag your finger. So like what I like to do is like whatever clip I'm looking at, of course, select it by clicking on it, and then you want to zoom in, or like pinch your fingers out to zoom in. And then I want to find like the meat of the video, like when the core action is going to start taking place. So I'll probably start it right there. And you can do one of 2 things. If you have enough room, you could like that left corner right there, you could like click, you could hold it and drag it all the way where I'm doing right now with my left thumb, as you can kind of see. I don't really like to do that because you can see it kind of moves the thing. I rather just like, if you look right below the orange line, there's like a separation right above the 100% opposite. I don't even know how to say that word. Opacity. It's basically a split mark. If you press on that, boom, and it splits into 2 clips, right? So now you have the 2 clips split, and then you can just start this video off, right? Boom, boom, and then you can pause it right there. So like, typically, and this is a good rule of thumb too, I only want 2 or 3 either pass-throughs, hits with the trimmer, or even closes on the shears. I don't ever want to do 3. I don't ever want to do more than 3. So either 2 or 3. For this one, I'm only going to go 1, 2, because it's a slow image. If it was like really quick, pop, 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 like if the image sounded or looked like that, like, and you always hear me on Q&A calls where it has to sound like pop, 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 or it has to be like boop, 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 right? And that's like the tempo of the actual trimmer hitting onto, I guess I could have like pointed this out too on the mouse, but the clipper hitting bop, 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 right? So it's like, this is bop, bop, you know, and it's kind of like slow. If it was bop, 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 I probably would have left 3 in here, but look at with the 2 count in here, that's drawn out like that. I'm just gonna go bop, bop, and then cut it. So then I'll like afterwards, again, I'm gonna tap on this video with my finger, boom, it selects it, and then down below right here, I'm gonna go ahead and tap that. It's gonna cut it. Now you're like, cool, I got this like little clip, but I have this right here and like this right here that I don't need. You can obviously like pinch out. Now, a really simple way, of course, is to trash this clip. Let's say I don't have it. Tap it, double tap, or you can just tap it twice. It has this little box popped up against it. You can either duplicate, put a little play button on it, or you could, I really don't know what the play thing is, honestly. I've never used that before. Or you could do the little trash button. I always just click trash button, boom, it's deleted. Same thing right here. Click it twice, delete it, boom. Now we have our clip, boom, boom, and then it's like here, awesome. And then we do the same thing right here. I'll like look. Typically, I always just like to look at like this, like I just like to scroll through it. I don't need to like watch it play. I just need to like scroll through, and I'm like, where's the meat of it? Like here's like when it's gonna start moving. Boom, click that. Cut that out, and then I'll go boom, boom, 1, 2, 3. Like, so you see how we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We don't want all that shit at all, right? Something like this is like a good 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, boom. Cut that, and then delete the rest of that. And then see here, we have, what do we have? I'm just gonna drag this out. I'm just trying to get a better angle. we have like, I like, where's the better action? Where's the core of it? I don't really like all that. For the video, like I just like the random things. Like this probably wouldn't be the best thing because there's really nothing cutting off. There's really no hair cutting off, but I'll probably end it right there. Cut that out. 1, 2, and then cut that as well too. Boom, done. You see how we just cut all that stuff out? So we had, I don't even like that tempo, but like, you know, for the sake of this video, like this is all you really need to show me. You don't really need to show me anything else. This is how to do it in Video Leap. Now, you can do it inside of Video Leap, but as you could see, like, especially when you upload like a lot, like for a full video, if you upload, like that was 3 clips, 30 seconds. Let's say you have 10 clips, right? How many seconds is that going to be? Holy fuck. What is that? Like, I don't want to do the math, like, 300 seconds, whatever, how long that is, minutes worth. And then like it takes a while. It like actually like slows down the software if you have like all of that stuff like uploaded in here. So an easier way to get this done, in my opinion, you know, let's say you record the video on your phone. It's going to pop up in photos, obviously. Now these are Paris's videos, but you can see they're like 2 seconds, 4 seconds. So he's already done this himself. This is typically how Paris likes to do things. Let's say you record the video already, and you can see it's already pretty much like dialed in with like where we want it to be at. That way we could just upload and ready to go into Video Leap. Let's say if it was like a little bit longer though, and we like, there's dead space in here that we want to cut out. After you record, you could simply go to the video, right? Like you can open up your photos, go to the video. At the top right here, click edit. And then you'll see these 2 bars right here. These 2 like little, I guess little, they're not play, this is a play button, but like little bars. You can simply like hold down one of those, not, so you see I'm like holding down like the time thing, but like you want to hold down the little, there you go. Like once it makes it yellow, and you can actually shorten it, and you can see it playing on the screen, obviously, and you can start the video. You can cut out whatever you want to, and let's say I want to start the video right there. I want to cut out all that rest, and then all you have to do is press done, and then you want to save video, and that will save it that will cut out everything from prior. So I could save video, boom, and then I just have that right there, and I don't have all the other crap. Now let's say you make a mistake, you're like, oh fuck, wait a minute, I fucked up, you know, like I just lost that whole video. No, you didn't. So just go back to edit, right? This is really good because you go back to edit, and you can either like go back and like have a little bit more, or you could like what it was as well too. You can discard changes. You can also revert the video back to its revert it back to its original settings. You don't really need to do that because you could just easily like, you know, go here and change that, and then that way you don't have like, you know, long 10-second, 15-second videos of you just like how the other one looked like, where you're just like kind of fumbling around and like, you know, there's like random stuff going on in the background. And that way, once you get into Video Leap, all you have to do is press the little plus button, add those small clips in, and I've already done that right here. And that's what this, I literally just added these in, even though the quality looks complete trash on this. So like this is a little bit longer. He did have like, you know, he's probably gonna like cut out, or like didn't really know which one he wanted to keep, but that's one nice and short. Same thing with this one. It's a lot easier to deal with 10 seconds worth of content in here to get down to 3 seconds instead of like 30, 60 seconds, right? It's a hell of a lot easier. My main recommendation when you're editing and cutting down clips, cut as much out and only use the best of like the hair falling off. We don't care like so much about like, you know, nobody cares about the, you know, your process. It's just, you know, does the hair like I don't really care about the parting on this, or him like pulling the hair with his fingers. All I care about is this, where it's like, boom, hair falling off. You see that? Boom, boom, falling off. Hair too, falling off right there. I don't care about anything else, and neither does the viewer, right? So like for this, it's much easier. I can just go like, again, too, this is like a, not really too much going on right here, but I can go 1, 2, 3, boom, cut that, discard. I can go 1, 2, 3, boom. And I like something like this, I'll just easily drag it instead of like cutting and like this. There's too many actions. It's so simple just to drag it right there if it's that quick. But then go right here. That I don't like the beginning so much. I probably would want to, and this is just me being picky, just want to drag it up a little bit more so it get, I don't like that. See how it just did not look that good right there? Boom. Cool. And then I'll probably like, boom, done. And then I'll probably cut that right there, delete that, and then we got our 3 seconds worth of content. I can even like cut this down just a little bit more because I don't really like that. 1, 2, 3, boom. Yeah, it's not the best thing right now, but it's like, again, I'm not going to be too picky, especially with anybody like over like analyzing their editing, especially in a 3-clip sequence that I'm not going to post. Because again, too, once we get to full videos, that's when we're getting more granular on editing. I just want you to get more comfortable with like how this thing works. Now, one thing I did not go over in this video, which you will have to do, and I want to make sure, because like everybody's always like worries about this thing every damn time. Let's go back to this, because this is going to be a good example. So of course we're going to be recording horizontal. If you look at the image right here, this is more of like in a square format, which again too is not going to be it's not going to be like that every single time. So let me go to, this is typically how your video is going to look like, right? And when you upload, it's going to be in the 16:9 landscape feature. To get it to a 1:1, all you have to do is right down here at canvas. You see this right here, and this is like when you upload, nothing is selected. So if, let's say if I select this video, boom, you see how that like went away down here, and this is different. If I unclick it, you see how all these different ones come back up again. So if I click something, I'm not going to be able to find this thing at all unless I click this right here, this little back button, boop, and then it'll unselect the file, the video, and then I can easily select canvas. I can go canvas, boom, and then from here, you're going to click on format, boom. And then from here, you see you have 16:9, it'll be automatic right here. We just want to go 1:1. So click on 1:1, boom. Now you see how it all of a sudden, if we can go back, boom, you see how it like switches from like this far away and then the image comes up close. I don't know if Video Leap has finally fixed this, because this has been such a pisser for like ever, that Video Leap has always done this, where it would go in the 1:1 format. However, it wouldn't automatically get the video to fill, because like, let's say if I select this right here, right? So you see these orange lines. This tells you this is where the video is at, and it's in frame. If I click on this video, I'm literally with my fingers, I'm clicking and holding on this right here, and I drag it down, you see how it has the black right here, and this shows you where the video is at. And then if you see any of the black right here, like up here, or if I can even drag it like right here, or even like right here, it's all fucked up. Now, I don't want to do that. Go back here. Let's say you do fuck up something, like your fingers, like, you know, you're editing and all of a sudden you're like, oh, what the fuck? How did I do this? I just fuck up the video. All you have to do is, again, to the clip that you have selected. So this is the fucked up one. Down here, if you scroll it, click on this little transform thing. Boom, click on that. It's like kind of hard to do this with like two different hands, and like I have a mouse and like trying to do this on here. You see you have mirror, flip, rotate, fit, and fill. You want to click on fill. If you click fill like I am right now, boop. Oh my gosh, it came back to life. You're fixed, right? So if you ever find yourself like sometimes, like, you know, one thing, never zoom in, right, on this thing. Like you can see as I zoom in, all of this shit gets like complete trash. So never zoom in. If you zoom in too much, or that maybe, again too, just come back down here. So we can go back again. We have this on selected. We scroll over to transform, and then we click on fill. Boom. And it goes back to normal. Okay. Now again, the reason why we do in landscape mode is because, like, let's say for this clip, you see how like this is like not really centered up. Like we have like, this is like the center right here. We're more focused on his chin. What we could do is we could simply just shift this over by, again, to clicking or holding on the image and just simply shifting this over. Now, what the good thing about this is you kind of see, like, let's say if you shift it over, oh my God, like I went off par with, like, now you see the black at the very bottom. Let me get this mouse so I can. So you see the black at the very bottom. You're like, well, now I have it like where I want it to be. I have it on the center. Jesus, I'm trying to do this left-handed. The center plane right here, right? But now I have this black down here. I don't want that. All you have to do is slowly go back down to the middle, and what you'll see is, like, on the center, like on these sides right here, you'll feel the phone like bump or click, right? It'll like vibrate, click a little bit on you, and that means it's all centered up. So like, what? Let me go ahead and go like boom. Boom. You see that right there? You see how it's like on the center, like, and I felt it too, like kind of like click into place. It'll lock into place, and that way, you know, it's like that's on the center plane now, and you're like, all right, cool. Now you don't have to worry about any of the black. So if you fix this at all, or like move this around and don't go have it centered, boop, right back that way it does, that the way it snaps, make sure it has that happen every single time. Just so you don't have anything like messing up overall. And that way, again too, like it's a lot easier. If you're using the grids, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Is there anything else that you need to know? Let me see. I just want to make sure I get all the like nuances. Is there anything else that needs to happen? Not really. I mean, like audio wise, like, again, like when you're editing, don't do any and we'll go over this in the full editing. Don't add any audio. Don't add songs to this. Use the original audio of your recording. It's going to take you so much longer to add music. I can't tell you how much of a headache it is when every barber asks me for the first time on a call, hey, why, like, nobody's adding music. I'm gonna be different to add music. I'm like, there's a reason why we're not adding music, right? Because it takes so damn long to edit the video to music. Just don't do it. Don't do reels right now, in terms of for full videos. For full videos, we want to use the regular videos. Like, we have a section coming up next that goes over what you want to do with reels. But everybody always asks, well, why can't I just do like reels for this? No, don't do that right now, okay? And then everybody always wants to ask, well, what about like music? If you're gonna be one of those people, I'm gonna like rip my beard out because I don't have hair on top of my head. I'll rip my beard out because it tells me you're not doing the work and you're not like listening very closely. You're not paying attention. I can't tell you how many times this happens. I'm like, holy fuck. All right, cool. We got one of these people in the program. So please don't be one of those individuals. Do the work, because otherwise I will call you out and you're going to be embarrassed. You're like, oh my God, you're going to want to cry and work for Uber after that or something. All right. So we want to do the music thing because I don't want to answer that question. Everything else is pretty, I mean, let's say if you do want to, like, let's say, you know, mute the video, obviously you just go to this audio, select the clip you want to go to, scroll down at the very bottom, select the audio, click that, and then obviously just click on mute, and then you should see it say unmute, and you should see you see how it like goes from like a little bit like white to like faded overall, and that's how you know it's muted. You don't have I also would not mute the video. Just keep the regular audio. Nobody really cares about your conversations. Everybody's like, oh my God, I don't want to hear people like my conversations. Nobody really gives a damn, honestly. It's always like a self-conscious thing, so nobody really cares. So that went into trimming the videos. Editing in Video Leap, obviously we kind of just did that. No edit should take more than 3 minutes to do once you get familiar with the software. Honestly, you just saw me kind of do it. Like, I even slowed it down super long, or just super slower pace, just because I want to make sure you kind of got the understanding of like what the ins and outs were. Obviously we already went through the setup format. We want to dial in the clips and then watch for a final pass through. So what that means obviously is, like, you know, whenever you want to watch for a final pass through, boop, just click that play button and you can watch it. Looks good, awesome. And if you want to add anything else, you see, of course, you can click this little plus button, boom, click that, and then you can add select however many clips you want to add. Again, too, when you have like all these clips in here and they're like all like 10, 15, 20 second long, I cannot tell you how much of a headache it is to wait for all this stuff to upload. It's so much easier when it's like 1 second, 2 second, 2 second, 2 second, because you pre-prep this inside your camera roll. That way it's not going to like take so much time to upload in here. It makes your life so much easier and won't crash the app as well too. So please do that as well. Now, in terms of exporting, that's like the last section we have in here. So in export, obviously we have the export button up here. Now, if you have the whole settings all set up, this should be a breeze. All you have to do is press export. Typically what I do is I don't touch this frames per second. Don't ever touch the frames per second because it will make it look really shitty. All I really touch is maybe just this right here, is just go up to 4K and that's it. Do not touch the frames per second. Only go with resolution all the way up to 4K. You don't even really need that, honestly. You can probably keep it this like typical how it is. I just always like to do the 4K, and then obviously you just want to click save, touch that. Don't exit out. Obviously, do not click outside of it until it's completely done. Boom, that's done. And then there is going to be one inside of your camera roll already saved, ready to go right there. Boop, there's our video that we just saved, all ready to go. Look at that. You're a superstar. You got it done. So from that, again, too, this is just like a really quick overview, because again, it's for a 3-clip sequence. You don't need to know like in terms of pacing or anything like that, or like real high level editing. It's just more of like cut out the dead space, make it like nice and like short and sweet to the point. That way I can see all of the motion. Don't make it too quick to where it's like the crack mode, where it's like, let me see, what's in let me give you an example of what crack mode looks like. So crack mode, like, see how this is like a nice good pace right here. So we have, oh, nice good pace, boom, boom, boom. It's a nice good pace. This would be like crack mode. I see people do this shit all the time, where like, oh man, I'm only gonna do one, and then I'm gonna do like one, and then like, where's another one right there, right? All this is gonna be like ones. So it looks like this. And I'm like, I have no clue what the fuck I just saw, right? Give it at least like 2 or 3, bop, bop, right? You could like sometimes, like rarely do you ever want to do a one, rarely you want to do like just one and that's it. And it's always going to come down to the speed of how you use the trimmer and everything like that. Again, I'm not going to get too high level into this right now, at least, because you just need to get through the focus on hair falling off. Don't worry about editing. Don't worry about your motions. Don't worry about the speed or tempo of the edits. I'm not going to criticize you for that at all. Literally, like if you show up on a Q&A call for like feedback, the most thing, what I'm going to ask is just about optimization point. What are you doing to optimize? Where are your optimization points at? And what's your process? Because if you just literally do that, you can like improve this probably within the next 3 days. Now, one thing I didn't also mention, in terms of like, let's say your account manager, when you're getting feedback from them, do not send your account manager just like 20 videos with no context whatsoever. All right. Just think of like, if you had like 30 to 50 barbers sending you 15 videos all at once with no context of what you're working on, what are you currently struggling with, what's the problem, it's going to get so confusing. So just like we talked about right in here, let me go back up to the announcements. Don't do this in terms of posting the feedback. And again, too, I'm going to reiterate this because I cannot tell you how many times there are still barbers who to this day will still do this, even after watching this program, going through these 2 modules and having me also post this inside on their post, whatever they post it, and they still don't get it. So I'm going to be a little bit of a dick on this because it's like very annoying and it doesn't help anybody, right? So again, do not do this when posting in the community for feedback. And I should also add into, do not send your account manager this same thing when you're asking for feedback. So again, too, feedback is a huge part of this community in daily check-ins. However, it is difficult to get feedback when post a video with 3 clips, like, they'll just send all the videos and they'll be like 3 clip sequences, or can I get some feedback, or let me know your thoughts. It's like, I don't know exactly what you're struggling with, what we were working on last, what was the last thing I told you to do, what did you do from that, what are you now currently struggling with, what are you doing to fix that, and then now what is your question? And that gives me a full idea of like what I'm dealing with and how I can properly help you and give you proper feedback. Again, do not be lazy with this. Do not be like a typical barber. Again, a great example is currently I'm working on my covers. The issue is I'm coming up against is making them have more bite, like the examples I have next to the ones I did. Looking for one thing I can execute on to get close to desired cover. I've not done daily optimization or taken 3 covers every client, so I will now be doing this every client no matter what, and pre-plan. That lets me know, cool, you've already like gone a step ahead and like figured out what the problem is, and you just want to kind of get the next level of like, all right, is there anything else I need to do, or is this just it, right? Gives me and also Paris or whoever your account manager is 100% accuracy of what we can help you with to get you the best results. So please help us out so we can help you out the best. And with that, I'll see you in the next module.
What is good, y'all? It's your boy Deluxe. And on this module, we're going to be talking about your adversary waiting in the shadows, right? And now week 2, where I really want to drive into you guys, what you should have already done in week 1. We went over content. Really, that's your foundation. We really build everything off of that. And going into week 2, we still want you, of course, going hard with your 30-day attack. But what we see a lot of times is we have to change ourselves. We have to change our character. We have to change who we are, because honestly, at times, like right now, you're going to go through some struggles with creating content. You're going to go through some lumps because of, honestly, we're not where we at with you at this moment in time to be the barber who charges $200, right? We're still working your way into that. We're molding you into that. And really, week 2 focuses on the mindset of becoming that. And really, like we said in week 1 in the very first module of this course, a better part of this course is the mindset work. So do not take this lightly. Don't think, you know what, it's just mindset, or it's just like this hocus pocus. I don't need this stuff at all. To be honest with you, for myself, this was actually more important than any social media, than any haircutting advice, than any business structure. The mindset was really is what really shifted me, and we'll get into that later on. But don't take this lightly. If anything, take this more important and take this as with more care and precision to execute on and to keep yourself up on every single day, more so than your 30-day attack, right? And that doesn't dwindle down what the 30-day attack is, but that should really allow you to put the focus on how important mindset and approach is. Because as we all know, we don't have business problems.
we have personal problems that bleed into our business. And to really start working on our business, we must start working on self. So don't take this lightly. These modules will be going over some things, and honestly, like a lot of what I've put in these modules, especially in this week 2 right now, with a lot of past mentor students, I've never even shared before. I think I've covered that before in terms of I really kept this close to my vest, and really I would give out some of the personal development where I see it fit, but it's become increasingly like evident to me, at least, the barber industry is really needing, and especially like you guys, is to go into this new era, to really adopt this and really move forward. It's not the tactics, right? It's part that, but it's also for longevity reasons. You really have to change yourself. And for you guys, this is going to be something probably completely new. So really get ready for this. Get into a mode of where you take this completely seriously. And, we have worksheets and methods of getting you through this process. And the request is go 100% with this, right? What you put in is what you get out. So don't just go ahead and, like, especially when you're watching these modules, probably even beforehand, it's probably easy to go ahead and do the dishes, or, have the TV going on in the background, or, be doing something else. Maybe you're cutting hair listening to this, which I don't have a problem. But the first time you're listening to this, the first couple times, just have your sole focus on the actual video. We have audios at the very bottom of each, so you can listen to them later on. I highly recommend you do listen to these while you're cutting hair. But this, and especially week 2 is probably going to be something that you go back on multiple times just with the audio version while you're cutting hair. But for these first couple times, I'm going to strain to you, watch this on a laptop, not on your phone, because your phone's going to have a lot of distractions. All right, be fully focused. Throw your phone in another room. Do not be distracted. Have headphones in. Lock in with this stuff and really do the work. Because, like I said, same with the Facebook group, same with what you do in throughout this course with our business and our haircuts and our content. What you put in is what you get out. And the only person you're cheating is yourself. So with that, let's go ahead and move forward with the really finding out who the adversary is waiting in the shadows for you, right? And to start off, I got a question for you. So for yourself, do you believe that you will accomplish the goals you have for yourself in life, right? Even just like a small chance, like a small possibility. Like, yeah, I think probably like a 1%. I got a 1% chance, right? Maybe you have a 50% chance. Maybe your goals, they're very, very doable. But just think about like the biggest goals you have in life. Do you believe that you have a chance to go ahead and accomplish that in yourself? Well, I hate to tell you, but you have no chance. Literally, you have zero chance. And who you are right now will never accomplish your wildest goals and achievements. You just won't see success. And this is not to dwindle you down or make you feel small. This is just facts. Who you are right now will never accomplish what you want to become and what you want your wildest dreams to and achievements to become. And this isn't like a challenge. This is just straight facts. All right. This isn't like some mind games I'm throwing at you. This is just like, we have to go ahead and really step yourself up to a next level and really start seeing the world from a different view. Who you are right now is probably about as much as you're going to get out of life, right? Especially if you've been doing this for at least more than 6 months to a year, it's probably about as much you're going to get out of life right now. And it's going to be a redundant cycle. And we're really looking to break through this. And secondly, I want to kind of start off is we have this example here of maybe some of you have heard of this before. It's the 4 blind men trying to describe what an elephant is, right? And of course, these guys can't see; they're only using their sense of touch. So we have the guy on the left. He says an elephant is a big snake. He's tugging on the trunk, and he thinks, oh, no, an elephant. I know what an elephant is. An elephant is a big snake. It's exactly like a big snake. It's not this thing, right? And then another one says, actually, no, an elephant is like a tree stump. And he's hugging the leg. It's like, no, it's not a snake. It's a tree stump. What are you talking about? The third blind man is saying, what are you saying? It's like a sheath of leather. Right, he's tugging on the ear, and he's like, "What are you talking about? It's not a snake or a tree stump. It's like a blanket of leather." And the last guy's like, "You guys are all wrong. It's actually a furry little mouse. It's not this big creature. It's not a tree stump. It's not a snake. And it's definitely not leather. It's a mouse. What are you talking about?" Right? And kind of going a little bit deeper, I want to go and also go into like a little bit of my story too, right? And we'll tie everything in together and just what this means. But really, for my story, for most of you guys should know by now that I played sports in high school. I think a lot of us did. But I played, was brought up playing soccer, baseball, football. I did taekwondo as a kid as well, and did that until probably about my college years. Now, for me, I wasn't the fastest kid. I wasn't the most athletically gifted, and now I understand that. But especially back then, I always felt like I was the underdog, like I was the little runt, because I wasn't the biggest, I wasn't the strongest, I wasn't the fastest, I didn't have the best arm, I just didn't have the best skills. But I always had this mentality of like, oh, I'm the underdog, I'm gonna come up and make sure that I'm the best. I'm gonna work super, super hard, and I always had like this chip on my shoulder type of mentality, and then when that kind of ended, I went into barbering, and this same type of mentality also followed me in there. I wasn't the most talented with cutting hair. I was, all right, but I still had like this. I was like, I got to prove myself. I got to do this. I'm the underdog. I got to do this thing, right? So I'm working really hard, doing all this stuff, and again, like same with sports too. Sports didn't end up. Of course, I wanted to become like a sports star and play professionally with baseball, but that didn't work out. So when I went to barbering again, I took in. I was like, okay, well, I'm not the best at cutting hair. I'm not the best at doing this thing, but I know what I got to do to be able to get there. And I was cutting hair for about 3-4 years with this mentality, and it got me to a place where I was charging $20 a haircut, and I was making maybe $2,000, $3,000 a month. But outside of that, I couldn't really grow, and that's just where I was at. And I was like, man, what the fuck? Okay, maybe I got to go into business, right? Maybe I don't think barbering's for me. I got to go into business now. And again, I took the well, I'm not the most talented, I'm not the smartest, I'm not any of this thing, right? So I gotta go to school. I gotta go ahead and prove myself in school so that I can go ahead and really get this understanding of what it really means to run a business. And I probably only went for like a semester or two, and then found out I just didn't want to do that at all, right? But for me, it was kind of like this way of anything I went into was like I had to go ahead and prove myself. I was the underdog. Everything was at my back, or everybody was against me. I had to prove myself, and really taking this mentality of everybody's doubting me, everybody's against me, nobody believes me, so I gotta believe in myself, right? So whether it was in sports, barbering, and business. And for me, what really shifted me was when I went to a different shop after the first shop I was working at. There was a guy in there who would come in and get his haircut maybe every month or so. He was a busy big businessman, right? And he was successful. He had everything that I had wanted, right? He had the success, he had this personality, and it seemed easy to him. And he'd come into like a new car. He had like a Bentley. He showed up with an i8, and he, by the way, he was, I'm not going to mention the individual's name, but he tipped very well, the barber who cut his hair. And he was on Shark Tank. He owns a couple products that are doing very, very well in Walmart. And everything seemed to be so easy for him, and I was just so frustrated. I'm like, why is this so easy for him, right? This business and life just seems so easy. Why is it that way? And looking back on when I was in sports, I even had that same view, right? I looked at some other kids and fuck, why are they so good? Why does it just seem so easy to them? Why is it so hard for me to have success and to be good, and it's so easy for them? Why do they act so differently, right? That's not how they should act. They should act more humble. That's not how they should act. They should act, like everybody's against them. They should have a chip on their shoulders. They shouldn't act like it's so easy. What the hell are they doing? And in business too, right? Especially like what I said, not only barbering, when I saw barbers who I thought had success, and ultimately they really didn't. But the ones who were a little bit more successful than me, I was like, why does it seem so easy for them? The guys who can cut hair better than me, right? The ones who make videos better than me. Why does it seem so easy? Why is it so hard for me? And business too, I couldn't understand. I was going to school and I was doing all these right things, but it just wasn't I was like, bro, what the fuck? Is it just me? Am I just not talented enough? Is this just what I'm just not good enough for any of this stuff? Right? And being around people who were successful, to me, the first thing I started understanding was holy fuck, they see life very, very differently than what I'm seeing, right? And it really wasn't when this guy started coming in, at first, I remember the first time I saw him in there, he just had this energetic being about him, right? He didn't even know me, and he came up and shook my hand like he's known me for 30 years. I'm not even 30 years old. I was only like 24, 23 at the time, right? Shook my hand and said, hey, how you doing? He said, he introduced himself, and just this really warm-spirited person that I've never experienced before. I was like, what the fuck? It was just magnetic, right? And I was like, what the fuck is this? What's going on? And I would listen to conversations he would have with other people in the shop, and people would ask him questions about business, and he would give these ideas, and I'd be like thinking in my head like, that's not how business is, right? No, that's not how it is. And I think I had this perception too of like, especially when I was barbering, we're into music, and hip hop is a big part of like the barber industry, and for a long time, I mean, like for me, when I was cutting hair, Drake. It was when Drake was dropped. Like, what's it called? If you're reading This Is Too Late. Oh, I hated that album. I hated that shit, because to me it was like, to me it was like Drake's a softie. Drake isn't supposed to be making this music. He's not supposed to be doing this stuff. He's not supposed to be acting hard. He's not about this stuff. What is he doing? What does he think he is? Right? Acting like this. Just stick to making Marvin's Room stuff, bro. Right? Like, he shouldn't be doing that. And, of course, conversations with this guy who was very successful, he would talk about Drake like, oh man, Drake is just an incredible person. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, no, fuck Drake. Right? I was like, yo, fuck Drake. I don't like Drake. Dude does not. He started from the bottom. His bottom wasn't even like that hard. What does he mean? Drake is like the best. Like, no, fuck that shit. It's I had this paradigm like, no. Like, that's not real artist. Real artist is like from the underground. Real artist is about the struggle, man. Like, the real artist is like, honestly, like the ones who are connected with the community. Drake isn't connected with the community. That fool's living in a top floor loft. The fuck is, like, what do you mean he's the best? He's not the best. He's not doing anything for anybody. And it really took me a little while until, the conversation started progressing a little bit more. I started understanding a little bit differently. I started understanding, oh shit, hold on. When he was talking about these successful individuals, they also thought of the world very differently, right? They didn't just think of themselves as who they were, and that's who they're supposed to be. Even though in my eyes, that's who I was framing them to be as, right? I was framing Drake. No. He's not supposed to do that. He's supposed to stay over here. He's supposed to stay this rapper. He's supposed to stay the singer. He's not supposed to be making this poppin' song and making everybody in the club dance. And I was even that guy that would be like, yo, fuck Drake, all this stuff, right? Just a hater. And I couldn't understand why people liked him. And I couldn't understand, like, honestly, why people were such gravitated towards this guy who was in business that came to the shop all the time. Even myself, I was like, what the fuck do I like this dude? Like, why is he so cool? It was just like this disconnection, right? It just seemed like how he got success didn't agree with what I thought success was. I thought success was like, you had to work stupidly hard, you had to grind, you had to sacrifice, you had to work for your community, you had to do all this stuff. That went everything against Drake and what he was preaching. That went everything against what this guy was even preaching too. It's like, this is backwards. This isn't right. And it really took for me to like just start listening more. The more I listened, the more it kind of made sense. He was talking about in terms of just really blocking stuff out. He wouldn't watch the news, right? He was like, events would come up and he's like, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean is going on with that? What's going on with that, right? It's like, how could you? This tragedy just happened. How could you not? In my head, I'm thinking, how could you not like be aware of this and even feel bad for those people? And he's like, what do you mean? I just don't. I'm not aware. That's unfortunate. And I was like painting this picture. Oh, you're such a bad person. The successful person is so out of tune, doesn't really know what's happening. Fuck him. All this stuff, right? And I actually said this stuff out loud too, right? I actually voiced my opinion on this stuff, and I could tell people were looking at me weird. And I had somebody in the shop actually had to pull me to the side one time, and was actually like, "Yo, look, like people who are successful, think very different." I'm like, I know, but his shit just seems so wrong. He's like taking advantage of people. He's not worried about these people who are doing bad. He thinks Drake's the best. Like, what the fuck? This dude isn't even like real. He's not even about the like community, all this stuff. And dude had to like really tell me like, yo, look, like those successful people think in that way. They don't surround themselves with this negativity. They don't watch the news. They don't they aren't around certain things because a lot of times it will draw you into this story, like the news, like feeling bad for people. He doesn't want to have any negativity surrounding him. He's all about positivity. Why do you think he's just this magnetic individual? And I'm not trying to preach positivity, but what I'm saying is, like, you know, he didn't allow like the outside stories of like what's going on in social media, what's going on in sports, like any of this stuff, right? Even there was an individual I remember we're watching the Golden State Warriors and Cleveland finals when LeBron won it. And he was looking, it was like game 6 or game 7, I believe. And he was looking at like, wow. And he's like, wow, this is amazing. I'm like, yeah, this is a great series. He's like, no, this is the first basketball game I've watched in like 5-7 years. And I looked at him like, what are you talking about? And he's like, I just don't watch basketball. Like I don't go off of what my main thing is. I don't focus on anything except what my business is. I was looking like, you're crazy. Everybody watches sports. I'm in the barbershop. Everybody talks about everybody. Like, I know everything about music. I know exactly like who dissed who. I know exactly, you know, what the latest updates are of the injury if you need your fantasy thing. I know what's going on in the community. I know all this stuff that's going on social media. What do you mean you haven't like been keeping up with this? And it was just like this. It really started changing my perception. Again, the individual was like, yo, like, I don't focus on those things because those take me off my main mission. My main mission is to simply do my business the best I can and progress myself. It's not to be, you know, all this other stuff is out here in the world to distract, right? It's not there to support me in my mission of what I need to be doing with my business. It's actually distracting me and taking myself and my energy away from it. And this is when I started really changing my overall worldview. And I was like, hold on, you know, like maybe it started like making a little sense. I'm like, okay, maybe these guys, you know, if they're like, there was a couple guys who lined up and they're like saying similar things. I'm like, okay, cool. Let me see if I start doing this. Like, let me see if this actually works for me. And surprisingly enough, it you know, I started really like looking at my life very differently. I stopped hanging around with the same people who all we did was talk about the same bullshit. I stopped really even like in the barbershop, started getting into conversations that really didn't associate with what was going on with my business, right? I started really focusing, okay, if my business is to charge more, why am I getting caught up in a conversation about sports or who's the GOAT or, you know, whatever issues going on in the news or the election, you know, or Trump or whatever, you know, Donald Trump's election was like the biggest like distraction to anybody's business possible. And, you know, I think a lot of people too, like individuals think, oh, you see, the government's just trying to distract you. No. This is just there to make money, right? There is no like corrupt force like dragging you away from it. It's really on your choice. You got to take responsibility. You're the one who's consuming it. And when I started coming from that place of like, wow, hold on, they're not putting in front of me trying to do all these mind tricks and they're against me. Because that was even my worldview, like even from sports, barbering, business, and in life. Oh, they're against me. Like they're trying to they're trying to suck me in. And even though I understood that, like still I was being sucked in. When I started to realize, oh fuck, okay, hold on. I have free will over this. I can choose what I put my attention towards. I just started blocking out the unnecessary bullshit, and it really started like honing into what this new perception of what life was like for myself, right? And I started seeing very different results. And you know, for me, this is what a paradigm is. You know, a paradigm in a worldview, and I talk about this a lot in terms of in any type of content. Paradigm is basically what you view the world as, right? When I was cutting hair, my paradigm was, and you know, like my paradigm was, you know, what success was you gotta grind, you gotta sacrifice, you gotta be in service of others, you gotta put other people first. But when I seen successful people, what they were saying was, no, you gotta put yourself first. You can't put other people first. What do you mean sacrifice? You can't really. It's just discipline and over time and doing the right amount of things. Like it's not. You don't have to like kill yourself over this shit, right? You don't have to think that you got a chip on your shoulder. And again, like my view of success was like it was this hard grind, and their view of success was shit's easy, right? And really, a paradigm is a standard. It's a perspective or a set of ideas. And, you know, your paradigm is a way of looking at something. The world paradigm comes up a lot in the academic world, the scientific world, and business worlds. And when you change paradigms, you're changing how you think about something, right? When I started changing my paradigm about, like, what I viewed the barber industry or how I viewed my business as, that really, I started getting much different results. right? I started getting a lot different results in how I maneuvered and how I operated my business and how I posted content and how I really structured my days. And because I went from like this warrior mentality of like, I have to fight through hell just to get success to, well, if I just do this, this, and this the easiest way possible and like make it very systemized and stick to the script, this will happen. Like first of all, I'm very deserving of this. I don't have to fight for my success. Success is there for me, to have. It's not I have to fight for it and have to prove myself that I'm successful. I mean, like these individuals, they just knew they were successful, right? They didn't have to prove it to anybody. They knew deep down, like in their hard-rooted beliefs, what do you mean like I gotta fight for you? What do you mean I gotta prove to you? I don't gotta prove to you anything. I already know this, right? And really, to change your results, you must change your paradigm. And the results you're getting so far, and that's why I said, a lot of times, or like in the beginning of, do you believe you'll get your biggest wildest dreams? You won't, because your current paradigm really has you stuck viewing the world and your business to get you the results that you have right now before you enter this program. And it's my job and duty with this program to really shift that to allow you to start getting bigger results and really stop playing a small game in life, really play to win. Stop playing on the defensive side and playing to not to lose, playing scared to lose, and really playing to win, right? And playing to win means going on offense. It doesn't mean trying to say it's protect yourself or be on defense. It really means go on the attack, right? And, before, my paradigm on this side of things, right? Like this guy, he was all about, I got to work long hours. I got to sacrifice. I just got to cut hair and do this thing. And, I'm wearing a smock and I got to do the right things and look just like a typical barber. And I was miserable, right? This guy over here, his paradigm is completely shifted. People are actually interested in what he has to say. Right here, people didn't really give a shit about what I had to say. They might have thought, okay, yeah, cool. Like, yeah, you might be right with like, okay, yeah, you got to do this. All right, whatever, dude. Right here, what I say and how my attack is and approaches, it actually makes a lot better sense because I've gotten the results for myself. Right here, I wasn't getting any results. I was more trying to make my reality of like I had to prove myself, everybody's against me, almost a reality. And that became the reality, right? What I thought of everybody was against me, really nobody was against me, but because I had this idea, everybody was. When I have this idea of like, well, the world is working in my favor, right? Success is easy. This is what happened. Success became very easy to me. And the formula is not have, do, be, right? I couldn't have this and then be able to do this and then become this from here, right? The formula has always been be, do, have. I have to be this first when I'm in this space. I have to do the work from this mindset when I'm in this space, and then I can have this. I don't have to have this first, and then I can do this work, and then I can be this. There's no connection to this at all. I have to be this person while I'm here, do the work to get to this person, and I will have this person. And we must break down our own warrior mentality, become who we know we are, right? Look, I had a warrior mentality. I had to prove it to everybody. I had to go to battle just to prove that I was worthy of success, that I deserve success. Not that success is like, yeah, of course, like I do deserve success. No, it was like I had to prove it. I had to do something just to make sure everybody knew, like I even proved to myself I could do it, right? And I think we see this a lot of times, like, people do like marathons or, people do like those Spartan warrior things, and because they have that warrior mentality. I got to prove to myself. I got to prove to myself that I can do this. I got to prove to myself that I'm worthy. I got to prove to myself that I can do something big. Instead of just saying, no, I know I can do something big, and then just going out and doing it. They feel like they got to prove this warrior mentality first, and then they can go do it. No, it's not be the warrior mentality. Be the result of what you think the warrior mentality is of that successful person. Do the work, and you will have success. You don't have to have this warrior mentality. This is broken. And really, we're going to need discovering your doors, right? And when I say discovering doors, your doors to success. Because we all have doors. Think of all these individual doors as beliefs of what we think success is. And behind each door is what we believe success should be like. Walking through each door is a set of actions that we must take. And really, this can get us fucked up. And we got to discover what your door is. And really, this is the cycle of a belief. Because starting with anything, just like before, we start with a belief. So my belief was, success was hard. I had to sacrifice. It was, I had to be for the community. I had to put other people before myself. My action was, I never put myself first. I never thought about myself. I just, worked really hard and, made sure I was a low-paying barber and did all this stuff. And then my result was, that I was very broke, right? I didn't have a whole lot of money. I wasn't making a whole lot of money. And I was saving money, but like my life was miserable. And my feedback was, great, you're on the track, right? Because that was my belief. My belief is that's what success was, of like, let's say like a backpack rapper in the music industry, right? The guy who's just like ragtag, okay, just put like doing all this underground stuff. That's what makes successful. So it feeds back in my belief, and somebody like Drake doesn't fit this, right? Somebody like Warren Buffett, that doesn't fit this. They were the enemies. They were like the evil people who ruled the earth, and it was like, that's not what this is. No, they actually have great principles to follow and great understandings of life. And for you, like, have you ever felt that no matter what you do, things in your life always end up the same, right? Like no matter what you do, you try. You go into something else. Like for me, I went to sports, didn't work out. Went into barbering at first, didn't work out. Went into business, didn't work out. And probably for yourself, you've had similar things. You've done a couple different things that didn't work out. Maybe you tried another job before, it didn't work out. Maybe you had a professional career in something else, it didn't work out. And why do things always end up the same way? And for also, when you idolize the people, or heroes, and you idolize and mimic, you try to learn from them, those idols or heroes that you idolize and look up to, they're getting different results. But from what seems to be the same actions, right? You're doing the same actions as these people. You're grinding. You're what's it called? You're putting yourself. You're putting the community first. You're putting other people first. You're not putting yourself first. You're not being greedy. You're being humble. You're making sure that you don't seem cocky or whatever it may be, right? But for some reason, they have huge success and you don't. Like it's not working for you. You have two totally different realities. Their reality is they have success, but what they're saying, you're doing completely, and you're following it to the T, but it's just not working. And really, why does this occur? Well, we get into the idols curse, right? And we tend to gravitate towards people and those who fit what we believe success looks like and how it's done. So if you believe success is hard, it's a grind, it's not easy, you have to sacrifice, you have to put other people first. I mean, you might gravitate towards people like Gary Vee. You might gravitate towards people like The Rock. You might gravitate towards people like even Nipsey at times, right? Nipsey has like sometimes what he preaches, people take that as face value, and it shouldn't be that way. That's not your reality. That was his reality. Your reality is very, very different. And we attach ourselves to their story and how they got there because they confirm a paradigm that we have about how success is supposed to be, right? So like I say this all the time, and I love Nipsey, by the way. Nipsey was actually the first individual rap artist concert that I ever went to back in 2011 when he came to Sacramento. I actually went to his show twice when he came here. But what I see a lot of individuals doing is that they want to put on for their community, right? They want to be like Nipsey. They want to, we got to build this thing up in the community. But what they forget is that, Nipsey died because of that. He stayed in the community. Not the fact they built him up, but like he kept that kind of smaller mentality and didn't think of himself as inferior. Now, and he also did things very differently operating wise. But they see the overall bigger picture and be like, yep, see, he's a grinder. He does this thing. He says the grind, like, you got to grind. It's a battle. It's a marathon. I got to do this thing. But they're missing the bigger picture to it. Or people who love The Rock see this big old dude who's muscular, saw his like grind and hustle, and he only slept like 3 hours a night, and I got to do it like this. Or they see Gary Vee, he's hustling, he's out on every social media platform, he's yelling, he's creating content, he's getting 2 hours of sleep, he's eating very fast, he's hustling, he's a hustler, dude. That's how you get success. And really for us, this hurts us in one or two ways. Really, one, we dig ourselves further and further into our obscured beliefs and paradigms, and we'll fight for insecurities and making sure we are right. So, like, if you feel like, like Gary Vee or Nipsey or The Rock, or the way that they perceive their success to be is right, you will fight to the death. Just like how I thought I would fight to the death that fuck Drake. Drake is like terrible. Couldn't be anything more from the truth. I love that dude Drake. And really, secondly, for number two, we create separation between who we want to become and our current self. by idolizing someone, we put them above us and think of them as someone higher or something higher than what we are. And it's a separation that really gets us in trouble a lot of times. It's a separation that hurts a lot of us in terms of like when we idolize somebody like Nipsey, we're saying they're better than us. We can't be that. Even though you look up to them and you might say, oh yeah, no. Like I just respect what he does. You're creating separation between the two, right? This is really like something that's really fucked up. We're going to get into a little bit more. And we can see how this can get out of control, right? If we believe something of like how it is, and we take action, we look up to people, and we because we're gravitating towards them because they agree with what we believe success looks like, right? But really, to them, it's just like this. It's what they preach, but it's not really like how they got there. It's just like these beliefs, but it's not really how they got there. And the result is, we continue like finding other people like that. We're thinking that's, even more of like what success looks like. And our feedback is like, yep, see, look, I knew I was right. And you're going to fight for these insecurities, feeds back in your belief. And what this probably looks like, right? And here's the doors to success. Again, we have martyr figure, painful, easy, simple, hard, suffering, stressful, complicated. And mostly everybody's going to pick all of these except for the easy, simple one. Like, success isn't on the other side of that door. I know success. Success is hard. Success is stressful. Success is painful. I've heard everybody talk about that, right? So I know if I go through, like, if I take on certain situations, or if I come up against a decision to make, I know if I pick the painful decision to make, it's going to get me there. Not the easy, simple one. That can never equal success. When that couldn't be further from the truth. Most times it is the easy, simple way. We just choose these other ways because of what our paradigm is, because of what we believe. What we believe in our action is to walk through these doors. If we changed our beliefs and just to that success was easy and simple, that we could have it very easy and simple, well, everything would be very easy and simple to us. And when we choose our doors, typically we choose our doors at a very early age, right? And really our doors or stories typically support in keeping us safe and getting love or we need, or making the sufficient reasons why something doesn't happen for us, right? So a lot of times when we're younger, our stories or the doors that we select, these doors are meant to protect us, right? Success is supposed to be hard, but for whatever reason you create that. Let's say success is stressful. It can't be easy. It's gotta be stressful. Maybe that's what your individual parents has thought that success was. I know from my dad, his success door was he was a martyr. He sacrificed his own life, literally sacrificed his own life to have success, and that instilled in me from a very early age. This is the door of success because this is what my dad did, and I gotta do what my dad did because that was right. And that couldn't have been further from the truth. And when we get older, however, these stories don't serve us anymore, right? So following my dad, getting his love, this served me. Because if I want anything else besides this, I mean, to me and anybody, you're thinking if I don't agree with this person, if I don't agree with my father, if I don't agree with my parent, well, they're not going to love me. They're going to disown me, even though it couldn't be further from the truth. And when we never create stories or doors, and we never create stories or doors past the age of 5 and 6. Anything after that is typically a result of a hard program belief. So a lot of times we'll say, oh yeah, this time when I was like in high school, that's when my doors were created. That's when I started becoming like this warrior mentality type person. This is why I started doing that. No. It really, everything stems from like an early age. Around 5 or 6 years old, around that time, even around 4 years old, that's about the time like when everything of what we see the world as and what we believe the world as to be and how our role is in that world is fixated, and the doors follow us forever, and we continue walking through the same doors. And really, we must first come face to face with this reality, because we all have been running from that since that time of when we were 5 or 6 or 4, 5 or 6. We've all been going through these same doors. I've always been going through this door. For me, the events for me, my mom, when I was growing up, she had to take care of my grandma and great grandma at the same time, because her sisters wouldn't take care of them. We had to have them in the house, and she sacrificed, again, another martyr figure that I grew up around, right? She had to sacrifice her life to really like make everybody else happy, and she put everybody else before herself. And on top of that too, not only was I learning from that, I was also learning that I didn't matter, because at the end of the day, with my mom, I had to go ahead and like not be a burden to her. I had to make sure I was doing good in other things because I didn't want to add to her stress level of like having to take care of my grandma who had Alzheimer's, which for those of you who have never had a loved one who has Alzheimer's, it's very, very difficult. And this martyr figure like followed me around for quite a while, honestly. Probably not until I was in my 20s. I was always self-sacrificing. I was always putting other people first. I was always like, no, my life doesn't matter. I'm just going to go ahead and do this. Because, from a young age, that's what kept me surviving. That's what kept me in the love of my parents. That's what I thought love as to be. That's what I thought success as to be. And the great thing about doors is that we can change our doors to whichever door we really want to walk through. So, for us, we don't have to. I never had to stay in this one. I could easily choose this one whenever I want to, but I had to come to this realization of, oh shit, this is what it is. I had to really get real of myself, journal and write down what would happen to me and like really my decisions, and I could really put the puzzle pieces together and see, holy fuck, this is why I'm always getting this result. This is why I'm always walking through this door. I thought it was just like how I was, and that's how I was supposed to be, but really, this is what I was continually choosing, and I could have easily chose this door. And we will get to this at the end of the video, trust me. And we're gonna really, like, especially in week 2, really shift what door you walk through from now on. And let's get back to the idolizing. So why idolizing it is a death sentence, right? And when you idolize a person, thing, or object, you create space between you and that thing. And we see this many times with guys looking at nice cars for too long or breaking their necks to get one last look at a woman that's of interest, right? And when this happens, the action you are taking is telling your mind, please stay in that moment a little longer. I don't know if I'll ever be able to get this, to see this type of beauty in a person or a car in my life ever again. And really, this comes from a place of scarcity, which is like a virus to the mind. When I started realizing this, I started dissecting every part of my life. I started saying, okay, cool. When you kind of look at a fancy thing, or you look at fancy clothes and like in awe, or you look at something of like a little bit longer, look at a girl who I thought was cute, and I was like, oh, okay, and I just kept on looking back and back, trying to get one more look, or a car or whatever it may be, right? And I was like, holy fuck, it's because like I'm coming from a place of scarcity. I don't know if I'll ever be able to see that again. I'm literally telling my mind, you're not worthy of ever having this in your life, so take it in while you got it right here in front of you. And I was training my body to do that, and it comes from a place of scarcity. I even took it a step further. I started looking at how I was eating food, right? I was eating food out of a place of scarcity. And maybe a lot of you, for myself, when I used to eat, I would eat like I'm stuffing food down my throat. Like there wasn't enough. Like I had, like, this might be the very last meal I ever eat. So I got to eat a lot of it. And I have to eat it very fast because somebody else might either take this or this might not be here for that long. It comes from a place of scarcity. And when I started seeing that, I was like, holy fuck. I'm living in a life of scarcity, not abundance. This isn't abundant living. Abundance is if I see a hot girl, I'm not breaking my neck. I'm acknowledge it and whatever it may be, but I'm not going out of my way to really like break my neck and try to look at her anymore, or any more than what she comes, because I know that's always gonna come back to me. I'm always gonna have beautiful women in my life, or like a nice car. I don't have to like stop and like take it in and really observe it and like really break my neck to get a second look. And this even happens with clients or even haircuts, right? Clients, I don't worry about a good client, because I know I'm abundantly like going to get more clients and attract great clients. I don't have to go over the top to service that one great client I have, because I know in myself, great clients are attracted to me. Right? They're abundant. I don't have to go ahead and like be scarce and trying to hold on to them for life. And I think a lot of barbers come from that place of scarcity. When we start raising our prices, like, oh God, I'm gonna lose all my good clients. Well, if you come from a place of like, no, great clients are attracted to me, I don't have to go out and find and keep great clients, it changes your frame of mind all the way around. And really the equation is backwards, right? Someone who is popular with women is typically not the one acting as though they've never been around beautiful women before, right? You can honestly like tell when, some guy is just like acting weird or acting awkward, or your friend or your buddy's out, they start acting weird around women. It's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, act like you've never been around, beautiful women before. They all get clammy and they start stuttering and stuff. No, it's when you hold yourself to the standard, like, no, of course I'm around beautiful women, right? Of course I'm around beautiful people. This is where I'm supposed to be at, right? I'm meant to be here, because I deserve to be here. And the one who has to take a picture with a fancy car obviously has never been around a car before, and is telling his brain he will never own one of these, right? It's the craziest thing. Like those guys who like have like cars on their on their screensaver, right? you're like, oh, I just want a car. It's like, well, you're creating separation. You're saying that that's the goal, and you're creating separation in your mind that you right now cannot attain that, right? If you understood, like, okay, no, it's gonna be there. I don't have to take a picture of it. I don't have to go to a car show and take pictures with cars. Like, typically, guys at car shows, they're not the ones who own the cars, right? The guys who go there, they don't own those cars. They go there because they are fulfilling a fantasy that they themselves are repeatedly telling them they'll never achieve with their job. They're never enough to make that money, so they got to go there at the opportunity to watch that car and be around that piece of machinery, take a picture with it, and be like, see, I did it. Look at it. And really not making it superior to them or anything around it, right? And it's almost like the mirror effect, right? Those that don't believe they will have that will act like that and show you. And those who are centered and grounded in their belief that they belong there, no, of course I'm around beautiful women. No, of course there's cars around me that are like exotic. This is my life. This is who I am. I of course I attract that. They move and act through as though everyone is on the same playing field as them. They don't act as though the ones who like when I was like acting as Drake. Oh man, what the fuck is wrong with Drake? No, we're on the same playing field, right? I don't hold anybody above myself. I see them as my equal counterparts. Jay-Z, Warren Buffett, Jeff Bezos, Steve Jobs. All these guys are honestly on the same playing field as me. They breathe the same air. They have the same, well, maybe a different blood type, but they all have blood in their veins. They're no different than me. And it's not me like belittling anybody. It's just evening the playing field. Saying, no, of course I'm here. I'm supposed to be here. I'm meant to be here. And let's take a look in the mirror, right? Let's really take a hard look in this mirror that we've been talking about and really like come face to face with, okay, why does this happen? And really like what is the mirror? And the mirror and how it works. Your fears and judgments are just an outward reflection of how you think and behave internally, right? So a lot of times, like when we start judging people, and even myself, when I started judging, like some people who were successful, well, it was because I didn't believe that's what success was, and I believed that I couldn't be that either. That's not what it is. I'm going to judge you for that, right? If you judge other people, honestly, you won't be able to do anything extraordinary yourself for the fear of being judged, right? I couldn't do anything on the level of having success what I'm doing right now with my old paradigm. Because I would be so worried about like, oh God, they'll think I'm not being for the community. They think I'm putting myself first and not everybody else first. Oh God, what will they think of me? It's when you get out of this judgmental stage, even like when I was doing haircuts, right? Taking videos. Oh God, what are they going to think about me if I start posting content? What are my friends going to think about me? I hear this all the time with students. Students will start being, well, what about my followers? Like, what if I just start posting a lot and my followers get mad like I have? Well, good. Obviously, like, the people who follow you right now are not making your business evolve, so why are they there in the first place? And really, if you don't invest in yourself, others won't invest in you. This is the biggest one I've learned for myself, right? When I was such a penny pincher. I didn't want to invest myself. I thought any investment or anything of that sort was like, oh, that's a scam. That course that's a scam. That can't work, right? You being inside this program, you already broke through that side already. And maybe also too, look, I know exactly what each and every single one of you were like on our onboarding call for Elevated Mentorship, that 45-minute call, hour-long call that we had at first before you were put into the Elevated Mentorship. I know how all of you operate within this, right? Some of you make very good decisions and say, yep, I'm going to invest in myself. I'm going to do it. And you're going to win. Others of you who might have like, we had to talk it over, had to think about it. I don't know. Is the money? All this other stuff. Well, it's the exact same way how people will treat your business. $50. I don't know, man. Is it worth it? And when I started seeing that, because when I was doing that myself, even people who were paying $20, oh man, could you do like 15 maybe? Like 15? That would work, right? $15? When I'm charging 200, like 200, like yeah. Because I know what it is to invest in myself, and I only attract people who invest in me. And that's why what I put out is what comes back to me. And if you like to shop around for the cheapest price, so will your clients. So again, if you're somebody who likes to go out a lot, and when you're buying something, or you like to go ahead and shop around for price points, and like, oh man, I want to get the best deal, I'm gonna get the cheapest price. Well, you're gonna attract the same clients like you, right? You're gonna be around the same circle of people who are honestly just doing the same thing as you, and they're gonna do that with your business as well too. They're gonna be like, man, you're raising your prices up. You know what? Hey, who got a cheaper price? I'm gonna start looking for a different barber. This is never gonna work. You have to change yourself. This is how the mirror works. Exactly who you are is exactly what you're going to attract to yourself. If you shop around for the cheapest prices, let's say in just even shoes, right? It's two different shoes. It's like the same shoe, but you're going to shop around from different stores to find like a couple dollars off. Well, so are your clients. And you know what? If you're rude or mistreat people you buy from or run away from their responsibilities and don't show up on time to things, neither will your clients. It's this incredible thing that I realized not only with working with students, and they're like, why do my clients always like they don't come to their appointments, or they don't pay me in full, or they try to they try to get a cheap price out of me. I'm like, well, look, how are you standing as source for that in your life? Where are you sourcing that? Where are you allowing that to happen in your life? So that others also, and you breed other that as well in your circle, and people that are attracted to your business. Because to go ahead and see exactly what's happening outside of your business, all you have to do is look within yourself. Where am I not investing myself? Right? Why won't other people invest a higher price in me? Where am I judging people at? Right? Because now I'm too afraid to take action on things because I'm fear of being judged. Honestly, if you don't judge people, you don't have the understanding or have it on your awareness that other people could judge you, right? If you're fear of being judged, you're probably a very judgmental person. And a lot of people will, like, of course, the ego itself be like, oh no, I'm not judgmental. What are you talking about, Deluxe? I'm not judgmental. Well, let's go ahead and we'll get into a couple worksheets that will really show you the mirror yourself. And really, the people who don't get others to respect their business also have a hard time respecting other people's business as well. This one was huge for me, right? I didn't respect people like A-Rod or the other guys on Instagram or anybody like that in the industry, right? People who are on social media doing these big things. I didn't respect them at first. Like, what the fuck are they doing? They're making these videos. What the fuck do they think they are? Charging this amount. Who the fuck do they think they are? They think they're some big shot, huh? That's not what being a barber is. I thought I knew what being a barber was. But I really just didn't respect their business. And so I also attracted people that had a hard time respecting my business as well. And that kept me at a space where, I was only charging $20 because people didn't respect my business. I didn't respect my time, and I didn't respect other people's businesses. Even though I honestly thought I respected people's businesses. I honestly thought I was a perfect client, right? But when I started actually being honest with myself and started looking in the areas of not just making myself feel good, but really being honest, right? It's like, you know what? I really don't respect other people's businesses. I really, I'm very judgmental. I really don't invest in myself. I really am a cheapskate sometimes, right? I really do shop around for cheaper prices. I find myself doing that a lot. And the remedy to this is simply do the opposite. Don't judge people, right? Don't always be investing in yourself. Always be looking to invest in yourself. Don't shop around for cheapest price. Make a decision. Shop around for quality, not cheapest price. And don't be rude or mistreat people or run away from any responsibilities of like calling somebody back or paying somebody back, right? Even today, anything that I have to pay, like I'll try and pay it in full right up front. Like any big amount I have to pay, I paid like $8,000, $6,000. It was a little bit more just for some other things that were added on. But the whole price at first was $6,000 for an investment into my business. And I had the option to go ahead and split it up into payments or pay it in all full. I'm like, well, I have the money. Why would I split it up in payments? I'm an abundant person, right? I don't, because I know if I split it up in payments, that's exactly the type of people that I would attract in my business as well. People who just want to split up in payments. So I want to be the perfect client. Right? I want to be the person who I would love to have in my business. I want to pay in full. I want to be on time, right? And really, like I said before, you must become that client you want to attract. I had to like show up on time for meetings. I became on time. I was the perfect client. I didn't do anything wrong. I executed on everything, right? Anytime a mentor of mine was like, okay, do this, this, and this, I made sure to do it to the T right then and there. I made sure that if he said to do something, I did it. And did it even better than what he expected me to do it. I did it in excellence. If I had to pay him, right? If I had to pay somebody for their services, I paid them in full. I didn't split it up because I knew I had the money and that's what I wanted to attract in my business. And like I said, become your dream client. Be decisive with your decisions. Clear cut, yes or no. Don't leave things in a maybe. Leaving it in limbo will take more energy and time than just coming to a quick, decisive decision. Really, for me, this another huge one. I used to keep things in like, you know what? Let me just sleep on it for a minute. Let me just think on it. I gotta think on it if this is the right move for me or not, right? I don't know if this is right. Let me just take some time to think on it. That's just leaving you in limbo. Really, when I figured out just make it clear cut yes or no, that actually gets me to my result quicker. Because the whole point of making a decision is to find out truth. Does this decision in the direction I'm going in get me closer to the truth of what I ultimately want? Yes or no? If yes, great. It was a great investment. If no, awesome. Also great. I get to cross that thing off my list, not spending more time or energy thinking if it's going to be the one, and move on to the next thing. It's very, very simple. Clear cut yes or no. And really, pay your vendors or service providers on time. Make them think of you as their best client. I try to become the best client possible. My landlord when I'm renting my apartments, I pay him ahead of time too. I make sure I have the money right now. Here it is. I try to be the best tenant he's ever had. Anybody that I have services from, right? If it's even a couple $1,000, I pay you on time or I pay you early because that's exactly what I want my clients to do for me as well. And I know whatever I put out, I'm going to get back tenfold. And again, tip well, be generous, give testimonials, say thank you, and be grateful. And I'm not telling you like just to do this. Like if you just tip well and be generous and give testimonials, like it'll come back to you in terms of like some karma or something. Like I genuinely think when you tip honestly, like when you tip well and can honestly like dictate what is great service, when you be generous, right? When you give testimonials to when testimonials are granted, when you say thank you, when you are truly thankful, and when you truly be grateful, you understand actually the core principles of what it is to run a great business. You don't just do this because, I'm supposed to do this and it makes me look good. No. I mean, you could do that at first because honestly, you won't know what it will be like. But the object of this is not to just shove out money and be generous and give testimonials because that's where you're going to get back. It's understanding why these things happen, right? Why do people tip well? What generates somebody to tip well? When you start tipping well, you start seeing, okay, this actually warrants my tip. When you start being generous, no, this is actually what generates and warrants people for being generous because I know I'm being generous because these certain things are happening. I give testimonials because when I get these results, I give the testimonial. I understand what it takes to get there. I say thank you because I know what it takes for somebody to really create a thankful moment and be grateful. I'm very grateful because I know what I'm blessed with, right? And never do anything which you don't want others to do to you. Very simple. And you're probably like, Deluxe, what is this? Come on now. Like, this is simple. Well, you're in this position because if you take a hard look at yourself, look, even myself, when I first came up against this information, I was like, that's not me. I'm all these things. Kind of just passed it over. But really take a hard look in the mirror. Do you really pay people on time? Do you pay them in full? Right? Do you make them think of you as your best client? Because I'll tell you this, if your clients right now don't do this for you, you probably don't do the same thing. And it's a good reason for you, good feedback for you to really look in to see, okay, where am I kind of dropping off at? And really logic or karma. And many people will say this is the law of attraction or karma. But like I said before, I believe differently. Right? I believe that when you tip well, and honestly tip well, it's because you recognize a great product or service. And you can take those same principles, implement in your business. And really for me, when I started getting haircuts from barbers who charge $150, $200, I then understood exactly what went into that cut. And it gave me the confidence that I know what a client is paying for in that because, well, I pay for that. I'm that client. I know what I want out of that, right? And when I make quick decisions, it's because the business makes sense. I stand firm in understanding not only what I want, but also what I look for to make that decision quick and to make it decisive and make it understand a hard yes or a hard no. I don't stay in limbo because I don't have to think about it. I know what I want. And when you know what your customers want, they'll make quick decisions too. Now, let's move on to static thinking. Now, we're going to start off with a couple pictures and really just want you to think to yourself what you see in those pictures, right? What like when I show you the picture, maybe just say what you see, right? So here's picture number 1. Here's picture number 2. Here's picture number 3. Now, you might have said, first picture was open land or a dirt lot. You might have said the second picture is a baby. And you might have said the third picture is steel pipes and coils, right? Or just a pile of steel, whatever you thought it was. Now, what about these images? Go ahead and to yourself, when you look at them, kind of say what you think these are. There's 1. There's 2. And there's 3. Now, do you see what these images have in common at all? Right? The first set of images we see, items how they currently are. And the second list is what they can become, right? And, we see in the first empty lot right here, right? But what can become of an empty dirt lot is a beautiful farmland, right? Beautiful, lush, green, vibrant farmland that produces great food, not just a pile of dirt. Second picture, we had a little baby boy. And the other second picture was an older man, a grown older man, right? And third picture, we just had a pile of steel. And you know what? That other third picture was, steel skyscrapers, right? In a big city. And what do all these have in common, right? Of course, okay, this is what this is. Okay, I see the correlation here, but what do these pictures even mean, right? Why am I showing you this? Well, this is exactly how we think of ourselves as static beings, right? Rarely do we ever think about who we are becoming. We tend to fixate on who we are. And I put who we are as quotes, right? So you obviously just thought of this. You didn't see this as a farmland. You just saw it as a dirt lot. You didn't see this as a grown old man. You just saw this as a baby. You didn't see this as a skyscraping city. You just saw it as a pile of steel. And this is how we think of ourselves. We say, well, I'm just a barber. Well, I'm just, I'm a high school graduate. Well, I'm just, I just cut hair and, I do that and that's all I do. I don't do anything else. But rarely do we ever focus on who we are becoming out of all these, because as you can see out of all these pictures, this is always happening with everything in the world. It's not just who we are statically in this very moment. It's always who we are becoming. And it's never about who we are, right? It's never about who we are today. It's about who we were in the past at all. The only thing that matters is who we are becoming. And we tend to put a focus on what our future holds for us by going back to past experiences and seeing those results and coming up with what we believe we are capable of. So a lot of times, we'll say, you know what? Social media, I know that's week one deluxe, but I tried social media before and it's just doesn't work for me. So I'm not going to try it. I know I can't do it. That's the exact result of you only going back on what the past, not looking for the future, but going back in the past, seeing those results and coming up with what your future is going to be from because of what your past results were. And really, this keeps our feedback loops dependent on what we have done in the past and will determine our future from here on out, right? And I gotta have a quote for you. So the quote is from George Orwell, and he said, "He who controls the present controls the past. He who controls the past controls the future." And I love this quote too, because it perfectly describes exactly what we were talking about right here, right? Exactly right here. He who controls the past, or he who controls the present, controls the past. So who you are right now, if you're in control of everything who you are right now, you're very in control of your past. You don't let it dictate it. You let the past be in the past, and you don't affect it to be who you are right then. You understand they both have their equal and separate parts, and they all played their role. But what you did in the past only just got you up to exactly what you are doing right now. And right now. And right now. And right now. And all those previous snaps are just now in the past. They're not in the present. The present is now. And now. And now. And now. And none of that had a direct reflection of, the tempo or what I said from the past, right? Because I control my present. The past, I understand, has its place. The past does not control me. And really, George Orwell also said, he who controls the past controls the future, right? Because I don't allow my past to control my present self, right? Because I understand this is what it is. It has its separate spot. I can learn from it. It doesn't mean this is who I am. I'm somebody different in this very moment and second. Well, because I have control of the past, of that belief, I can dictate my future and I can control my future. Because if I let my past control my present, right? If I said, well, I'm just a barber, so who charges $20? So I charge $20. Well, my future is I'm going to be charging $20. But if my present was I'm a barber who did charge $20, but I'm working towards charging $200, well, I have control of my past. I dictated that. That's who I was in the past. That's what I did. Physically, we have evidence. This is not what I'm currently doing in the present, and what the past has no direct reflection on my present moment, and I'm focused on my future because I control this thing right here. When we control our past, we control our future as well as we control the present. But, he forgot one key thing. George Orwell, as great as this this little quote is, it's missing one key thing. And really, it should have been, he who controls the present controls the past. He who controls the past controls the future. And he is you. So you can go ahead and if we input he is you, you control the present by controlling the past. You control the past by controlling the future. Or you control the past when you control the future. Or you control the future. Just messed all that up, but you understand what I'm trying to say, right? Like when you control when you are in complete control of your past moves, who you thought you believe you quote unquote were or are, you can start from a new clean slate this very second. And you also started from a clean slate this very second. Those were two very different points in time. All right? And that allows me to dictate my future, which is a very beautiful thing. And we must control our past demons, come to terms and settle the score with our future, and control our every second and day tight compartments. So one of my favorite things to do is like, look, I control what I did yesterday, right? Even if I had a shitty day yesterday, I don't let that control me right now, because right now is a different time frame. That's in the past. I don't allow that to bleed into what I'm doing right now. And because of that, it's not my top frame of mind. I'm only focused on who I am becoming in the future. And so I'm dictating my future because I'm only focusing not on my past, but on the future, which allows me to live in a right here, right now moment in the present. And to do this, we must unjam your hard beliefs of who you, quote unquote, are. So, my favorite thing, breaking binary poles. Let's take a look at a few more images, all right? So, think to yourself what you kind of see in these two images right here. You got an image on the left, image on the right. We have another two images right here. Image on the left, image on the right. We'll go one more. Image on the left, image on the right. Oh, we have one more. And one more. Last one right here. Image on the left, image on the right. Now, what you saw. This is probably what you saw, right? You saw probably from the first one, organized, disorganized, right? Very organized desk, very disorganized desk. This one, well, you probably saw spiritual and meditation versus money hungry, right? We have this person who is meditating by the beach, very in tune with themselves, obviously. Perfect posture. And then we have, this guy who looks like he probably works on Wall Street, smoking a $100 bill, big cigars and money. And, he's all about, he doesn't really give a fuck about like the world. He's just in it for the money, right? Very material objects. Well, this person's very obviously in tune with their spiritual, and they hold the spirituality very, very close to their heart. And we saw healthy and unhealthy. So, of course, we got this dude who's jacked up right here. And then we have a guy who's just drinking beer, eating pizza. This guy looks like he probably is still in the gym. Probably on the gym bench right here. Well, this guy's on the couch drinking beer and eating some pizza by himself. Not the healthiest looking guy either. And last one is, creative and artistic versus logic. So we have this guy right here. He's painting, putting a lot of abstract ideas together. And, there's no real form to it. It's just very abstract and very creative and artistic. Well, this guy's very meticulous and very logical thinking. And it's very mathematically plotted out. And you can see it's very nice and I have no clue what this means at all. But I'm sure it means something really great. And these are all what most people believe we have to be on one side or the other. And if you are on one of these sides, you can't be on the other. So, if you're artistic, you can't be logical, right? If you're healthy, well, you can't ever be unhealthy. And if you're unhealthy, you can't be healthy, right? And if you're spiritual or a spiritual person in tune with your spirituality, well, you're very against this other side of things, right? You're against like being, smoking cigars and being all about money. And if you're, organized, you're very against being disorganized, right? And if you're disorganized, you think being organized is like the devil, because I've been there before, trust me. And if you're money hungry, you think, well, what the fuck are you doing meditating on the beach? Go get some money. What the fuck are you doing, right? Come on now. And, if you're not healthy or unhealthy, drinking beers and eating pizza all day, you're like, what are you wasting your time in the gym for? We're all going to die soon. Like, enjoy yourself, right? Don't be so hard and so disciplined. So don't be so rigorous on this. And if you're logical thinking, you're like, well, there's no logical reasoning to this. This is just a bunch of random shit. Well, you gotta have something very, very methodically plotted out that makes sense. This doesn't make sense. This is just random thoughts, like you're just throwing shit at the wall. And this is very methodically thought out and perfectly planned. What are you doing with this? And really, what is a binary pole? A binary pole is a hard-rooted belief with an opposite that you don't agree with or aren't open-minded to. So, like if you are, let's say this is probably like a really good one. If you're money hungry, you're gonna be like, what the fuck am I gonna be meditating on the beach for? I could be spending my time making money. Why do I need to be doing this? If you're meditating, you're like, money isn't everything. I don't need this, right? I need my spirituality. When this is like the devil to you. And even the most open-minded person has binary poles. Even myself, still have binary poles that I continue to break. So don't think that you aren't immune to this. Don't try to be the saint of like, oh, I'm just this perfect person, I can do everything. No. You're here for a reason, right? You probably have a lot of these that you're very unaware of. And really, it's time to stop fooling yourself and be authentically vulnerable with the facts we all try to shove under the bed. A lot of us try to not pay any attention to this. A lot of us try to like, oh no, that's bullshit. I'm not like that. I'm a good person. And it could be farther from the truth, right? That's why you're in this program. And really, these hard-rooted beliefs are what humans tend to create as a mental picture of who they quote-unquote are, right? All these things, this is who this guy thinks he is. He's like, I could never be artistic. I could never do some art. And this person's like, well, I could never do something like this. This is not who I am. I'm an artist. I can't make something up like this. And, the healthy person's like, well, I don't want to be like this. This is like the devil to me. I can't be like this. I gotta be healthy. And this guy right here is like, well, I can't be like this. It's not who I am. Like I've always been fat. I've always been big bone. I'm just gonna do with what I got. And this person right here, well, man, what the fuck am I gonna do with this? Right? This can't buy me anything. This person's like, well, money's in everything. Money can't buy me my happiness. So I don't need that. Organized, disorganized. Why do I need all this when I can go ahead and just, I know where everything's at. It's just, in my own, because this used to be me, this used to be my greatest excuse. Well, I know where everything's at. It's my way of organization. This is my way of organization. I know where everything's at. It looks disorganized to you, but it looks organized to me. And this person right here, I could never work like this, right? I could never have such a scatterbrained and be all over the place like this. I have to know where everything's at. I have to have control. And, these hard-rooted beliefs are what creating the mental picture of who they are. And we can tell when someone is hard-rooted and when they say, well, that's just how I was born, or I don't work that way. I can only do it this way. And to be honest with you, you probably said the same thing. You probably know many people who have said this too. And it's honestly easier to go ahead and see it from a third-person point of view and seeing, other people saying, well, this is just how I am, or I don't work that way. I only can do this at first when, now this is on your radar. But also, catch yourself when you say this. Catch yourself when you think this. I can't do that because I don't do that type of stuff. I don't work that way. I can only do it this way. That's you just opened up to yourself to a very hard binary pole that you have that we get to break. And the truth is, we aren't who we think we quote unquote are. If this were true, we wouldn't see people coming from nothing to creating huge success. They would just stay having nothing for the rest of their lives. And if we weren't meant to be stuck in our binary poles, right? Drug addicts would just stay addicted. Convicts wouldn't be able to turn their lives around. They would just stay in jail for the rest of their lives. The successful CEO wouldn't crash and burn their business. They would just stay successful for the rest of their lives. They wouldn't have these ups and downs, or like we wouldn't see anybody else overthrow them. They just stay where they're at. And mean, nasty people wouldn't turn to good saints who go to church, and good saints who go to church wouldn't turn to mean, nasty people. And finally, you wouldn't be able to accomplish the tasks and overall mission that we are on with this program, right? Again, we go back to who you are right now is never going to achieve. If this were true, you would never achieve what you want, what your wildest dreams would want to be like, right? You would never achieve the how much you told me on our first call, how much you wanted to go ahead and be making in 12 months from now, right? Charging 12 months from now, working 12 months from now. You just stay the same. And life would be pretty fucking boring because there'd be no change. And really, if we were meant to be just who we are, right? I would have stayed working as a valet, right? I would have stayed in this mentality. I would have just been a valet for the rest of my life, making $8 an hour and some tips, and just going to Vegas and getting fucked up, or just sleeping and being drunk a lot of the time, right? And nobody would really give a fuck about what I say, and I wouldn't really create any incredible program or an incredible training or educational pieces, because this is just who I would stay. I would just stay this person. But we see, to who I am today, I'm a totally different person than this, right? People care what I have to say because I've created results. I've changed my overall character. I've broke my binary poles of who I thought and believed I was right here, and became who I knew I always wanted to be. And I'm still doing this, right? Even this right now is what this is, right? To me, because this is completely different. This vision of who I want on the right is completely different. And this is how it should be all the time. Once you get to this isn't just the end. This is just the beginning. Because now you know the process of how to really get progress. Now this image would go over to like here, and then you would replace this image with a new image. And really, we are beings of evolutionary light and progressive work. And the reality we perceive is just a magnificent illusion, right? Reality, it really is just this thing that, it's not like hard jammed. It's not like one way is the only way and this is how it's going to be for the rest of life, right? It's this incredible thing that we can really toy with and we can really play with and have control over and really dictate what we want. And we create our own realities through our thoughts, beliefs, and actions, right? Reality just doesn't happen to us. Like we control our realities. We create our reality. And it happens from thoughts, beliefs, and actions. And truly, the best way to live life is to evolve yourself and achieve whatever you want, to become whoever you want to be, right? Living life doing the same thing, living life being this would not be living life at all. I would just be, just being average. That's not living life. I have to evolve to this. And even from this, like I said before, I get to evolve to this, or not to this, but to something better, right? I get to evolve to even something bigger and better than this right now too. And I'm very excited that you get to go ahead and witness like this transformation, especially myself. And I'm very blessed to be able to witness what you are also becoming through this program too, because it's going to happen. So let's get to work on our own beliefs and hard jam binary poles, right? So we have to dissect our current, oh wait, hold on. Not that yet. We're going to get to dissect our current character, but really let's get working on this right now. So we have a download, of course. So if you pick up this is going to be our binary poles worksheet right here. And what you're going to see when it opens up is that we not only have a breakdown video that you can watch right here, so you can watch this again. This would be a different breakdown video, but also you get to go ahead, click the Google link to open up in Google Doc. So if you click this link, I'm not going to click right now, but if you were to click this, it would open up in a Google Doc form right here. And you won't be able to edit this, right? This will be just a form where you get to go ahead and just see it in Google Docs. What you do, again, remember, you got to go up here to File, click Make a Copy. It's going to show this. You want to save it to your own drive. You're going to make a copy. It's going to pop up with your own. And this will allow you to edit it from now on too, right? So you can see it's going to copy. It's working with the copy. So you can see it's exactly the same thing, right? But this one you'll be able to edit for your own. You'll be able to type in whatever you want to have on there, even though my computer's taking long. But we're going to exit this out. So I'm not going to use that one. Awesome. So this is how you go ahead and move forward with this. So binary poles worksheet. And this worksheet will be done by when, right? So you get to go ahead and complete this really by when. I love done and a by when because that allows us to really dictate, okay, cool. Really, we want to have this done before our next call. Really, we want to have this done right now. There is no reason why this can't be done. Like really, like after I get done, like even while I'm doing this, open this up, pause this video, open this sheet up, copy it, and step by step as I'm explaining what to do, you fill it out. That way you just get it done. You don't have to worry about it later on. You don't have to worry about coming back to this video for, what's the explanation, right? In fact, you know what? Because you should go ahead and get it done right now, I'm just going to go ahead and delete this because that is not needed at all, right? So you don't even get the breakdown video. You don't need that. You're going to do this right now. So first and foremost, who are 3 people you idolize, look up to, or admire? List them. Again, try to do this very honestly. Even though we kind of broke down why we shouldn't idolize people, well, before you kind of knew that, who are 3 people you idolize, right? Before we kind of brought you to that realization, who did you idolize? Who did you look up to? And really, like, and this is a great thing because you know that, you can answer truthfully who those people were, and really ask yourself the question, well, what were the traits, characteristics, or things did I admire about these people, right? What did I admire about these people that drew me towards them? List them, because again, this will show us exactly like our doors. If you have a hard time understanding your doors, you'll probably have a lot of people who love the grinding mentality. You'll have a lot of things that'll show you your binary poles with this one too. Number 3, who are 3 people you despise, dislike, and think are wrong? List them. Again, do not cheat this. Do not say, I'm a saint, I'm the best person out there, I never dislike, despise, or think people are wrong. Don't do that cop-out. If you do this cop-out and you don't do this worksheet, then what the fuck are you doing? Think of 3 people. You have 3 people that you just despise, dislike, or think are wrong. We all do. You're not a saint. You're not immune to it. At some point in time in life, you thought 3 people, you hated 3 people. And make these 3 people not people like that you don't know. Like, you don't know Donald Trump personally, right? Make these 3 people that you actually know. Because it's very easy to judge other people. Actually, you know what? You can make these like, because I didn't like Drake, right? You can go ahead and make people like that you don't know too. Typically, I like to go ahead and have people do it like when you know the person. If it's easier for you, go ahead and make up 3 people that you just hate, that you just don't know, right? Maybe it is Donald Trump. Maybe it is Drake. Number 4, what traits, characteristics, or things do you not like about these 3 people? And, write these out. Like for me, if it was Drake back then, I would be like, well, he says he started from the bottom, but he didn't really start from the bottom. He's a scam. He's a cheater. Go ahead and list those. Number 5, what things do you love doing and could happily do every day? List 5 of them. Again, a lot of people don't even take time out to really figure out, okay, what do I love to do each and every single day? It's kind of sad, right? How do you not know what you love to do? Not even 5 things. You should always know what at least your 5 things are of what you love and could do every single day. Number 6, what things do you hate doing and never ever want to do? Again, list 5 of those. This is going to become very crucial for you too, to be very honest with this, because this will help you later on. Number 7, circle the one that best describes you for all of the following. So we got logic and intuition. We have the binary pole. So let's say you're more you're more of the intuition type. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll go to text color. Go to highlight. Oh no, we're gonna go not highlight yet. We're gonna do this one, that one, so that way we can see it a little better. Tight with money, loose with money. Maybe you're a little more tight with money. So go ahead and highlight this up here. Masculine, feminine. Maybe I'm more masculine for sure. Discipline, undisciplined. Maybe you're like, oh well, I'm a little bit more on the undisciplined side. And you see how this goes, right? We just kind of go all the way down the list from this. Oh, that's what happened. Delete this because y'all are doing this right now. You go all the way down the list, right? Sensible or silly, organized, disorganized, shy, outgoing, artistic and creative, logic and precise, nature or polluted city, playful or serious, healthy, unhealthy, early riser, night owl, science, religion, meditation, money and cigars, giving to others, selfish to self, think more about the past, think more about the future, charity, greed, loud, quiet, bold, well presented, understated. So, don't live in the gray area. We all have one that we are hard jammed on. Don't try to cheat and be like, oh well, I'm in the middle. Someone go like that, bam, that's my one. No, you have one or the other. Be honest with yourself. This will help you out later on. Next, what is your dream? What do you really want to achieve in life, and how do you want to live? Again, incredible that people a lot of times don't know the answer to this question. They don't even give like 5 minutes to this each and every single day what their dream is. A lot of you, when I was talking to you on the phone, I asked you where you want to be in 12 months, and a lot of you didn't really know where you wanted to be at. It's a big notice moment right there, right? A lot of you also, when I said, what is your dream? You picked a very, very small dream. Make this outrageous. I want this like big. I want you to like really start playing offensive mode. Think big on this. How do you really want to achieve your life and live how you want to live? Don't just think this is what I'm supposed to do. This is who I am. It's very easy to try and just think of who you are and the future of who you are right now. Don't try to not think of who you are right now, of what you'll be able to accomplish in the future. Try to think of yourself as if you are evolved from this person that you are right now. Number 9, do you see how your current binary poles are in direct conflict with your dream and you have for yourself? Do you see that things that you dislike other people for and judge them are the exact same things you need to achieve yourself? And a lot of times, when you fill this out correctly, this will be incredibly like you'll be like, holy fuck, what the fuck am I doing? Because the binary poles, let's say your dream is to have, your dream is to have build a $1 billion business, right? But say you're quiet. Let's say you are more disorganized and undisciplined and more loose with money, and all those are in direct conflict with becoming a billionaire. I don't know any billionaire who has those characteristics, right? And it's like, well, how can you expect to get this when who you are right now is not that? You want to come in alignment with that. Is like be, do, have. You have to be this, be exactly who this is, to then do that and then have that. Not, okay, well, once I am a billionaire, then I'll be all in line with this. No, that's not how it works. Be, do, have. And also, Do you see how the things you dislike other people for and judge them by are the exact things that you need yourself to achieve your dream? So again, if we go up to here with 3 people we dislike, maybe, you know, for me, one was Drake, right? But Drake is right there. Drizzy Drake. Right? And, you know, oh wait, no, that's not who I like. That's who I don't like. Okay, Drizzy Drake's right here. Right? And, you know, characteristics I didn't like about him was, you know, he seemed like a fraud. He was a fake. He put himself out there too much. He changed. He's not supposed to change. He's supposed to stay who he was. He's supposed to stay in Marvin's room. He's supposed to stay in his feelings. But, you know, I just liked him for changing and evolving, and that's actually what I needed to do to be able to achieve my dream. And a lot of times you'll find that, right? A lot of times it's not that you just hate the person because, oh man, they're fake. It's because they're able to change themselves, right? They were able to, you know, evolve themselves into something else and move forward and do something different than what they were before and change their character. And you hate them for that. Like, oh, see, you're fake. I knew you weren't that person. You frauded all of us. See, Drake, you're trying to act hard. You're not hard, bro. I remember you from Best I Ever Had. You're not like that. No, he's evolving, and that's exactly what I needed to do for myself too. And I couldn't, you know, by judging him for that, I wasn't able to evolve myself. And it wasn't until I understood this and I actually, you know, was very open and was like, okay, cool. No, I acknowledge this is something I need to do and something I should not be. Also, not just like disliking him, but also disliking other people for. Because honestly, Drake doesn't know who the fuck I am. But, you know, disliking other people for that in my life, right? People who also change and evolve. Oh man, see, they were fake. They were never down. They were never down. They were a fake person to me. They chose up. No, it's evolved. And that's exactly what I needed to do. Number 10, the way you exist at this moment makes it impossible to achieve your dreams. Who you are right now will never achieve your dreams. You must evolve to achieve your dreams, and that means facing the dark side of you and removing all the binary poles of your mental reprogramming. Right below that you are committed to facing these things to achieve your dreams. All you gotta say is, I am committed. And when you write it, fully mean it. And even below this, write what you're committed to. Right? Write what you're committed to doing from now on. Understanding what this is, what these above questions were. What are you committed to doing from now on? You know, to ensure that you will achieve what you need to achieve in your life. And number 11, judging others makes it impossible to do anything bold yourself, because now the fear of that you will judge. Take a look at the people you dislike. Now make a conscious decision to stop judging them and start loving them by taking the time to understand their point of view and agreeing with it. Let go of everything you're holding on to. Again, I'm just going to use Drake because, like, if I use personal thing, like, you guys wouldn't understand it, but like Drake just seems like everybody knows Drake, so that's why you're like, God damn, why are you talking about Drake so much? No, I'm just using it as a great example, right? I hated a lot of other people, but the example wouldn't hit as hard because you guys wouldn't know that person. But yeah, like let's say for Drake, right? I disliked him so much as an artist, and you know I had to start taking it from his point of view. Well, yeah, if he wanted to truly become like his goals and like get to the biggest artist possible, he had to like evolve from that. And if I want to become the biggest, you know, entrepreneur right now, like I also have to evolve from who I am. And you know, I can't judge him for that, because then I will never want to take that leap and evolve myself, because then in my head I'll think, oh, see, you're changing up, you're switching up the script, oh, you're being fake just like Drake. No, I gotta love myself for that. Number 12, what are some things that you dislike and would never do? List 3 to 4 of them that you can do this week, and one of them which you can do right now. So with these, again, a lot of times when we're doing binary polls, let's say you were like money hungry, right? Let's say you were like, let's go back to these things, right? Let's say you were money hungry. You're just super money hungry. Well, go ahead and start meditating every day, right? Meditating for like 30 minutes, just sitting still and just focus on spiritual wellness. If you're so focused on spiritual wellness, well, look, go smoke a cigar and burn a dollar bill. Start being more money hungry, right? If you're more organized, well, fuck some shit up. Start being disorganized. Start throwing some stuff around. Leave it out. You know, don't be as organized. Again, if you're organized or you're disorganized, well, shit, start getting some organization in your life. That's something you would never do before. Maybe you were healthy, right? Maybe you're like so on top of your diet. Well, go ahead, fuck up your diet a little bit, right? Drink a little bit. Eat the shit that you would never eat before, right? If you eat all this right now, well, fuck, go ahead and be healthy. Again, if you're more artistic, well, go ahead and start doing some more logical stuff, right? Start, instead of like watching interviews of like artists or like try to study from artists, well, start studying from people who are very logical thinkers. Right? People who think very in a mathematical format. And if you're very mathematical and logical thinking, well, hey, break out of that. Think more artistic wise, right? Start doing things in art, like start drawing or start doing something to free up your mind and free up your thinking of and the way the flow that this happens in. And really, this is amazing because I did this too myself, right? One thing I did was I was vegan for a day. I'm not vegan. I'm actually very against being vegan, just because I don't think as a man, my hard beliefs were like, as a man, I mean, you should be eating meat. And I proved myself. I was like, well, I'm gonna do it, and proved myself. Well, I can really do and become whoever I want to be, because I never thought I would just go a whole day without eating vegan, and now I eat vegan food a lot. I'm not full vegan at all. I still eat meat every single day, but I implement a lot of plant-based foods now, right? And it allowed me to really have a balance. And really, with everything, all of these, you can't be hard jammed on one thing or the other. You can be for a while, but you're always going to need to flip back to this other side, right? And I talk about this a lot. We need organization skills, right? We need to have discipline. We need to have organizational skills at first, because it keeps us very organized. But when the system is just very redundant, we have to create some chaos. And that forces us to be more chaotic. It forces us to be more artistic, less logical thinking, less precise, more ideas and random thoughts, and thinking outside the box. And sometimes when we're too thinking outside the box and too disorganized with our ideas, well, we need to bring order to that. Right, so we need a little bit more of the structure into our business and into our lives as well too, and we need to be more logical thinking. This has like a very great benefit, because one or the other, you're going to go ahead and get too hard jammed on this side, and you're not going to see any more progress, because you actually need to create more systems to this, and you actually become too hard jammed on the systems, and you've reached the max point of this, that you need some new ideas. So you need to come over here and then create some new ideas, and then you go back over here after you've been creating for a while and get discipline on those new ideas, and then those new ideas run out, and then you come back over here and have some more new ideas, right? You get undisciplined again, and then you get back over here. Okay, cool, I found the idea that works. Let me go back over here and get disciplined again, right? Turn into a system and run that and it's this beautiful back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So pick 3 to 4 things that you can do this week, and especially one of them that you can do right now. Another one that I did was again, a hard jam belief was like only working in the day, right? So I actually flipped my days and nights. I would wake up at like 7:30 p.m. and work all through the night, and then go to sleep at like 9 a.m. Sleep all through the day. I would also eat like a tub of ice cream. I used to be, it'd just be very, very healthy. Not maybe looking like this, but diet was pretty healthy. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go to the store and buy a tub of ice cream. Not just have like a bite, but eat a whole tub of ice cream and just be lazy. I literally just was lazy the whole day. I wasn't like just active and locked in. I would, like I said, this isn't me, but that'd be dope. But again, this isn't what I'm trying to go for. I'm not trying to be a bodybuilder. I'm trying to be a great entrepreneur. And we'll talk about that a little bit later of like optimization points a little bit more deeper. But, I wanted to definitely flip who I was. So, one thing I would never do, but I'm going to do right now is, right? Maybe, like I said before, maybe you're so money hungry. Hey, look, you need to focus more on spirituality. Maybe you never read a book for the whole day, right? Number 13. What is your 4-letter result on the Myers-Briggs test? So if we click this link right here, we can go straight to the Myers-Briggs test. Now, if you've never taken a Myers-Briggs test before, what it is, it simply is a series of questions. Do you enjoy vibrant social settings with lots of people? Yeah, I do. So it gives you a direct snapshot of like really your personality type right now, right? And this. I love this site. I use it for myself all the time. Don't think this is who you are. This is actually just a snapshot of who you are in this very moment. And the great thing about this is that we're going to use this later to our advantage. So it takes about like 5 minutes to answer all these questions, like a series of questions, right? And you're going to get like a 4-letter word or 4 letters, and it'll give you like a little description after that. So I think mine. Where's mine at? I was the commander. So for me, I got this 4-letter. I got an ENTJA. And you could it'll give you like a incredible like introduction kind of breakdown of like who you are. I mean, of course, this was no doubt like Steve Jobs. I'm a big Steve Jobs fan and really dive into his work a lot. And, give you people that, that are similar and who are commanders as well, too, right? Gordon Ramsay. Maybe some of you who are on the Q&A calls have gotten the Gordon Ramsay side or the Steve Jobs side of when he goes, like, I'm just very, very, like, straight to the point. And I'll give you just a series of people, which is kind of cool. Check out. We don't need this in this moment right now, but it is cool just to know, okay, who am I kind of, like, similar to, or the character types. And also give you some people who are like TV characters, right? Like if you watch TV or movies, you could see this character type and kind of get a third person point of view of like of how you show up to everybody else in the world. And remember, this isn't who you are forever. This is just a snapshot of like your current answers, because honestly, I try to take this test every 6 months. This was just the most recent one that I took. I don't remember what my last one was, but this is always changing, right? And you want this to always change. You don't want to keep this. I don't always want to be a commander, right? I actually want to flip this to something else, right? Because if I am a commander for the rest of my life, well, I'm going to burn out with these. I'm not going to continue growth, right? We always want to be getting out of that inability to not grow. And this is a great snapshot of what that is. So you want to go ahead and write that four letters right below there. And then really, number 14, the opposite of each type is below. Identify your opposites and see how you're going to need them to achieve your dreams and goals. Try to introduce more of your opposites into your life and business, and be aware that problems will exist due to these things being too binary and gender on one side. So we go to, I'm a commander, so I'm an ENTJ. So E, so I would go, my opposite is introvert. N, opposite is structure. T, so here's the T. Opposite is feeling and emotional. And I was a J, correct? Yeah, I was a J. So J, I'm judging decisive, so I need to become more perceiving and decisive, right? So what's cool about this is not only like, we can write out below the opposite, we can write out this, so I would write out like below here, I would write ISFP. That's the type that I have, that's my opposite. And really what I want you to do is, what you must begin to do, right? You must begin to do like these opposite things. I got to be more introverted, quiet, and reserved. I got to be more thinking of, not maybe just speaking my mind out so often, but honestly, like maybe thinking, pondering thoughts a little bit longer, right? I'm more intuitive, random, and no rules, right? I don't think anybody can control me. Maybe I need a little bit more structure, predictability, and rules in my life, right? I'm more thinking, logical, and rational, and maybe I need to be a little bit more feeling and emotional, right? I need to have a little bit more empathy. And then I'm really judging, decisive, and to be like, that's gonna work for me. And all these work for me. This is not a bad thing of who you are, but a lot of us, again, we run ourselves to a max out point, and these other things will allow us to really unjam our binary poles. So I need to be a little bit more perceiving and decisive. And then really, like I said before, this can and should be done using your own words and interpretations of what you think that looks like. So, writing out what do I think being introverted looks like, quiet and reserved, and what that means for me and what I need to be doing to unjam myself from being loud and extrovert. Like I said before, I need to be a little bit more thinking, and not so like just gonna blurt out something, but actually think a little bit more and ponder my thoughts. Intuitive. I gotta be more structured and predictability. So a little bit more with a little bit more with how I create content. Even though I feel like I have pretty decent structure, I could become a lot more structured. Feeling and emotional. I could definitely have a little bit more empathy in my life. And then perceiving and indecisive. Maybe I just make quick decisions too fast. Maybe I need to go ahead and slow down a little bit, for whatever reason. Honestly, you're never going to know what these things have for you. But just think of what this means for you. And what's incredible is if I take this to ISFP, I can go up to here. IS, so S is here. FP. IS, be a virtuoso. Yeah. Oh, that's ISTP. I want ISFP. There we go. ISFP. So adventurer. Right? This is the personality trait that I would want to go ahead and exude, because this is right here. This is my opposite, obviously, of what I am right now. Bob Dylan. That's funny because Bob Dylan was what's his name? Steve Jobs. Bob Dylan was like his artist he always looked up to. It's kind of interesting, and that's interesting because Steve Jobs was a commander, but he looked up to an adventurer, and he thought so highly of Bob Dylan's way he viewed life. That's actually really interesting. Wow, that's really really interesting. Actually, finding out new things, it makes a lot of sense. And you can kind of read through exactly like what this means for everybody and the strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I don't want to go there. But you can go through strengths and weaknesses of the adventurer, as well as like your own personality trait, right? But it's always best to see what the strengths and weaknesses are of the opposite, because you know what your current character trait is. You don't need to know anything more. We want to know who you need to become, though, right? And then also you can scroll down. You can see other people who are adventurers like Lana Del Rey, Kevin Costner, Avril Lavigne, Frida Kahlo, Britney Spears, Michael Jackson, wow, Jessica Alba, love me some Jessica, Josh Stone, no shoes, and then Beatrix Kiddo. Oh, Kill Bill, hell yeah, I love Kill Bill, interesting. And then Jesse Pinkman. So you can have a lot of fun with this. And my recommendation for you is also, when you kind of figure out your opposite, figure out what movies or interviews you can watch of these people, right? If they're actual people, like I would watch interviews of Michael Jackson or interviews of Britney Spears. Maybe not when she's going crazy, but definitely like when she's in her success and what their definition of success is and how they got there. Especially Michael Jackson, Frida Kahlo, anything riding on her, Kevin Costner, Avril Lavigne, Lana Del Rey, right? And then, watch some movies too, right? I would watch Kill Bill, watch some Breaking Bad, really break down this individual and the main thing I want you to understand is what do I need to learn from them, right? To really unjam myself. What's their way of thinking that I need to start incorporating in my life to where I can start getting more progress and unjam myself in these binary poles. So very good little thing to go ahead and do. Go ahead and just, cool. Bam, I'll delete that too, and we should be good. Awesome. Let's go back to what we were doing, where we were at. Okay, cool. Boom. So, dissecting your current character. Now we get to go to this thing, right? And I chose this image simply because it's like your current character is like, oh fuck, all right, we gotta do this shit now. We gotta facing the truth. This is what we have to do though. Now, our binary poles are in direct reflection of who we believe we are as individuals, our current character. And your current character doesn't serve you. Your current character is less about serving you in your best interest and more into protection and keeping you safe. So a lot of times when we want to have success, our current character isn't designed for that. Who we are and who we think we are isn't designed for success, because if it was, we would already have success. And most people will never look at the dark side of themselves and really get to really get progress. We must go where we naturally wouldn't want to prior to this. And we must 100% be honest and authentic with our answers on this next worksheet. Failure to do so, to look good, quote unquote, or like a good person, will only stunt your growth in this program for you. So go to those places that you avoid. Don't be afraid to answer the hard questions. Don't be afraid to really go in depth with these, right? And to find ourselves, we must lose the belief of what self is and start from where we ultimately want to build that character from. So let's start by identifying your current character. So in the next module, we can build from a clean slate. So again, you can go ahead. Delete that. You can go right here. We're going to delete this too because you're going to do this right now. You should already complete the binary poles worksheet. And if you click this button, it will open up in a Google Doc. And it'll look like this. Let's get this out of here. Boom. Go ahead and delete this because you will not need that. Cool. So, again, once you get to this page, go ahead and click, make a copy, make the copy, press OK. It'll download your own copy into a separate thing into where you can edit it, because you will not have permission to edit this one. So, current character worksheet. Again, let's go ahead and delete that. This worksheet gets to be done by when? Well, now. Both of these get to be done by now, right? And number one, how would you describe yourself right now in 3 sentences or less? Very simple, straightforward. Number two, where do you currently live? How much money do you currently make and have? Again, very simple, straightforward, answer it. Number three, how do you currently present yourself? What do you look like? Again, what do you look like? What do you look like on a day-to-day basis? Going into the shop, how do you dress? How do you keep yourself together? What's your hygiene like, right? How's your hair? Are you keep a fresh cut, or you kind of go like a month or so between cut? Do you have new shoes? Or has it been 3 years since you bought new shoes? Do you wear old shirts, or do you wear brand new shirts? How do you take care of yourself? Number four, what is your Myers-Briggs test, right? Go ahead. We should already have that from our binary poles worksheet. Bring that over here. And then, again, you can click the link for the breakdowns of the test. And then, again, we're going to go over your binary poles. Again, this might seem repetitive, but we're really reinforcing exactly what these are for yourself, because we need to know exactly where we are right now and where we get to go. Number six, what are your good and bad habits? What things do you do repeatedly? List them all. Again, list all your good and bad habits, right? The ones that are good. We all have good and bad habits too. Don't think, I don't have any bad habits. You have bad habits. List them right here. What are your strengths? List 5 of them. What are your weaknesses? List 5 of them. Now, these 2 questions are going to be difficult for a lot of people to answer on their own. A lot of us won't know what our own strengths and what our own weaknesses will be. So what I recommend you doing is simply text messaging 5 people that you trust their word and their honesty on you, and simply ask them, hey, I'm going through a program currently right now, and I want to get some feedback from you because we're up at a module that asks, like, what are my 5 strengths and 5 weaknesses? In your opinion, what are my 5 strengths and what are my 5 weaknesses? And see if you can see any common ground, and take the common ground from all those people, right? And whatever lands, whatever doesn't, well, it doesn't. Number 9, what negative things pop into your mind on a daily basis? List all of them. Again, we want to list every single one. Don't just kind of like, oh, yeah, I don't want to say that because no. If it pops in your mind, write it down, right? It popped in your mind for a reason. Just write it. Trust me. It's best to get this thing out on paper and face it rather than continue to throw it under the bed. Number 10, what was your childhood like? Describe everything in detail. This is the biggest one that everybody wants to avoid. Everybody wants to avoid going back into their childhood, right? And what did I say? Oh, back over here. Said somewhere here that we, a lot of who we are was built on when we were about 4, 5, or 6. And a lot of times it was like some events that happened in our life that really shaped what we thought of the world. So I want you to go from like your earliest memory all the way until the moment, maybe when you graduate high school. You might get a clear picture of why you are the way you are. Put out everything. Literally, I remember when I went through this myself, probably halfway through when I got to my middle school days, I was already crying. It's okay. Trust me. If you're not crying, or if you're not feeling emotional after this, or you're not feeling like, holy fuck, you're not doing it enough, right? And I'm not saying, not trying to make this for you to cry, but there should be something where you're unearthing a lot of stuff that you've kept hidden. Like for myself, I forgot I was a loner in middle school. I forgot, like, I was very lonely. Nobody really wanted to be my friend. I felt very alone in the world, right? I felt like I just wasn't a part of anything. I just didn't feel worthy of living, honestly. And I remembered all those feelings. I remembered exactly the feeling that I felt at that time, right? I imagined myself back during that time and how I felt about my life and how I felt about just like where I was at, and it broke me down, honestly. And you'll probably have a similar experience, and that's all right. That's what we want to really like uncover. Really, what was your childhood like? How did this all play out to who you are right now? Number 11, what past events do you worry about or replay in your mind all the time? Again, we have to control our past. Go into past events that you constantly replay all the time. This will probably bring out a lot of what's going to be on here. And this, probably what you think it is right now, is not going to be what it is, because after you go through this, by the way, this number 10 question should be on a page on its own, like a whole page. If you take like 3 sentences, you're not doing this right. This should take up this whole entire page, should just be number 10 itself, if you're doing this correctly. If you're not, if you're doing like half a page, you still have not, you're still cutting yourself short. A full page, not double spaced, regular type, full page. Number 11, I'm going to just write this in here so that have a full page. What past events do you worry about or replay in your mind all the time? Again, you'll probably have a lot that come up from this question right here. Put them in here. Number 12, what things do you worry about in the future? Again, what do you worry about? Maybe not being fulfilled, maybe not being successful, maybe not being enough, not being worthy, staying in the same place that you always are. Put those right here. Number 13, what things do you will block you from doing what you want to do each and every single day, working towards your dreams and goals? Maybe it's your lack of confidence. Maybe it's the lack of desire. Maybe it's the lack of maybe you just don't believe truly you couldn't do it. For me, a lot of times I didn't believe I deserved success. I thought that I just I wasn't meant to have success, because that just wasn't who I am. I'm not a successful person. I gotta fight for what it is that I gotta have, because it's not meant for me. So I gotta make sure it's meant for me, and I gotta make it meant for me. That couldn't be further from the truth, but just write that here. Number 14, who are you currently angry at? What people or things do you blame? Again, we're gonna take stuff that we took from Binary Polls worksheet, all right, and bring them over here to really reinforce this. Who are you angry at? And you are angry at somebody. You are angry at somebody, and you blame somebody. Preferably, let's make this somebody who you personally know. All right? You do personally know somebody that you're angry at and blame them. Maybe it's parents. Maybe it's a family member, brother, sister, friend, somebody that's no longer in your life. Typically, it's a lot of things, people who aren't in your life anymore, and you still hang on to anger. And, I'm not angry at them anymore. No, you are. You just chose to like bury it away. Don't do that. Who are you angry at? You don't have to currently be like angry, but you hold on to the anger for sure. Don't skip over this question. This is another one of those very important ones. Number 15, who do you currently judge and what do you judge them for? Again, don't skip over this. Don't cop out, say you don't judge people. You do judge somebody. Really make it certain. See for yourself what the truth is. Don't run away from this anymore. Number 16, what things do you love doing and could happily do every day? Very, very simple. What things do you hate doing and never ever want to do? Very, very simple. Number 18, what does an average day look like for you? Describe it from when you first wake up to the moment you go to bed. And I want you to describe this also like, how do you feel? Right? A lot of barbers, when they first get in this program, honestly, they aren't happy with their life. They're not fulfilled. They're not happy with what they do. Don't try to say, oh, you know what, I'm just happy, you know, I'm blessed to be doing what I do. No. If you're not happy, write that here. If you're not in the place you want to be at, write that here. If you're not loving what you do, and especially, and I'm guessing a lot of you don't because like you've been stuck in a position for a while, write that right here, right? It's not good to live a day like that at all. Number 19, what are your character traits? Example, driven, powerful, smart, classy, or procrastinate, lazy, scrappy, shy. List both of them, good and bad. All of them right here. What are your character traits that you exude right now, each and every single day? And last, number 20, how do you imagine others gossip about you and talk about you in a coffee shop and restaurant? And really this one is a key thing, right? I used to go out and be at the gym all the time and I would see people, whispering, or you see people talking about like they're talking and they're looking at me or whatever. And I would be like, holy fuck, they're talking about me. They must be saying something bad. Well, write that down, right? Obviously, you only think about that because you do the same thing about other people. You wouldn't think this on your mind if you didn't do this about other people. And honestly, this stopped happening for me when I stopped doing it to other people. When I stopped talking shit about other people. When I stopped making fun of other people to my friends and cracking jokes about other people when, in public, I stopped having fears of this. I stopped thinking this was even a possibility. You can only think of what you do, right? If you cheat on somebody in a relationship, you're always going to be paranoid. Oh shit, they're going to cheat on me. I don't have that worry of somebody cheating on me in a relationship. I am a saint. No. But I don't have that worry because that's just something I just, I know that I would never do. And I don't have that worry of somebody cheating on me. And I don't bring that type of stuff in my life either. Same thing with my business. I don't think of anybody I don't pay somebody late. I make sure I pay them on time and in full. And I be the best client possible. And I don't ever think of the possibility of somebody doing that to me because that's not how I operate either. Write that down. All right? This is going to be very, very open-eyed for you. So, it's really the completion of this module. I know we got through a lot, but it's really to set us up for these next few modules that are coming up. Really what you must do for these action items, complete both binary polls worksheet and current character worksheet before going on to the next module, right? You will not be able to do the next module without completing both of these in excellence. So do it. Next one, make sure you are signed up and block out time for the next Q&A calls. We will drop the links in the calls 30 minutes prior to meeting. Meetings are Sunday at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and Wednesday at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Zoom. Again, just want to go ahead and always make sure you hop on these calls. Even if you don't have any questions, hop on these calls. You might have a question pop up from the conversation that happens, or you might learn something that honestly is just a conversation that happens from that, and it'll probably get you a lot better results because of that. And really, by now, you should have 7 days completed in your 30-day attack worksheet. Do not skip this. If you have not completed 7 days yet, what are you doing? This should be automatic every single day. We are creating a new character, right? Maybe your current character would never complete this, but the character we're building see this as easy. And lastly, go into the Facebook group and post any wins, right? And a win could be your first video posted, first client that found you off IG, and as well as celebrate and support the community, right? Again, like just how everything in life, what you put in this is what you get out. So, if you're not in the Facebook group, if you're not celebrating when other people win, or if you're not reaching out, if somebody asks for an accountability partner and you're on it, okay, cool, let's get on it. Well, don't be surprised when you need something and people aren't there for you either. Really put in so you can get out the max amount of value. And really with that, that's all we have for this module. Make sure you complete all the action items. Make sure you get into the next Q&A calls. Make sure you're on there. Make sure you complete those worksheets. And with that, I will see you on the next module. What is good, y'all? It's your boy Deluxe, and on this module, we're going to be talking about facing your dark side. Now, we were talking about in the last module, really about like your doors, really talking about, the paradigm shift that all of us really need to be created, and really you're seeing through a new lens right now. But even with that new lens and the way we're viewing the world, we tend to always be, there's something that's just like pulling us back, and it's this dark side of us that we can't ever seem to escape. And we're really going to get down to the at least details of why this happens, why this occurs, and really how do we make sure that this shit never happens to us, right? Especially when creating content, especially when making progress in our business. A lot of times we could see ebbs and flows with barbers who kind of go in spurts of like motivation, and then they just like they just don't have any motivation at all. They lose it, and they lose momentum, and it's like why they just spent all this time building this shit up. Why would they like break it all the way down? And we're really going to get into the a little bit more details of why this happens. And I think for a lot of you, a lot of this is going to be a lot of new information, and really opening your eyes to seeing just how we as people really operate. I think that's what we always have to understand is like we can't just figure out what's the best thing to do in barbering, but how do we operate as humans? How do we operate as individuals, and why do we do the things that we do? So we're really going to uncover that in this module. And really what we're going to cover, why we never sustain success in any part of our life for a long period of time, and the secret hack to this, like why has it been up till like even now, like our lives have just been like this back and forth of like building stuff up and breaking it down. And even for myself, I would do that a lot. Like I would go to the gym, I would make some progress, and then I would lose motivation or want to slack off, and then it's like I'd never really ever did all that hard work. And it's like a lot of hard work is done for nothing, and especially like what we're doing right now. We want to get up to being able to charge $100, $200 per haircut. We can't build it up to making 80 and then break it all the way back down and have to go back to charging $20, right? But yet we still see barbers in the industry that do that. And why does this happen to them? And really, how can we make sure that this does not happen to us? And really making our barriers obsolete, right? So these barriers of entry, and really the barriers that hold us within this like tight grip, and really just not even making that an obstacle for us at all. And really the tipping scale, the good versus bad. We'll get into a little bit more of that in terms of like what I mean by that, and really the unfair advantages both sides have. Both good and bad sides have advantages, really unfair advantages. But most everybody that I've seen, especially in the barber industry, isn't using it to their advantage. The bad is more having the unfair advantage than the good. It's especially in their business, especially in the way they're operation. And we're really gonna get down to understanding why this happens, and really hack this to make sure that we can think for ourselves and not be victim to this. And then really why the top get a larger separation margin from the less fortunate in the world, right? And I think a lot of people in the world, just in general, always have like this, why are we so like it's these elitists, and like these people, they're just fuck them. They do all these like they have all this money. They don't want to be for the people. Why not me? Like why poor old me? This is not fair. It's not fair. We're really gonna get into this, like why does this happen, and really like what is the benefit of this, especially for us in the barber industry, right? And especially going through a program like this. So even after we discover our current character from last module, we still need to understand this battle with our dark side, right? Like I said before, we're always going to be doing these things back and forth. And it seems like even though we understand our character, like we're always going to build stuff up and break them down slowly but surely. And even when in the correct paradigm, we find that we still go over the cycles of building ourselves up to a point and breaking it all down. And really, why is that? And why can't we sustain the growth curve for a very long time? And why do we go with this up and down movement really for a better part of our lives? Some people never get out of this, right? They live within and reside within this up and down movement. They never get too high. They never get too low. They kind of just always reside between these two poles. Really, it's going to be a pattern of existence. And for me, when I really started discovering this and started seeing this for myself, I was, oh shit. this really for myself allowed me to really see where I was holding myself back, right? Nobody had to really be any power over me. It was me having this pattern of existence and pattern of life that wouldn't allow for me to break through my peak. And it also would just break me back down and pull me back down. And You ever wonder why some people struggle with weight? They fluctuate back and forth for a while others seem to just get more and more in shape, right? Some people are just like, that's just the way I am. I'm just, last module we figured out that's not the way you are, but it's just like, you know what? I can never keep the weight off. I keep on going back and forth. It's my body. It's just something with my body. Well, other people just keep on getting more and more ripped up and keep on building more and more muscle, and they seem to just never plateau ever, right? And what about those that have struggles financial wise, right? They seem to always build up the savings and then blow it and then build it up and blow it again and build it up and blow it again, right? For myself, I used to do this all the time. I would build up my savings and then I feel real confident, and then I go out and spend a lot of money, and I go out party, and I go out and buy a lot of clothes, and I want to make the image and everything like that. And I'll check my bank account. I'm like, oh shit, hold on, what the hell happened to all this money? It was just here. I could have swore it was just here a second ago, and now it's not here anymore. Where'd it go? And you really, are these people just the unlucky that are meant to stay in their place, right? Or for a while, I was like, well, maybe I'm not supposed to make this much money. Maybe I'm meant to stay in this realm and just reside in this. And truly, a lot of people believe that after a while. It's they're like, fuck, I've tried so many things. I think I'm just meant to stay here, right? I'm just meant to be in this place. And really, no, they've just yet to break through the pattern in which they resided, right? And really, let's take a visual look for an example at least, right? So we see right here. Here's a pattern of existence, easily, right? And this could be, when I figured this out for myself, we have a high point and we have a low point. And of course, we have a midpoint as well too. And really, this can be put in with really anything in our lives, right? Let's say for money wise, right? I know for myself, I used to have a high point of, making $2,000 a week. Right, and I had a low point of making like $1,000 a week. Right, that was my low point. And somewhere in between there, I would build myself up really high, and then next week I would go down low, and then the next week I would go up really really high, and the next week I would go down low making wise. Right, and even though I had these peaks and troughs, my average was about $1,500. Especially when I was only charging $20 a haircut, it's probably about $1,500 a week. It's not bad, but this is going to be the biggest thing, especially for those who are looking to make more per week. And really break through what they've been making currently. And I couldn't figure this out. Why am I always ending up here, right? And like I said before, I used to, get really, really in shape. I used to work out all summer long, get really at one time I was able to get abs and everything like that. And then 2 months later, I was worse off than I was before, right? And I was like, oh fuck, I gotta work out again. Okay, I'll work out more, and I'd get to this point, and then a couple months later, I'd be back down here again. And if you took an average look at any point in my life during that time, this is probably where I would reside at, right? In between the middle of these 2 points, willing to bet. And haircut wise too, right? My haircuts, sometimes, they would be really, really good. Let's say one haircut would be really, really good. And then, the next cut would just be fucking trash. I would just let off the hook, and I would just allow myself to okay, cool. I feel good right now, and just, go right back down here. And I'm like, oh shit, I gotta work a little bit harder. And next one might be right here, and I might get back up here. I might build my haircuts to this type of level again. Then I would, just end off of this, or even content wise, right? I would stay diligent with content. I was right here, maybe average, and not really consistent. And then all of a sudden, I'm really, really consistent. I'm firing all cylinders. I'm about to make a great breakthrough, and then I just kind of stop. Right? I just stopped posting on social media. I just nowhere to be found. I'm like, oh shit, okay, and I need to get back up here. I need to get back up the momentum. And this happens really everywhere, right? This is everywhere in our lives, we're gonna have a pattern of existence. And really, it's for me, what I found was this wasn't just in my life. This is always happening. Like I said, I said this on one of the live Q&A calls one time. I was talking with somebody, and my mentor, he runs his business. He makes about $30 million per year, which is pretty good. But he told me, one time is that he has these numbers as well too. He has a high and low point, and a midpoint that he resides at. And the midpoint that he resides at and he's comfortable at, and he's typically at is about 20 million in the bank. But if his money gets anywhere below around 15 million, he starts panicking, and he's gonna have to build it all the way back up to about 20, and then maybe even more than that, right? And I use that as an example because it's even if I remember for myself, and maybe somebody else, right? There are points financial wise where I wasn't doing too well either. and we all have these highs and low points, and they're just fixed numbers in our head for some reason. We have a high number. We always have a high number in whatever it is, whether it be consistency, whether it be weight, whether it be money. And money is a very easy trackable thing because it actually has a number to it. But we always have a high number of like where we start. Okay, we feel comfortable, we feel really good, and we lose this drive, right? This is like where we really have a drive to reach a point, and this is like our goal number. And we always seem to hit this goal number, but once we hit it, we lose the drive. We lose all of this, what was happening right here, and we go all the way back down. And we also have a low number, right? So we have a low number of like what we'll allow ourselves to get to before we really start getting shit kicked back into gear. Some people might have this number when they see the number in the bank account at like $5,000. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm doing really good. 5,000. And then they look back within 2 weeks and it's down here and it's at like $100, and they're like, oh shit. They don't start panicking until they'll get like at like $200. I'm not worried. Yeah, I'm not worried. Once it gets down to 100, like, oh shit. Okay, hold on. I need to kick my shit into gear. And they get hungry again, and they just build it right back up, and then it goes right back down. Same thing with my mentor. He says he had that problem for a while. It was like he had 15 mil in the bank was when he started panicking. When he had about 20 mil, he felt really confident, right? And it was this ebb and flow. And we always gonna have this type of occurrence and model happening everywhere, right? And it's never gonna leave us. The one thing that we have to do, and the one thing I learned that we must do, well, we can't just raise this level up higher, because this level is always going to be dragging us back down. No matter how high this is, this bottom number is always going to be dragging us back down. This isn't the problem. This number is the problem. We have to get, and actually really equally both numbers are the problem, but our real problem is the lowest standard we'll allow ourselves to get to before we get hungry again, right? If we had this low number where this high number was at, we switched this, well, this would now be our lowest standard, and our highest standard would be up here. Right? And that's what we actually have to do. We have to raise our lowest standard. When I started raising my lowest standard of like where I would allow myself to have in the bank, once I got, a certain amount of money, oh shit, okay, cool. I'm going to start panicking when I have this number in my mind, right? And I'm going to have this number, I'm going to feel good. And then once I got to that number, bam, again, happened again. Same thing with content-wise. Maybe this is like not posting content for 2 days straight. This is posting content every day, right? Maybe this needs to be posting content every day, and this needs to be creating like 3 videos a day, right? And then this is going to be creating 3 videos a day. This is going to be creating 5 videos a day, right? And you keep on raising the level of standard up and up and up and up and up, and that way you raise your level of play. You don't reside in the same area over and over and over again, right? And really, your pattern is we all have the highs and low points, like I said before. We all allow ourselves to live in every aspect of our life. The way we cut hair, how we clean our car or station or room, the cleanliness of our email box, the upkeep of our relationships. Really, this is present in every aspect of life we live in. And the middle of the 2 points is the average. We will be at any point in time during our point in lives, right? So if we never get out of this, if we just stay in this, like let's say somebody, their high point is $1,000, their low point is $0 in their bank account. Probably if you look at any particular time in history or throughout time, if you were just check their bank account, it would be probably somewhere around $500 at all times. We're always going to be this medium. This is always going to be our average because we're always going to be pulling between these 2 points. And really, this is why while everyone has experienced some type of success, the better part of their life, they stay mediocre, right? Because they think, okay, if I just get this and I'm gonna stay here. Well, no, you're not gonna stay here once you get here because you've yet to kill off this number. You've yet to make this number your lowest standard. So you're still gonna live a mediocre life. You're just living right here until you get too comfortable and you're gonna destroy it back down. And really, we must define our high and low points before we can break the barrier, right? Well, we're going to get to break through the barrier. So let's go ahead and define our high and low points right now, right? Let's really go ahead and define exactly what that is. And we have, of course, a worksheet. So go over here. And of course, if you click down below, this link will pop up. And once you get to this sheet, all you have to do is click this. Boom, boom. You can click on this one. It'll create another copy. And then you can click make copy. It'll make a copy for you. So pattern of existence worksheet. Really use the image below as a reference for all your high and low points. So we see the image that we had prior, right? We have the highs and low points, and you can use this as a reference point. So really for money, really think to yourself, well, what's my high number I have, right? What's the number that I typically like never exceed, right? That I always like build myself up to, and then like I never see anything more than that. We all have a high number. And really, also, what's your low number? What's the number when you see in your bank account? Like, you don't have we have a panic number. And the low is always going to be the panic number of like when we really start getting our ass into gear. Because we're always going to be like, oh shit, once I see this, now I really got to start working hard and get back up to here, to get out of this danger zone. And really, then we got to define our average. Because this is really, once we find our high and low points, well, this is typically where you're always going to be at until you break this pattern. And it's really, once you face this, you're going to be very unaware. You're going to be like, oh, you know what your average is, but when you actually write it out, you're like, oh fuck, this is all I'm doing. Come on now. And health wise too, right? What's the high point of your health? Where are you at when you're like optimal health? And then really, what's your lowest point of health when you start really figuring out, oh shit, no, I got to get my ass back in gear. I got to get back in the gym. Got to start eating healthy again, right? Maybe up here you're working out every day and eating healthy and all that. And really, well, you'll find your average. And honestly, with all these averages, if you're not happy with it, well, you're not doing anything about it. You have to change. One way you can change is create this as your new low, right? Your haircut quality. What's the highest you've done in a haircut quality before, right? The most detailed work you've done. And really, where do you allow yourself to reside at? Where's the lowest point of your haircut quality? Because in the middle of that, you're not this great. You're typically around here in the average again, right? And then your content quality. We've been making content for at least 7 days straight right now. If you're following the 30-day attack, what's the level of quality you allow yourself to really create? Are you just kind of getting yourself by? Or are you really trying to like, sometimes you're like, yep, I'm on this. And then also, when you get lazy, what's that level that you allow yourself to get to before you really start getting yourself into gear? Like, oh, fuck, you know what? I fucked up on. I need to get back into here. Because we can't have this at all. And then the medium of that's going to be the average. And then really your car cleanliness, right? Again, what's the high of that? The low, and the average point of it. Your room, high, low, average. Your personal care, right? How you dress and you take care of, like, let's say just your personal image, the shoes. How often do you shop for things? Do you keep uptight and good hygiene, right? What's your average? And then finally, I want you to insert 3 of your own. Maybe it's relationships. Maybe it's your relationship with spouse, relationship with kids. Maybe it's family. Maybe it's spirituality. Maybe it's whatever it could be that you feel like would you could input into here. Maybe you don't have any more after these, and I'm not telling you to stretch to look for anything, but I just put this here just in case you have any other ones that you want to insert in here. And then once you go ahead and finish that, you can hop back on to right here, so we can really figure out how to break through these barriers. So, breaking through the bottom barrier, right? How do we break through that? Like we talked about like raising the level of standard, but really, how do we do that? And why the bottom level exists. The lowest standard only exists because we allow it to, right? There is no force other than your own standard of living that continues to pull you back down. We are never our highest standards in life, but the lowest versions and standard we allow ourselves to live by. And this should be like a real wake-up call, like, okay, fuck. We have full responsibility of this. Nobody else is responsible for this. You are capable of leveling up this lowest standard. Up to this point, I mean, when I realized this, I was like, I'm just lazy as shit right now. I am really not this is not my best interest to be living like this. I could really do better. And really, this goes against what mainstream media believes as setting high goals to accomplish, right? I would actually counter it with what mainstream media says. Mainstream media says create high standards, create high goals, make lofty goals, make these big goals. I would actually counter and say, fuck the goals. How many times have you actually achieved a goal before? Probably not that many times. And if you have, you've definitely gone right back where you were before, right? It's not the goals that define us. It's the lowest standard of ourselves. And because no matter how high our standards are, no matter how high our goals are, just shouldn't say standards, how high our goals are, we will always work our way back down to the mean or the average, right? If we have high goals, but a very low standard, cool. We might reach the goal for 2 weeks and then work our way back to the standard, right? Somebody who's been working off to lose 500 pounds, if that's their lowest standard and their image of themselves, they're always going to work themselves back to be that way. And we must raise our standards so that our previous high now becomes our lowest we will allow ourselves to live in. And this is more difficult than it sounds, right? It is to really understand the high level. You're like, fuck, but that is so hard. It really isn't. The resistance you have at living at that level is what makes it hard. And really, go back to the previous worksheet and underneath each one, write out a plan that must be followed to ensure that the highs in each area is now your new low. So if you go back to this worksheet that we just did, under each one of these, go ahead and write out what you have to do to make this low or this high number your now new low number. What do you have to do? Same thing with health. Haircut quality, write out a plan. Right? Car cleanliness. Maybe it's, maybe the low is just like, it's just fucking dirty as shit. Maybe now the plan of attack is, hey, look, I'm going to clean my car every week. Every Sunday, I'm going to make sure I go to Quick Quack, car wash this thing and clean it out. Make sure, my high is very, very high. I can upkeep this thing. But clean my room each and every single week. I'm going to make my bed, right? Every single day. And personal care, I'm going to make sure I get a haircut. I'm going to make sure like I look presentable. Make sure I have new clothes. I make sure I don't just keep on wearing the same clothes over and over and over again, right? My content quality. I'm gonna make sure that even when I get tired or I get lazy, like I'm gonna snap myself back into shape. Like I'm gonna really check myself. Haircut quality. When I feel like the haircut's done and I go back to like this low or average point, I'm gonna say no. The high is my lowest standard, right? And I'm not gonna allow myself to get by with anything less. So write that out. And this is now your new standard to start living each day by. You really just created your own new standard. We determined your high level of each. We determined your low level, and we determined the average. And we're taking out the low and the average. And we're making the high the new low. So from this point forward, stick to it. Stick to the script. By now, we have identified a good portion of how we live on a day-to-day basis, made it very clear where our highs and lows are in each, and then came up with a plan to make our highs our new lowest standard. But the real question is, what does this have to do with this programming is about, right? Like I thought we were trying to charge $100. Like I thought we were deluxe. I thought we were not, what the fuck is this? Well, how we do one thing is how we do everything. Read that again. How we do one thing is how we do everything. And we must live in excellence daily. How our room and living space's current state is a direct reflection of how our mental state is, how our discipline level is, and really, honestly, how well we cut hair, right? There is no mistake. I see people who, they have these very clean profiles. Like typically, if you look on social media, people who are very good with aesthetics, maybe even fashion, putting things together in terms of like making them aesthetically look good and like are very organized, typically their haircuts are fucking nice. Typically, like they are very, very naturally talented and gifted with cutting hair because that's their lowest standard where everywhere else in their life are. Meanwhile, the people who have really, really like subpar haircuts or their cuts aren't up to par, you could probably look in their car and it's probably the same. It's probably the same type of care level that's taken with anything they have, right? And you must, raise this level in one area, and you could see these habits performing in every other area. And all these actions are intertwined, And when I started learning this, I was like, oh, fuck. I started getting obsessed with this, right? So I started looking at the way I was brushing my teeth, the way I was driving, listening to music, eating, etc. Like, I used to brush my teeth and just kind of fly through it like real quick, like, okay, cool, it's good enough, let's go, right? What do I do with haircuts? Okay, it's good enough, let's go, right? It's like, holy shit. Okay, hold on. Let me just at least like take my time brushing my teeth, like go through the details. And I would even find myself at times like trying to speed through it. And I'm like, I have to tell myself, no, don't do that. I have to catch myself. No, don't do that. Slow yourself down. Go with the details. And the most incredible thing was when I started doing that brushing my teeth, when I went to the barber shop, I would do the same thing. I would be doing the haircut and I'd catch myself like, okay, let's get through this. Good enough. I'm like, no. Details. Okay. Details. Oh, that's right. Brushing teeth. Okay. That's my new standard. Okay, let's go. And it's like this thing just is an infectious thing. I was like, holy shit, this works. And so I was like, okay, where else can I apply this, right? So I was looked at the way I used to drive, right? Well, how did I used to drive? Well, it's weird. I went through a couple different phases, and especially driving is actually a very interesting one for me, right? When I used to drive like very, very recklessly, in terms of just like just skirt. It's typically how I used to cut hair too. Very just like skirt. Like everything was all over the place. There was no real structure to it. It was not intentional. It was kind of just very, very like chaotic, right? But did we die? No. that was used to my thing. Did you die? No. Okay, cool. And then in my business actually, what was crazy is when I used to drive, my business used to be the same way, very chaotic. My business used to be skirt, doing a bunch of different things, loud music playing, like just chaos like everywhere, and there was no structure to it. And then when I started learning this, like, okay, hold on, let me like slow down and start like really, really driving slow and carefully. And so I started doing that, and I started cutting hair very differently. And then when I started going to my business, I started like doing things more meticulously. But what I noticed also was that like I was like, holy fuck, I'm not really getting anywhere. Like I'm not seeing the progression I wanted to. And so I was like, okay, well, I made a switch from driving like very chaotically, and I'm now driving very slow and precautiously. Well, if I'm driving very slow and precautiously, and I'm attacking my business very slow and precautiously, well, I'm playing to not to lose, not playing to win. So let's play to win when we drive. And so I'm not telling you to be reckless, but I started driving with intent. I got somewhere to go. Let's go, right? And I started having fun driving again. I love to drive fast, but like I started having fun. I'm not saying drive fast. Don't be reckless with the shit. But when I stopped being like an old grandma, like okay, I'm gonna be very like I could see the correlation. Then with my haircuts and my business, things started to pick up and take off. I was like, holy fuck, this is like a habitual thing. This is like the being that you reside at. It affects everywhere. And then, listening to music. I used to just like skip songs all the time, or like listen to half a song and then skip, like, I'm kind of bored with this one. Let me skip to the next one. And then I listen to a part like of the night, I'm bored with this. Let me go to the next one. And what I found with my business, if I was creating content, I would get bored, or I would get bored like making progress. Sometimes, we have to do things like over a period of time, like 30-day attack. If you're somebody who's like that, 30-day attack is going to be actually very hard for you to do, because you're going to get bored doing it. You're going to get very like, fuck, I got to post again. Okay, hold on. But when I found like, okay, no, finish what I start. And that was the core aspect of that. When I was listening to music, finish what I start. And so no matter what song it was, I'd finish what it was. And then I'd go on to the next song. And even if I wasn't like really liking it, I was like, just finish it. You started it, you got to finish it. And guess what happened with everything else? Everything else like in terms of discipline-wise, in terms of 30-day attacks and everything of this, it started becoming very fucking easy for me. I was like, holy shit. Yeah, I don't want to do this, but fuck it. Like, you start it, you got to finish it. I'm a finisher. I'm like, oh shit, okay. This is interesting. And then eating too. Eating's a very interesting one, right? Because we talked about before, eating like you're trying to eat and shove food down your throat comes from a place of scarcity. But when I also found out, like, when I'm eating and I'm like on my phone scrolling, or I'm like watching TV and I'm trying to listen to music and I'm trying to do work while I'm eating, multitasking, well, I try to do the same thing when I'm cutting hair, or when I'm working on my business. Like, I'm always trying to multitask. And for me, I am a big believer in you have to do one thing, focus on one thing, right? I'm a big believer in that. And we'll get into that, especially when we get more into the week 3 and week 4 of just simply focusing on one thing. And when I just simply focus on when it's time to eat, you eat. You pick up food. I used to like get as much food as I could. Like, I would still be chewing and then get another forkful and put it in my mouth again, right? And it's like, that's the same way I used to take on my work. I used to like take on so much work, and then I was so overworked, but I would take on more work because it was just how I did one thing is how I did everything, right? I used to stuff my face full and just continue to pile food in my mouth, even though I wasn't done chewing. So then I started to be like, okay, cool. I'm gonna slow down, one bite at a time. I'm not gonna pick up my fork again until I've swallowed and everything's gone down. I'm gonna pick up my fork, and then I'm gonna put some more food in my mouth. I'm gonna chew again, and I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna actually eat. I'm not just gonna like shove shit down my throat. And I saw myself doing the same thing in my business, and the way I cut hair too. And I was like, holy fuck, this shit's incredible. I got obsessed with it. It became a weird obsession. The way I worked out, right? Again, the way I worked out became very, very different. I used to start working out to really like, instead of like, when I get into the pain or get into the burn and like give up on it, I was like, no. When that happens in my business, when stuff starts to get painful, or stuff starts to get hard, and I get resistance, I do the same thing. Well, fuck, I can train my same way of how I approach that if I do that in the gym, right? As well as like, if I'm not just in the gym trying to lift a heavy weight, but I'm actually taking like the correct structure to it in terms of like my form is on point. Like, I'm not swinging my arms, or I'm not swinging my body to like lift the weight up to get an ego lift, right? I'm actually like doing the right things to build the muscle. Well, the same things are going to be when I go and cut hair. Same things going to be when I go and create content. Same things are going to happen when I go and build a business. It's a crazy hack. I love this, and really one area in our life where we aren't living at a level of excellence is a reflection of every single other area in our life. We can't be in excellence if one thing is done at mediocre standard. Everything must be done in excellence, right? You might hear people say, I piss excellence in the morning, right? I fully believe that. You have to piss excellence in the morning. You have to be at that type of level. Like once I wake up, once I hear my alarm, my eyes are open and I'm attacking. I'm on attack mode. I'm ready to go. And I don't take time to like, oh God, another day. No, I'm up, eyes just like immediately open wide up. I'm like, let's go. Attack. Execute. And really, how to reverse engineer this principle. You know, when I started to realize the power in how I do one thing is how I do everything, I went to an extreme level to ensure my lowest standard in everything I do is in excellence. Like, right? Like my workouts, like I said before. I made sure, like, even though the pain was going on, that thing would not affect me. Like literally I would take, you know, the pain and I would almost laugh at it. I'd be like, that's nice. You think you're in pain right now? No, keep going. And I would tell my body what to do. Right? And it was the same way I would attack like my business. I'd be tired, like in my mind, you know, doing my business or working. Like, you think you're tired? I'll keep working. Go. And I'll be like, I was in complete control. Right? Eating and finishing my food. Again, eating like very, very small, slowly and meticulously, as well as like actually finishing the food I ate. I would never take more than what I could eat. Right? And I think that's also a place of scarcity. You try to take on so much food because, oh fuck, I don't know if this is gonna be here later, so I'm gonna hoard it all to myself. No, I'm just gonna take everything that I'm owed. I'm gonna make sure not a penny more. Right? I'm gonna make sure I take every piece of food that I get and not a little bit more than that. And then clean my email and text inbox. Right? Making sure that these were always cleared out. Making sure I don't have extra thoughts or things going on in my mind that distract me all the time. And what I found, like I said before, these are habitual traits. When I keep my car clean, I start to notice that my quality of my phase would get better, right? I started taking meticulous care of like, okay, cool, I got to make sure this is in place and nice and neat with this. And okay, oh shit, wait, when I go into the barbershop too, I'm making sure the same thing and structure-wise, my haircut's the same exact way. And when I took extra precaution with how I ate, I noticed myself taking precaution with every stroke of my clipper. Trimmers and shears like I would make would just be the execution level at a very high standard. And when I made sure I kept my lowest standard of my living space high, even the cleaning spaces I would normally overlook because, oh, no one looks here, like, you know, under the couch or like under the table or something like that, or behind the toilet. I really found myself taking that same level of standard into my haircuts and not allowing any subpar haircut to leave my chair. I would really be like, you know what? People don't really look at this, but it's an ethical reason. It's like my standard. I can't allow this to happen. I got to clean it up to the best, to like an excellent level. Even though no, it's not going to matter. It's going against my standard of living. And really, no YouTube tutorial or IG video ever would explain this to me, ever. And this is why I'm so against YouTube tutorials. You don't need to watch anything else. You know what to do exactly with the techniques of what you've seen over the years. You don't need to learn any other new tactic. It's all right in front of you. All you need to do is raise your level of standard. The reason why you don't get any results in your business, in your haircuts, or in your content, because you have a very low standard for yourself. And it really became my secret weapon. And it became something I obsessed about. Literally every single day I would try to meticulously think, okay, where does this intertwine into? What is the habit that I'm producing in this, right? Like when I do this, what is the habit that I'm exuding? When I'm trying to rush something, where else is this showing up in my life, right? And the more I applied this principle, the better my results in every area of my life were. So every time I really went more in depth, I was like, holy fuck, I keep on getting better and better results. I gotta keep on doing this, and it's just been happening at a faster and faster rate. And it just multiplies over time to where, well, you get what you get now. So let's take a look through a worksheet on how you can use this core principle in your life. So, of course, we have a worksheet. You can download this down below. It'll pop up. And it's going to be the How You Do One Thing is worksheet, part 1. Now, do this worksheet and the actions now. If you want results, pause the video and go through this and do this worksheet with us. All right. Even the action items with this, pause it. Do the action item, and then come back and watch the rest of the video, okay? Because we have this is vitally important to complete the module, is that you get part 1 done right now, because there's gonna be a part 2 to this as well. So, number 1, what is the current state of your room or living space? Is it clean or messy? Describe what is messy, out of place, and this can be your room, closets, bathroom, kitchens, dishes, etc., right? Just write it down here, explain it, everything. Like, just do a brain dump of everything. And then number 2, what is the current state and condition of your car? Is it dirty? Needing car wash? Is there trash on the floor? Do you have a clean or messy trunk or storage compartments? Are there broken items that need to be fixed for a while? Explain. Again, everything. Maybe it's cracked windshield. Maybe, the rearview mirror is falling off. Maybe, you've been like putting off getting new tires or brakes or whatever it may be, right? And currently, what is the state of your barber station? Is it average, good enough, or is it clean to perfection with no hair anywhere inside the drawer or on top? How is the status of your drawers? Do you have a plethora of unused and unwanted materials piling up, right? A lot of times barbers, we keep up a lot of like clippers and stuff we don't need and products we don't need anymore. What's like the current status of this? And a lot of times too, also we just throw shit randomly around. Number 4, what is the current state of your phone? Are there notifications galore in every app? Is your voicemail full? Do you have more than 10 plus unread text messages? What about your email inbox? When was the last time you cleaned that? Write that all below. Now, write down below how all the things directly relate to the way you cut hair and the way you create content and the way you run your business as a barber. Explain. So every one of these relates directly to a part of your business. And honestly, it's going to be you to figure out where these line up at, right? Make the connections with the problems you've been having in your business. Right? Make the connections with your clients. Make the connections with how your haircut quality is. Make the connections with your content quality. Make the connections with everything that you've done so far, and how all these intertwine and interrelate with each other. And number 6, the best way to fix one area of your life is to raise your standard. Now is your time to choose a different life standard and start living in excellence in every part of your life. Clean each of the above as mentioned in your answers 1 through 4 in the next week, and choose one of those areas to do right now. So like we said, pause this video and do this right now. This is the action item you must do right now. Pause this video and choose one of these 4 areas to clean up right now. And write out below which one of the 4 areas you'll clean right now, as well as stating that you will have all 4 areas above cleaned in excellence by the date that is 7 days from now. So example, you write down whatever you have, and then I, enter your name, will have all 4 areas of my life cleaned in excellence by such and such date. Do not clean anything else except that one item for right now. All right, do that. Come back to this video. All right, do not clean any more of these items until you've watched the rest of this video. It's gonna be vital. So, tipping the scales. And really, we're the total sum of our, or should say our, not your. We're the total sum of our decisions and past actions. And really, the total sum. We can split these actions and decisions into 2 categories, right? Excellence and mediocre. Each decision or action we take with the level we live in adds a tally mark on the 2 sections. And really, whatever side has the most tally marks is what we believe to be we are. And really, let's use a better visual example for this. So, right here, we have our tipping scale, right? And we have our rocks. These are just like, these are rocks right here. And you can see the mediocre side has a shit ton more rocks. And the excellent side, maybe we do one thing excellence. And each rock is just a representation of like an action we take, right? So every action we take, whether it be an excellence or mediocrity, is going to go up onto a scale. And whatever side has the most rocks on it is what we believe. And what we believe is our reality. So if we have more rocks on the mediocre side, well, we're going to believe that we are just mediocre at whatever we do. And even though we have one thing of excellence, well, the mediocre side still outweighs our excellence side. So we're going to believe, even though we can possibly do more excellence, well, we're just mediocre. It's all right. And the more actions you take in excellence every day, the little results you will actually see at first. So, let's say all of a sudden you start taking more actions in excellence, right? And you start doing like more stuff, and it kind of, after a while you're like, fuck, I'm not seeing the results. I'm not feeling like I'm excellent. I'm not seeing the results of excellence yet. Well, yeah, because there was so much mediocrity before, and you kind of just even leveled the playing field out. You're not super mediocre, but you're also not excellent, right? And don't worry about this. Like I think everybody's already thinking like once you go from this all of a sudden everything goes on here and the scale's gonna tip. It's not what happens. It's a transition, right? We have 10 on here, and we have 10 on here, and we just take one off, and for an action wise, we put it on here. And each one we have to do, we have to take off mediocre, put it inside the excellence scale. So right here, we see, even though we've added 4 new items and pieces of our life that we're living in excellence, besides the one at first, we're still pretty even between excellence and mediocre. We're not done yet. And you're going to feel like after doing a little bit of work, I'm living in excellence. Well, I'm here to tell you, you're not going to be living in excellence yet. You're going to be getting great, like momentum. You definitely lifted the mediocrity off the ground a little bit and even the playing field, but you're not living in excellence. You still have a lot of mediocrity in your life. So don't feel like just because you did a couple actions a couple times that you're living in excellence and that's it. Because you still have yet to really truly flip this scale. And living every action every day at top level is a long-term strategy, not a short-term fix. Eventually, this is what you will become. So, like we said before, it's not who we are right now. It's not that what we are doing right now. It's what we're going to become. So we're still taking, don't get drawn back of even creating content and you're not seeing the results. Look, even with content, it's going to take a while. This scale is going to take, it's one by one. We have to drop one of these one by one, and it's meticulous every single day at a high level. And eventually, we're going to go ahead and tip the scale. If we continue this onslaught of just living in excellence each and every single day, really just putting our head down and going to work and not allowing us to level off, we're all of a sudden going to see where that excellence just is going to override the mediocrity in our life. And really, we don't want to have this one. We want to have this one over here, but I just kept it here for reference point. Really, we want to live every part of excellence, right? And remember, it's not who we are or were, but it's who we are becoming. So even though this is who we are right now, we're very mediocre, doesn't mean we can't, do and put everything and have the scale look like this. Even if we get to a level like this, it's still not who we are, right? We're still focused on who we're becoming. This is who we're always focused on. And remember this graph? And, it takes time. This is let's say we've been living at mediocrity and we start living in excellence. We start executing at level of excellence. Well, a lot of times we're not going to see the results until way farther down the road. It's exactly how the 30-day attack is. And really, the 30-day attack, you're not going to see results until you start putting excellence into every action of every single day, because it's just going to snowball effect after a while. Now, let's talk about the unfair advantage. And why is it that some people have unfair advantages over others? Why does it seem that there are always, a top tier, upper echelon of individuals who are just blessed while, the majority of us really can't catch a break? And why does most of the world's money belong to such a small amount of individuals? Why does it seem that out of all the athletes in the world, only a handful really get paid big contracts? That's not fair. Everybody should get paid big contracts, right? If I have a job, I shouldn't be getting paid a low amount. I should be getting paid everything. If I'm a barber, I should be getting paid a larger amount, right? And really, why is it only a few barbers who are able to charge $200 per haircut? Are they special or drinking some type of coffee that the rest of us can't get our hands on? What the fuck? This shit ain't fair. And seriously, we see these equations everywhere. We call this the 80-20 principle, right? You can see the graph in the top right, and it's kind of explained of 80% of the planet is water and 20% is land, right? And we see the 80% of the land is in 20% of the countries. And we also see 80% of the sunshine in all of the world is in 20% of those countries. And 80% of the snow and rain is in 20% of the countries. And 80% of the crime is committed by 20% of the population. And really, 80% of health issues are experienced by 20% of people. And also, 80% of struggle and pain is experienced by 20% of people, right? So we see this 80-20 principle really in a lot of areas. And we can continue on, really. 80% of the population lives in 20% of the countries. 80% of the country's population lives in 20% of the states, right? We could see that especially in the United States, right? 80% of the country's population lives in 20% of the states, the bigger states like New York and California and Texas and stuff, right? And 80% of the state's population lives in 20% of the cities. So, 80% of the state's population, especially in California, lives in Southern California. 80% of the city's population lives in 20% of the suburbs. And 80% of the suburbs lives in 20% of the streets. And really, 80% of traffic jams happen in 20% of streets. 80% of traffic jams happen during 20% of the daytime, right? It happens maybe only for a few hours out of the day, right? It doesn't happen all the time, but it happens typically in the morning or after everybody gets off work. It's 20% of the day. It's when most of the traffic jams occur. And really, 80% of car accidents happen on 20% of the roads, right? Sometimes there's a lot of roads or even traffic jams, on 20% of the streets. Some streets, 80% of the traffic jams happen on 20% of the streets. There's some streets who just never get anybody going down them, right? There's some streets in your town that probably get everybody literally just seems to be going down that street for some reason. It's just a busy street. And imagine complaining about like 80% of the world being covered in water, right? Like, imagine 80% of the world, you know, you're complaining, hey, this isn't fair. This isn't fair. That 80% of the world is covered with water. We need more land. This isn't fair. This can't be water. It's too much water for us. We need more land. This isn't fair. And really, imagine complaining about 20% of the countries having 80% of the sunshine, right? It's like, what the hell? Why do you have so much sunshine? You know, the sunshine, it must be the sunshine system. It's corrupt. This isn't fair. We deserve sunshine just as much as they do. What the fuck is wrong with them? Right? This isn't right. This isn't fair to me. And really, imagine complaining about 80% of the U.S. population living in 20% of the states. Right? You have 80% of the people saying, hey, I demand people leave LA and New York and they come live in Wyoming. This isn't fair. Why are you going to go there? This is not fair. I demand that all of you leave there right now, leave from there, and make sure we spread out evenly, because I deserve to have people living in my town too. This is not fair. And we see this everywhere too, right? We see people complaining about this with like what they believe they're owed or anything like that in the world. And really, this is a law of nature that no human effort can change at all, right? The real question is, why does this happen? The question isn't like how do we fix this, or like how can we get people to move out of LA and New York and go to Wyoming? The question is, why does this happen? Why do people go to these states and not Wyoming? Well, it's because of feedback loops. This is going to be a big secret too. It's going to be mind-blowing, because when I've learned about this, what a feedback loop was, changed my whole perception, changed the way I thought. And really, a feedback loop is a cause and effect, right? And this, a feedback loop occurs when the effect from a cause loops back around and feeds back into another strong or weak cause. So you're going to see this: cause happens, we take action, an effect happens, and then the effect then goes ahead and feeds back into the cause, and it creates a new cause, and it just kind of continues going around and around and around. And when this happens, the cause-effect relationship becomes self-fulfilling and amplifies or weakens. So, we see this. I mean, if you've ever been like around, we've all heard it before, when like somebody gets the microphone too close to the speaker, right? And it creates this like really loud like noise, and it just seems to get louder and louder and louder. Somebody needs to turn off the microphone or something, right? Well, this is cause and effect. Cause is, the amplifier is putting out a sound. And the effect is the microphone then picks up the sound, and then it puts it back through and spits it out of the amplifier. And then the amplifier goes ahead and takes that sound, spits it out, of course, and then it gets picked up again by the microphone, and it continues to get bigger and bigger and bigger. That's why you hear it. It at first it's real low, and then it gets real loud at the end of the day, or as people kind of like let it continue going on, right? It gets this like just really piercing sound. You're like, fuck, turn that shit off. Well, it's a feedback loop. Like literally in our life, we could see that feedback loop happen. It just zoom, zoom, zoom. And it is at a very quick pace. Sound happens, it's picked up by a microphone, spit back out. And then once it's spit back out, it's picked up by a microphone again, spits back out. And it just continues this circular motion over and over and over again. It just keeps on building into itself. And we can see this, all over, right? So we can see like for, let's say, number of people looking up at the sky. If you ever had like people, like a group of people just looking up at something or looking at something, that's the effect and cause is gonna be more people look up to see what everyone else is looking at. People are curious; they want to see what everyone else is looking at. And when more people look up to see what everyone else is looking at, again, more a number of people start looking up at the sky, and then more people go ahead and start looking up, and it's just boom, boom, boom. More people just start like turning their heads, like, what's going on? I want to see. And people making good money and living in a city, right? When people start making good money and living in a certain city, other people are like, well, fuck, I want to move to that city. And then people move to that city, and then people make good money and living in the city. And then again, more people are like, fuck, I want to go to that city. Boom. Again, we see this in the barber industry all the time. People are like, well, I need to go ahead and move to a bigger city. No, you're caught in a feedback loop. You think this is what happens, but really you're just getting drawn into this thing. And then we see, increase of a price of a stock. And when we see a stock price increase on Wall Street, more of an increase in the price of a stock. The best thing, what influences the price of a stock is the price of a stock, right? You're going to see more people, once the price starts going up, people see it's growing. People are like, oh, wow, okay, this is a great stock to invest in. I'm going to invest in it more. And boom, 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 boom. You can see like the stock price just skyrocket. And the funny thing is, this also happens on a negative. You see a positive and negative also here, right? Once, let's say, instead of this increase, let's say decreases price of the stock, and this feeds into the cause, and people are like, oh shit, this isn't good. I'm going to lose money. Okay, I got to sell my stock too. I'm getting out of this thing. And then it just keeps on going. And that's why you see stocks plummet all of a sudden too. So really the value of a stock is the price of a stock. And we can see this happening in a positive where it builds itself up, or in a negative standpoint where people are reactive about like what's happening. You know, it just builds upon itself. And then we see another, again, number of people clapping in a crowd, right? We've all been in a crowd where, you know, clapping just doesn't all of a sudden start happening. There's always like that one person that starts clapping before everybody, and then slowly everybody else joins in. And, you know, number of people clapping in a crowd, you know, the effect is, well, new people in the crowd start clapping. Like, fuck, okay, I got to clap too. And then, you know, number of people clapping in a cloud, you know, new people are clapping. And then, again, new people start clapping again too. So, boom, boom, boom. And it just becomes this big old thing. And, again, one person does something out of the ordinary and gets great results. Bam. More people want to copy that person. And then, you know, one person gets something great result, boom, more people want to copy that person. We see this in the barber industry all the time. This is why this is a feedback loop that's actually very negative in the barber industry, right? Everybody just wants to copy everybody. Oh shit! Oh wait, hold up. You got a shaving gel? Oh fuck! I should have a shaving gel too. Boom. And you just see everybody wants to all of a sudden do a shaving gel. Oh wait, you got straight razors? Oh fuck! I'm gonna start doing straight razors too. Boom. We start seeing this thing take off. Oh fuck, you're doing blades? Oh fuck, I'm gonna start doing blades. Boom, taking off. Oh, you're doing tutorials? Fuck, I'm gonna start doing tutorials. Boom, take off. It's the most like I watch the thing and be like, wow, you guys are really stuck in this shit. And it's like when you start seeing this stuff happen, you can actually take yourself out of the negative feedback loops and really look at this and be like, wow, you guys are sick in the head. You guys got this all fucked up, right? You're just reacting. You're reactive. And, you know, one belief in the industry by a big name, and like, again, in the barber industry, one belief in the industry by a big name, you know, more people start to hold on to belief as truth. And boom, happens again, right? Boom, happens again. Boom, happens again. You know, people just, it's like a virus. And this can be really good or bad. And like, I've seen people have some really bad ones with this, right? Where, you know, like why we're in this program, right? People think that cutting more hair in less time is going to allow you to make more money. When it's not. It's cutting less hair in less time, and we make more money, or less hair just overall, and we make more money. And you know, people think, okay, well, you gotta go ahead and sell products. That's how you're gonna make more money. You know, more people are like, yeah, that's how we do it. And it just keeps on building bigger and bigger. I'm looking at this thing like, you're really worried over $4 or $5, huh? It's crazy. It's madness. Or we look at people who. Like I said before, they want to start like shaving gels or straight razors or t-shirt brands too. This is big. Like, I got to start a brand. Boom. I got to start a brand too. Okay, I got to start doing this thing. And just starts building up. It's madness. It could completely ruin you, completely take you down the wrong path. And really, this also happens with the content. Really, one piece of our content does well. Boom. The effect is more of our content starts doing really well too. And it's going to affect all our content, the rest of our content. So more and more a piece of our content start doing well, boom. And then more and more of our content starts doing well, boom. Again, more of our content starts doing well, boom. Even more of our content starts doing well. And it just starts taking off. This is really a good feedback loop that we're getting into, especially with the 30-day attack. Again, we cut up one of our clients from Instagram content. We post them, boom. More people start finding us and booking us through Instagram. More people start booking us and we start creating more content on them. Boom. More people start booking with us. It's just feedback that keeps on building up and up and up and up and up. So that when we take time off, you know, then we lose this momentum. We lose this feedback loop. We want to keep this feedback loop up. And really, we can see this like we can see this like a live example right here, right? So what you're gonna see right here is literally a feedback loop. So you know, this is gonna be like guy is dancing by himself, just dancing, and you're gonna see a feedback loop of more people or people join him dancing, right? And you're gonna see like, you know, one person going with him, one person's gonna join him, maybe a few more people, and after a while, it's like this feedback loop where like people are literally running, you know, across the park just to join this one guy who just started this by himself, right? So let's go ahead and take a look. So you can see right here, and I have this on mute. He's just dancing by himself. Not really, you should just join himself. I mean, probably tripping off some good drugs. He's just doing his thing. This video is hilarious every time I watch it. You know, everybody's kind of just watching. Nobody's really taking action. Oh, here we go. Here we got one guy. Here's a feedback loop. One person starts dancing with them. Okay, and they start dancing together. They start doing their thing. They're still doing their thing. They're dancing still. They're tripping. And then, they got one more guy. All of a sudden, here's another feedback loop. Boom, more people start joining in and dancing. Oh, here we go. We got 2 more people coming in. See this feedback loop? Oh, we got more people, right? More people start coming in and joining, and more people and more people. And then after a while, we get a lot more people that just keep on joining and just dancing. Even this lady's over here. She's dancing all of a sudden. She wasn't dancing before. We see just people running in wild, madly, just wanted to like join this. We go further, and literally the whole park's all of a sudden just from this one dude. It's a live feedback loop in the making right here, right? Just boom, boom, boom. Everybody all of a sudden wants to join. This is like when people, shave gel. Oh, I should start a shave gel. Boom! Everybody wants to start a shave gel, right? Crazy. And really, even this content's a feedback loop. And I didn't get the person who posted this, but they really only have like 1,000, followers or 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Even though this is dated back to 2009, and even this video, you see, if my slide thing gets out of the way, it's 17 million views, right? And even this probably was like at first that's a feedback loop in itself, right? More people watching it, and more people watch it. The more people that watch it, the more people watch it. Right? And the more people that even watch that, the more people watch it, because people always want to go ahead and gravitate towards things that are everybody else seems to be doing. And it's like this cycle. And it could be the best thing, like if it's your business, but if you're part of this feedback loop, and it's not what you overall want to do and you just get caught in it, it could be detrimental, really detrimental. And really, this exponential distribution of the 80-20 principle is caused by feedback loops. And it's the law of nature, right? And really, trying to fight, the exponential distribution of the 80-20 rule is like trying to stop people from going on the grass to get around this rail, right? There's a rail in the way. It's like trying to tell people, hey, don't walk in the grass. Obviously, they've been walking there. It's probably pretty impossible. They're going to walk around there. They've just done it all already. More people that see this trail, they're just going to keep on walking on this trail, right? The more the trail is worn down, the more the trail gets worn down in. The more the trail gets worn down, the more trail gets worn down. So it makes it impossible to fight. And if you really, if you try, you will end up worn out and make zero effort. If you try to, man guard this thing, hey, no, don't walk here. You can't walk here. I'm like, fuck you. I'm just going to walk past. You're going to get all frustrated. And it's the same thing when you try to fight these feedback loops. You can't outwill this. It's a law of nature. And really, mental feedback loops occur when one thought causes an effect of more thought, which then creates more thought and then sets off in a tenacious cycle. So really, this is what we have for us. Really, what you think is what you think about. And what you think about is what you think about. And then what you think about is what you think about. And you could see like how this can like become very, very good, either positive or negative, because we get feedback on both sides, and it could be either positive or negative, but it just keeps on feeding back into itself in a reflexive cycle. And really, negative feedback loops, right? One meaningless thought can set off a spiral that turns into a belief, which then becomes your ultimate reality. Really, so like one cause is like, I suck at content and taking videos. So the effect is I really suck at content and taking videos. So the feeds back into cause, the effect feeds back into cause. I really suck at content and taking videos, and then the effect is that I really suck at content and taking videos, and then goes back into the cause. I really suck at content and creating videos, and then again, I really, really suck. And just this thing that just amplifies like the microphone, right? Just gets louder and louder and louder and louder, and becomes our ultimate reality. And really, positive feedback loops though can really help us. We see this. I'm good at styling and cutting long hair. This happened for me actually. Right, so like I wasn't good at styling or cutting long hair with shears, but I just told myself, okay, like cool, I'm good at styling, cutting long hair, and I would do an action, and I would do something a little bit correct, even though it wasn't like perfect, but it was a little bit correct. I'm like, hey, hold on a second, I'm really good at styling and cutting long hair. And then, that fed into my confidence and my belief, and what my cause was I'm really good at styling, cutting hair. So, when I got another one of those cuts, the cause was I'm really good at styling, cutting hair, and the effect was, well, I'm really good. I'm getting really good at this thing, right? And then the effect would come back around to the cause. I'm really, really good at this thing. And then it'd be like, no, I'm fucking great at this thing. That would be the effect. And boom, comes back around, and it just builds itself up over time. And this is really a great positive feedback loop. And really, you can have this too. I'm going to bar up this haircut, and you do the haircut, and you're like, you get the same type of haircut maybe next client. You're like, I'm really going to bar up this haircut. Fuck yeah, I'm going to really do this thing. Feeds back into cause. Next haircut, I'm really gonna barb this haircut. Bam. Next one, I'm gonna fucking kill this cut. Boom, I'm gonna fucking kill this cut. Boom, I'm really gonna kill this cut. Right? And we do this all day, every single day. Most of our thoughts are just basic feedback loops that we built up over time. And these cycles can be your best friend or worst enemy. And they can build you up to be the best, to be the Michael Jordan of athletes or businessmen in the world, or they can smash you down until you get deeply depressed and take your own life. And a thought can become a vicious, widespread, person-defining mind virus. And really, this is a virus. It grows over time. The more that you feed it, I mean, it's self-fulfilling. The more that you think about is the more that you think about. You know, what you think is what you think about. And then what you think about is what you think about. What you think about is what you think about. And it just continues this vicious cycle that can be really very hard to defeat unless you're aware of this. And most individuals aren't aware of this, right? We look at that video. Most people weren't aware of like what they were getting drawn into. They were getting drawn to a feedback loop, a live feedback loop, right? And so remember part 1 of how you do one thing is how you do everything worksheet. Well, it's time for part 2. So there'll be part 2 down below. When you open it up, open with this. Make sure you go ahead and click File, click Make a Copy, so you can make your own copy and edit it. So do this worksheet and actions now. This worksheet should only be done when part 1 is complete. So if you've not completed part 1, pause this video right now, go complete part 1, and then come back to this one. So number 1, what was the one thing that you cleaned up from part 1? What did you do and how did you clean it? Very simple, straightforward. Number 2, what emotions came up for you while cleaning it this time? Right? What feeling was, and what feelings and different attitude did you have towards your goal? So a lot of times, like when we start changing our perception of how we do one thing, how we do everything, you know, we can actually have some very emotional, like, and very like different feelings of how we attack things, right? And it's very, very key to like keep note of this, of like how we feel. A lot of times you'll feel like a lot better about yourself. You feel more accomplished, you feel more fulfilled. You feel like, no, I actually got the most out of it. Instead of like, I just had to do it, so it's just tasking. I'm like, no, I did that thing. You're gonna feel proud. It could simply just be like washing the dishes. You'll feel proud, right? And you're starting a feedback loop right there already. And number 3, what would your life be like if you lived at this level of excellence in every part of your life? Explain below. So like, imagine if like you lived at this level of excellence, you know, for every day from now on. How would this, you know, how would you reside? What would your life be like, right? How would things be different for you or your business? Now, number 4. It's time to be 100% honest. Did you clean the last thing to the best excellence possible? Put in 1,000% max effort to get the results, or did you leave something on the table? And really, don't cheat yourself with this. This could be the most important question in this week 2 for you, right? And a lot of people will be like, I did the best I could do. No. We're not going for the best we could do. We're going for excellence, right? Did you leave something on the table? And typically, if you really are honest, yeah. Probably everybody did, because you know now you know what did you allow yourself to get away with, right? And where did you stop short at in your level of excellence? What could you do better with? Write that down below. Number 5, we tend to downplay what we can do and achieve, even when faced with the decision of living in excellence, right? Even after we just explained everything of how you do one thing is how you do everything, we still downplay it and still don't live up to the level of excellence, as you can see. And you must play to win. You must play a big game in order to raise your level standard. Below, commit that you will never sell yourself short again with your effort. That excellence means excellence and nothing less. So you're really making this defining the moment and decision for yourself that, look, this is on you, right? To live in excellence is holding yourself to a standard and keeping yourself accountable. Nobody else can keep you accountable to excellence really except you. And I did mention before, look, if you need an accountability partner, look, go in the Facebook group, type in, hey, I need an accountability partner. And you know what you guys should do every day is at least text or call each other with things that you like, accomplishments that you guys need to go ahead and have completed and by when, and get that shit done. And if you don't get it completed, what got in your way? What did you get lazy to, and what did you procrastinate towards? And don't give bullshit excuses, because really excellence doesn't come with bullshit. Excellence comes with like, you know what? No, I just put it off. I got too lazy. You know what? I just there is no story to it. It's just, you know what? I just wasn't prepared. I didn't prepare correctly. And then, you know, really figure out, okay, what are you going to do better to make sure this doesn't happen? Well, tomorrow I'm going to prepare. And make sure next time when you say it, you actually do it. That's what excellence is. Excellence isn't just meaning like, cool, I say it and then I'm off the hook. That's not excellence. That's trying to save yourself. It's playing on the defense. It's playing to not to lose. Playing to win means, cool, I say it, I'm going to fucking do it, like maybe even now. And then number 6. Now, the last 3 items must be done completed with this mentality. Go and execute, right? So you only done one exercise for in the excellence category. You have 3 left to do. So go execute those with this new level of excellence. And really, for extra credit, re-clean that other item that you just did to this new standard we have set for you. And really, this is like a trick question. This is not extra credit, but it's like more like mandatory if you truly are raising your standard, right? If you're truly living in excellence, this is going to be automatic for you. All right, so get this done. And finally, kind of wrapping up this section, let's go with the action items. Simple. Raise your lowest standard. How you do one thing is how you do everything. From this moment forward, like really take account of yourself. From the moment you wake up to the second you go to sleep, from your haircuts, everything that you do. You probably also want to review this video a couple times, right? Remind yourself, okay, what is the level of standard I need to live at? Because for myself, when I started learning this, I started rereading and going back over the information I was intaking a couple times, like almost every week, because mediocrity is a virus. It's been implemented in you for a while now. And we really have to take the medication of just putting this on our top of frame of mind at all times, right? We cannot allow ourselves to go to dip below that. As well as like, look, we also hold the Facebook group up to a high standard. If you see somebody not living in excellence, not getting on top of their shit, yo, like, look, you can call them out on it. This is not what this group is for. This group is meant to be living in excellence. This group is meant to be a group of winners who excel in every single area of their life. So uphold that yourself. This is what you got into. This is what you've been wanting. This is how you get to it. Get it done, execute, and with that, I'll see you on the next module. What is good, y'all? Welcome to week 3. This is your boy Deluxe, and really we're gonna go ahead and really start and diving into, so far we've gone extensively over social media. Really, these first 2 weeks have been social media heavy, right? And the pillar of everything that we build off of in this program is really in the content that we create. We're gonna get a little bit more into, now, what do we do with that content, right? Because taking content, creating content, getting clients in from content is all good, but that's not what we're here for, right? We're here to raise prices. We're here to increase our level of play, especially with haircuts and our service overall, right? We're not just here to just create content, even though that's really the base form of everything. And that's really like what we focus on for a better portion, because that's like the ground level of what our whole entire thing is built off of, right? We're not just relying on walk-ins to a shop. We're not being dependent on a shop to provide clients. This is how we input clients into our system. And without clients into our system, the rest of this shit doesn't matter, right? Because we don't have anything that's bringing us new potential people to pay us at a new price. So that's always the first thing that we want to get out of the way. Now, in week 3, what we're going to be going over, we're not going over a price raise just yet. That's in week 4. But in week 3, we have to go ahead and understand, okay, what happens with client conversion, right? And I think a lot of people, they'll say client conversion is, oh, well, I just need to get my fades blurrier, right? I need to have that blurry fade. I need to go ahead and get my shear work on point. I need to get my sections right. I need to get my lines crispier. But when we ask the question, well, why do we do this, right? Why do we even want to better our skills? Well, it's not for if I think barbers in terms think that getting better skills equals you get to be able to raise prices and convert on clients, but really that couldn't be farther from the truth. So we're really going to be talking about this. This is something I've also never really talked about. A lot of this in the program I've never really shared before. I've kept this closely vested, even with a lot of past students, and probably a lot of past students will probably go back to this program like, oh fuck, what the fuck, you didn't never tell me this before, right? And it was just something that was like, for me, I've developed it over the years, and really got it down, honed it into a science. And so we're going to open your eyes to this evolution of client conversion and really what actually converts a client, right? It's not the fact of, okay, cool, let me go ahead and better my skills and that converts a client. That couldn't be further from the truth. So we're really going to like kind of really dive deep into where the break off is at from this traditional way of barbering, and really what we're spearheading with this new era of barbering, right? And really spearheading with this different way of and this new way of attacking and a much more optimal way of attacking your business to create client conversion. Because the old way, if you're in this program, has obviously not been working for you. It's obviously broken your career. You've obviously gotten to a point where it's like, fuck, I can't do this shit anymore. So let's really get you out of this mentality of, you know, what mass majority of the industry is. And really, when you know this, you'll start operating and seeing the barber industry is very different. You'll actually start feeling bad for a lot of other people, but understand why our students and why you have a very high competitive advantage over everybody else. And it's because of, you know, not only week 1 and week 2, really every single week, but this week 3, this thing's a fucking beast. So let's get into it. So what we're going to cover, really, we're going to get into, you know, knowing your enemy, the traditional way of barbering and the death trap of the industry that the industry goes in. Next is becoming the operator and the one calling the shots, the new era, right? A lot of times, like I said before, barbers don't call the shots. They're not the operator of their business. They allow the barbershop to intake their clients. They allow their city even to, you know, determine their price range. And none of this should have an opinion on our business at all. Social media is a big part, but this is really where we become the operator. We really get to connect the dots and connect things up ourselves. And this is really an automated process. Next one is how to implement, right? So how the hell, like after all this, how do we implement this? And next is the pitfalls that we really want to avoid of this new client conversion model. And then really when to attack with this, right? That's going to be the most important thing. So, know thy enemy. Really, the current market. The current market is our enemy right now, right? You see everybody kind of going out to battle. This is on D-Day too, on the beaches of Normandy, right? So if this is kind of like how I view barbers going into the work week. Is they're going to battle. They're fucking going through the waters, and they're dreading it. They know they're gonna get slaughtered. But they keep on going, you know, they keep on going back and back and back and back again each and every single week, just going back into this current market and the way of approaching their business. And really, this is the enemy, right? The enemy is just really how the market is being approached. So currently, like I said before, this is how the industry is being perceived. This is how the industry perceived value flow, right? So the value flow of this is really, you know, clients get service, client pays for service provider makes money. This is how we view it typically. And it's very logical, right? Well, I get a client and the client, I give them a service, or the client gets a service. They then pay me for the service, and then I make money. This is a value flow, right? And with the prior model and way of operation, it's easy to see why service providers believe they are paid solely for that service. And in order to make more money, they must add more service, because obviously, you know, it's just a service and they pay for the service and then I get paid. So to make more, I have to obviously, you know, client gets more service. Then the client is obviously going to pay more for the service. And then obviously me as the service provider makes more money. And if the prior was true, you know, when I was charging $200, my service would look like this. I would do a shampoo, a haircut, a hair dye, hair follicle surgery, you know, product curation for the client, literally right then and there in the barbershop, you know, just whip something up and curate something for them specifically. Beard growth serum, ingrown hair removal, scalp treatment, beard trim, teeth whitening, facelift, blackhead removal, eye retina repair, cavity removal, stylist, tailor, life coach, therapist, chakra alignment, nutritionist, presidential campaign manager, philosopher, car detail specialist, lawyer, construction site manager, wedding planner, childcare provider, business marketing manager, business development, physical therapist, tour guide, foot massage, earlobe massager, IKEA furniture specialist, professional photographer, and oh, by the way, I got my own brand, right? This would be everything that I get, because technically, well, if we provide more, if all we do right here is a haircut and they pay for the haircut and then I get money, well, obviously with this, the more has to be, well, whatever the service provider or whatever the client obviously wants. If they want more of something, right? Well, I can't give more of a haircut. So what do they want? And this is what barbers do. They see the client, they say, okay, cool. Well, I got to give them more. Okay, well, what do they want? Well, my clientele, you know what, they, let me see. Let me go back to, you know what, my clients, you know what, they need teeth whitening. That's what it is. They a lot of them, you know, they just have bad teeth. All of them like are complaining that they don't have white teeth. And I got pretty nice white teeth. So I'm gonna give it teeth whitening, right? So I'm gonna raise prices like $5 an hour for teeth whitening. And then for your next price raise, you're like, well, hold on, I gotta go back to this model. If I want to make more, I got to give more service, obviously, to the client so that the client pays more for service, and that way I make more money. Okay, let me see. Well, you know what? Let me see. Well, a lot of my clients, you know what? They're not that healthy. You know, I'm gonna be a nutritionist. That's what I'm gonna do. And I'm also gonna be doing life coaching because a lot of them have problems. And also, you know what? I'm gonna be a therapist. I'm gonna be there and listening to them. So I'm gonna know exactly their problems, and I'm gonna go ahead and learn all this stuff. Right now, that's how I'm gonna get paid more money because I'm getting my service better. And then they go ahead and do that. I'm like, well, okay, cool. Well, now I want to make more money now, right? I want to make even more than we're doing. So, okay, hold on. I got to go for more service. Holy fuck. Okay, hold on. Well, client wants more. Let me go ahead. Let me think. You know what? Let me see. Well, you know what? A lot of my clients, you know what? They want black. A lot of them, they have blackhead removals, or they want that, right? So you know, they have blackheads. Their skin isn't that good. I'm just gonna go ahead and start providing this to see if that ups my service, right? And this is how barbers think. They're like, well, if this is true, more service equals more client pays for more service equals service makes more. They just start. I've seen like barbers say that they do a bunch of random shit, right? But that's not what I offered when I was charging $200. This is my service offer: a haircut plus beard or shear work, a haircut plus beard plus shear work, and all of the above plus a facial. That's it. 4 services. We're adding silence in here so you understand it's just 4 services. Nothing special to it. I'm not doing anything special here. I'm not doing anything special here. And I'm definitely not doing anything special here. I'm definitely not doing anything special here. And by the way, too, this is also considered a lineup. If you just want a lineup, you're paying this price for a haircut. That's what we're going to be on in terms of understanding this evolution of client conversion. So we don't have to do this just to be able to charge $200, and we just have to do this to be able to charge $200, because this makes your life a shit ton simpler to execute, simpler on you to even buy products for or the materials for versus all this, because we know all barbers who have literally everything in the kitchen sink on their station because they offer all this stuff when I only had to do this bare minimum. And it's understanding what actually converts a client versus what everybody thinks of more service equals more pay for service equals service powered makes more. Completely backwards. Now, I know what you're thinking, but you add a lot of stuff into that service though, that, you know, to make it worth it. You added a lot of stuff into your haircut. You know, you're doing a bunch of different stuff. The haircut, beard, and shear work, you were adding a bunch of stuff, right? You were doing facials, see? Okay, so you were doing something else. You were making something to make it worth it. Nope. Basic services. Don't overthink this. All of us in your current paradigm, if you have those thoughts coming up, your paradigm right now is you think this is true. You're holding this as truth. More equals more, obviously, when that could be more from the fact. If I went to into surgery right now, and I was gonna get surgery, let's say, and it was just to repair, let's say, like a bone. A broken bone, right? They're going to put a plate in my bone. And they're like, oh, wait, hold on. We also want to go ahead and do open heart surgery just to check to make sure, because we offer that too. And by the way, too, you're also going to be paying for brain surgery too. I'm like, oh, I didn't want that. I just want my fucking bone fixed. I don't need all this other random shit in here. That's what barbers are doing. And you know what? Maybe sometimes they're like, okay, cool, that's fine. But this is making more work for you. Why would you do all this? Why would you go ahead and try to do open heart surgery and brain surgery when all they want is this right here? They just want their bone fixed. I just want the plate on my bone and be healed. That's it. You do that excellently well at a very high rate and you get the results from me. That's all I fucking want. People will pay for results. You paid for this course because it got results, not because I offered the kitchen sink. I actually took out a lot of shit because I know this doesn't get results. This tells me and screams to me, I'm not confident in my ability to get results. Please see some value in me with something that screams that might be recommended to you. Whereas I know what the fuck I'm worth. This is big balls. And this is when you have big balls with your shit. When people ask me, what do you charge for a haircut? I said $200. So what do? I do a haircut, beard, or shear work, haircut, beard plus shear work, and then maybe a facial in there too. And they said, okay, well, what else? I said, no, that's it. Big balls. This, you come from scarcity, abundance. And you see almost the equation too. Scarcity, but there's a lot of it, right? Scarcity, but has everything in the kitchen secret here. Abundance, nope, I just got a few. I'm very confident who I am and what I attract, and also my training and what you will learn throughout this program that will get you this level. While everybody else is operating at this level, saying they make 200, but they take like 3 hours to do this shit. We take about 45 minutes to an hour. Now, why we don't operate the traditional way, right? And it should be very simple and straightforward. But in theory, right, this makes sense. But this is not the case, right? In theory, it makes sense, well, to make more, I got to offer more. It makes sense, but it's not the case. Adding more services doesn't focus on the main thing. It only makes us spend more time, lowers our value per hour all the way down, and has us put our focus into something completely different other than keeping the main thing the main thing. That is our main objective. Keep the main thing the main thing. I am keeping the main thing the main thing. You are not keeping the main thing the main thing. You are trying to go ahead and compensate for your lack of understanding of what your client obviously wants, mastery of that skill, as well as you're telling me you have a very scarcity mindset, and you are just not confident in who you are and what you provide. And really, this is how the traditional model works. Basically, stating that you must become something more than a barber because what you paid for in barber college wasn't enough. To me, this didn't make sense. Why did I go to barber college? Why did I spend all those hours? Why did I pay all that money just to go ahead and have to learn more because this isn't enough? And every barber, educator, and platform artist alike will scream this as if it were truth, but it couldn't be farther from it, right? We all go to barber conventions, and every barber will say, you must give the client what they want. If the client wants a lawyer, you be the lawyer. If the client wants a tour guide, you be the tour guide. Whatever it is to make this $200, you do it. No, thank you. I'll do this. Madness. So, what do? We must become the operator of this new era, right? We must not become somebody who listens and is a sheep to this, but the operator and saying, nope, I know exactly what to do. I'm the operator of this. I go ahead and say what goes, and I'm in control. So, how we become the operator of this new era. And, well, if you haven't noticed by now, The Matrix is one of my favorite all-time movies. Literally, like, I will watch this movie probably once a month. Literally will get me. There's so much game in that movie and so many gems that even if you look at the nuances of what each character represents, it's game. One of the best movies ever made, in my opinion. And in that movie, the operator, who is this guy right here, is called when someone who is inside the Matrix needs help or needs to download information or decide on which direction to go. And really, this allows a bird's eye view from the landscape for those inside the Matrix to navigate correctly, to make the correct turns, open the right doors, and prepare for a danger ahead. So when somebody inside the Matrix, right, and I wish I had the actual clip, but when Trinity is inside the Matrix and she is coming up against danger, she needs to go ahead, and she doesn't know how to drive a motorbike or what's it called? A motorcycle, right? And she goes ahead, and whenever they need information, or no, I believe it was a helicopter, right? And she needed to go ahead and fly a helicopter. So what she did, she called the operator, said, operator, I need to go ahead and learn how to fly a helicopter, right? Operator goes ahead, okay, I got you. Uploads the information. She goes ahead and gets it downloaded into her. All of a sudden, boom, within the next second, she knows how to fly a helicopter. She hops in, she navigates this thing around the city. This is exactly how we want to be operating our business. And really, most of the industry has taken all these educators and platform artists as their operator, calling them to see what they must do, right? So everybody's calling the guys on stage. Everybody's calling these guys who are only charging 30, 40 bucks. Hey, operator, I need to raise my prices. What do I do? Operator goes ahead and says, offer the kitchen sink. So guess what everybody does? They offer the kitchen sink. But we know we must become the operator of this new era. We must become this guy. We must become the operator, downloading our own information to get to this barber ecstasy and this business ecstasy of simplified services that solve the problem. So that is all backwards. And really, no longer how you operate your business. No longer will you go ahead and go to these barber shows and look at these educators as they are your operator. No longer will you do that. You'll actually probably look at them and be like, what the fuck are you saying? Just like how I do, right? And really calling them to see what you must do next. This is not how you're going to do it from this point forward. And what you must do instead. Really, no one should be adding anything to their service or anything outside of their skill level until we reach a $60 price point. And I hold true on this. If you're charging under $60, you don't change your services. In fact, you probably want to strip them down a little bit. If your service is under $60, look something like this. If it looks like this and not like this, anything under $60, you're doing something terribly wrong. You've taken the wrong advice already. Strip it down. Because for us, until we reach this point, we don't know what our clients truly want, right? This allows us to fine tune our basics, right? Which most everyone is doing wrong, and allows us to build a strong foundation. So, what mostly everybody does at $60, this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to charge $60. We're going to cut off a lot of the dead weight, because not a lot of people who want a basic cut will be paying this price. They'll probably pay $50. They'll definitely pay $40, but $60, that's for me when I started seeing my business change. So until this price point, we really don't want to change anything, because we still don't know exactly who our ideal clientele is. And we don't want to build out a system that is not fit for our ideal clientele. Because then for me, what I did, I always had to be switching this at every price range. And when I look back on it and I really noticed it, I fucked up. I took so much longer because I really didn't, it was the same clientele. And I was just coming from a scarcity standpoint, because when I raised my price from 25 to 35 or 25 to $30, I did this and completely fucked my whole system up. And I did it for about like a month. And then I was like, why the fuck am I doing all this shit? I'm actually taking more time and for like a $5 increase. And I just cut all of it out. And nobody really cared. Some people are like, oh, you don't do that anymore? Like, no, it takes too long. Right? It just said, no, it takes too long. Okay, cool. No matter. Right? And what we don't want to do is start adding services onto a $30 haircut and trying to scale up that way. Like I said, I've tried it before, and all that adds is stress and more work and not more freedom. So anything under $60, we're not even touching our services. All we're doing is fine tuning our basics, because we want a strong foundation of basics once you reach this price point, because that's when the dead weight is really going to be cut off. This is when our market starts to take shape. Until this price point, we really don't know our market. It's really, we're still going to get the basic like 4 on top mid fades. We're going to get the very basic haircuts, 3 all the way around mid tapers. We're not going to be getting a solid understanding of where to build this shit out at. And until we are charging $60, we still have too many common cuts and not enough proof of concept cuts, right? And really, what's a proof of concept? Well, proof of concept is evidence typically derived from an experiment or pilot project, which demonstrates that a design concept, business proposal, etc. is feasible. And for us, basically that... Wow, come on, dude. Basically, that our content produces a high volume of clients, and that our natural abilities of cutting is drawing a certain type of client to us more often. So right now, you are creating content. And how most of the barber industry goes ahead and operates is they create content to attract more of the same clientele in their same clientele base. But that's not how we want to go. Of course, we're always thinking of our next price raise, but what most barbers do is they'll start getting more clients into their business at a $30 price point and be like, oh, okay, I'm doing good now. Okay, this is right. Okay, so next thing is obviously I got to add more service. I got to perfect my services so I can keep all these clients. So they go and do this, and then they get stuck at $30. And they always try. Whenever I talk to them, like, well, I'm still trying to master my services. I'm still trying to get down. I'm like, yeah, because you threw everything in here and you can't master all of this. And then try to prove it to yourself you should move on. You should have just kept it right here all the way until 60. Backwards. And really, the proof of concept with this is, we're getting clients into our business. We are correctly, our content is obviously striking a nerve with our potential clients who want to come in and pay us. Now, a proof of concept is not a proof of concept until we raise a price point. Until that point, we're just able to produce more work for ourselves, right? If you're producing more clients right now at the price point you are, you're just producing more work. A proof of concept is cool. I'm doing that, and then I raise prices, right? And don't think like from this module, oh fuck, okay, I need to raise prices. Don't do that just yet. We'll get into how to correctly raise prices and when to raise prices in the next week's module. Trust me, be patient with this, but I'm preparing you for all this, okay? So the worst thing you want to do is jump the gun, because then that could fuck everything up. What you want to do is just stay where you're at. Understand, cool, I don't have a proof of concept, but I'm obviously bringing clients in at my current rate. Once we raise prices up, we cut some of the dead weight. Now we have a proof of concept if we're still getting new clients at a new price point. That obviously says, cool, the content I'm producing brings in new clients at a higher price point. That's a proof of concept. Because our concept from the beginning was we create content to raise prices and bring in new clients that will pay that new price. Proof of concept done. And proof of concept, whenever it's something that's done once, it can be done again and again and again. So if you literally have just one new client that books an appointment with you at that new price, no matter if it was just a $15, $20 price range, let's say you're charging $40 right now instead of 20. Even if you got one client at $40, that's a proof of concept that you can do the same thing at 200. That's literally all you need to know. Like literally that's all the confidence you need. If you can do it once at $40, you can do it multiple times at 200. It's just getting into these core principles and really diving out what we need to be doing. So, like I said, proof of concept. Anything under $60 base price is not a proof of concept. It's just a high demand barber, right? It's just somebody who, okay, cool, I have a lot of people who like my fades and that's what I'm doing. That's not a proof of concept. Once passing the $60 threshold, you will start to notice most of the basic mid fade with 2 on top cuts start to die down. And really, they're just gonna be like, nope, it's too much. And really, only clients that will pay this price or like closer, like around $50 are probably only your homies, right? Or people that are clients that are just like holding on because they're like, oh man, I really fuck with your cuts. But they'll drop off once you get to 60 because this is too much for just a basic cut. And really, your proof of concept will start to take shape. Really, you're going to be left with only clients who say, no, yeah, I like what you do. You do this very well. I'm going to continue coming to you because I see the value in this, right? A 2 on top mid fade is not going to see the value in this. And they're not going to be our clientele, obviously. We only want people who see value in this number as well as 200. And so our proof of concept starts to take shape right here. And what we do up until that point, however, is carefully track and collect data on what haircuts we do bring in and what new clients are saying what drew them in from our content. And we go back and double down on the service. And we'll get into this next week, okay? This week is all about, introducing you to this next paradigm shift as well as what to do right now. Right, we're not focused on raising prices right now, like literally this week. This week is all about getting your haircuts and your overall service to the point where we're not doing too much, but we're impacting it at a heavy level to where we can go ahead and get a base foundation of it. Okay, because this is really where the foundation of everything is built off of for haircut wise, right? For our quality wise of everything. So don't worry about this. This will be done in next week. However, if you want to, by all means, any new clients that you're getting in, especially if you have not raised prices yet, I mean, you can, but like at the end of the day, new clients you're taking in right now, they're coming to you at the price point. Those clients might also just not come back to you the next price point. So that's not a proof of concept. That's just, you know how to be busy. That's not proof of concept. Proof of concept is, cool, we know how to increase our prices actually, because most barbers don't have a fucking clue on how to do that. Now, how the fuck do we implement this shit, right? Now this is probably like something that you've never really heard before or really like understood or like knew how to implement in your business. And honestly, like, this was just for me getting frustrated of like, fuck, bro, why the fuck am I trying to add on more shit? Let me just stay simple. Because what I noticed was I just kept on getting the same clients. I'm like, I know people aren't, this client is not going to stay with me till 200. So let me just keep it simple until these guys actually leave. And then I'm going to figure out what to build out with the clients who actually stay and see that value and give them the continued boost. Because if I can take somebody from $10 who pay $10 a haircut all the way to 50, I can take from 60 to 200 as well too. Right? Or at least the same overall service and the same overall aspect and look, right? A simple 2 on the top mid fade from $10 to $50 can also the same, not the same aesthetic, but a different aesthetic be taken from 60 to 200. That's our overall metrics and our overall understanding of this. So how do we implement this shit? By now, you have completed your 14 days of 30-day attack. You should have already done that by now. 14 days complete. 1:30 p.m. I think it was 1:30 p.m. Posting time every single day. If you've missed that mark, you have not completed 14 days. Every single day at 1:30 p.m. Your time. If it's not completed, you still have a lot of work to go. And really, what the fuck is going on? Your new character should make this with ease. Really, we've created that on our own, and this should also be a great notice moment for you to see, okay, what's not working? Where do I need to get better at? Maybe it's better preparation. Maybe it's making sure the morning of everything is set to go so you're not rushing that last minute. Maybe it's also, hey, look, maybe I just need to step my shit up when I'm actually recording because when I go and choose covers, I can't see correct covers. So I'm not actually getting results so far. And also, you've been at least on 4 live Q&A calls, gotten support and feedback, and have been on top of progressing, right? So you've been on at least 4 live Q&A calls, or at least watched 4 Q&A calls in the recordings, and been on a couple live ones, gotten help and support and feedback. You've raised your hand, you've gotten your content broken down, gotten feedback on them, and really, you're on top of your progression. And really, by now too, if you've done both of those things, really the standard should be you're getting 1 to 2 new clients in your chair from your media content per week. And if you and if not, then you know it's either you aren't reaching out for help or you aren't doing the work up to excellence level, both of which are your pitfall. And really, here's how we implement. If you've done all this correctly, here's how we implement from now on. Our pricing tiers. This is going to be incredible because nobody looks at the industry likes this. Everybody just kind of sees it as $5 increments, where I don't see that at all. I see this as a much bigger game, much bigger game. And in going through this in my own business, I've seen this take shape. So this is like something where we've, again, nobody in the industry really knows about this or has really like talked about this ever. I've kept this very closely vested because I've just been watching meticulously like a hawk. So pricing tier 1. The $20 to $60 range. Really, this could be anywhere from under $20 too, right? Anywhere from under $20 to $60, right? And really, what we want to focus on during this pricing tier is really our only core focus is focus on key details, the foundation of the haircut, right? Right now, we have too wide of a range of to assess where to dive in with service. Too many barbers right here want to say, okay, cool, $40. Okay, I know exactly where I need to go to be able to get $200. No, you don't. You're still cutting everybody in your town. You like literally everybody who has $40, which is mostly everybody, is going to come to you, right? This isn't like where you start getting focused. This is still where you're focusing on details and core foundations, right? Your clientele pool is too wide to assess where to specifically dive in at. So don't make that mistake. And also, we want to keep our service basic, right? We want to work on structure of the cut and the details of the cut. So we want to work on structure of the fade, how we fade the hair on the head, because that's going to be a great foundation for whatever we get into. We want to work on the smaller details, refining, polishing. We want to work on our line work, on detailing the lines, making sure we fit aesthetically everything to the structure of the head. And then once we kind of graduate to above 60, so we got tier number 2, $60 to $100. And really, right here is where the market, the magic happens, right? Our market begins to take shape. We really start to see, okay, cool. These are the individuals who are really going to see our value, and we're not just going to get basic haircuts. We're actually going to get the cuts that people are like, nope, this is why I go to you. And you're going to start seeing a little bit more repetitive of like your aesthetic type start to take shape. And it's weird. Like right here, it's like a blur. You can't really see anything right here. Right here, you kind of see like an aesthetic taking shape of like what your clientele wants, right? An aesthetic direction of like where to go with this. Even right here, I was still cutting like some wave clients. I was still cutting some guys with like curls on top or man buds and stuff that didn't have beards. But here, the aesthetic really took place. Like I could give you a clear cutout like representation, like drawing of what my client looked like and what the haircut style and what they wanted. Right here, I kind of got like an overall somewhat view. Right here, just blurry. You can't see clearly right here. Right here, you start to see the patterns and like you start to see things start to take shape. Right here, it becomes very crystal clear. Who is your client, right? Until you reach this point, you don't know who your client is. And really, like I said, we have a rough version of what our MVS will look like, which is our minimal viable service, which we'll also get into in the later weeks. But we still have a lot of work to do, right? This is not where we kind of like, okay, cool, I know what to do from 60 to get to 200. Not at all. Not at all. This is where we kind of understand where to go and really where the work starts to come into place. But really, for most of you, you're right here. And you don't need to do anything except focus on core details and keep your service basic. Work on the structure and the details of the cut. And really, at tier 3, the market takes full shape. We can clearly identify who our customer is and what the service they are looking for. And really, our market dominance and service dominance is certain. Like really right here, we really get into the nitty gritty. We really understand, okay, this is exactly what we want. If you wanted me to, like I said before, to draw what my client looked like with a pen, I could do that right now. If you wanted me to draw exactly why my client came to me, I could do that. If you wanted me to say exactly what problems they had with their last barber, I could do that. I knew exactly who my client was. Literally, it got to a scary point where a barber would come in and I would honestly be like, oh, so let me guess. You, barber, did this, this, and this. You're looking for this, and you came to me because of this. And be like, oh, yeah. Hold it. And they'd be just like starstruck. Because first of all, like you got a guy with a huge platform who obviously is like cool as fuck, which is like, you know, don't be a fucking asshole right here, right? You're not like, there's businesses making way more money than this than you. So don't be a fucking asshole. So people will obviously love that about you. But also like, look, you're going to understand exactly who they are. And when I did that, people were like, how did you know that? I'm like, trust me, bro. I know my business. Because most barbers who charge this don't. I've heard of other barbers who charge this amount, who will literally tell other people, just make this your price, just charge 200 and then just wait. And that's how you charge 200. I'm like, that is not how you charge 200. You took advantage of being in a city where it's very huge. You took advantage of a barbershop that had a very huge platform, but this is not how you charge 200. This is not how you do it at all. Right? And this is what's going around. Just charge 200, people will come to you. It's not how you do it. You could clearly see here, like when I went back, I was like, okay, what were really the steps? I was like, holy fuck, this is why people get fucked up. Right? And really for us, we must collect as much data as on each client after a price raise. Prior to that, there really is no use. Otherwise, we're just pulling from the same pocket size of clients that we currently have, right? So if you're collecting data on clients who you're getting new at your current price raise, that's cool because you can get practice in asking those conversations, but that won't help you to get to the next price raise. It's going to help you stay where you're at. And really that's what barbers mostly do. They get new clients. Oh, bro, what'd you like for my haircuts? What brought you in for my content? Oh, this right here. Client's like, okay, cool. I just need to do more of that. Well, you do more of that. That's only proof of concept for your current price point. So doing more of what already got you where you're at is only going to get you more of where you're at, not where you want to go. So this magic doesn't start happening until we raise prices, which is coming next week. Patience. All right. Patience is a key. And really, why we structure it this way? Well, we want to build clients through a proven concept that brought them in at a higher price point, not continue to build out an already booked schedule with an outdated proof of concept, right? This is literally how everybody works. Whenever I ask barbers, what are you doing? Oh man, I'm just working on my craft. I know my clients right now, they want this, they want that, when they want this. I'm like, cool, you're going to stay exactly where you're at. Congratulations. Next, when we do this, we are able to see exactly what brought these clients in, what they saw, what content made it a no-brainer for them, and then be able to see firsthand what they're going after. So after we raise prices, of course, we have a proof of concept, and we can see exactly, what they saw, really, what really caught their attention, right? What content made it a no-brainer for them to really be like, yep, that's the one that I want, right? And sometimes they'll even show you that content. Sometimes, a lot of times I had clients that came into me and they would show me a video specifically of like, I want my haircut exactly like this. And when they did that, I was like, that's gold. That's the gold I'm after. Because this literally was the cut that made you say, yep, I want this. This is exactly what I want. Because they're showing me my exact content. And then really be able to see firsthand, what they're going after. And then most clients willing to pay under $60 will pay for just a nice lineup and fade. But there's a limit on that, as we know. And we want to get outside of that threshold as quickly as possible. However, until that point, we are building the foundations so we can laser lock focus on specialty work needed for $100 plus. So we're not worried about adding more services. We're worried about really the foundations and building a strong foundation of our haircuts. Really, everybody in this program can work on something, and this is happening in next module. We'll detail out of what you need to do in that process. Again, this is just kind of giving you the framework of of the idea of what you need to bring into it. Because if I just told you what to do before, you wouldn't have an idea of why we're doing it, and this is the whole reason why. And really, two price raises per stage. Now, if you notice from the graph, we stay within our principle of raising prices no less than $15, $20 every time. Really, it should be no less than $20, but I know some of you are going to be like, 15, and I'm going to slap you across the forehead. If you tell me you raise prices only $15, I'm going to laugh at you in the group call. It should be no less than $20 because that's the level of excellence we expect. And really, if you're not living up to this expectation, what the fuck are you doing with your time? And if you're doing this type of level, but only raise it up to this, that's a big notice moment for where your confidence level is at in yourself. You need to really have a reality check with yourself. Why am I doing this to myself? Why am I holding myself back? And why am I playing a game small and playing to not to lose instead of playing to win? This is playing to win at every price point. And every time we stay at a tier for no more than 2 price rate changes, depending on where we start at. And really, this allows us ample time to create an infrastructure necessary and the skill set needed for the next price raise, right? And while most barbers think this is a supply and demand game, we understand there must be a reason for scale. And an even better reason to add service to our delivery, right? We must have a reason to scale, and we must have even better reason on top of that to even add to our services. Whereas most barbers say, okay, I just have to keep up with the supply of the demand, so I obviously have to offer more services to keep up with demand. It's fucking backwards. This system's broken. So let's get into the pitfalls of the traditional market. Now, this is the biggest pitfall. Most barbers operate what we should be doing at $100 to $200 at a $20, $25 price point, right? They say $25. Yeah, no. My market's already takes full shape. I know my city. My city won't pay more than this. My market's already taken full shape. And I can clearly identify who my customer is and what the services they're looking for. And really, I got market dominance with this. I just got to cut more heads. I just got to do like $15 to $20 minute haircuts, and I got market dominance. And really, my service dominance, I'm doing like the services that I need to do because my clients, I'm booked out. This is a madness. They've literally just like fucked themselves over by getting to this stage at this price point, when you should really be only at this price point when you take this. You can do this at any stage, but this is not necessary until we get here. They just fuck themselves. And this is what most of the industry does. Just fuck themselves. And most, if not all, the industry takes this approach. And many of you have probably have already been told that as well. Many of you in this program have probably already been told, whether by big educator, maybe somebody in your barbershop told you, nah, what? You already know who your market is. You already know who your clientele is, right? We can clearly identify this, right? You got market dominance. And you know what your services you should be offering. Just stay at this price point. It's a crabs in the bucket mentality. There's no growth in that. You're just fucking yourself. And you want to avoid this at all costs, right? You must avoid thinking that you must get skills up to raise prices. This is not what we do at all. What we do is create demand, raise prices, see what our natural, already God-given talents of what we've created have already brought in for us at that new price point, and really go to work seeing where our chips fell. And only then, after we see what brought us in of our content-wise and what we do we look to better our service, right? Once we get up to this point, we see, okay, who fell off, who stayed on. Okay, cool. Where can I go ahead and dive out the service just a little bit better, but not because I know exactly what they want, but I know my market's starting to take shape. Whereas most people, they'll stay at this price range and try to do that. When even then, they're still, like we know right here, they're for everybody. Their market is too wide to assess. Right, we want to slim this market down to exactly who we're servicing with our natural talents, already with who we're bringing in, already with our cutting style. Right, we don't need to do anything different than what you're doing already, and we just need to build on the core foundations of that. And really, we don't, like I said before, we don't only then do we start looking to better our service. So only after we raise prices do we look to better this stuff. We don't look at it right here. This is just foundation. Bettering service, somewhat right here. Then we really get into market dominance. Once we get into the $100, $200 price point, that's when we really take full shape, but we keep it simplified. We keep it with 3 to 4 services offered, not the fucking kitchen sink. And really thinking this is not possible or backwards thinking, right? This is avoid thinking that this is like, oh, what the fuck? I don't think this would happen for me. It can, and it will, and it does, right? I've done this every price point raised since $40. Really for me, I went from $16 to $20 to $25 to $25, $30 to then $30, all under the traditional model within a 3-year time frame. So in a 3-year time frame, I stayed with this type of model, with this type of thinking for 3 years, going from $16 to $30. And by the way, part of that was like offering half my clients $25 who were the old clientele, and then new clients were paid $30. No, just one price. Don't do that bullshit. Everybody's one price. Kids, one price. And I went from 40 to 60 to 100 to then 200 in 2 years, making those exact jumps. This was practice over time. So then I recognized, oh wait, all I have to do is do a $20 increase. And I was like, well, let me go and see what a $40 increase does, right? You don't have to do this. You can still do a $20 increments. But I knew exactly what I was doing. I had a threshold and a mastery of my business. So I was like, okay, 60 to 100, easy. Bam, did that. Then I was like, okay, cool, 100. Well, I'm already switching to something else. I'm just going to go to 200. Bam, did that. Really, this probably was in like maybe less than 2 years, maybe like a year frame, maybe like a good 14, 16 month time frame, really. And really inputting your own theory on this, avoid that at all costs. Don't be like, don't try to think, oh, you know what, I can outsmart Deluxe. I could do a better system than this. Well, if you could have done that, you would have done it already. And like I said before, if you could already do that, you wouldn't be in this program, and you probably wouldn't be the student. I would probably be the student, and you'd probably be the teacher. But you're not. So don't input your own theory on this as of right now, right? This has been tried and true. Apply it, and it will happen. Don't try to doubt it or think it's backwards thinking, and don't think it's not possible because of where you're at. Those are all scarcity mindset. We have the media production. You are getting clientele. This is going to happen. This is proven to happen over a period of time, right? I've done this multiple times with multiple students. We're just explaining it now finally of the process, but this has been done and proven. And really, last thing is, when the fuck do you want to attack, right? We have our eyes set. We have our target locked in. When the fuck do we pull the trigger on this? To this point, you have yet to go over any price raises or the procedure in which to raise prices. And you know what the process is from an overview. So really, now for us, it's time to execute on what we must do to lay the foundations until we reach our $60 threshold. And we will go more in detail of that in the next module. And for most of you, this is all we're focused on. We're just focused on this right now. We're focused on key details and foundations, and keep service basic, work on structure and details and cut. And really, even this, barbers fuck up. And in the next module, we're going to talk about how we do this exponentially well. We don't do this with fucking YouTube tutorials. We don't do this by me telling you how to structure, like how to flick out your wrist. This even is taking a much different view on even just how people learn things. I took out the barber sense of how barbers how barbers educate, and just got down the core aspect. How do humans learn? How do we learn? Right? Because at the end of the day, that's all we are. Humans learning. This is not anything else except we are a human who is learning how to do this. This is not a barber doing this, because then we get into too technical work. It's not technical. And up to this point, you've probably watched all the fucking YouTube tutorials and haircutting tutorials that you could until your eyes bleed. And look where that's got you. So we're not going to do any of that. We're going to take a very different approach to this and stuff that actually gets you fucking results. Because tutorials don't get you results. Tutorials are great when you start out, and I'm not bashing tutorials at all. But to get to the next level, to really hone in on these, we say fuck tutorials. You don't need this shit right now. Maybe when you get here, just for understanding a service, and maybe even here when you get to a service. But right here, no. You know exactly what to do. Stop watching more and more tutorials, because you're just wasting time. You're just not executing. If you keep on watching more and more tutorials, it's because you have a lack of execution. And we're going to get right to that in this next module. So the time to attack is now. Really, let's start getting into this next module and start executing so we can get out of these lower playing fields and that most of the industry resides in, and get to stage 2 and 3 fast. So with that is kind of the wrap up of this first module in week 3. Again, very, very different idea, and we have to set it up this way, and a lot of stuff in this way with these modules, because look, this is a very different way of viewing the industry. It's a very different way of viewing barbering. Maybe even you have thought of this like, oh, you know what, maybe I should do it this way, but have yet to really fully go all in. This is me saying, do it. Go all in. Don't hold back. All right, so with that, let's get into the second module of this week 3, and with that, I'll see you on the next video. What is good, y'all? It's your boy Deluxe, and on this module, we're going to be going over infiltrating client conversion. Now, on the last module, we talked a lot about in theory of really this new approach of how we really attack scaling prices, how we attack even what price range, what we do in the actions to that to convert a client. This module is all going to be about the actions, and really, we're going to start building out exactly what you need to be doing. So by the end of the module, you'll know exactly what you need to do and to affect your service currently. Prior to next week when we get into price raising and finally raising prices, everything is going to kind of be this moving machine that we're not really waiting on, because by now, of course, like we said before, you should be already implementing everything on your 30-day attack. You should be getting results already. Really, next thing is to improve what we're already doing and really convert on clients that we're already getting, and then also working on, okay, how do we convert clients at a higher tier of pricing, right? It's not just like we get them in from social media. We obviously have to be doing something different, and we kind of explain that we don't throw the kitchen sink at our clients and just offer any services. That's not how we convert. So we're going to go into more of the actionable, practical items of what we need to be doing and daily actions too. So what we're going to cover, really how the rest of the industry attacks growth and this really client conversion and infiltrating client conversion, really foundational focus and the importance of foundational focus. Next, we'll be going through, tier 1, really laser focus, right? Like the actions of tier 1. We talked about in terms of we don't be adding anything. We just want to be refining. So what do we actually be doing in that? And then really, we're also going to be talking about honing into our one thing. That actually is with the laser focus and tier 1, and really what makes the boat go faster at the end of the day, right? Our daily actions for mastery of all this, so we can actually get some damn progress, because that's what we're trying to do, is get fucking results. So, how the rest of the industry attacks. And I love this meme. This perfectly explains exactly how the rest of the barber industry actually acts. Like, hey, you offer that service, I offer that service too. Oh, you offer that service, I'm gonna do the same thing. But they're only charging $25. They're the same fool, right? So, if you remember from pricing tiers, right? We have 3 pricing tiers, 20 to 60, 60 to 100, and 100 to 200 plus. Each of these tiers have different actions that we must take to ethically and effectively raise prices without adding a bunch of work on. But what most of the barber industry does says, no, I'm not going to do this, cross this one. No, I'm going to do this, cross this one. We're going to jump right to tier 3. And then also, we're not going to, be charging $100, $200 for this tier. We're just going to be, this is our full market. 20, $25. This is what our market looks like. This is our full clientele. We can clearly identify our customer and what services they're looking for. And really, we have market dominance and service dominance. We just need to cut more heads. And this is where the redundancy of shit happens, because they skip these two and they don't fully implement it, and they take this as truth versus like really questioning it. And like I said, it took me a long time. I intuitively knew this, but it took me a long time until I got outside of the barber industry to fully understand why barbers actually do this, right? I'm like, well, I was just like, why the fuck are y'all doing all this like stuff and just skipping it? Like, you're missing, like this is foundational stuff you build your business off of, because right here, you can't build off anything off of this. You're already fucking yourself. You have to go back to the basics. So what this leads to, right? Barbers scrambling to learn the most random and quirky services to learn, investing thousands of dollars in these services, and just to stay at their current price and keep up with the rest of the barbers in this mindset, right? So a lot of barbers will go ahead and they'll see and hear every barber in either their shop or around their area, or the newest barber on social media that all of a sudden has a YouTube channel and wants to start talking as if they are charging high prices, but they're really charging no more than you, and they'll start saying, oh no, to be able to build a big platform, you have to do this. It's like, well, all you did was you understand what we did in the week 1. That's literally in probably at the most basic level, right? You guys are also going to be understanding exactly what to do a step ahead of all these guys, but really these guys at this level, it's such a wide open market, because everybody just kind of blindly like falling in place right here, and we really have the advantage because we understand what is going on to really infiltrate and really attack this at scale. And really, next thing is barbers literally will become a one-stop shop and do anything for a quick buck. Literally, I've seen barbers at barber shows. They'll buy literally you've seen some of the stuff we've seen at barber shows. There'll be some of the most random, quirky, random items, and they're selling this to barbers. Be like, oh yeah, this is you could earn an extra $5 each haircut. You do 20 haircuts a day, man. That's that's $100 extra each day, man. You cut 7 days out of the week. It's extra $700 in your pocket. We're gonna make $700 without doing all this stuff, right? And without becoming a one-stop shop. Because we know we're not just doing anything for a quick buck. We know what makes the buck go faster. And really, this creates such a low-minded level of business operation that something as little as an eyebrow tutorial on social media will be taken as a game changer and free game, when in reality, you're just getting extra $5. This was jaw-dropping when I saw people really taking an eyebrow tutorial that you get to charge extra $5-10 for as game changer. I was like, this is where we're at in the game. It was mind-boggling. I'm still holy fuck, y'all are behind in this. This is why when you invest in this program, you're gonna fucking win, because you're gonna look at this and just laugh like you guys are just fucked up mentally, right? It's madness. And then really, this also creates opportunists who want to capitalize on this low-level mentality, quote-unquote, and sell it as game, calling themselves a leader in the industry or an educator. So we'll see people who take as opportunists of seeing this, of barbers who are just scrambling to learn the most random and quirky stuff, and they'll just keep on coming up with more random and quirky stuff. And this is where we're at in the industry. It's just a bunch of random, quirky bullshit that has just left the industry it's really left our industry looking like a joke, right? And it's the same barbers who will be like, oh, we got to raise the level of play. And it's like, you're the one who's keeping the level of play down by selling a bunch of bullshit. So we will do better than this in this program. And when you get to really see this and really take yourself out of the industry like I did, you're going to be like, holy fuck, this shit is, you guys are doing some weird shit right now. And instinctively, like I said, I recognize this while cutting hair. But it didn't take until I left the industry, removed myself from the madness of the eye of the storm, and stopped cutting hair to fully see this madness, this mindset has created. Literally, it's just It's an infectious disease. You go, now that you've kind of seen this, you can go to any barber show and you'll probably see stuff. You're like, oh fuck, what the fuck? You're gonna start seeing stuff, the things that I was seeing, and you're gonna be like, what the fuck are you doing? It's not. You're wasting money and time. And then also, why do you think that's a good business idea to sell that too, right? And really, with this system of operation, the barrier for entry is quantity, and we all know what that looks like from the previous video, right? Quantity is throwing the kitchen sink and everything into your services just to charge a higher price. And it makes your life fucking miserable. And honestly, like, that doesn't scale. And you're just going to be having like the most messiest station. Just going to be a headache to operate your business in. And, you know, like we said, this was what we were talking about, right? If, you know, the services, if the previous were true, you know, like we'd be offering shampooing, facelifts, blackhead removals, we would be the lawyer, car detail specialist, all this other bullshit, right? Oh, and by the way, I have my own brand, right? Every time I hear somebody say I'm trying to start my brand, I'm trying to sell some t-shirts, I'm like, you really misdirected. If I see anybody try to start their own t-shirt stuff during this program, I'm gonna rip your head off, right? Because this just screams I have no clue what to do in my business to make more money, so I'm gonna do something that makes me look cool. Do not do this, please do not, and do not ever say this either. There's a time and place for this, and right now is not the time and place when you're charging $40 a haircut. If you start doing this right now, please, I will give you your money back, and you can just leave this program, because this is not what we're here for. We're here to actually get results, not have smiley faces and think that we are starting our brands. No. We're here to create a business for ourselves, okay? And even on top of this too, we're going to be creating a business that does not include selling $5 t-shirts for $30. Trust me, there's nothing new to this. Please, I cannot stress this enough. Do not be this person. Just avoid this. This is the failure uniform, actually. When I see a barber say this, I'm like, oh, you really in the failure uniform? They're like, oh man, I'm just working my own brand. I'm like, oh, you are really in a bad place right now, because you literally don't know what to do with this. You are showing me that you are trying to do this, and you're just going to be throwing the kitchen sink at everything because you don't know what makes the boat go faster. Please just avoid it before I rip your head off. So, what must we shift our focus to then? Well, foundational quality. We don't want to be quantity, we want to be quality, right? The barriers to entry of this is foundational quality. And really, to start off, let's go ahead and at least start off with I have a small video for you of Jeff Bezos talking about really foundational quality and really understanding of this principle. So let's go ahead and play this video.
At the very top of the list is one I've already mentioned, but you'll probably hear it 10 times throughout tonight because it's so central, and it is customer obsession. It's customer obsession instead of, for example, competitor obsession, or business model obsession, or product obsession, or technology obsession. There are many ways to center a business. And by the way, many of them can work. I know and have friends who lead very competitor-obsessed companies, and those companies can be successful. You know, that's not a bad strategy. You have to be really good at close following. You identify winners when you watch your competitors very carefully. If they latch onto something that's working, you duplicate it as quickly as possible. It's a very good strategy in some ways because you don't have to go down blind alleys. If you're not pioneering, if you're only close following, it has some advantages. But it has some disadvantages too. And I like the customer obsession model. I think it's the right one. I think it's better than product obsession even. I think product obsession is not bad, but I think customer obsession gets you there in a healthier way. So that's one of the principles, one of the approaches that we take in every single thing that we do. The second.
So, as you can see, Jeff Bezos right here is talking about in terms of he's customer centric. He's not competitor centric, right? He's not product centric. He's not any of these other business models that in his own right to work. But when the wealthiest man who's built the wealthiest company in America currently today, right, in Amazon, is telling you like what the pros and cons of these are and what his own views are, well, we should probably listen, right? And if you heard him, what's it called? Competitor centric, you're basically lashing on and trying to duplicate the other person's business model and you're trying to see whatever works for them, okay, just bill it. And this is what the barber industry is doing. Some people are very product centric, right? They just care about their haircuts, which works, but like it doesn't get you in there in the healthiest way to be able to charge a high price, right? You're gonna piss off some people because you know what, your product is not fully invested into the best idea for the customer. And really, for me, the way we have tiered everything out is very customer centric, right? We raise prices to make the best product and the best customer experience for our clients as possible. So let's take a look at the 3 tiers again. Okay, so if we see again, right, 20 to 60 bucks. Look, we're very customer centric. We understand these people. Look, they just want a good haircut, but we don't want to stay at this level. But we're going to give them everything that they want at this level. We're not going to give them $100 and $200 service. This is what barbers think. Give somebody $100, $200 service at 20 bucks. And they think that's value. No, give the customer exactly what they want and be able to build on foundational value that will allow you to grow over time. Not just do stuff that's going to keep you here. So again, we focus on key details and foundations. Too wide of a reach to assess where to dive in with the service. So really, we just keep our service basic. These guys don't really care about too much, right? We're very customer centric around here. They don't really care exactly, and I've tested it before, right? It's cool that we add other services in it, but they really don't care. They know what they want, and this is exactly what they want. They want a basic service that keys on the structure and the details of the cut. It's pretty simple. Pretty simple services around here. We're very customer centric. We're not product centric where we're just trying to go ahead and build the best product right here and try to go ahead and scale effectively. We're just giving them exactly what they want at this price point. Right? We're not competitor centric, because if we were, everything the competitor is doing at this price range is doing all of this. When we know this model is broken, why everybody who's competitor centric, seeing what the next barber is doing, try to outplay the barbers in their city because they want to be the best barber. They take this model and try to put it right in here, and this never scales. This scales, and also it keeps our customers happy because guess what? It's exactly what they want. Right? $60 to $100, really our market begins to take shape. Again, we're customer centric. We're always putting the customer first. We're understanding we have a rough version of what our minimal viable service will look like, but we still have a lot of work to do. We understand, look, we want to get to this price range, but for this clientele, they're starting to take shape of like, okay, cool. We got the details and everything in basic services. Now we get a better idea of where we want to dive a little bit deeper into. Right? We get to service these guys a little bit better because we killed off a lot of the clients who want to stay in this price range. The ones who want to stay in this price range, well, they're here for a reason. And it's our job to figure out that reason and build out a service a little bit more, not fully right here, but at least get a little bit more skill to be able to service these clients the best as possible. And then right here, we raise prices, and really we understand what our market fully is, right? We understand, and we can service our client at a very high level and also get paid for it. So this is actually a very customer-centric, ethical way of scaling prices and building out your business. This is not an ethical way to stay at $20 doing this type of service, because guess what? You're going to be too wide of a reach, and you're not going to be mastering anything at 20 bucks because you're going to have so many different clients to serve. You're going to be a master of nothing. It's actually better to get to this price point so you can actually just master one service, master one haircut, and really be the go-to guy for your clients who will pay this, who will go ahead and come to you at this, who do have the demand for you in this, and give them exactly what they want. This is actually customer-centric, what it looks like. The other way is very competitor-centric. So the way we price everything has been always with the customer in mind, not product centric, because product centric would just mean that, okay, whenever we get this up, we get this up. No. We flow with our clientele. We flow with our clientele base. We understand exactly who will pay at what price range, and we structure accordingly with this structure. Do not try to go against the structure because this will fail for you. If you try to go against it, go with the structure. And really, why we focus on quality of cut first. And really, all of you in this program have solid work, right? You would not be admitted on the call with me, that very first call that we had, if you didn't have the solid work that would allow for this process to even actually work for you, right? Let's get that out of the way first, right? You wouldn't be in this program if your work wasn't solid, or if I didn't believe that with this system, it wouldn't allow for scale and growth. However, knowing that, we all of us, including myself, have a few areas to tighten up on. We can all be, I don't even want to say humble enough, but we can all understand. We all have areas that we can tighten up. We all have areas that we kind of slack on, right? And it's these areas that we slack off at tend to allow our lowest standard to be a little too low, and it's truly holding our work back from being held at the next tier, right? Instead of being at $60 to $100, we're only at $20 to $60 because we allow our lowest level of standard in some areas to slack off. And really, you are all top performers up to this point. Your work speaks for itself. Top performers like Tom Brady, like Michael Jordan, aren't looking for a 10% performance increase. They're looking for a 1% increase because they know that's the difference between playing in the big game versus watching it. So all of you up to this point, look, we're not, a lot of you, we're not looking to get 10% better on our haircuts. We're looking to get a 1% increase that will get us to jump from here to here because we understand the 1% is actually the biggest difference to make this jump to this jump. So really think to yourself right now, is there one or even two areas in my cuts right now that would take my work to the next level? Think about it real quick. Do you have an answer? And really, everyone should have some type of answer to that. Everyone, including myself, which I don't even cut hair anymore, can always get better. We can always get better with everything that we do. We are never, the most beautiful thing is we can never master anything. But we can also scale up because we are never not the master of everything. And we can really hone in on things and get them to a much better level than what they are right now. And the problem is, the entire industry's approach to learning and getting better is backwards. Watching tutorials does not make your skills better, right? And we're not going to watch any tutorials in this. I've actually been very, very against any tutorials in this program. There were no tutorials of hair included in here at all. This is not that type of program because that is not what gets results. If it did, this program wouldn't exist. There are limited amounts of tutorials out there, and yet everybody is still fucked in this industry. So please tell me, what is another tutorial going to help you with right now? Absolutely nothing. So instead, we're going to train the one thing that you have been lacking this entire point up until now. This entire thing has been killing you. And your entire career has been missing this one thing. And we're about to finally uncover the mysterious hack that you have been searching for all your life. Literally, this thing has been holding you back probably your whole entire life. Not just in your career. It's been laser fucking focus. Tier 1. So to kind of go in and start off in this laser focus, and as you can see, Predator just fucking attacking with his laser focus beam. We're gonna go ahead and learn from two of the smartest men in the world, Warren Buffett and Bill Gates. This is a video of Warren Buffett talking about probably I think the third or fourth time he was around Bill Gates, and they were at a meeting. And I'll kind of just let him explain from here on.
Investments. Now, Bill and I, his father, many years ago, right after we met, had us a group of about 20 write down on a sheet of paper one word that they thought accounted for their success. And Bill and I, who may have only met twice, didn't know what the other one was writing down. We both wrote down the same word, which was focus. And he was focused on software, I was focused on investments. And it gave me a big...
So, even Warren Buffett and Bill Gates both acclaim focus as the number one thing to their success. And if two of the most wealthiest people in the world equate their success to just focus, then why are we not doing the same? Why are we trying to just watch tutorials and try and do everything else? Why are we not really learning from this? So how barbers stay quote unquote focused? They don't. So long in-depth conversation with clients because they want quote unquote client relations. Number 2, getting into convos about the same sports shit all day long, or the latest music that dropped, or really who is the GOAT in whatever sport, right? Next is going to be taking smoking breaks between clients because they get in their zone that way. Or even I know barbers who take, like they do cocaine at work. This is how they stay focused. Oh, I just got to take a bump real quick. And you're like, oh shit, we just escalated real quick. This is real. Barbers actually think this shit is like called focus. Next one, buying a tutorial course and trying to work on everything that you just watched last night. Right? So you're going to watch everything and then try to work on everything that you just watched the next day. And next thing lastly is looking at whatever is going on outside the shop during the cut, or applying to text snaps or sliding into DMs. This is how barbers stay focused. And probably a lot of you, I know for myself, all of this was me. Actually, I never took smoke. I couldn't do that. But basically all this used to be me. And I got nowhere. This is when I was doing nothing for 2 years. This is what I was doing actually. I was doing all this stuff, but it got me no results. And you've probably done most if not all of this list, and also have gotten 0 results. And really, what my focus was when I was charging a high price and started getting results in my business was simply this: cut hair, take content, collect payment, repeat. Cut hair, take content, collect payment, repeat. That was all. This is cut hair focus mode. I'm not focused on what he's doing. I'm not focused on what he's doing. I'm not focused on conversation over here. Cut hair. Once hair done, or once, and also taking content. Once that is complete, I collect my payment and just repeat. Nothing else. No talking, no conversations, no distraction. Cut hair, take content, collect payment, repeat. And really, it's just focus. We can see this again, right? This was me. Cut hair, take content, collect payment, repeat. This is other barbers who are all in the barbershop. This is their cut hair. Some took content but didn't. Collect payment and repeat. Here's talking about what they did last night. Here's talking about plans for the weekend. Here's like talking about sports. All their energy is dissipated. I'm not in no conversations, no talking, no discussions. Just my one thing. Success. And this is where most everybody gets right here, especially in the barbershop. And you'll actually look, when you go in the next day, go into the barbershop, look around. Just literally shut up for the whole day. Go into the shop. You could talk to your clients for like 5 minutes, just small talk, and then shut up. Your focus should be on work, not all this. All this is why barbers stay where they're at. When you start to realize that and start to see that, you'll be like, okay, oh fuck. And honestly, this makes the game very, very easy because everybody in the barbershop loves the quote-unquote barbershop atmosphere. This is what barbershop atmosphere gets you. When people have lack of discipline, it made it very easy for me to actually get progress because I knew I had the discipline and work ethic. I just had to focus and had to remove myself from all this bullshit, and I would kill everybody else. And that's what I did. Remove myself, focus on one thing. You guys continue doing the bullshit. I'm going to get results. You guys are going to be like, how did you do that? I said, I just stopped talking to you. There was actually a story from Jay Faded in the barbershop. He tells me this very often because he understands my focus. And then if you see from right here, this is actually Jay Faded right here. So we actually used to be, there's like a little bin right here. We actually just cut right next to each other, right in the same shop. And that's done. And you know, there was another side of the shop too, where there was like 4 or 5 other barbers. And then on this other side of Jay Faded, there was probably about another 4 or 5 barbers. So it was a bigger barbershop, right? It was wide open. There's a lot of conversation going on. It's not going to be completely silent. I was the only one that was silent. Even Jay Faded would be talking, right? I was the only one that was silent, locked in. And Jay Faded used to tell me, he tried talking to me a couple times. People would be like saying my name, and I wouldn't respond. And to be honest with you, I don't remember that because I never heard it. That's how focused I was. I didn't have any headphones in. Sometimes I would, but that's how laser locked my focus was. I didn't care about what was going on around here. I didn't focus on that. This was all blocked out. Really, I just removed myself from this area. This was my bubble right here. This was my only area of focus. Everything outside of this area, it's literally non-existent. Jay Fitty used to be like, bro, I was like literally trying to talk to you all day, saying your name multiple times, and you didn't reply to me one time. Like, are we good? I'm like, I didn't even hear you, bro. That's the type of focus you have to have. Laser locked on your mission, accomplish mission. Don't waver off that. Cut hair, take content, collect payment, repeat. You are not here to create conversation. You are not here to create client relationship. You're here to cut hair. If they're here to have a relationship and be able to have conversation, they need a therapist. They don't need a barber. You are their barber. You are not their therapist. All right. And I think barbers, all educators, like, you have to create relations. No, I don't. I maybe talked about 5 minutes with any client that I used to cut for a new client that I would get in, charging $200. That's about it. Hey, how you doing? How'd you find me? What can I do for you? How do you want to look? Awesome. If you need me, I'm going to just be focused on your haircut. If you need me, let me know. It's going to be doing this thing, kind of be quiet the whole time. Maybe, like, no problem. Because they knew I mean business. I'm not here to bullshit with you. I'm here to cut your hair and execute on what you're paying me for. You are not paying me for conversation. If you're paying me for conversation, you have a limit on your worth. You are not here to create relations. You're here to do your job. Cut hair, take content, collect payment, repeat. No talking, no conversations, no distractions. And if you say, well, that doesn't make fun. Yes, it does, because fun is actually getting some damn results. If you want to go back to your quote of fun of this, again, let me know. I will give you your fucking money back because you don't want this. If you want success and results, you're going to go ahead and just focus on this. If you want to go ahead and go back to what you were doing beforehand, let me know. Because this is not what you're here for. This is not what we're here for. And this is what the rest of the industry is doing. And this is why you see a lot of my other students have success, because they have adopted this and they understand this and they dedicate themselves to this because they see where this is going to lead them to, which is just this average stage for the rest of their life. This actually allows you to have success in literally every part of your life. And what focus is not? Focus is not forcing ourselves to block out the noise, right? We don't go ahead and go in here. I'm not in here like, oh God, don't listen to the Michael Jordan talk. I'm not doing that. Focus is not strenuous or hard, or something that we have to willpower through, right? Focus is not being an asshole or deliberately ignoring others, right? When Jay Fade said, "Hey bro, you good? Like we good?" I wasn't doing that on purpose. I legit never heard him say my name one time. If I heard somebody say my name, I would actually respond, or at least look at them and see what they have to say. But I wouldn't be an asshole. It's just that's how deep my focus was. I was just in my own zone. You couldn't even talk to me at all because I wasn't even there. And focus is not something we achieve instantly. And to really understand this level of focus, I have the master of focus right here, Kobe Bryant. And he got asked, how do you do to stay locked in and really, stay in the moment, stay in the present? That's what focus is, staying in the moment, staying in the present. This was the answer.
Walk us through how you stay in the now.
It's a process. It's a serious process, and it's never perfect and never will be. I can tell you when I started the process. When I started the process, I was in high school, my sophomore year, in class, particularly geometry. I never paid attention. It's kind of my mind would drift, and I would think about other things. And then so we fast forward to a game, and we had a game, and we had a lead. We had a 1-point lead, and I'm thinking the game is in the bag, right? So I'm thinking about the celebration that's coming after, right? And so the opposing team has a chance to tie. They take a shot. I can tell the shot's off, right? So I'm following the flight of the ball. As I'm following the flight of the ball, distracted. My man cuts behind me, grabs off the rebound, puts it in, and loses it, right? So then the next day when I'm sitting in class, my mind's wandering again, and I immediately make the connection of what's happening in this geometry class with what happened in the game. Right? So I took that as an opportunity to say, okay, this is really not about geometry, but it's about locking in and staying present in everything I do. Because then I'm always training, I'm always practicing, I'm always preparing for the game. Right? So if I can stay focused on what this teacher is saying, if I can stay focused on the here and now, and make that a habit, then that'll help me when I'm out there on the court.
Phenomenal. How you do one thing is how you do everything. Kobe understood, holy fuck, because I'm not focused and present during this class and my mind is wandering, that's exactly what happened to me when I was in the middle of the game. Right? So he understood at that moment in time, he made the connection, how I do one thing is how I do everything. If I stay focused and present in this class, well, I'm literally training. This is me being able to train my mind for when I go into the game, I can be locked in, laser focused, because it's a habit. It's a way of life. It's being intensely focused. It's being so in the moment, in the now, that I don't waver outside of any other moment. No matter where I'm at, I'm always in the now, whether it be championship game or whether it be in the classroom. And that's how we have to attack this. We must be present everywhere we're around. We must not be dissipating our energy when we're out with our family, when we are creating content, when we are editing content, when we're cutting hair. We must be one single focus in the here and now, not in a bunch of different areas. And to be honest with you, a bunch of you, including myself before, you have minds that are just going in every different direction, bouncing off walls, being fucking chaotic and just madness, instead of one singular, honed in, fucking killing machine. And really, what focus is? Focus is a habit of not blocking out everything, but staying in the present, right? We don't focus on the habit of blocking shit out. We just focus on the habit of staying present, because that's actually how we stay here in the now and focus in. And focus is when we remove all thinking, and we are just in the being. No thought, no distraction, except in excellence here and now. So we don't remove thinking. Removing thinking is actually thinking, right? And when you when you think about removing thinking, it's like a repetitive cycle. Remember reflexive cycles that we went over in week 2? It's exactly that. If we try to focus on removing thinking, it's not going to work. So all we have to do is just in the being. No thought, no distraction, except in excellence in the here and now. Now, focus is in everyday work. We must work on our focus, how we focus, and how we can train our focus in everything that we do. And the best way to train focus is through constant presence of mind. And the way we train our presence of mind is through meditation, right? I've taken up meditation. It's been a game changer for me. Once I started applying this, literally everywhere in my haircuts in my life, I started becoming much more present, because meditation is just it's not removing thinking, it's just noticing and then being in the here and now. No thought, no distraction. And really, how do we meditate? Well, what I do, I've downloaded Headspace. This is an app that you can get in the App Store, and I have on my phone. You can pay, I believe it's like $60, and it has a bunch of courses on here, a bunch of meditation courses, because sometimes, and it's a guided meditation. I do this every day, every morning for about 15 minutes. It's all you need. Every day, daily, in the morning, 15 minutes. Try to do this at the same time every morning. Pull out your phone, put it in headphones, meditate for 15 minutes, and you're good. This is a daily habit. I've been practicing meditation consistently for about, I would say maybe like 10 to 12 months now, right? And it'll probably, by the time you're listening to this, it'll probably be a lot longer. But I can say this has helped my focus out immensely. And without this, because otherwise all we're doing, and it'll explain in terms of like how to focus a lot more, and take all of the courses that they have in there, not just like on the focus or anything like that. All of these courses they have in here are phenomenal, because all they want you to focus on is just breathing. And that's being in the here and now. That's being in the present. And sometimes we add a bunch of bullshit. And what I love about meditation, this actually is how we train the separation, and we get to really pull the strings, like we talked about week 2, on our character, right? When I'm during meditation, that is my before, like after, really, like for me, working out is meditation, is a form of meditation for me. And also actual meditation, physical meditation, is a meditation for me as well. Because it's just removing myself, splitting myself, and making the, removing my mind and separating it from my body. Knowing that these are two different things. The body is a separate entity and the mind is a separate entity. And knowing that I am the mind, not the body. And really, meditation allows me more of a comfortable space and a very disciplined space. And then so does working out, right? Because the body wants to go ahead and during a workout, if I'm doing lighter weight, lots of reps, it's screaming at me. It's saying, it's hollering, please stop, please stop, please stop. My mind says, nope, keep going. It's the same way we attack meditation, but a much more peaceful process. I recommend doing both. All right, working out and headspace, right? Not working out with headspace, but meditation on its own. 15 minutes a day, all you need, every single day, even on your days off. Meditation. Make this a daily standard for you, right? This has to be worked in each and every single day. Download the app, listen to 15 minutes. It'll have a timer on it. Very, very simple, easy to navigate. Highly recommended. If not, then just sit there for 15 minutes, have a timer on, and just sit there in silence and just count your breathing. I wouldn't recommend do that because there's a lot of other things in meditation, but let's say if you just don't want to, or you just, I don't know, just get headspace. Don't be lazy, get headspace, okay? I don't even want to give you that, the back door, oh, you could just do this. Just to get headspace. And to put it, focus is the absence of thought. It's not the presence or of focused attention, it's just the absence of thought. That's all it is. And it's very, very peaceful and beautiful, and you're here and now. And when you create focus in one part of your life, you create focus in every part of your life, because that's the standard. So really, now the next question is, well, what exactly do we focus on? And really, foundational quality, haircut and beard. And really, foundational quality, really, these are the only two things you must focus on, haircut and beard. Now, within each of those, we must harp on the specifics of each. Haircut, right? We have a structure of the fade of the head, maintain the weight of the bulk, contouring the fade around the C-cup or occipital bone, basics of shear work, overall structure to head shape, side aesthetic, and front aesthetic, right? And then we have beard. Every crispy detailed line, even crispy detailed line, mustache sharp, neckline, beard sharp, beard shape and lineup to fit masculine facial structure, trim to fit face, the C line transition from beard to C-cup, the side structure aesthetic, and the front structure aesthetic, right? These are all foundational qualities that we can all work on and hone in on, not I need to get my straight razor lining. No. Because the straight razor lining is affecting these areas. These are the foundational areas we are affecting. Not the tactic to get there, but this is the core principle again. So, as usual, let's jump into a worksheet to build out what your foundational focus must be on. So, below, you'll be able to see we have a foundational focus worksheet that you can go ahead and get on Google Docs. Again, once you get into Google Docs, go ahead and click File, click Make Copy. Make a copy. That way you can edit this on your own, because you will not be able to edit this one. And really, here we go and set foundational focus worksheet. So number 1, below, write out all the daily distractions that keep you away from your foundational focus objectives, right? So simply, whether it be sports, you watch sports, you talk about sports, bullshitting in the shop, alcohol, weed, drugs, gossip, conversation, etc. All the things that distract you away from your foundational focus objectives during a haircut, during the shop time, right? During on what you should be working to escalate this up. Number 2, from the previously answered, what does all of this take you away from? What does continually doing these actions daily keep you from accomplishing? So if you keep on doing the above, what is it keeping you from? What accomplishments, what progress is it keeping you from if you continue to implement these distractions into your daily life? Answer that out below, right? Number 3, commit to yourself below with a plan of action with how you remove yourself from these distractions, right? So example, commit that you're going to go ahead and remove yourself from all these distractions. An example, headphones, not paying attention to phone or convo, removing myself from convos, not even getting into conversations or anything like that, not even just fully focused on the haircut, meditation. All of these things are going to be great ways for you to go ahead and implement. Again, this is going to be all a process that you must come up for yourself because everybody has different distractions, right? So if it's weed or if it's alcohol, well, how are you going to go ahead and remove yourself from that? Are you going to start removing those people from your life? Are you going to start just saying no more, like all the time? Every time that option comes up, you just automatically default to no. And instead of I deserve it, it's automatic no. I gotta stay focused. What are those objectives for you? Number 4, what parts of your haircut? Now we're just sticking on just the head, just the haircut. Are your strengths, right? What are you good at doing right now that you wouldn't have to improve to be able to charge a $20 price increase? So right now with your haircut service, in your skill set, write out the things that you are exceptional at and that, you know what, if I raise my prices $20, these are not the areas I would want to work on. These are actually areas I don't mind keeping the same, right? Write those out. And number 5, what are your haircut, just the head, weaknesses? What are your haircut weaknesses, right? So what are you subpar at doing at right now? You wouldn't want to have as your standard if you're going to be raising prices by $20 tomorrow. So we already wrote our strengths of what we already know. What are the weaknesses of your haircut, right? What areas are you like, nah, if I can't raise prices $20 tomorrow because this is weak of my haircut, because this is weak, right? And you know, if you need examples, go back to, structure the fade of the head, right? Is the structure of your haircut on the individual's head the weakness? Is maintaining weight around the bulk of the area, right? Maybe you just take the fade up so high and you don't leave any weight around. Maybe contouring the fade around the C cup or the occipital bone, right? Maybe you just have a very flat fade. You don't have something that complements the head. Maybe just basics of shear work, right? Maybe just basics of not going into this complete crazy sectioning, but just at least getting something to where it's evened out on the top of the head and not just like a straight cut across. And then really maybe it's overall structure to the head shape, right? Maybe the haircut and the fade, it just doesn't fit the head shape and the aesthetic. And really the side aesthetic, right? We're not just looking at the blend, but looking at from the facial outer regions of the face, the nose and that outer region, and how that top of the head actually fits on him. And also the front aesthetic, right? Looking from the front, how does the sides of the head look like? What does this top of the head look like, right? Does it look a little bit too short up against the head? Does it look a little too flailing out on the sides? How does it look from the front aesthetic? You want to go ahead and write out these weaknesses. Number 6, what parts of your beard work are your strengths? What are you good at doing right now that you wouldn't have a problem, that you wouldn't have to improve to be able to charge $20 price increase or change to be able to charge a $20 price increase? So what are you good at? Again, we're just working on the beard now. What are you good at? What things do you not need to improve to be able to raise prices? Number 7, what are your beard weaknesses, right? What are you subpar at doing right now that you wouldn't want to have as your standard if you're going to be raising prices by $20 tomorrow? So again, if you need some motivation or inspiration, is every crispy detail line or an even crispy detail line, is your line get a little bumpy? Do you really hone in on the details of the line, or do you kind of just do a subpar work? Mustache sharp, right? How are the mustaches? Are they evened out? Are they sharpened up? Are they nice and trimmed up? The neckline, is it uneven? Is it just like something that you kind of blaze through and be like, he's not going to see this? How's the neckline of the beard? Beard shape and lineup. Line to fit the masculine's facial structure. Do you kind of just put it in whatever like beard structure they have, or do you actually put it into consideration? Hey, look, this guy has facial structure, and I need to complement this thing. This isn't just something that I paint on. This is something that I mold into his face, right? Understanding that, he has something that, like, all men have a masculine facial structure, and we all have different facial, handsome facial tendencies and facial structures, and bone protrusions. So we need to be able to complement everything, right? Next is trim to fit face, right? Is even the beard, if you're trimming it down, does it just kind of stick on and it kind of look like something that you just like glued on, or does it actually fit the individual's face, right? Is it nice and form fitting? And also the C line transition from the beard to the C cup, right? Is that transition nice and sharp and even on both sides? Or is it kind of just like, okay, I'm just going to do this quickly because I just want to get through it, right? The side structure aesthetic. So when you look at it from the side, right, from the cheek, from one side of the cheekbone, is that C-cup nice and trim? Is that bottom line nice and sharp and aesthetically going in the direction downward, or is it kind of a little bit too far on the neckline? Is that back line up nice and crisp, or is it kind of like lazily done and crooked? Also, front structure and aesthetic, right? Do both lines around the mustache area on the beard line up, right? Does the beard, when you trim it down, equal out on both sides, or do you have one side that's flailing off and one side that's like nice and structured to the beard? How does it look like from the front aesthetic? Write that here. Number 8, out of all the weaknesses in question 5, choose the top 3 that will provide the biggest support in raising your prices by $20. So in question 5, it was about the weaknesses of your haircuts, right? So you're gonna go through all of these, right? You're gonna write out plenty in both of these. All right, you're not just gonna write one. You're gonna write a plethora. This is like a brain dump. All right, and what you want to do is take the top 3 of this section and say, okay, if I can only choose 3 that would have the biggest impact on me to be able to raise $20 by tomorrow, what would that be? Write out those 3 right here in no particular order, not 1 through 3, just the top 3. All right. Number 9, out of all the weaknesses in question 7, choose the top 3 that will provide the biggest support in raising your price by $20. Okay, so number 7 again, we go to our weaknesses of the beard. Again, you should have a plethora of these, all right? Not just 1 or 2. You should have plethora. Now, what are the top 3 that would support you in raising, if you could get better in, like, if I could wave a magical wand, you got better in those all 3 areas by tomorrow, they would support you the most and be able to raise your prices up by $20. Write those down here below. And that's how we go foundational focus. So now you have your top 3 areas of both what you need to be working on your haircuts and your beard work. Just like that, right? And you're probably looking at this like, oh, fuck. You probably knew it, but you never did this out in this much detail. This is how we get progress. Not by watching a tutorial, but by actually nailing out, okay, why are we trying to get better? We're trying to get better because we're trying to raise prices, not because we think we need to get better, but we're doing it for a specific price raise. That's how we get progress. That's how we go ahead and continually have the motivation to continue to progress forward to and not stay stagnant, because we're always working towards a monetary goal. We're always working towards something. So let's go back here. So you already want to do the worksheet. Make sure you do that before moving on. Pause this video, get that done, come back, and let's begin with the next section. So honing into our one thing. So now you really, like, we just wrote out 6 items, right? And even though that's a great idea, we're not going to be focused, right? That's still a lot of chaos. And really, by now, you should have 6 items of foundational focus written out. A plan on how to hone in on that and focus and block out the noise. But what do we attack first? Just focus on 1. Again, imagine there's 6 here. Same thing. Just how we blocked out everything of the bullshit wise and just focus on strictly our haircuts. Now we have 6 areas of foundational focus. We only want to focus on 1, because that's how we get mastery. We still hold this principle. In every area, in every aspect of life, you're going to come up with this versus this. Always choose this. Never this. This is never going to get you anywhere. Always choose the 1. Why we focus on 1. And really having 6 areas of... I don't even know what I was trying to say. Having 6 areas of every haircut will set us up for failure and living at a mediocrity for our whole lives. And really, the best path to reach a destination is a straight path. It's not a zigzag or like a small increments. It's one straight line path. And really, we take our straight path to our destination that we desire by just solely focusing on one area of foundational focus and put everything else we do on the cut on autopilot, right? So when we do focus on one thing, everything else on autopilot. Everything else is not even a concern for us. We're like, we have 5 other areas that need to get better. We have 5 other areas that need to get better. No problem. That's going to get to, but we cannot move on until we've mastered this one thing. And once we master this one thing at an excellent level, cool. Then we can work on this one. This now becomes our one thing, and we get this at a masterful level. So instead of 4 areas that are mediocre, we have 6 areas that are truly successful, because we just solely focus on one thing at one time. It's incredible what we can do. And really, our sole focus every cut is going to be is to get that one area up to mastery level. And really, this allows us to make, instead of maybe only 1 haircut worth of focus on that area, we get 8 to 10 cuts every single day, where our sole focus, our only worry is just that one singular area, not 6 different areas. One single area. Our whole body, our whole energy being is just strictly going into getting this one area nice, tight, and focused up. And really, to kind of explain why we do this, my boy Elon right here got a short video for you. So again, let's go ahead and watch this video.
I think certainly being focused on something that you're confident will have high value to someone else, and just being really rigorous in making that assessment, because people tend to, a natural human tendency is wishful thinking. So a challenge for entrepreneurs is to say, well, what's the difference between really believing in your ideals and sticking to them versus pursuing some unrealistic dream that doesn't actually have merit? And that is a really difficult thing to tell. Can you tell the difference between those two things?
Right.
You know? So you need to be sort of very rigorous in your self-analysis. I think certainly extremely tenacious, and then just work like hell. I mean, you just have to put in, 80 to 100 hour weeks every week.
That's
And then
a lot of work.
All those things improve the odds of success.
Okay.
I mean, if other people are putting in 40-hour work weeks and you're putting in 100-hour work weeks, then even if you're doing the same thing, you know that in 1 year you will achieve what they achieve. You will achieve in 4 months what it takes them a year to achieve.
Okay.
I love this clip because obviously high performer. We take out the wishful thinking in our. This is wishful thinking, saying I'm going to work on everything and get it at a successful level. This is wishful thinking, and Elon even states in here humans are flawed with wishful thinking. So we want to take precautionary and be very, very realistic with ourselves and be very, very. I forgot the word he used, but basically be very self-analysis and be very tenacious with our self-analysis. And when he said that, the lady that was interviewing him looked at him like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Well, lady, that's because this guy is a high performer. You're the one who's interviewing the high performer. You're not going to understand exactly what this guy says, right? Because you've chosen the field that you want to play in. You're choosing. I'm willing to bet you if we look at her life, she's doing this all the way around. And she holds this as truth. And this is what Elon does. Nope. Not wishful thinking. One thing. Hone in. Be rigorous with it. And while everybody else in the barber industry spends about 40 hours per week doing all 4 things, which I honestly, let's say we have 4 things, you spend 40 hours per week in total, you probably get about 10 hours of mastery in here. Whereas we just spend 40 hours in a work week on one thing, we will get all 40 hours. Well, everybody's got 10. While everybody else's number 1 is at 10% or 10 hours, we're already at 40 hours. So by the time they get to 20, we'll be at 80. That's how we get progress. That's how, for myself, when a lot of you probably have seen me, or even just a lot of students, they get extreme results very, very quickly. Because we don't do this. We don't focus on damn near the fucking kitchen sink. Focus on one thing. We understand exactly what's going to make the boat go faster, and we get success in that. Mastery, cool. And then move on to the next thing. Then we go to number 2. Number 2, because number 1's already up here. Number 2, you come to focus. Everything else blocked out. Even number 1, you're putting on autopilot because you've already at mastery level. That's our level standard. We're not going below that level standard. Number 2, you come over here. We're working on you now. Once that's done, cool. Go back over here. Level 2, level 1, you're already at another standard. Level 3, come over here. Focus. Boom. And we're not worrying about level 4 until we get level 3. Level 3, you go back. This is already level standard. Level 4, boom, over here. Level standard. Okay, go back. And then you see just complete utter dominance all the way around. And I'll play this video again just so you can see this lady's reaction, because she can't believe it. And it's, to me, I'm like, I can't believe you, like, people actually have that reaction to somebody like this. When I saw this clip, I was like, yeah, of course, I understand that. That's exactly what I do, right? But to most people, and probably most barbers, they think like the lady does. They're like, oh, you're breaking my paradigm. No, that's not truth. We'll watch again. Oh, hold on, go back. Because I love this clip.
I think certainly being focused on something that you're confident will have high value to someone else, and just being really rigorous in making that assessment.
Again, we already determined what was high value, right? Our one thing, our foundational focus is what is high value to make sure that we are able to raise prices up to $20. So again, we're sticking same principles that Elon uses in his billion-dollar businesses, multiple, we're using in our barber business. So of course we're going to get growth.
I think will have high value to someone else, and just being really rigorous in making that assessment, because people tend to, a natural human tendency is wishful thinking. So a challenge for entrepreneurs is to say, well, what's the difference between really believing in your ideals and sticking to them versus pursuing some unrealistic dream that doesn't actually have merit? And that is a really difficult thing to tell you. Can you tell the difference between those two things?
Right.
You know? So you need to be sort of very rigorous in your self-analysis. I think certainly extremely tenacious, and then just work like hell. I mean, you just have to put in, 80 to 100 hour weeks every week. And then,
I love it because she's like, I couldn't even imagine doing that work. Well, that's why you're interviewing him. He's not interviewing you. And ahead of the curve. While everyone else is worried about progressing the overall image of their cut, we aren't being wishful thinkers, praying that our grind or quote unquote working on our service delivery will pay off. We need something more dialed in with predictable results. And understanding this, we must come to the reality that we will never complete the list of 6 before our price raise, before we raise our prices. Otherwise, honestly, that might never happen. But we can at least complete at least 2 of these items and get incredible leaps and bounds in our overall service by mastering these 2, while everyone else around us is still focused on mastering 20 plus different things each and every single cut. So let's hone in on one thing. So of course, we go ahead and have a worksheet with this, and you can go ahead and find this in the downloads below. And it'll bring you up to this page right here. I did not space this out correctly. Cool. So I get to space this out while we're doing this. So, of course, this is called the one thing worksheet. You can go ahead and go up here, make a copy. You can go ahead and make your own copy so you can edit this. So, number 1, out of all the weaknesses in question 5 from Foundational Focus Worksheet, what are the top 3 that will provide the biggest support in raising your prices by $20? So again, we're kind of repeating what previous question was right here. So what were the top 3 in your from question 5? Basically, it was basically question 8 right here. We're just repeating this because we get to go ahead and really hone in. Okay, what are these 3, right? Really, what are these 3? And now knowing what you know, maybe these 3 even change it. Maybe like, hey, you know what? I'm kind of bullshitting myself. I want to change this out because this is actually what's going to push the thing forward. This is what I need to do. Again, number 2, out of all the weaknesses from question 7 from your Foundational Focus Worksheet, what are the top 3 that will provide the biggest support in you raising your price by $20? Again, we're going to go ahead and go with a 3 from question 9. And again, if this is going to be different or like you have a different approach to it now and like understanding, go ahead and maybe change them up a little bit. No problem. But this is going to be your final list right here. So make sure this is right. And number 3, from both questions above, you should now have a total of 6 items. And now I want you to number 1 through 6, 1 being the most important and impactful to raising your prices to $20, to 6 being the least impactful below. So we have 1 through 6 right here. Now all of these are top 3 in their both in both realms of a list that you kind of brainstorm. So again, this is why it's important. We need to have this brain dump of plenty of items that we need to focus on, because then we take the top 3 of that, we cut out all of those, and then out of the top 3 we have 6 total, and then out of those top 6 we number them 1 through 6 and take from most impactful to least impactful. Even out of the top of the ones that we just that previous list, we're now taking the top of the top. So we're really getting down to the nitty gritty of this stuff, right? Give yourself a little more room. So number 4. Now highlight your number 1 thing that you'll be focused that you will focus until mastery. Once you have mastered that, come back to this worksheet, cross it off, and highlight number 2, and work your way down until you raise your prices. Once prices are raised, you will create a new list. So let's say you have, I don't know. Let's say right here you have I don't know. Beard line. Oh no, beard. Let's go like fade to the head. C cup, keeping it dark. 3 would be, I don't know, maybe details of fade, and then just for whatever reason. So you come over here, number 1, you go here, highlight it. Bam. Pick our highlighter. Oh, nope, not that one. Highlighter, so we can see it. So we have number 1 highlighted. This is our foundational focus. So we want to go ahead and put that foundational focus right here. This is where it's going to go. And then we're really going to hone in on that one thing until we've increased mastery. And we're not going to cross this off the list until it's mastered. This might take 2 weeks. This might take 2 months. However long it takes, it doesn't matter. As long as we get this thing done, execute on it. And what we do after that, we come back over here, we're gonna go ahead and go back there. You should have there should be something where we can go ahead and how about this? We'll go ahead and block that off like that. We're gonna go ahead and go down to number 2, and then you go on number 2, and then once that's complete, go there, cross it off, and we go on number 3, and we go on the details of the fade, and we highlight this one, right, and we work our way down. Go ahead, just delete all this. Boom. Boom. So, number 5. Now, collect all the pictures that you want of what you want the desired result to look like, right? So, along with the images, write out what makes this desired result different from than what you put out currently. Don't put any more than one picture below. Less is more. And being very specific with exactly what you want this to look like is key. So, let's say it was contouring the fade to the head, right? Whatever that looks like in an image of what your overall image of how you want your face to come out to, go ahead and add one image out here. It doesn't have to be your image. It could be somebody else's image, of course, but just pick one, right? Less is more with this. We don't want to go ahead and get like 20 different pictures of what our face want to look like because they'll all be contradicting. Just like how we talked about in terms of like, we don't want plenty different mentors that we listen from. We don't want too many inspirations of different haircuts. We really only want one aesthetic. Really, for me, when I used to do this, I used to only pick out one picture, one look, one aesthetic, and try to master that one thing. Because throwing in different things is going to have you like different haircut styles and everything like that is going to force you to create different aesthetics, different looks. We don't want that. We just want one, right? And be very specific with exactly what that looks like. Again, write out what makes this desired result different than what you put out currently. So what does this, what is it, what is the difference between this image and what you do currently? Right? And even so, you can even add a picture of what you do currently and explain what the differences are in the two. So you can see it side by side. Number 6, below in your best words, describe how you believe how this was set up, right? So how do you believe that the picture of the desired one that you want to go and create was set up? What were the points of emphasis and that are harped on to make this haircut different from yours? Example, are the C-cups darker? Is the fade lower? Is the bulk evenly distributed? What are the key emphasis points that actually make this significantly different than your result, right? Write that out, detail. And again, all that we're doing here is coming up with a hypothesis. This is a lot of you are going to be like, oh, I don't know how to do that. Great. Start thinking up of ways and start getting creative of how you can get to that. Because you saying, well, I can't get to that. I haven't done it before, so I don't know. You're already copying out. This is the block that you do for yourself, right? We're literally writing our hypothesis out and then taking it to market, basically to our product, and really testing this out and seeing if our hypothesis is correct. If not, we go in and get feedback. This is how the scientific theory works in real life. Number 6. Oh, wait, no, we already did number 6. Number 7. Now, come up with your own hypothesis. This is where the magic begins, like we said before. Start a brain dump of the ways of the setup of the haircut that is different than what you are currently doing. So how is this overall image that you pick, how is it set up, right? You know, for you, focus solely on the process to the setup, this area you are focusing on. For example, set the guidelines lower. Make guidelines thinner due to my guidelines are too thick. Set up from beginning how high my fade will go, and then fade underneath this point. Don't go any higher than that. Separating top of the hair into simple, clean sections instead of grabbing the hair in globs. Like if we're working on like shear work, instead of like just grabbing globs of hair and cutting it, well, we're gonna go ahead and nice, precise, sections. This is how we come up with a hypothesis. How are we gonna set this whole thing up? Right now, number 8. Now, write out what you must change during the execution phase you are currently doing to ensure this outcome. What do you need to execute on? Remember, this is just a hypothesis. Take your best guess and what you think will create the best outcome to the outcome you desire. So, again, what do you have to execute on, right? When you get to a certain part of that certain section of the hair, what are the key points you must execute on that you aren't doing right now, that you kind of already said before, right? In terms of what are they doing differently, right? What do you have to start doing differently now every time you go into this part of the haircut, and how do you have to act with that? Write that out in detail. Number 9. Lastly, write out everything you must keep in mind during the execution phase. Remind you of what you do and how to execute this. Keep the outcome in mind. Example, when I get to fading the C-cup, I will make sure not to push any guidelines up too high and have extreme focus on the edge of my clipper, not the entire face. So again, this is just a hypothesis. Test out exactly what you want to go ahead and do. And this might take you a few iterations. Let's say if you try this out And you want to do at least like a week's worth of haircuts. If you don't get a result, cool. Come back to this. Come back to your hypothesis. What did I learn after that week? You'll probably do like 50 haircuts or so, 40 haircuts, 25 haircuts. That's a lot of haircuts to do, right? Come back with a hypothesis. Try and test something out. Say, okay, where am I breaking down at? Where am I still not getting it at? I tried this out. It's not working. Where can I get this better at? Number 10. Now, you have a plan of action on how to execute this. Get it done. Most barbers will never get to this point. This is like groundbreaking for you guys because this is how I used to think about everything, right? Break everything down to small increments and the smallest variables I can control and work on those small variables one by one, not the whole image. We want to break this down in the simplest form possible. So we can go ahead and make these, like when you look at the whole picture, a whole entire haircut, it gets scary. Like, oh, fuck, I don't know how to do that. When you break it down to its simplest form, the number one thing that you're going to have to execute on, what are those things that are different? What are the actions that you must execute on differently? This is when it becomes deathly easy, deathly simple. And you're going to get extreme progress very, very quickly. Get this done, execute it. So finish up that worksheet, come back to this video. So next little section, and last section also, make the boat go faster. Daily actions. Now that we have a plan of attack, all we need to do is take daily repetitions on this and we will get progress. Just as Elon Musk stated, if you do 100 hours of work per week and your competition does 40, you will do in 4 months what they can do in a year. Now, by no means am I saying work 100 hours per work week. I'm just using this as an analogy. Please do not do this. We want sleep. And we'll get into this later on when we go on, I believe in week 6 or 7, when we go into habitual actions and the ethos of becoming a $100 barber in the new era. We do not want to do this, all right? There are actions that we take to avoid this, but we still get this type of output. And we're actually going to get a little bit into this right now. Students tend to say, oh, the only problem we're faced now is that we can only cut so many heads per day, since we were only limited to that number. So we can only do 10 haircuts a day. I can only work on it about 10 times. I can only do that so much number, right? I'm handcuffed to just doing this, and then that's all I can work on. And then I just gotta wait till tomorrow, right? Nope. But before I give you the hack, let me tell you a story, right? So there's a hack to this, because this is the wrong thinking. This is incorrect. But before I go ahead and give you the hack, let's get into a story. So there's a story about this collegiate basketball team, right? And they did a study on this collegiate basketball team. They split the teams up into thirds and really wanted to go ahead and do a scientific experiment on to really see, okay, cool, how does an individual really improve? Does really taking a physical action improve their performance? Or can we go ahead and hack this some different way? So with the team split up into thirds, they took 1/3 of the team, and for every single day for a 2-week period, that third of the team focused on their shot. So the whole team as a whole was focused on getting their shot percentage up, right? Hitting a higher percentage shot and improving their shot over time. So what they did with the first group is they said, okay, cool. Every single day for 2 hours, you're going to be in the gym working on your shot, physically taking shots, going to the basketball, shooting the basketball, working on your shot, working on what doesn't work, right? Training, physical training, what everybody does for 2 hours every single day, 14 days straight. So those players did. Then they took another third. They said, look, 2 weeks, don't even touch basketball. Don't even do nothing. Don't even think about basketball. Just continue living your lives, and we'll come back and we'll see how everything goes. So they didn't do anything. They just probably just partied. They were college students. What do you expect them to do, right? And this they wanted to see how they would improve their shot. The last third of the group, they said, okay, cool. You're not going to go in the gym. You're not going to shoot a basketball. You're not going to touch a basketball for these next 2 weeks. You're not even allowed in the basketball gym. But what we want you to do every single day for 15 minutes is sit down in a quiet room, close your eyes, and visualize yourself physically shooting a basketball, working on your shot. And when you visualize this, they told the students, don't just visualize yourself making these shots. Visualize yourself missing the actual shots, having it hit the rim, having it hit the backboard, airballing, and then fixing your shot while you visualize, right? Visualize yourself readjusting your elbow, readjusting your form, feeding position. How much will you push off this next time off your foot? How much will you arc your shot a little bit better this next time around? This is all the things that they just did visually. Did not even touch a basketball for 2 weeks. 2 weeks straight, 15 minutes a day. After the 2-week period, they brought all the students back together, and this is what they found. Of course, the students who didn't do anything, probably just partied, didn't touch basketball, didn't visualize, that third of the students improved their shot by 0%. 0% of those participants improved their shot at all. Then they took the players who went ahead and were actually physically in the gym, and they tested them again, and they improved their shot. The ones who were actively shooting in the gym 2 hours every single day, hard work, by 23%. Pretty damn good, right? Fucking like you're actually getting progress 2 hours every single day. You're seeing progress, of course. You're working on your shot physically. Now, the third of the students who were just visualizing for only 15 minutes a day, like an hour and 45 minutes less practice than actually less than the players who were actually physically practicing, and they weren't even touching the ball. They're just mentally visualizing themselves. Those players actually improved their shot by 22%. Literally 1% less than the players who were actively in the gym. And they thought this was astounding. And what this really proved to them was, holy fuck. Okay, so we can actually improve our shot without taking the physical reps in literally, I don't even know what is that. That's not even like a fourth of the time. Was that an eighth of the time? In the eighth of the time it takes us to improve our shot over a 2-week period, we can improve it by maybe 1% less. Deadly accuracy. And guess what? We're never going to get tired. So we can actually boost this up to a lot longer time periods and probably get even better results. And what this proved was, really, your mind cannot tell the difference between a physical repetition and a mental repetition. Really, it's all the same to the mind. But it's the way you set up the visualization, right? And really, knowing this, we need to go ahead and attack this the same way, right? When COVID struck, we had a lot of students in this program. And you know what? Around this time frame, we were like, oh, okay, well, we have to adjust. We have to adapt. Like, of course, they can't cut hair, but we still got to be able to provide, be able to improve their skill set. So we had our students go ahead and just simply visualize. And you can ask these students. You can ask Beyond Styles, right? Angel. You can ask Jordan, the J Rich. You can ask Gomez. You can ask Noe, right? These guys are all visualizing. And what they all reported back to me is, holy fuck, I'm getting better. When they went back in the shop, like, yo, I'm getting actually better. Chris, too. Chris Meza, right? All these guys are just visualizing like maniacs. 15 minutes a day on their one thing. And they got better not only with that, but they also started visualizing their content. What we also started doing was breaking down, like how we just did with our haircuts, also with our content. Breaking it down to one thing do we need to work on. Visualizing that for 15 minutes a day, how we get better at that. Not only just the haircut frame of like our one thing of like, okay, cool, how we go through that process, but also, okay, cool, when we mess up, how do we react and how do we make this thing better during visualization? That's probably the most important thing. When you actually mess up, how do you react to it? How are you going to fix it? When you make a mistake or in uncharted territory during a haircut, are you calm, cool, collected, or do you start freaking out? We can all hack this during visualization. And when we start implementing this into actual results and actual physical repetitions, it's incredible results that you get. Do not like take this as like, oh God, Deluxe is, I don't know what he's on right now. Trust me on this. This would not be in here if this did not get results. It got results for myself and it got results for plenty of other students. So make the boat go faster. We're not limited to just our physical reps we take. The way we make progress in anything is half physical and half mental. Even I would say 20% physical and 80% mental, right? But we'll just go half and half just because I know I don't have the, what really it's a 20-80-20 principle, even right there, right? And really, just like the basketball players, you know your action. You know what you must work on and you know how to correct it. Taking mental reps gives us an unlimited supply of heads to practice on, mess up, and start over again without having to worry and the stress and the anxiety of like fucking up. And we also get to try out technique you might not be able to try in person through visualization, right? Maybe you're a little too tentative to try something. Literally visualize that, like doing that, and see the result that happens from that. Now, how to visualize, right? Simple. Take out 15 minutes each day. And really, I tend to like to put on classical music or something in the background that's more something to stimulate my mind. And visualization this is key right here. Visualization is not meditation, right? Meditation, we don't want to think. When we visualize, we want to think, right? We want to visualize what the actual, like literally see ourselves, our hands in front of ourselves. Instead of like being in the Gears of War, the third person point of view, we actually want to be in first person point of view, just like how we are in Call of Duty, and see actual hair cutting. Right? We want to feel those clippers in our hands. We want to see the hair and feel the hair literally going through each blade and coming off. And really, we want to relax and think about nothing for the first 2 minutes. Focus on your breath, and then slowly start to visualize you going through your actions of your one thing. Right? So again, we already wrote out this whole process. Go through those actions. And really, you're going to start to see and almost feel yourself cutting hair, making the improvements, starting to seeing the hair fall off with each stroke, and you're also going to start implementing your own steps, right? You're also going to make progression, and really all it takes is 15 minutes. You can get through probably 30 heads in 15 minutes. You can do 30 repetitions in 15 minutes. It's incredible what you can do just doing this. And it's like, what you could do in 3 days, you could do in 15 minutes. It's highly recommended. It's all repetition at this point now. And really key points. Make sure to not only visualize the success, but also the mistakes, right? The gold is in that how you react to the mistakes, fixing that or the way you react, and coming up with a solution to save the cut. And really, this gives you practice on how to act when something doesn't go your way you have hoped in a live cut, and installing the confidence that you have, you can figure a way to save the cut. So instead of like, oh fuck, I'm too nervous to just get, no. When something happens, you know exactly how to fix it because you visualized it happening. You already hacked your way of how you're going to act calm, and you're just going to go ahead and calmly go ahead and do this. I know exactly what to do. And it's amazing what happens when you actually achieve that. So through this, we are literally programming our mind, much as how Trinity did when she was calling the operator to download information. Like we said, you are now becoming the operator of your own matrix, right? We don't have to be Trinity calling when she needs the information downloaded to her. We can literally be like, oh, I need this. Okay, cool. Let me go ahead and meditate for 15 minutes, and I download all the information in my mind. It's incredible. And I know we didn't get to this last time, but in the previous model, you're kind of like, well, what do you mean by the operator? Well, like just how the operator is when Trinity needs information, we don't download it beforehand. When we on the spot and we figure out we need to go ahead and learn this, we just call the operator or basically call our minds or call our visualization, and we just simply download the information into our brains and we're ready to go. And here's a simple, I want to make sure you guys understood exactly what I'm talking about. This is the scene from the movie, The Matrix, when Trinity, she didn't know how to fly this helicopter, so she calls the operator and asks to download it. And let's go and we'll go ahead and watch this short clip.
Can you fly that thing?
Not yet.
Operator.
Tank, I need a pilot program for a B-212 helicopter. Hurry. Let's go.
So this is how visualization works. You find out what you need to work on. Even Trinity in here, she said, Neo asked her, do you know how to fly that? She said, not yet, right? Simply goes and calls up the operator. Basically what we did right there, our whole entire process of coming up with exactly the process that we need to go ahead and attack with this. Goes ahead and downloads the information. This is us visualizing ourselves actually seeing it happening before our eyes. And then, come on, let's go execute, right? I got the shit. I can fly this motherfucker. Exactly how you're gonna execute on your one thing. The client's gonna say, can you do this? Come on, I got this. I just did my visualization. You're gonna feel exactly like this. You're gonna go through the little visualization she did, and then you're gonna go ahead and be like, oh, I got it, let's go. Easy. And really, the power of visualization and the human mind is powerful. The mind can't tell the difference between real life versus visualization, and giving us the unlimited amounts of practice we need. And really, through visualization, this is where we really hack our belief system, right? So we're actually intercepting our own beliefs right here because we've taken action. Our mind actually believes that we actually went through that whole process if we visualize it powerfully enough. You'll actually feel yourself in the barbershop. You'll feel the clippers in your hands. You'll feel yourself in the emotions that you're feeling if you're doing this correctly. If you're totally focused and honed in on visualizing yourself cutting this hair. And then when you go and take the action, you're going to be like, well, I've already done this before. I believe I can do it. So when you go and take the action, you make fully confident it's actually going to get the result that you want. The feedback is, holy fuck, I can do this. This is my new standard. Now your belief is, this is my new standard. This is how we hack this is how we hack our beliefs through visualization. And the only way we can visualize is if we get really, really targeted on exactly what we must hack our belief in, right? And it's one small, simple thing of honing in that one thing. So, action item. Update your 30-day attack sheet with 2 columns. One will be visualize with a little quotation marks of 15 minutes, and the other will be performance. And if you want to go ahead and have an updated version, I actually have an updated version right here for you guys. And I'll have this in the download section. So you can see this is our 30-day attack. Same thing that we have, new clients, but you'll see right here, we have visualize and performance. So in these columns, visualize 15, this means visualize for 15 minutes a day, and performance of the visualization, right? So do not do a, we make this really black and white. Really, really like it's either yes or no. The visualize is not no maybe. It's either a yes or no. Did we get it done? Yes or no. Leaves it real black and white. There's no gray area for us to live in. Yes or no all the way down. These should all be yeses, right? And performance. How was our performance during this visualization? Now, when I see people do the performance-wise, I've seen students go, well, it was okay. It was passable. It was all right. It was a little stronger than yesterday. No, that's not it. That's not what we're going for. Either strong or weak in all capitals. We want to make sure we understand it's black and white. There is no, it's okay, it's so-so. Either strong, it was a strong visualization. If it wasn't up to strong, and that should be our lowest standard, is a strong visualization part, then it's weak, right? If it's not strong, it's weak. The only time it's strong is if it's strong all the way around. If there's any part of weakness, you know you need something to work on, mark it as weak. Make it very black and white for yourself. Do not give yourself a gray area. Too many people do this, right? Same thing with this. Black and white, strong, weak. We need to make this black and white for ourselves, okay? Not, it was okay. No, don't give yourself that back door. Strong or weak. Then you know what to work on. And really, now, let's go execute. You have your one area of focus. You know what you must do to achieve that. Now is the time to attack. So, with that, you have everything you need. You have your one thing. You have your plan of execution. You know what you must attack on. Right now, you must attack on that first number one thing. Visualize every single day for 30 days. Put that in your 30-day attack. Do this every single day. Go over this worksheet every single day, right? Once you cross, once number one, and how you figure out if once you're done with number one is when you're like, nope, it matches the picture in here. Whatever picture you have in here, once it matches that, you're like, cool, that's my new standard. Cross this off the list. You move on to number two, and you do this process all again. Put a picture in here, write out what's different, go through all this process again, and then now your visualization is not on what it was number one wise. You just go move on to number two, and you still stay on visualization. You don't just keep on visualizing the same thing every day. You visualize what we're working on every single day, and it's going to be different at some point in time, right? Sometimes, like once you move on from number one, that's your lowest standard. That's your standard now. You don't have to do that anymore. We're moving on to number two. All our focus is on number two, right? Not number one anymore. Number two. Everything else is on autopilot. Once number two is done, cool. Cross it off. Go to number three. And this is how we move down the list until we raise our prices, which is going to come up in next week's module. So with that, get this done. Focus on this. Build out these worksheets. Figure out what your one thing is. If you need support, hop on our Q&A call. And then ask for support in like maybe what your 1 through 6 is. Maybe even if like, look, do I even have the right number one thing? The worst thing you could do is not ask, is my number one thing the right thing? Because that would actually be terrible, right? If you're focusing on the worst, on not the number one thing that will move your business forward, that would actually be the worst thing for you to do. So if you need support with this, hop on the Q&A call, ask for support, and we'll kind of dive into this and make sure that you are optimized for the number one overall thing. And with that, I'll see you guys in the next module. So, first and foremost, what is good, yo? It's your boy Deluxe, and welcome to week 4. And this is really week 4. We call the pseudoscience of raising prices. And this is what also this module is called. And this week 4. I mean, we're about 21 days in. You've already, well, technically 14 days. No, yeah, 21 days in, 3 weeks. Gosh, my math is terrible. 3 weeks in already. So you should have already by now. Been up to at least 21 days straight on your warm up. You're about a week in, about 7 days into your one thing. Really, for a lot of you, you've already been getting new clients by now. We've optimized your content. We've optimized your actual overall profile to be able to take new clients and optimize really your service delivery for right now to be able to see progress towards condoning our price raise, as well as actually getting to what our $200 service is going to be like. And if you have not done any of that, what the fuck are you doing? I can't say it any more simpler. What the fuck are you doing? Because the longer that you put off things, the longer that you get distracted, the longer you're delaying this whole process. And trust me, if you think you have a lot of shit on your plate right now, in terms of, damn, Deluxe wants to do this, like I said, this is a pressure program. This is going to push you. There's a shit ton more after we raise prices that we're going to throw on, because really we want to get so laser locked in with this whole process. And this is why barbers don't see results. Barbers do standard, typical, normal things. And they get standard, typical, normal results. We're looking for extraordinary results. So we have to do obsessive, extraordinary things to get obsessive, extraordinary results that other people obsess over. Right? Other people are like, how did you do that? I'm so obsessed with how did you charge 200? Well, my input was obsessiveness. My output was then obsessive results. So really want to hone in on that. And if you've been putting stuff off, if you've been somebody who has been going through these modules and not doing the action items, not staying up to date, and worse yet, not hopping on the Q&A calls. 21 days have passed by. Let's get this shit together, because raising prices isn't going to make this shit easier. It's going to require you to step this up another notch. So with that, let's go ahead and get into today's module. So this is what we're going to cover. How the market raises prices and really why that never scales. We kind of went over that a little bit in week 3, but we're going to dive into it a little bit deeper. Also, how and why we raise our prices by the amount that we do. Also, we're going to be going over asking the market for feedback. We're going to get to our minimum viable service, which is our MVS. Really, the whole idea with this is less is more. And then really, we're also going to create your service in this module. So now not only are you going to understand why and how much we raise prices, you're also going to create your service that you should be implementing once that price raise. Really, typically, or ideally, you would want to implement this right now. But some of you might be a little too nervous to do that because your clients will be like, "Oh, what the hell?" But at mandatory, once you raise prices, and we're not going to schedule our price raise until next module. Next module, we're gonna go over in depth of planning it out, mapping. It's not just like, "Oh, cool, I think I'm gonna raise prices this week." No, we map this thing out. So we have a countdown for ourselves. Okay, this date I'm raising prices, so I have to get this and this done. So it really amplifies the pressure of what you must do in these data compartments that we work in, right? Literally no haircut is wasted. And too many barbers right now are wasting haircuts and just kind of going through the motions. All right, and if that's you, if that's you still in week 4, we got a lot of shit to cover. Okay, so first and foremost, what is pseudoscience, right? Why do we name it pseudoscience of price raises and I don't even know what the fuck pseudoscience is, right? Well, pseudoscience it includes beliefs, theories, or practices that have been or are considered scientific, but have no basis in scientific fact, right? This means they were disproved scientifically, can't be tested. This means they were disproved scientifically, can't be tested scientifically, or lack evidence to support them, right? And the term generally has a negative connotation. When used, someone's insinuating the topic isn't based on scientific findings and is therefore lacking truth. And we see this all over the place, right? Think of like the Bermuda Triangle, flat Earth theory, mythical creatures like Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, crop circles, ancient aliens, Apollo moon landing hoax. All these are like pseudoscience is like, well, we can't prove them wrong, but we can't also prove them right. But it's like, well, there's some facts like, well, where the fuck the crop circles come from? We can't just say ancient aliens because it's like, all right, well, where are the aliens at? Well, we can't prove that either, right? Or, all right, Bigfoot. Well, there's like some really there's some things out there, but how do we prove that that's actually came from Bigfoot? Well, we can't. It's just kind of like this really gray area. Flat Earth theory is another one, right? There's a lot of things on both sides, and if it's I wouldn't recommend going into it, but it's actually kind of interesting to see the flat Earth theory, because if you go into it with a very open mind, it's like actually a lot of that shit makes sense, right? They actually have a lot of things that back this up. Bermuda Triangle, again, you can't really scientifically make up, you can't figure out exactly why stuff happens there, but for some reason shit always does. So it's one of these things where it's just like, it's such a gray area. And really, what do crop circles and the way barbers raise their prices have in common? Like, what does that have to do with anything? Really, both can't be explained, to be quite honest, or disproven, leaving many in the gray area of what is possible, right? And I think a lot of you are we've talked before getting you into this program. I'm sure a lot of you are in a gray area before this program. Like, well, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Like, they say to do this, but I can't really prove if that works or not, and I don't really know. Like, it's just this gray area that a lot of barbers I see are just like kind of wandering around, like arguing back and forth, like it's a crop circle, like it's Loch Ness Monster. Like, no. I seen the Loch Ness Monster. I've seen people raise prices up from $20 to $200 in 2 week period. Like, it's possible, and people are like, what? Prove it. I just saw it. Just trust me. It's like, no, we'll prove this, right? And so far, you've seen proof of my business. You've seen proof of other students' businesses. Now we're going to get more into the nitty-gritty of like, okay, cool. How does this process go about? So we don't have this gray area. We don't be living in this gray area anymore. So how the market raises their prices. And as you can see, we have a monkey who doesn't listen or looks but doesn't listen. We have one who doesn't speak. and then of course one who's blindly just speaking. And this is my representation of the market. Ooh. And really, how barbers normally raise prices? Well, they become overbooked. See their demand raise. To when they can't cut any more heads, right? So they want to go ahead and raise when, you know what, their demand raises. Okay, cool. I'm gonna raise my prices when my demand raises. And it's like, okay, cool. Well, you know, I think a lot of barbers in this program too. A lot of you told me at least that, hey, I'm booked out. I can't do anything else, right? So obviously your demand's there. So why still a gray area, right? Obviously it can't be proven. Become overbooked. Again, a lot of you are overbooked. Can't be proven. If you were overbooked and that's all it took to raise prices, no, I don't think anybody would be in this program, right? And if everybody saw their demand raise to where they can't cut any more heads, there'd be probably a 90% of you guys that would not be in this program too, right? This would not be possible. And really add more services that determine they can provide more value. Again, if this was true, a lot of you would not be in this program. A lot of you would just be, okay, cool. I think a lot of us can say we've heard all three of these so far, many times spoken. But and a lot of you also done this, done that, it's still nothing, right? It's a gray area. What the fuck gives? I listen to everything they said, but nothing's happening. And really, go to a class, go to a class and work on styling for cutting hair for 3 years, and they feel like they can raise prices by $5, right? So you hear everybody say, "Well, just go to a class, learn how to style hair, learn how to do things, and then you know what? After that, you can start like raising prices by $5. Then you can do that." Well, that doesn't scale, right? And who wants to wait 3 years? And then I've even heard this one, right? Barbers normally raise prices when they start turning too many clients away. Right, I heard one barber. I was talking to a barber, and he said, "Yeah, I have a 15 turn away rule." I said, "15 turn away rule?" He's like, "Yeah, when I'm turning away 15 heads a day for a couple weeks, every single day, that's why I'm like, okay, I need to raise prices." I'm like, what the fuck? Why would you even get to that point in your business? Obviously, people want a haircut. Why you like 14? Not 15 yet. Can't do it. Madness. And also, when they feel like their clientele can afford the next price, again, crazy. Well, I'm just waiting so my clientele, you know, they can move up with me, because right now I can't raise prices because my clientele can't raise this price range, because you know barbers say, well, raise prices when your clients can afford that, right? Such a gray area. Everybody lives in this. Everybody can at least probably pick 2 or 3, if not all, these ones, right? That they've heard, tried out, and still no results. So what gives, right? And while all these do technically raise prices by $5 or $10. They also don't raise them to a level that creates fast growth that we truly desire. And also, all of these have cap limits on them, right? And if they didn't, again, you wouldn't be in this position you are. And it's like, well, why don't all these things scale? Why like, what else can we do? And when I saw this, I was cutting here for like $20. I'm like, look, I'm overbooked. I have my demand raised. I'm adding more services. I'm going to classes. You know, I'm turning clients away, and you know, I'm waiting until my clientele can afford the price. But I can't. I'm stuck here for like 2 years. Again, 2 years of just doing this bullshit. So why do none of these work? Yet everyone, including myself, believes this as truth, right? Like I said before, I tried all those. I didn't have the 15 turn away rule, but I did be like, well, when I start turning away a lot of clients, I'll raise prices. And still yet, I didn't raise prices. Monkey see, monkey do. Monkey teach others to do the same. This happens all the time. Barber sees other barbers speaking on a quote-unquote stage, takes them as power, full figure, or influencer, quote-unquote, says, wow, this guy must be the one that I need to listen to. I'm just going to watch what he does, not listen to the facts. Remember the monkey who had his hands over his ears. Not listen to facts, not really think critically about this. And then, you know what? I'm just going to do it. Everything he says, I'm going to do. So I'm going to become monkey do. And if you notice, the monkey do from that first picture had his hand over his mouth. So not talking, not questioning. Shut up and do the work. Okay, yes, sir. Monkey do. I got you. Right? And then monkey teach others to do the same. Right? So you probably have this happen all the time in the barbershop. There's always monkey sees, monkey do, monkey teach other things to do the same. These are barbers. Barber sees, barber do. Barbers teach other barbers to do the same. This is what happens in the redundancy cycle of why we got all these, right? Think about where you even learned all these from. Probably didn't come from somebody like me for sure. I know they didn't just pop in my head randomly. They came from somebody, and I don't think it came from you. right? And so we would have to really be like understanding of this whole idea of like, this is what the industry is right now. Barber see, barber do, barber teach others to do the same. Just this redundancy. We're really spearheading this thing to make sure this is not the same anymore. This is literally like, this is completely like broken after this program. But when there is a gray area from what the teacher is talking about, it leaves the student in a gray area wondering what to do, when to attack, and why it will even work, right? I think all of us, if we actually just thought critically, well, why would becoming overbooked really work, right? Like, why not just do it before we get overbooked? Because by the time we're overbooked, then shouldn't we have already raised prices so we avoid this, right? And then see the demand raised to where they can't cut any more heads. Well, why? What if I only have like 1 or 2 spots open? Like, does that mean like I have to wait still, even though I'm like busy as fuck? Like, that might never happen. And then add more services to determine that they can provide more value. Well, what's wrong with my value right now? And like, why do I need to add more? Like, I went to school to cut hair. I didn't go to school to like do facial extractions, and now everybody's telling me I gotta do hair coloring and facial extractions. Like, no. And then go to a class and work on styling and cutting for 3 years, and they feel like if you question this, 3 years for $5, a lot that doesn't even make sense. Turn away clients. This one really blew me away. Like, so I did this somewhat on a smaller scale, but 15 a day, and then really when my clientele can afford it, what? Like, all we had to do is like really think, look at this and be like, this shit ain't working. This should not be the way to go, right? And this was me. I was like, this can't be it. This can't be it. So let's get you on the right track, right? This is why you're in the program. Let's get you on this right track. Let's get you in what we're truly spearheading in this industry. And with this model, exponential growth is limitless. Honestly, you could, even if you wanted to, you could probably surpass well past $200 per haircut. And we'll explain this later on too. So, determining your price raise. And by the way, this is Caesar. Monkey see, monkey do, monkey teach others to do until monkey becomes smart, right? This is what I think of this program. This is Caesar from Planet of the Apes. If you ever watched that movie, fantastic movie. This is like, this is the monkey that we need to listen to. So, foundations. Why we raise prices. And the idea of why we raise prices is always the byproduct of being able to make more and work less, right? So a lot of barbers say, well, you know, I don't want to raise prices because, you know, I'm humble. I want to do right by my clients. I'm like, okay, well, doing right by your clients is actually raising prices, and we're going to get into that, right? It's not just raise prices to be an asshole, right? This does not make us money hungry at all, just by raising prices. And really, too many barbers are afraid to raise prices due to thinking, I want to make sure I take care of my clients. And the whole idea of why we raise prices is to be able to take care of our clients better, give them the service they actually want and deem as value, right? Like I said before, when we're in the lower tiers, we can't service our clients the way we want to because we don't know who the hell our client is. Our client's everybody. We can't do a service for everybody. I don't know if you ever tried to make everybody happy in your life. Like, literally, try to make everybody happy in your life. It's impossible. You're going to piss off somebody with the way you act. But try to make one person happy in your life. Completely doable. It's the same aspect. If we're trying to make everybody happy in our business with cutting hair, it's not possible. We're trying to make a service that everybody can love and will pay us high money for. Never going to happen. We just do it for one person. That's when this thing explodes. So, but what do we deem as value, right? Like, what is this thing called value? I think barbers see this all the time. I'm just trying to add value. I'm just trying to work on giving more value to my clients. Well, what is value, right? Well, let's look at an example to explain value and determine what that actually is, right? So we're going to look at an example real quick. So here we have 3 people. We have Jeff, Sam, and Michelle. And both Jeff and Sam want to take Michelle out to lunch. So obviously, these 2 guys like Michelle, so they want to take her out to lunch. And Sam has been really wanting to go to lunch with Michelle for a while. So he decides to guess what Michelle likes to eat and will choose a place based off that guess. So here we see Sam. He's over here thinking real hard, has a couple thought bubbles. He says, she looks like she's into Mexican food. I saw her eating a burrito the other day. I bet she will say yes to go getting some tacos, right? He also thinks, well, everyone loves tacos. That's got to be it. So I'm gonna ask her to go get some tacos with me because, I saw her eating a burrito last week, and obviously she was eating that last week. Of course, she might want it again. Of course she does, right? So Sam asks, hey, Michelle, you want to get some tacos? And Michelle says, no, thank you. I'm good. Thank you, though. So Sam thinks again, knowing that Michelle doesn't want tacos, and comes up with another idea. So Sam, here we go, think again, right? These thought bubbles again. Sam's just like, okay, she doesn't like Mexican food, obviously, right? She must be into pizza, right? Everyone loves pizza. She can't not love pizza. Like if she doesn't like Mexican food, like it's got to be pizza. It's so broad. It's got to work. Everybody who wouldn't want a slice of pizza right now on lunch? So Sam asks, hey Michelle, want to go get pizza? And Michelle says, no, I'm good. Thank you though. So Jeff asks, hey Michelle, what do you want for lunch? And Michelle says, I'm gonna move for some Thai food. And then Jeff asks, wow, me too. I'm headed there right now. Want to get some? Want to join? And Michelle says, yeah, let's go. Poor Sam, right? So what did we just observe? Right? What kind of just what went on right there with this whole altercation? Why did Jeff get to go with Michelle on lunch, and Sam got asked twice and got rejected? And why did Jeff only have to ask once? Well, Jeff was listening to the market, right? And while most barbers go and spend time thinking of what the client wants, going and traveling to classes is what they think and believe will raise prices for their clients. So when the day finally comes, their clients will look at them as godlike figure who read their mind. We simply just ask the market what they value and build our service off of what the market says, right? We don't try to think, we don't try to implement and be like, this has got to be it. I know clients are going to want to come in swarms for this thing. I know it. I just know it, right? This is how barbers think. And when we don't ask the market, we overthink what value is. And ultimately, we are not our market. We don't know what our ideal client ultimately wants or have problems with, right? So the thing here, Sam is not Michelle. Jeff is not Michelle. Michelle is Michelle. No matter how hard Sam thinks what Michelle wants to eat, he's not her. So he's never going to be able to guess it, right? This is what barbers do. Client, okay. Man, facial. Everybody wants facial. Okay, man, I'm gonna implement that. And then gets facials, and the client's like, oh, I like it. Oh, see, I knew it. This is why I gotta scale up. And then they can't. Right? And Jeff just says, well, what do you want? Well, just a haircut. Cool. Here you go. Really, that's it. So stop trying to come up with the answer to what your clients want to be able to raise prices. In terms of like, what do I need to implement? Like, I think that's the biggest question I always get on calls. Well, Deluxe, what do you think I should implement to be able to raise prices? Like, what is that service? Your service? Well, like everybody's looking for magic service. The magic service is your haircut. It's not whatever else. It's just a haircut. And how we build out from there is how we actually raise prices. So simply ask, right? And I put this in quotation marks because technically we ask in a very different way. It's not just we say something and say, hey client, what are you going to pay $60 for? And they're going to tell you, right? And how we ask our market, right? Quotation marks again. And I have this in quotation marks because we never actually verbally ask them anything. What we do is we present them with a decision to make, right? That decision is, do you value my service as worthy of a higher price? Yes or no? And we present our market with the decision by giving them a notice that we will be raising our prices by a certain date, 14 days out preferably, and see who stays our client after and who drops off. And those who stay on provide us with proof on skill level and value, quote unquote, that we provide with them, right? So this is how we ask our market. People think raising prices is this big thing. No. This is how we gain more information to build out better services to then raise more and get more proof of concept. Raising prices isn't just, man, I'm making all this money. It's no. Okay, cool. Okay, cut all this out. Where the similarities at? What do you guys want? What do you have problems with? Okay, cool. I'm gonna go ahead and learn how to do that. Not okay. I think I'm gonna learn how to do this, and then okay, cool. And then okay, raise prices, bam, and then nobody shows up. You're like, what the fuck? You're gonna be like Sam over here. What the fuck? I thought this out perfectly. What do you mean you don't want this service, right? I just spent thousands of dollars going to this class, flying across the country just to learn how to shampoo with gold flakes in your hair. Like, what do you mean you don't want that? Who doesn't want that? Client's like, well, I don't. I just want Thai food, right? And remember natural selection, and this is from like week 1. And just to review, the natural selection is the process by which organisms change over time as a result of changes in their favorable physical or behavioral traits. Changes that allow an organism to better adapt to its environment will help it survive and have more offspring. And next, natural selection from week 1. So again, here's our overview of everything, right? So again, we have a population of mice moved into a new area where the rocks are very dark, and due to normal genetic variation, some mice are black while others are tan, and of course the black ones blend in with the rocks. Tan ones can be seen. Some mice are eaten by the birds, so tan mice are more visible and to predatory birds than black mice. Thus, tan mice are eaten by at a higher frequency than black mice. Only the surviving mice reach reproductive age and leave offspring. And because black mice had a higher chance of leaving offspring than tan mice, the next generation contains a higher fraction of black mice than the previous generation. And we create the change in the environment. And the best suited candidates for that will adapt. For that environment will adapt and have offspring. Not your clients, but they will produce you more clients, right? So you go to this. This is our market. This is who we cut. This is like plenty of different haircuts, right? Let's say like these are all wave cuts, and these are all like, I don't know, crop cuts or shear cuts, right? We have two different clients. And here comes our price range, right? Price range 14 days out. Price range happens. Basically, bird eats all the tan mice. All of this will look like what our clientele will look like after our price raise, after the bird comes through. Price raise, all these clients drop off. Strong survive in terms of the ones who deem our services worthy. And guess what? This is what we have to create content on, right? It gives us great value. Okay, cool. I don't have these many clients anymore, so I can't create that much content on these clients, but I have all these clients right here still. So I'm going to go ahead and create content on that. And guess what? What you post is what you attract. So once we kill off our clientele, we get a better source of understanding, because right here we're still going to plus the price that we're getting, we're still going to be like having like a shit show. Once we get prices, we go ahead and view it. And what most barbers do is they're like, oh, well, these cuts don't like go ahead and create good content. I'm just gonna stick with these two. It's like, well, if you just looked at everything, don't create content of those people anymore, right? Obviously create content right here. And then guess what happens? More of these clients come in, these clients stay off until we do this again, and just boom, 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 happens again and again and again. Each time we raise prices, this just process happens again and again and again until we're just left with one strain of mice, right? In this case, it would just be black mice. And this is how we go ahead and just get up to just servicing one client overall. And this doesn't mean we do like 1 or 2 price raises. This means that once we get up to like 100, we'll know exactly what our client looks like, what exactly their pain problems are, what exactly they want, what exactly they're looking for in their service. And even then too, we still have a shit ton to learn to get up to 200. That's the beauty about this, right? It's just a boom, boom, feedback loop over and over and over again. But what most barbers don't realize is they never view the market once they cut. They're just like, fuck. They don't see this as information of like, oh my goodness, this is like once I saw this, I was like, holy fuck, this is amazing, right? I know exactly who values my shit and exactly what to do. But what most barbers see is, oh fuck, I don't have any clients. So they want to go back to this because, oh man, I'm cutting so many clients, right? I'm so busy. This makes the client feel good. Or this makes the barber feel good. I'm cutting so many clients. This made me feel really good. I hated this. You should learn to hate take when you get busy, not as a good sign, as a bad sign, right? Because this means you have too many people and you don't know exactly what you need to work on. So we need to cut them off. I loved when I had like very little clients to cut because it allowed me to go from like, okay, I see what's happening here and I see what's happening here. Fucking perfect. Because we collect information here 2 weeks out and we collect information here about another 2 weeks to 3 to 4 weeks out after that, to see where our clients are and dropped off at. Because for me, I was the hawk just looking. Okay, cool. Who's right here? Who's right here? I wasn't worrying about, well, fuck, please come back. I'm not over here like tan mice. Please come back. Please come back. See, look, I'm posting these 2 guys, right? I cut hair real good. Please come back. You guys come back to my business. I cut all you guys. No. Just look exactly what happened. Right? Look at it. Assess what happened. Take who stayed on and who continues to come into you. Create content off that more. Boom, next price raise. Hawk comes in, goes ahead, kills more, then more black mice will show up, right? More crop cuts will show up, more comb overs, more slick backs, more wave cuts, right? More guys with curls will show up. And what you don't want is going to die off, become extinct. And from there, we begin to slowly build the best service around the clients who give us proof of concept, what we really do great at already. Like, we don't have to go ahead and like build, okay, I got to become a great barber at $20 and like have $100 worth of skill, just be able to raise up $5. No. We don't do that shit. And really, how much do we raise prices, right? So we understand exactly the concept of, we're not raising prices to just make more money. We're raising prices to cut off this, to show what our clientele looks like now, so we understand it can build out from there and continue serving this. Because once we get to this is like headache mode. This is like, fuck, I don't want to be doing this right now. Cut this again. Boom. Let's go back to here again. Like, this is the best area for our business to be in, is right after price raise. We work less and we make about the same amount of money, right? And we collect so much data to where when we're making more money, fuck, I gotta get back here. There's no point in me doing all this work when I could be making the same amount doing so much work less. So, how much to raise prices, right? How much do we really want to raise prices by? And let's revisit our pricing tiers, right? So if you look at it, tier 1, we got $20, $60, the $40. Every single one is about $40 until we get up to this, because then it's like infinite after this. After $100 up, infinite. And really, of course, $20, $60, just focus on detail and foundations. Too wide of reach to assess where to dive into with services, and really keep service basic, work on structure, and details the cut, right? We already did this in what's it called? Week 3. Or if you're right here too, we went ahead and created our one thing that we're really focusing on. And this can be done also at $100. We always implement one thing, and I'll show you why later. It's actually pivotal to do this, because it becomes a shit show otherwise. And number 2, tier 2, a lot of you will be moving into tier 2. Maybe a few of you are in the program already, starting out already in tier 2, trying to get to tier 3. But most will probably be in tier 1, trying to get to tier 2. And then, tier 2, market begins to take shape. We have a rough version of what our MVS will look like, but we still have work to do, right? So again, we're going to create our MVS, but even off this, you're still going to want to take off a lot more even in tier 2, because you're still going to be so broad. A lot of you, like, I'm going to stress in terms of cutting out so much dead weight, because it just helps you all over. We're going to get to that later in terms of like makes you lean and really agile to just keep the main thing. And then number 3, of course, market takes full shape. We can clearly identify who our customer is and what service they're looking for. Market dominance and service dominance is certain right after we get in tier 3. And our main goal is to get to the next tier, so we can start to work on a service for our ideal client, right? So if you're charging $20, if you have to go up $40 just to get into tier 2. A lot of you are not going to be able to do that. And a lot of you are probably going to be like, oh, I don't want to do that. What the fuck? Right? And so we go up no less than $20 in increments, right? Because that, for us, allows us 2 price raises to be able to go, okay, cool, 20 to 40, 40 to 60, bam, in tier 2, right? Or 25 to 35, 35 to 55, 55 to then we go into here, right? That's when you're kind of in a little bit gray area. If you want to go up, from like 25 to 40, 25 to 50, no problem with that whatsoever. I think that would actually be more beneficial for you to do that. We don't want to go anything less than 20, right? Because really, in my experience, I've done $5 increases, I've done $3 increases, I've done $10 increases, and I've done $15 increases. Really? 15 even? We're not gonna get this cut that we really need to be able to take in inventory. And remember, raising prices is not to go ahead and make more money. It's to cut these clients out. We're facing them with a decision. $15, still, some of these guys are gonna stay here, and really, that's just clouding up everything that we gotta see. We really have to be like, no, $20, to where they're like, fuck no, I'm not doing that. No, right? Where these guys are like, what, $20? Fuck yeah, of course, let's go. I have more time to book an appointment with you. You already gave me you've already been working on your service with our one thing. You've been getting better at the things that I've been looking for. Fuck yeah. Come on. Let's do it. I'm ready for it. Let's go. I got the money too. These guys are like, fuck that. I'm out of here. $15, they'll be on edge. They're like, I'll come to you like every 3 weeks. It's just no. This building up it's blocking up a service. Get these guys out of here. $20 increase. Get these guys out of here. Let's go ahead and free up this time. You'll be making the same amount of money. You're going to be, with a $20 increase, you'll be making the same amount of money. And we'll get into the logistics a little bit later too. And why $20 increments? Well, we want to have the client make a hard decision, right? And when they see your price change, the question they will always default to is, can someone else solve this problem for me? It's not, can I afford it? It's not, damn, that's too much, or whatever question that you think it is. It just, point blank, this is the question everybody defaults to. Even if they say some other type of question, this is the question that's going in the back of their mind. Can someone else solve this problem for me? That's all they're asking, right? And people pay for services that get them out of their current situation to their desired situation. People pay for gym memberships and trainers, not just to sweat, not just to grunt, not just to feel bad, but because they want to get somewhere with their body, right? And the one who stays at $20, the one who stays after a $20 increase, and the Michelles telling you what they want, are the Michelles telling you what they want when you ask them what they want for lunch, right? And anything under $20 doesn't pose a hard enough question to get a solid answer. So, we want to get the Michelles. We want to be like, Michelle, what do you want? Well, I want Thai food. Okay, let's go. This is your $20. Okay, that's our question. Michelle, what do you want for lunch? I want Thai food. Cool, let's go ahead and do it. So, this is what service industry is. Service is getting somebody from current situation to a desired situation. Can someone else solve this problem for me? Can someone get me to the desired situation that I want? Can a different trainer get me to my desired body? Can a different gym get me to my desired body? Yes or no? That's all service industry is. It's not adding more services on of like, well, we provide water and towels and no. Can this guy go ahead and get me to this body? Because somebody who works out of the garage with like, I don't know, bricks, they can get to their desired body. They don't care how they get it. They just want this, right? They just want this. End of the day, all we want is a transformation, right? We don't care if, we go to a gym that has AC, towels, free water, free gum. If we can't get the whole reason why we're going here for, that isn't what a business is. And that's what most barbers are doing. Well, I offer them food, chips, snacks. No. What's the result that you get them? What's the desired situation? Because at every price raise, that's all they're going to be asking themselves. Can someone else solve this problem for me? Not, can somebody do this for cheaper? Does somebody charge cheaper? Of course, everybody charges a less amount. If that was the question people ask, no one would come to me when I was charging 100. No one would come to me when I was charging 60. No one would come to me when I was charging 40. Because there's barbers who are charging 20. There are barbers who are charging $3. If that was a problem, we'd probably be at like 50 cents per haircut, right? Fighting for lowest price. If this question was always, well, can someone do it for cheaper, or is there someone that does this for less money? Because the answer is easily yes, but it's not. The question is, can someone else solve this problem for me? Yes or no? That's the hard question. And clients will leave. Understand this. Clients will leave, and most will not come back with this dramatic increase. Yes, but there will also be those who go and get cut by a few of the barbers and come back a month later and says, everyone keeps messing my shit up. This is literally what they'll say. I went to other barbers and they messed my shit up. It'll probably be a month before you see them with a pushback hairline. Probably a month until you see them again and the top of their hair is just all fucking like chopped straight off. Like in terms of like a barber just literally picked up a clump of hair with their hands and just chopped straight across. Right? I've had this happen many times. And can someone else solve this problem for me? If they said, well, let me see. They'll go see, and they'll be like, fuck no, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to go back because they don't give me the desired situation I want. Right? Fuck that. This is not the desired situation I want for my hair. I'm going to go back to the guy. I'm going to go back to Daniel. Fuck that. Right? And the want for a desired situation is what runs a service market. Who does someone want to become? Right? Who do they want to become? What are they trying to get rid of, right? Maybe are they trying to get rid of maybe a low self-confidence? Who do they want to become? Do they want to become somebody who is like very popular with women? Do they want to become somebody who looks good? Do they want to become someone who looks like they run a good business, right? What are they trying to get rid of? Are they trying to get rid of like in terms of like their head shape? Are they trying to get rid of like something in terms of like how they scraggly they look everywhere else? What are they trying to get rid of? And where are they stuck at and want to get to? Right? Maybe they just can't get like women, or they can't get, the partners that they want to go ahead and attract from. And they're like, well, this haircut doesn't suit me. This barber can't cut my hair like that. This guy can't get my beard right because my beard is a strong suit, so I can't, women love my beard. And this guy can't do it for me. It doesn't look good. Where do they want to get to? These are questions. And the ones that stay and continue to come to us at our new price raise provide us with proof of concept and as well as valuable info into what people see as quote unquote value. And our main goal is to be able to stay lean and agile with our service until we understand and have our market reach maturity and yelling at us for what they want to eat for lunch, right? We want the Michelles of our clientele being like, I want fucking Thai food. Take me there now. I mean, we want them to like literally slap us in the face with like how obvious what we have to work on and our one thing has to become. We like literally with our one thing, never try to think about like once we get up to like the tier 2 and tier 3, it's like just listen, just observe. And we're gonna go through worksheets of this later on, but you're just observing it, right? And most barbers don't want to take in the information, the valuable information that they get every time they raise prices because all they're worried about is, well, I just want to get busy again. I just want to make more money. Well, that's not making money is a byproduct, right? Listening, taking the feedback right in those critical few weeks after you raise prices are actually the most incredible few weeks that you have to pay attention to. Those are actually my favorite weeks because I would look and learn from everything. Because once it gets too packed again, it's obvious, and it also becomes way too noisy because then you'll get people who just want to come to you because you're a well-known barber. No. Those once that shit's cut, we scan, we iterate. We don't worry about what's going on because this is actually the situation we want. We want at least 40 to 50% of our clientele to drop off. That's actually why we raise prices by $20. We want to just cut it off at the head because at that point in time we look, okay, cool. You stayed. Cool. Okay, let me just continue looking out. What's my content bringing in over these next few weeks because now I have more spaces. Okay, I got this fits this clientele and like blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. And then you kind of start to build an idea of like who your clientele is. Now, understand, once you do this first time, you're not gonna be like, I know exactly who it is. Boom, I know how to charge $400. It's not gonna happen. All right, no, this happens over and over again. You get little chunks each and every single time. And really, to do this, we have to stay lean. And to do this, we use our minimum viable service, right? We want to stay lean and agile. We don't want to slow ourselves down. Too many barbers like add-on services that slow them down to actually getting to understanding what their ideal client is to then build that service around the ideal client so they'll pay us even more. A lot of barbers are lugging around at $20 like a facial, black mask. I cut that shit. Like I used to do that. I actually used to do services of like massages, back massages, neck massages, hot towels on the hair. I used to do a bunch of just bullshit, right? And it slowed me down because I was trying to like, okay, cool. How do I do this? How do I put the hot towel on? Well, how do I do this? Instead of just like, no. My focus is strictly on my one thing. It's like focus has to be your obsession, and anything outside of that focal point is like, nope, not even worried about it. So, what is an MVS? Well, our MVS, our minimum viable service, is our service we will be switching to after our price raise, right? And this allows us to stay lean and agile while keeping the main thing. So, our main goal is to continue to, by now we have a system of content that's flowing. Like we should not be worried about like creating content and having that like flowing in. That should be automatic for us by now, because that's going to be like the least important thing that we got going on, because all this other stuff is going to be our focal point. Content is like on automized, like we know exactly we're the masters of that already. And that way we just go ahead and stay lean, do the same thing over and over and over again, get extremely mastery level of that, stay super lean so we can be quick with these haircuts as well too, in terms of like we're not taking 3-hour services, we're just doing hour-long services, and we can go ahead and like put everything else on default mode and stick to our one thing and put laser lock focus on that thing. And with our MVS, we keep what is essential to our clients and not added fluff. And too much fluff without proof of concept slows us down in service delivery, breaks our focal point of concentration, and actually slows the rate at which we can raise prices. And we want to think, what is the least amount of work I could do that will still provide the top amount of value? This is the question we want to ask ourselves when we're creating our MVS. What is the least amount of work I can do that will still provide the top amount of value, right? We want low inputs, high outputs. Most barbers are having high inputs, low outputs, right? They're doing like a bunch of fucking work on the front end and get $20 on the back end for a total service. Where we want to be like very, very small work on the front end and be able to get $80 to $100 per service. That's what we're going for. This other way around, it's not going to scale. ever. And I know what you're thinking. Taking service away while raising prices is backwards approach to value. Why am I going to raise prices and actually scale my prices back and scale my services, and not scale my prices, scale my services back? That's backwards thinking, Deluxe. I can't do that. My clients love these services. I can't do this. Remember, monkey see, monkey do, monkey teach. All right, break this habit out of your thinking, because this paradigm, this worldview of what you believe the service industry to be, will never work. And if you continue to run your business like this, well, guess what? Go over there and barber see, barber do, barber teach. Go ahead, be on stage, teach other barbers. Just wait until you get busy. Start turning clients away. Come take my class so you can raise $5 in the next 3 years. Stay in this mode. But if you want to break this, like what we're doing right now, you're gonna break your service delivery down to its essential parts. Not excessive, essential. Least amount of service, top amount of value. And why our clients actually appreciate an MVS. Now, you will get people saying they like the service you provided before you raise prices. And these individuals who only value extra things added on and perceive that as value, these are not our clients, right? And especially too, they will actually, taking this advice will actually slow us down. I've actually done this before, where I've I've actually not even done it before. I've done it like in the middle of not even raising prices. I just did it, just cut it out completely. I used to actually apply hot towels when I was like charging like $25-$30. Slowed me down so much. Took me away from the main thing. There's no need for that, right? Just apply some shaving gel and go through that thing. The client is not there to get a hot towel. The client is there to get their beard, all right? It's not going to scale. You won't have time to go ahead and keep the main thing. Because that is something we want to add on later on to somebody who actually wants that. Most clients, honestly, with the service that you offer, they'll say, oh, that's cool, I like it, but it's not needed, right? Our clients see value in getting them to their desired situation by keeping the main thing. Adding a facial steamer is just, oh man, that's a cool thing. My barber does that, that's a cool thing. But it's not necessary. Like, I dare you, take all that stuff out before your price raise. I like, seriously. If you have a facial steamer, if you do a facial service, if you apply black masks every haircut, if you do things like that, add it on, or have that in your services, literally before this, cut it out. You will see clients who say, man, I liked your service before. And then you'll see the ones who say, it was cool, but you know what? I'm still going to come to you. Like, it's not. And at the end of the day, these clients, at the end of the day too, they still come to you. But they'll complain all day because all they're looking for is the extra add-ons. What else can I get out of him? Where else can my dollar stretch to? That's not who we want to serve. We want to serve people who are like, oh, that was cool, but you know what? It's not why I come to you. I come to you to get a great haircut, right? That's exactly what our MVS is designed for. And it allows us to cut through the smoke and mirrors of why clients get cut by us, allowing us to be agile with what we actually need to learn further down the road for them to get, for them that they do deem as value. So again, a lot of times when barbers go ahead and start this, like, man, I already have black mask, I already have this. What else can I, like, how better can I get this thing? Like, how do I, like, maybe time, I know, I got to cut down time with the black mask. So I'm going to, have a blow dryer and like 3 different air vents to make sure that thing like dries up and actually extracts more. No, just cut it out. It's not value. Just cut the shit out completely. It's not needed. And the hack of having an MVS business, right? It allows us to gamify and really compensate for us for practice, right? When I switched this model and really developed this, I was like, oh fuck, it really I created like this model of running a barbering business simply from being frustrated. I'm like, this shit's so fucking stupid, bro. Like, this shit doesn't make sense. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna cut everything out and just not do like all the barbers in my shop, like all these crazy services. I'm like, fuck that. That's not gonna scale. Like, what am I gonna do in 100 then? Am I gonna be a lawyer too? And so I was like, no, I'm just gonna cut everything out. And with our content, we are bringing in new clients, not only our current price, but our next price level, right? This half-life of content's half-life, which means how it lives on after it's posted is fucking forever. I still get people who DM me my old haircut price, and I'm retired, by the way. Already a year out, probably even 2 years out by the time you're watching this, who still DM me and say, bro, how can I get a haircut? Where's your booking link? I'm like, I've been retired. But people still do this. My YouTube content, content has a half-life of like forever. This thing is fucking incredible once you get it on the right path, right? So our focal point in content is always our next price raise. Because when people look back on it, they won't know, oh, well, he was only charging $40, but this looks like $60, but I would pay $60 for this any day. They don't know that. They just see your content, go to your booking link and say, oh, $60. They look through old content, like, yep, that's it. And with our focus on our one thing, we are accelerating our skill set, and our MVS allows us to not take us away from the main thing with other skills like shampoo or facial extractions or coloring. Literally, shampoos, just throw in like a fucking dry shampoo if you have clients with greasy hair, right? Facial extractions, just go ahead and send them off to somebody else, right? Coloring, send them off to somebody else. You don't need to do any of this. The worst thing barbers can do is be like, oh man, okay, I'm charging $20. How do I get more money? Well, I gotta learn shampooing. I gotta learn how to do facial extractions and coloring because that brings in more money. No. The main thing makes you more money. Not adding more stuff in, right? You have to be all in with cutting hair. And being all in does not mean going to the other services. Being all in means, okay, cool, I cut everything else out. Even though these things have potential value, I am not gonna go ahead and do this, right? One of my mentors, his business model, he could easily franchise the business model of what and basically the actual model and franchise and license that out to other people and make money on how people because people copy his business model all day long. And he says, no, I can make money on that, but that's not my focal point. And when I heard this, I was like, not your focal point. You can make money off that. I thought you were like, this guy makes like $30 million a year. I'm like, what do you mean? Not your focal point. You're obviously making money. He's like, no. My focal point is such yada yada yada, right? That's my focal point. My focal point is not licensing my business model out to people so they can run and I can make money. No, if they want to do that, go ahead. But I have laser lock focus on this one thing. What people do all the time is this is what barbers do. Even we see this all around, like everywhere. They go ahead and they focus on one thing, cutting hair. They get up to a certain level and then they get shiny object syndrome. Like, ooh, brand. Ooh, yeah. That's going to make me more money. Okay, cool. I'm going to still cut hair and I'm going to build a brand and I'm going to make money. No. Keep the main thing. That's literally when I saw that and learned that, I was like, holy fuck, this happens on all levels. This literally happens on all levels. Even in the most simplistic level of barbering business, everybody's doing it the wrong way. Everybody's like, well, I want to start an academy. Well, I want to start a YouTube channel. No. You want to do that? Fine. You make a little money, but you're actually taking away exponential long-term value at the end of the day from yourself. It's never going to fucking work. And with this model of business, we now have successfully switched from working just to get paid to getting paid for practicing what we need to charge $200. We hack the process, right? So this whole MVS, the minimal viable service, we don't add on more stuff and try to work on it. We literally give what we can barely go ahead and push across and still be able to charge what we charge. We have our content on automatic right here, right? That are bringing in clients to us at this price and our next price. We have our one focal point. We're technically, with this business model, every haircut is actually practice for what we need to be able to get to this right here. Well, most barbers at their price range of, let's say they're charging 40, are just trying to get more clients at 40, just so they can go up to 50. And then they try to get more clients to go to 50 to 60. No, doesn't scale. What we do is we create a flywheel of just focal point of this. What are those main variables? Focus with deathly obsession on these main variables. And every single one of these, it literally becomes gamified to where every haircut that's in our chair, work on one thing. We're literally getting paid for practice. That's why when I see barbers say, DM me for a free haircut so I can practice on this haircut, I'm like, what are you doing outside of that? What do you mean? You're not practicing that on your clients right now? Like, why do you need to do another haircut for free? You can get paid for the same practice. We literally, with this model, get paid for practice just to raise prices again, to learn and then practice again and then learn and then practice again. Every single time. This is why we raise prices. And this creates a deadly flywheel effect for our business. And the flywheel is like the holy god of business models. This is like what every business wants to go ahead and get to, is creating a flywheel. And I've successfully done this with barbering. And now you're going to have the same flywheel in your business. Because most barbers don't have a flywheel. And really, what's a flywheel? You're saying this so much fucking much, Deluxe. What the fuck is that? And a flywheel is a style of business model that Jeff Bezos is famous for implementing into Amazon, right? You want to know why Amazon's so big? Well, it's because of this flywheel. And truthfully, there are really only two business models. There's linear and exponential. You can see the graph right here, right? Linear, this thing kind of like 1 year you make 100,000, cool. Next year we want to make 200,000. Well, we just double our employee size, double our sales calls. We just do everything twofold, right? We multiply everything by 2. Twice the employees, twice the sales calls, twice the sales. We just go that, and then boom. Next year, they go ahead and get up to 200,000. Like, great, see, we doubled everything. This is what we got to do, and we go up again. So we got to do double again. And then next year, they're thinking, okay, cool, do 200. Whatever we're doing, 200,000, we're gonna double that so we can get to 400,000. Next year, boom, boom, boom. Well, they only get 300,000. They're like, hold on. Things are going downhill. This is not doubling. This is not double. Okay, well, we must have to go ahead and double again. Boom, boom, boom. Right, next year again. Then we go. Then they're like at 350,000. They're like, whoa, hold on. I thought this, like, I just had to keep on doubling. But what they don't know is the more size they take on, the slower their business is. They can't, they like, getting things, like, Jeff Bezos is a lean fucking business. He's kept this shit lean and mean. These things, they just say, oh, more. Really, this thing is actually false right here. This linear is actually false. This is what not Barber's, really anybody thinks a linear model is. Really, a linear model has like a tail off where you just like stay at the same price range right here, right? So I'm going with little pointer. So instead of like coming up, it would come up and then just die off. It'll hit max level because the more that you add on, and it actually probably go back, reduce back to the mean, because the more people that you hire on, the more capital that you start using, the more resources that you start using, and you actually become a lot slower. And a lot more slower efficiency means that you're not going to be making as much money. And less money means you're not going to have as many resources to invest in marketing and everything like that. And this thing comes crashing down. Exponential, this thing is deadly, right? This thing starts off slow, and then just boom, peaks up. You see this not only, if you look at Amazon's overall, I like this little pointer thing, by the way. I don't know why I've not been using it until now. If you look at Amazon's like worth as a company, it looks like this, exponential. If you look at Warren Buffett's net worth, same thing, exponential. If you look at Jeff Bezos' net worth, obviously exponential. Anybody who's successful, they have this exponential line. Nothing that they've ever done is linear because they know this never scales. It's always with a flywheel model because this allows growth. This allows to at some point stagnation because you get too big. You get too slow. This, you stay lean and mean. And example of Barber's in a linear model, right? So more cuts equals more money, right? Raise prices when busy. Work on getting busy again. Raise prices when busy. Work on getting busy again. Raise prices when busy. Work on getting busy again, right? It's this model of, okay, cool. We're 100,000. All right, double our company size, 200,000. Okay, that worked again. Double our company size. We're gonna get 400,000 if we double what we do at 200,000. Nope, 300,000. Okay, well, hold on. We must have to double again because then it'll work. Nope, 350,000. It's like, hold on, wait a minute. This is what you've been doing. Raise prices when busy. Work on getting busy again. Raise prices when busy. Work on getting busy again. Again, at some point in time, you're gonna go ahead and become too slow, too lethargic, and just too fucking like big in terms of like your service operation. You're not gonna be able to stay lean and mean with this thing. And businesses do the same, right? Like I said, whatever a business did to grow to 100,000 per year, they'll say double the action we just did. Company adds double sales reps or employees, makes 200,000. Company does again and makes 300,000 next year. Company does again, makes 350,000 next year. You can see this in a lot of businesses. These are businesses that think just everything they do is just got to be double again. It's that simple. When couldn't be farther from the truth. With a linear business model, the machine has a breaking point at a certain threshold. And with this issue, linear can never scale. You will always find a breaking point. And an example of flywheel. So this is Amazon. So we see Amazon, of course, the A with a little smile. And this is their flywheel effect, right? So Amazon has a flywheel effect and a company culture of they have the widest selection. So that provides a better customer experience. So if they have a wide selection of products, well, customers can go have a wide selection to choose from. Of course, their experience is going to be a lot better because now it's customer's choice, right? They can choose whatever they want. Better customer experience equals more traffic. More people want to come to this thing because, hey, look, they have a better I like Amazon better. It's easier. They have a lot more things to choose from than Walmart's, online. Walmart only has a few things. Amazon got everything. I want to go to Amazon. They got everything. More traffic equals, well, whenever you have more traffic and more buyers on here, that's going to obviously lead to more sellers. So people want to then go ahead and hop on and start selling on Amazon. More sellers go ahead and feeds into more selection. Again, more selection goes ahead and feeds in more customer experience. Better customer experience feeds in more traffic. And it's this thing, boom, boom, boom. But this isn't where it just gets better, right? Then they go ahead and add another flywheel to this too, right? Which actually speeds up this whole entire structure. And what they do is, so we have Amazon, and they have a low cost structure, right? So low cost structure meaning that they don't have to spend a whole lot in terms of course, they have sellers on there. They don't hold actual products now they do, but they don't produce products, right? Amazon is just kind of like a distribution center in terms, and a fulfillment center, basically, right? And they're just basically a holder for everything. But they have the widest selection, lowest cost, and most traffic. And, they get more sellers because more sellers can make more profit. So more selection, boom, 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 boom. And then low cost structure means they can have lower prices. So they can go ahead and offer lower prices to other customers, which means, well, look, Walmart, that's fine. We just beat you out of your own game. And this actually builds on top of it, because what Walmart can do online, well, even though Walmart can do this in person, technically, the lower prices equals better customer experience, they can't have a wider selection, right? Which then goes ahead and negatively affects customer experience. They cannot have a wider selection than what Amazon does. Amazon literally has everything, right? Walmart, not everything. Amazon, literally everything. Amazon has things that you can get at Best Buy, things you can get at Target, things you get at Walmart, things you can get at Neiman Marcus, literally everything. Walmart, not everything. So then they go ahead and customer experience, more traffic, sellers, selection. It's just this thing. The more this thing gets, the more this gets, the lower these get, and the better this gets. And boom, boom, boom. It just builds on itself. Again, this is Uber's model. This is what business, like the business flywheel model is literally everywhere. So we have, well, this is Uber. Imagine Uber's in the middle right here. So Uber says faster pickups equals more demand, right? More demand of more people, because people are like, oh wait, I don't have to wait as long when I order a pickup. Of course I'm gonna go on Uber. Fuck all this other stuff. A taxi, it's not inefficient. I can just go ahead and order one right off my phone and boom, it picks me up right here. And then more demand equals, of course, more drivers, because this equals more business opportunities, right? All the drivers from taxis aren't getting calls as much, and everybody's going over to Uber. Well, that's where the money's at. Everybody's gonna go on that. And more drivers it goes into more geo coverage. So more people are being able to go ahead and spread out and get picked up in more rural areas, which spreads their overall coverage. And more geo coverage equals faster pickups, because there's more cars and drivers in other areas. And more faster pickups equals, again, more demand. More demand equals more drivers. It's like boom, boom, boom. But the thing that with this, more geo coverage goes into less driver downtime, right? Because less driver downtime equals lower prices, and lower prices equals more demand. What? This thing has lower prices than a taxi, and I don't gotta wait as long. Well, of course I'm gonna go with Uber. And then you can see why this thing just shoom, 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 shoom all day long. The more it grows, more growth equals more growth equals more growth. With this model, growth is infinite, because all it requires is to keep up with this model, which it is already instilled. It is literally in the backbone of the business. And every one of those areas gets better, spins faster, and faster gets, the bigger the increase over time. And this is the new era flywheel, right? And this is actually what I've created myself. As you can see, it's not as lean and agile, as nice looking as this, but it does the job for right now, right? So here we are. This is the new era barbering model, right? And right here, we have practice our one thing. Practice our one thing goes into a quality service, right? In terms of like haircut quality service. Quality service goes into the content we post, right? The content that we post obviously attracts more clients. More clients goes into more practice for our one thing, which then goes ahead and feeds back into more quality service that we can go ahead and feed back into our content posted, which feeds back into more clients that are attracted to us, which goes back into gaining more feedback to go ahead and look into our one thing and what we need to work on. And you can see this, but this is how also we hack it. Where we go input the MVS, boom. We input our MVS right here, minimal viable service, which goes into, well, now we have more time to go ahead and work on, because we cleared out the clutter. We're not slowed down by everything. It takes us less time to do an overall haircut, but we still spend an hour because we want to focus on this one thing. And more time to go ahead and focus on the one thing goes into a better quality service, which then goes ahead and goes and feeds into the content that we post, because obviously we're creating content, which content posted goes out. When we post it, brings us in more clients. More clients go ahead and goes it back into practicing on one thing. We go and practice one thing, boom, 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 boom. And you see, this is why my growth as a barber, people will be like, yo, how the fuck did you just explode out of nowhere? Literally, I felt like the barbershop, like literally you just came out of nowhere and just was on the scene. Everybody all of a sudden knew who Deluxe was. I was like, yeah, because I implemented that model. Everybody else in the shop I was working at and prior to that was on this idea of model. I'm like, no. I understand business. I'm gonna design a flywheel effect. And really, at this level, we are going to design an MVS, which is gonna affect us for more time. So that's already automated right there. literally wants to do this one time, and we're going to do this a couple times. Once we go ahead and continue diving this out, it just feeds back to more time, more free time to dive into a quality service, right? The better we go ahead and get at one thing and we cross one thing off the list, great. We can go ahead and we got more clients and we can go ahead and reassess where our new one thing is, right? Goes back into quality service. And then again, we've already mastered content. Content posted brings us more clients. And because we were already putting in a quality service, boom, we're getting more clients, more content, better content, better content to post, which brings us more clients because everybody's like, bro, your content's so fire, right? When you're with a linear model, it's like more content, or it's more clients, raise prices. more clients, raise prices. That's your wheel. Never scales because you literally don't know what to focus on. With this, we don't have to worry about this because this happens on. This is a byproduct of this. This is a byproduct of this mixed with this, and this is a byproduct of this. And we're going to go ahead and dive this out. We've already explained this, and this is why content posts is in week 1 because this is the most pivotal one because this allows us to get more clients to go ahead and practice our one thing on. Boom, 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 boom. When you start realizing this is when it gets gamified. This is when barbering gets fun because it's not just fuck. I gotta cut hair today. No, it's great. What do I get to work on? Boom, 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 boom. Where can I go ahead and get this flywheel effect going, and so I can go ahead and raise prices in the next couple weeks because I know this is gonna happen again. Boom, 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 faster, faster, faster. And with the previous model, we have already structured our content in week 1, carved out our one thing focus point, and now let's create our MVS. So, your service now. Sole purpose of MVS. So, create more free time, keep the main thing, and stay lean, like we said before. And time equals energy input. And the more energy you put into one thing, the more output we get on the other side. So, the more free time we have, the more energy we can have put into other things, right? The more energy we can put into other things, the greater the output that we can get. So, if we go back to here, the more time that we put in here, the more energy we have. The more energy we have, we can put into a very quality service. The better quality service we have, we're going to go ahead and post that in the content. It's going to show up with more clients. Builds into this whole entire thing. That's why we take out. That's why I want you to be ruthless with this MVS. This thing is going to be your hack to everything. And really, what you're also going to notice is not only when we get our MVS, but also when we start scaling prices up and start scaling our times back to work less. That also actually works as an MVS as well, like a second MVS on inside of our MVS. It's a minimum viable structure inside of our minimum viable service, literally. Because now our structure of our business, the way we have it set up, is very minimal. About 5 to 6, 7 haircuts a day. Very, very minimal work. And then we have a minimal viable service on top of that. It's like, yo, when it got to that, cutting hair became super effortless. I didn't have to work at all. And we not only want to scale back our services, example of kid cuts, lineups, shampoos, facials, face shaves, all that, cut that shit out. But also what our current haircut and beard service already offer, and make this thing lean and scrappy. So even with the haircut service and beard service that you already offer, right? What are you adding in there that doesn't need to be in there? We're gonna get to this right now, and let's go to our MVS worksheet. So I told you this thing was gonna be a fucking beast, huh? We're gonna go over here to our MVS worksheet. What you're gonna do is when you get to this, you're gonna go ahead and click File, make a copy. Of course, make your copy with that because, of course, with this, you will not be able to go ahead and edit it. So, MVS worksheet. Again, this gets to get done now and implement now. So, number 1, write out below all of your current services you offer. Everything you do offer. So, even if you don't do it, what is it on that's on your book seed? What is it on that's on your scheduling app? Put that in right here. Number 2, below, write out only the essential services you will now offer. For example, tier 1, $20 to $60 people who are charging that much. Currently, you will have only 2 services. That's it. Pick those 2 services, nothing more. Cut out literally everything. I'm not kidding. 2 services. Tier 2, anybody that's going into $60 and $100 range, you will have no more than 3 services, right? No more than 3. Even that, I would like for you guys to have 2, but no more than 3, and make it lean. All right, I don't want this thing to be adding on too much weight and too much work to you. If you're like, this adds a lot of work, cut it out. If you're like, I don't know about this one, cut it out. If it's not for certain, like this is absolutely essential, I can't run my business without it, it doesn't need to be in your business. Cut it out. Tier 3, $100 to $200 should have no more than 4, right? Again, we probably want to aim for 2 to 3 even with this, but really no more than 4. Again, keep it lean. If your business cannot survive without it, if your business can survive without it, cut it out. If your business cannot survive without it, you got to keep it. But if it can survive, there's no need for this. Cut this shit out. Number 3. Now, from the services you selected in question 2, break down each service step by step from what you offer. Example, you give them a shampoo, a hot towel, straight razor, enhancements, styling, shoulder massage, beer, cologne, snacks, free product, etc. Right? Of course, we give them a haircut, right? But what are these extra things that you do inside this haircut? Write this stuff out. All right? From question 2. Write this out from this couple services that you have. Break these things down to its simplest forms. Number 4. From the services above, from question 3, break each one down to just essential services needed from the cut. We want to cut out the dead weight, free up time to speed up our flywheel. Be ruthless with this. Only keep what is essential, not what you like. So if you're like, man, I like doing shampoos, cut this out. You don't need it. If you're charging $40, you're charging $60, you don't need to be doing shampoos. Get a dry shampoo, spray that on, it does the same damn thing. It takes way less time. If you really like, I know some clients, like they have dirty hair, just get a dry shampoo. I never shampooed my clients at all. Never. I never offered it. Even when I was charging $200, never offered it. It's not needed. Hot towels. Again, I did this when I was charging like $30, slowed me down. I didn't offer it again until I was charging $120, $140. It's not needed. Cut it out. All right. Shoulder massage. Again, this is one I implemented when I was like charging like $30. Cut it out. Enhancements. Do you really need them right now? Like if they're a pivotal part of like how your look is, keep them. But if you are somebody who does better with like, if you really don't need them and you don't really do them that often, you just have them, cut it out. You don't need it. Beer, cologne, snacks, free product. Do you need it? Cut it out. Write everything out of these 2 services. And then number 5, below, write out what you offer for your MVS, the service price. Basically your $20 increase and the breakdown of that service entails, right? So basically we're going to put all this together. What your 2 services were, and then the breakdown of what we only kept out in here. So this is your new service Bible. Live by it. Don't stray away from it. If clients ask why you don't do that service anymore, just explain to them that it was taking you away from perfecting the overall haircut. They'll be like, oh, okay, that's fine. I don't worry. And if they do worry, well, they're not going to be your client later on, because obviously they're not worried about your skills. They're just worried about the extra shit they can get. Okay. So write out this MVS. It should look very, very lean. It should look very, very scrappy. You should look at this thing and be like, fuck, can I get away with this? This is like very like, this is like thin, and you're gonna get antsy. You're gonna be like, oh god, where's my value? Like you're gonna go back to monkey see, monkey do, because all these barbers are like, you gotta add more value, add more services. You're gonna get, your skin's gonna start crawling. Oh god, I don't know if I want to do this. When you service your clients, you're gonna go, oh god, stay the course. This is your new Bible. Live by it. This is your new religion. Literally, your MVS is how you're going to be able to move this thing up. Because without this, you are not the flywheel effect. This is gonna not happen. This is not possible without the MVS. The MVS is critical. I've tried this without the MVS. It's not possible, because you're going to start adding and slowing this stuff down, and it's actually going to take you a lot longer when it really doesn't need to. The MVS just is like a game changer for this thing. So cut it all out. Write this down. Be ruthless with this. If you need support, of course, hop on the Q&A. We can talk about this as well too. We can go over this and actually see if this minimum viable service is actually something that will allow your business to survive. Because I will be ruthless for you if you won't be ruthless for yourself. So don't allow it to get there. Be ruthless on yourself with this, okay? So with that, get it done. In next module, of course, this is 4.1. So in next module, we're actually going to go ahead and get out and scheduling your price raise. So this is the overall aspect, because a lot of people don't understand. This is what actually makes the boat go faster right here, is the whole idea of how we even approach price raising. Most people are like, oh, busy, raise prices. No. This is what we do. Right? We gamify it, we make it work in our favor, and it just becomes a deadly cycle that literally, after you implement this, you will never have a question of like, well, how do I raise prices? It's going to happen automatically, because it's like you're going to start seeing your business. Fuck, this happens again. I'm getting too busy. Fuck that. I need to get back to this. Right? This right here. What we see right here is what we're always trying to go for. When we get back to this, fuck, I got it back here. Let me cut this shit down. I don't want to be here again. You don't like this. This is what barbers want and think is success. This is what I saw success was, because I successfully cut down my prices and still had clients and still had room to grow if I wanted to. Once I got here, I'm like, fuck, I can't grow anymore. Cut the shit out again. Boom, I want to grow. I always want to be a space of growth. And in the next module, we're going to get into exactly how to go ahead and go about this so that we go ahead and also we're going to schedule your price raise. And once we schedule it, you stick to it. You stick to the script. And we're going to get into that. Okay. So with that, I'll see you in the next module.
Boys and girls, so after watching the mini course, you really want to think about like, well, what's my voyage ahead, right? And really, I mean, this is all good info that we kind of put on here, but like, you know, you might be thinking, well, like now what? Now what do I do? And really, again, too, like I said prior in the modules, I mean, you can do one or two things to really push the business forward. Now, you can either go through trial and error on your own with whatever information you were able to take away from this, or you can get help from somebody who has results like us. So we've been able to produce barbers who make $20K a month, charge upwards of $100, $200 in different locations inside the US, outside the US. To me, I mean, if you're smart and want the latter, I mean, this is what you can do next, obviously, right? So like what the next steps for you could be is book a free 15-minute call with one of my lead advisors on the team, okay? Basically what we're going to do, we're going to go over your business and see if your business is ready to start scaling, or basically we can also like at least give advice of like what we need to do prior to you to become ready to become one of our private clients. Because honestly, not everybody's going to be in the position right now to like be able to scale 20K a month. And I think overall it's a good indication to figure out like, where do I stand at in this, right? Am I ready? Basically after seeing this, like, of course, obviously you want to grow the business. It's at least good to know, is this the right time to start scaling the business? Is my business ready? Or what do I need to do prior to like prepare my business to start scaling? Because once you start scaling, again, you can't scale with like a couple, you know, like things off in the business. Otherwise, the shit's not going to go the right way. So, and we can also, at least my lead advisor will give you advice on like, you know, what needs to happen in the business to prep it up overall, right? And again, 15-minute call. What I'll do is I'll add the link to go ahead and book a call down below in the pinned comments. So if you click, it'll be a link that looks like this. It'll take you to a page that looks like this. All you have to do is select a time. Again, it's 15 minutes. You can select a time that works best for you. And fill out all the information on here overall. And that way you're all set to go. And then once you book, you'll get a 15-minute video to watch in full. After booking, there'll be a 15-minute video to understand what we need from you just to be prepared for this 15-minute call. Again, it'll say it's 60 minutes on that little 15-minute video, but again, it's just a 15-minute call, the first one at least, okay? Now, from that call, if we do decide, again, we can help you, your business is ready to scale, you will either get on a 60-minute, 1 hour long full call with myself or my right-hand man to take over and go over an implementation pathway process for you to see, okay, what do we need to do to get your business to this level as one of our private clients, okay? Or if it's not a good fit for us on that 15-minute call, again, too, it's no pressure overall. Like, we just want to make sure we work with good fits. We'll give you full access to this mini course that has all the tracking sheets we were talking about prior. So again, too, this is a mini course because it's like it's just a couple modules. I mean, if you were listening, there are modules talking about client conversion, tracking sheets and stuff like that, that you didn't get access to, obviously, because like we didn't go over that. This is more of like the mindset, give you a better idea of things. If we don't feel like you're ready for that, we'll give you just access to this, which is like it has everything inside of here, so we can even go in here. Again, has the intro. Again, has kind of like the intro models that you kind of went over: financial discipline, expenses, incomes, profits, taxes, client conversion, everything that we kind of like didn't touch on. So it kind of gives you like a little bit more, something more useful for you, if that is best. Again, too, is that going to get you 20K a month? No. Is that going to get you $100 a cut? No. But it is at least going to get you to save some more money inside of the business and think a little more strategically on the thing. So those are your two pathways right there. Again, too, book a call by simply clicking the link. Select a time that works best for you. Please select a time that when you are not in the barbershop, you can be in a quiet setting, be able to talk about your business. And again, too, that 15-minute video afterwards will tell you everything you need to bring on that call so we can get the most out of that call and help your business out as much as possible. So with that, I look forward to seeing you on one of the calls and hopefully get to break down your business and give you a full implementation pathway as soon as possible.